愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
啊，
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏事态时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil.
只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间，可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now. That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞里。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏事态时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深究隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
这是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。如若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the mystery
感谢世界顶级钢琴大师郎朗、编曲陈一雷老师、青年指挥家高斌先生及新九州爱乐交响乐团共同为我们带来的精彩演出。
Call of the Abyss 4 Championship Finals has begun.
글로벌 6개 지역에서 16개의 탑 클랜을 선별했습니다.
GR3 連覇の栄光が続くのか、それとも新たな歴史が幕を開けるのか。
全球总决赛带你揭晓。
It's been a long time coming, but we're here now. Day 4, the final day of Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. 16 teams started this journey 4 days ago, but now we're down to 4 of the biggest and baddest in the region. Who will ultimately be our champion? There's one thing for sure. It's going to be a new one this time around. Before we talk about that a bit more, quick introduction, by the way. We are going to be your casters. I am Articuno. Joining me is Pod Spice. Later on, Gaming Grizzly will be joining us, but for now, it's going to be the two of us opening the day.
Yep. Again, you painted the picture very well. We are crowning new champs. It's going to be a new reign for Call of the Abyss 4, and May 4, may the 4th be with any of the teams to punch their way to grand finals. It is a day of Identity 5 action to the highest degree, and I can't wait to get started with our matches because we've had a really long road, a bumpy road for a lot of these players, but all roads lead to here, to the final day. Day 4, Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. And we're starting things off with a bang because we were talking about it in the, offline, that GG and X, it's GG versus X-Rock, two very dominant teams, and two teams that, have been, you could say that they've been dominant throughout their performance here in Call of the Abyss 4.
Yes, and it's been an interesting journey that we've had. I mean, we've kind of pegged this season as just the time where a lot of the regions have played catch up. Some have. It's just that at the end of it all, we're still seeing this similar trend where teams from mainland China just continuing to set the bar high. We see teams from other regions just making that climb, but it seems that for the mainland China region, they just keep on polishing it up every single time. And that's why, once again, looking at our top 4, just the domination of this region coming in.
Hey, but you have to also admit that, the regions are catching up, and especially with the Japan region, shocking the world, able to send the 3-time champs home early this in Call of the Abyss 4. So, yes, the mainland China region is still in the reach, but you know what? There is a contention for them to be challenged. And the other regions, as you and Grizzly mentioned, they are catching up. But for today, yes, it is going to be that mainland China representation. And here we see the tournament brackets, a long journey for a lot of these teams. But we are finally at the semi-finals of Call of the Abyss 4.
Yes, as we've said, we're starting off today with the semi-finals, 2 semi-finals that we'll need to settle. After which, once we determine our 2 finals, we'll segue first into a battle for 3rd, depending on who bows out in the semis. And looking at today's matchup, first semifinals of the day is going to be X-Rock versus GG, followed by Day4 versus FPX-ZQ. Some major teams coming in from mainland China, and of course, depending on how the results will go, that is how we'll be able to determine what the 3rd place match will be, along with the finals.
Yeah, and we're starting off the day real early because, as you mentioned, we still have to get that battle for third place, and we want to make sure that these matches, I have a feeling, and Grizzly mentioned this, that it'll possibly go to the game 3, and we've been seeing that trend, even though like the games yesterday, the first 2 only saw the second round, but we've said before that they won't give any of their adversaries any inch because they would definitely take a mile, and they're not going to rest on their laurels. They will take each other to that limit. That's why we're starting a little bit early, just so we'll give way for the Identity 5 action.
Yeah, we need those extra hours, as Putch mentioned, an hour early, in fact, and with good reason, because not only do we have a best of 5 finals that is going to be happening way later on during the day, but that's the thing about this top 4. You put it into highlight, Putch, but before I get into what I was hoping to highlight from what you mentioned, let's go ahead and look at the roster for X-Rock, one of the dominating teams that have made it to top 4, Billy, SXY, T, Afu, and so on and so forth. Here we have the members of GG445, Som, PPC, Kukao, Zizai, and ZB.
Yep, dominant per team so far, and we mentioned it, we highlighted it off stream that these teams haven't seen match number 3, and these are professional IVL teams. They will definitely take each other to that limit, and we're starting things off with a bang, and I hope you guys are ready. You got your coffee, you got your snacks ready, because this is going to be a barn burner.
Let your preferences be known as far as who you want to see make it to the finals. We're starting it off with JG versus X-Rock. Just as I was saying earlier from what Poch was able to highlight, 2 teams that went 2-0 as far as round wins during the semifinals. And here, as you can see, players are ready to take this stage. GG Survivors already raring to go, positioning in the Survivor booth. And as I was saying, we're starting off an hour early later, not necessarily just because of the finals that we have today, which will be a best of 5, but take note, this is the top 4. Things are getting all the more closer. This is usually the phase where we see, especially from other tournaments that we've seen, once you reach this point in time, the teams, the caliber, the skill level, they're just so close that sometimes it's very frequent even where we see these matches go into the full best of 3s, the full best of 5 for the finals, sometimes into overtime when we need it. It's just that close between these players.
Yeah, we're going to find that out in just a bit. GG, again, solid Survivor team. Something to highlight is Zizai's Priestess, was how much containment time and how much exit strategies he gave to his team when they faced their adversaries AL yesterday in Leo's memory. So just rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, that GG Survivors can definitely survive in those big maps, which we saw a trend yesterday. Only one small match, which was Arms Factory. So I'm interested to see what the map selection is coming in. Now, 4-4-5, Grizzly has highlighted this time and time again, the cowboy, the known cowboy in IVL, but he is bolstering a seer. As a seer, he does have a lot of decoding time as well as some rescues. Containment time not just under the 30-second mark, but again, you have to pay attention to the decoding as well as the rescues. So he probably is a mid to late game survivor here. So do take note of 4-4-5.
Yes, don't want to be discounting anybody on this roster, all of which, especially 4-4-5, was pretty amazing now that I think about it. Yesterday, another person that was pretty darn good yesterday was Kukao. So GG Survivors just crazily stepping up to the plate.
One thing to mention about Kukao is he was able to kite the whole detention time of a hunter, so that is something to highlight and something to worry about because Afu is coming up. Last but not least, ZB the Mercenary, one of the most feared survivors in this meta, definitely going to have that priority ban, but as I do know for ZB, he definitely can bolster other hunters, but Mercenary is the one he usually goes for.
Mm-hmm. In which case, that's something that I'm looking forward to. Kukao's kiting from the other day was just legendary. Absolutely legendary. And it makes you wonder how he'll be faring against a hunter such as Afu, who is just so precise and on point with not only keeping in count objectives that survivors are pushing, but also just the forethought of game plan, knowing which survivors he should be going for, at what particular times he should be using what he has in his toolkit. It's just been superb. So both teams, just phenomenal performances throughout Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals thus far. But I think at this point in time, these two teams are going to be finding formidable foes in each other. And, you know, both coming from the mainland China region. So this is going to be the culmination of all of that. Who between these two teams from the same region is going to emerge not only better, but also just at that final step towards that final.
Speaking of them being mainland China teams, the differentials in the ranking in IVL is a hairline difference, because in IVL Fall, GG got 3rd place while X-Rock 4th. So this is definitely a really tight matchup, and it's going to be a battle of like points. Like just the point parity is going to be so slim. So really important for you guys to watch this match. Now we have the Hunter data, Afu versus Swam, one of the hunters of GG. Very impressive eliminations. You could actually round this off to just 4. A lot of knockdowns. What's interesting to note is Swam, being a very disciplined disciple, got the 4K in Lakeside, but Afu, again, just so good with his sculptor as well as his other hunter picks that he bolsters in the table. And to mention also that Afu got MVP twice in Call of the Abyss 4. His hunter has been highlighted so many times again, and he's starting things off, giving GG survivors a huge test for them to be able to punch their way to grand finals. So it's really anyone's game.
I have to agree with you. And I think from this point in time, we can all agree that even having reached top 4, some of these players have virtually cemented themselves as legendary here in the Identity 5 scene, regardless of the outcome. These guys are, like, a lot of people from across the globe are going to be anticipating what their journey is going to be moving forward even after the tournament. I mean, we've had so many legendary names come up over the previous season, so these players just adding on to that list of people that we'll continue to look out for. And as you can see, the crowd is just ecstatic. Considering that we have 4 mainland China teams, this audience, there's going to be bound to be supporters for all teams cheering on the players today. But of course, not only in our audience, but to you guys in chat. Like we said, continue to show the love and support you have for these players.
So now we're about to head into the picks and bans. I want to get your thoughts on the map selection for this matchup. Both these guys have brought up what. Before we go there, let's check out what Afu has to say.
我现在整体的状态还行，挺不错的，然后思路没有任何问题，就不太会输吧。这个图电车有时候是帮监管者的，但是也有时候是帮求生者的，相对的。车来了，看他进站的时间还有时机，这个说不准，因为场上没法这么精准的把控那个车的时间的。在面对机战队的话，他们的求生者今天的面对雕刻家就打出了很好的成绩嘛。以往的对战我们也是打过的，也是有接触的。总体感觉就是只要自己打得好，对面打得再好也没事，大不了就双方平局呗。
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Afu, dripping with class and finesse there, knows the adversaries he has ahead of him. GG, very solid survivor. And also, you know what, acknowledging the tram mishaps that have been happening, but still able to recover. So, actually, Ever Sleeping Town, big maps. I want to get your thoughts, Articuno. What maps do you think we'll be seeing today? Oh, well, Ever Sleeping Town.
There you go. Actually, Ever Sleeping Town. I was about to mention being one of them. Before we tackle what's going to happen in Pick and Ban, I'll go ahead and answer your question. So I look at the frequently used maps for both teams. GG having a heavy favor towards Arms Factory, X-Rock towards Lakeside Village. Now, what's interesting about these stats is that, I mean, these teams can have, particularly for X-Rock at least, they have a favoring towards Lakeside Village. But on the flip side, it's something that they'll have to think about very carefully, because as far as success for GG, they have found a lot of success, a lot of their wins on Lakeside. So it's not something you can easily throw just based on preference. You also have to consider where your opponents are designed. But anyway, going into these picks, Seer, Mercenary, Forward, and Priestess, a fairly standard start right here. You always want to try to grab that Priestess whenever available, especially in a map like Ever Sleeping Town. So I am all for this composition.
Yeah, and to note also with that Lakeside Village, it was just yesterday we were able to see Lakeside Village because yesterday was the presentation of the big map. So I think Ever Sleeping Town would be a great test with whoever picked it. And depending on how the outcome goes, if they find success in big maps, maybe they want to bring out the Moonlit, maybe they want to bring out the Lakeside. But both these hunters and survivors do know their rotations. And having Priestess come into that mix, I think yesterday Grizzly was able to highlight the fact that the Priestess has been so dangerous in Call of the Abyss 4, especially in these huge maps, and it's been a highlight reel. We expected that Priestess gameplay in quick matches and rank matches will skyrocket because of how they were able to just flex on the capabilities of this Priestess. And with great communication and great skills and timings, a Priestess is a big game changer for the survivors. And out of everyone here, Afu knows that best. Now, Afu gonna pick that hunter, probably gonna go with that sculptor, and as I say it, he just locks it in. No questions asked. He already hinted at it during his interview. Let's see if the Tram is gonna get the best of this game again, because the Tram has definitely been a big game changer aside from the Priestess.
Yes, and like I said, this matchup is something I've been looking forward to, these two teams, because GG has ridiculously talented survivors, and they're going up against just as ridiculous of a talent in a hunter. So, long story short, I'm just looking to see how these two sides size up to each other. And that said, here we have it, folks. Here is the spread of survivors along with the hunter you'll be seeing entering our first half of the day on Ever Sleeping Town. Let us know once again in chat who you're rooting for. Do you want to see GG make it as the first to make it to the finals, or is it the season of X-Rock? Is it their time to shine? Continue to show your support for our players and the community. You guys have been awesome for joining us these past 4 days, and we're glad to be with you today as far as the culmination of what is to come here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Let's go!
Starting things off in Ever Sleeping Town. May the 4th be with the team that will make it to grand finals, to everyone actually watching. So here we have it. Afu spawning over at Graveyard, making his way to try to find the best possible survivor. ZB being the mercenary, not so much. Going to head on over to Corner House to try and snipe someone out. But I believe, yeah, it is Kukao that is over there. As long as he's able to find Zizai, that priestess, before she's able to set her portals, I think it's going to be great. Detention will be a factor, as well as the late game has been accounted for Afu. And Afu, again, just a slow starter, but once he gets his momentum rolling, it is very dangerous for the survivors, and it seems like he will be committing towards that chase, towards Zizai. Just has to clean up the portals here, just checking again if anyone is in the area to try to hamper his chase.
Yeah, quite a bit of patience here coming in from Afu, in which case going the full commit onto this priestess, knowing very well that this priestess could be a problem if left unchecked. So definitely agree with the direction as far as that. Wow, transition towards the bottom though, and gets the first hit.
And also, just mind you, he has teleport, and he has used teleport so well in this map. Afu, again, trying to close the distance between these priestess, starting things off at the graveyard and ending up back here. Zizai making a lot of time with the progress of these ciphers. They're slowly being pushed, and I would say Zizai is doing a great job keeping him away from harassing these other ciphers. And look at that owl. Excellent timing on that block, but the sculptor hit was just timed so perfectly. Afu downed his first survivor.
Yes, and you know what? The great thing about this is that Afu can afford the seconds, the minute, rather the more than over a minute that he took to take down his first survivor into a rocket ship, because Prognus is just going to be a little bit more on the steady side as far as ciphers go for the survivors, since they do have the absence of a decoder. But then again, on the flip side, survivors definitely want to take it steady and easy with how they go about it.
Yeah, he is taking his time here because the luxury, he was granted that luxury for him to just shift the priority to go save some survivors here, because two are currently decoding. Nice elbow pad by the mercenary, and an excellent body block for him to gain some distance for the rebound kite of Zizai. Cleans up the holy keys here. Zizai again remaining in the graveyard area just to make sure that Afu doesn't make his presence felt during the other cipher progresses. So now again, Afu using his very well placed sculptures to try and hamper the chase of Zizai, but Zizai doing a great job rotating in and out of the windows and using the holy keys to try and distance himself from Afu.
Yes, and the chase just continues. Just needs to land one more sculpture here. And unfortunately, wasn't able to turn in time as Afu lines that up perfectly. It is back on the rocket chair for this priestess. But take note, ladies and gentlemen, luckily there was a salvage before. Wait, no, actually,
it was after the half. Yeah, true. And you saw that Kukao was just trying to get in the area just to make sure that he'll be the one to be chased next, because he can be a great kiter. So again, very early down of that priestess was very monumental for Afu in his momentum, but still 3 survivors left, and the mercenary as well as the forward can be a headache to chase. Seer, on the other hand, I think has to play main decoder because the owl was already used, and teleport will be already popped. I believe it is ZB over at the second floor, again doing the same thing he was able to do, but when he chased the priestess, but the elbow pads were be able to gain him some distance away. The tram, again, be very careful. It is not wheelchair friendly, ladies and gentlemen. So the chase continues for Afu.
Yes, chase will indeed continue on, and let's go ahead and make sure to take note of the progress that we're seeing here on ciphers, because one way or another, even with the priestess down, it's pretty decent considering the fact that these guys do not have decoder on the field. But still, there's going to be a lot more pressure this time around since you do have less numbers to work with. But then again, a mercenary forward and seer, they are born to last long against a hunter.
Yes, so again, he's trying to find the most optimal target. Kukao being so slippery, using that football to gain some distance. The most optimal is the Seer, but we haven't seen him yet because he doesn't have that owl to work with. The mercenary, again, still has 2 elbow pads to try and transition into a better spot here to give his team a better chance to pop these ciphers, and 1 cipher remaining. They're working on a bunch just so they have options. Again, not like the Dream Witch where she can guard a lot. Here, they want to be able to spread the attention of Afu, but Afu having the teleport cooling down under 20 seconds would definitely be a different game if he's able to find the Seer or someone that does not have that much resources. Kukao, again, over at Corner House, still has a decent amount of football to work with. Still anyone's game, and it's a tug of war.
It is, and in all fairness, the great thing about this is that the rest of the survivors for GG still have a lot of fight, a lot of power in them. And ZB, just look at this, and pretty hefty distance established, but Afu, knowing what his priorities are, going to turn towards the cipher just to try to hamper Kukao from getting away from him. But the interesting thing is that GG was heavily well prepared for this, having another cipher on the other side.
They go for the pop. Excellent bait on that hit, and they're pushing for the end game. Detention will be in the air for this team. The mercenary will be spotted out. Excellent teleport, but then again, the mercenary had an elbow pad to work with to gain some distance, so he's gonna have to try to time these hits really well. They're going to the opposite exit of this map, and the mercenary is trying to give his team as much time as possible. Afu going for that chisel once again. Kukao is probably one of the most decent targets because he is 1/4 hit. 445 is in the area just in case. Afu will be falling down, and now Kukao will be falling down, and now Afu is fully committing to this forward while the mercenary is opening that exit gate.
Yes, oh man, look at this. Kukao doing a lot of work, but then again, this is what we know and expect of Kukao, but unfortunately not quite gonna work out, but still very well played out, as this will give the opportunity for both ZB and 445 to prepare for an exit towards the exit gate. Now, question is, are they gonna let Kukao left for dead, or are they potentially gonna go for the turn? No, they decide to play it safe. It will end in a 2-2 for our first half, ladies and gentlemen.
Both teams, they're not giving in anything to each other. Excellent first round, the defense of Afu, but the synergy of GG ended us in a 2-2. Afu knew he had to chase out the survivors. They were already at the exit gate. The chisel did help him, but yeah, 2-2. Still anyone's game as we head to the second half, but what an amazing showing of how this match would play out. And definitely gonna, I have a feeling this would for sure go till match number 3.
Actually, starting off with how that went down, though, by the way, that priestess just bought quite a bit of time towards the start, and I say quite a bit. It might not necessarily affect in the progress of the ciphers, because again, you have to take into account that this is a composition that went up without a decoder. So with where it was at by the time the priest was completely exhausted, sent back to the manor, that was just
I think her first kite, as you mentioned, was around 2 minutes. So did buy a lot of time, but then again, Afu did he was able to down her right away in that sequence where the owl was exhausted. So here are the stats, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the first elimination did happen before the 3-minute mark because as Articuno mentioned, the priestess was past the half, and she did also get a good rebound kite in graveyard, but once she was downed already, the second share didn't happen anymore because of that half. And Kukao, again, being so slippery, as well as ZB just prioritizing a lot of attention away from the ciphers from 445, who was the main decoder because he is at a 282% decoding progress, was definitely pushing those ciphers for them to end in a 2-2. So excellent stuff. Still anyone's game.
Still anyone's game, indeed. I mean, it's a very safe start. So the win condition is just very clear. So long as you can get 3-1 for either side, then you automatically get the round win. Safest, of course, you can go is for the 2-2, which guarantees a round 3. But, it just ultimately depends on how the results will play out. But now, talking about the switch of sides here, because looking at both Xrock and GG, some of their more celebrated players were present during the first half. So let's go ahead and see how Xrox's survivors will go this time around, because it was a bit of a tricky time for them during the second half of the prior match that they played out. Not that it was bad, but this Afu going plus ultra to make sure that Xrock got to the safe voyage that they needed into the semi. So interested in seeing how they're going to play today.
What I'm interested to know, aside from the survivors, is which hunter is GG going to go with, because they have two, PP Ja as well as Swam. Swam being the late game hunter because he does go for that An. It's usually PP Ja with the Sculptor. And I wonder if there's going to be any shakeups, because that is something that that GG has under their belt, because they have two hunters to work with just in case they don't feel like a certain matchup is ready. Afu has to be the main hunter, and it seems like they're going with PP Ja up here. So let's meet the survivors of Xrock.
Yes, starting off with Xrox's YJJ. Look at that. Some pretty decent stats all across the board as a seer, so can do a little bit of everything. As you can see, decode, I'm on it. Need me to contain the hunter, I am on it with some decent seconds under my belt. That's definitely a reliable survivor you want to have on your side.
One thing to note about YJJ also is that he did bring out the Priestess in previous matches in Call of the Abyss 4. So that could be a thing they have coming into this match, unless PPJA or PPJA does ban that Priestess. Now going with Billy being the forward. Lots of highlights for this one. A lot of the community did hail him as the survivor you do not chase at the start because he's just really good at containing the hunter. Does have impressive rescue as well as containment time. The football mainly used to kite, but yesterday he did show a lot of prowess when it comes to stunning the hunters. T being the mechanic, lots of decoding progress. Look at that, over the 200 mark is very impressive. Also something to note is that he has a stun record. So T being the mechanic of the group does have some stuns under his belt is one thing to take note of. Containment time in the 30-second mark, but rescues are also pretty good at the 0.75.
Yes, so of course, wrapping up here, we have our SXY. So SXY, by the way, pretty good performance that we saw during the quarter finals, and I'm looking forward to seeing how SXY will be faring this time around against such a competitive hunter that he'll have to face.
Yeah, SXY, it says here he is the mercenary, but still has a stun time. Did bring out the forward when he needs to. Again, all these survivors are in such a high level that whatever survivors are available, they really have to be able to rock it and able to just turn their game around with it. Then we are seeing PPJA with a guard 26 preference. But again, in Ever Sleeping Town, we saw how the sculptor can be so effective. So we are possibly seeing a hunter mirror match, depending on what PPJA would bring to the table. And he's been so dominant so far in this tournament.
Yes, and oh man, so with both sides right here, I'm honestly feeling the pressure for these two teams. But yeah, just going back also makes me very curious because for the survivors, given the number of times that we've seen what do you call this? The number of times that we've seen the bits and moments we get Ever Sleeping Town, it's been a recurring thing. You know, you have that big map and you want to maximize the fact that if you get to have Ever Sleeping Town in an earlier round, you just have access to so many hunters, and it's survivors, and usually you get the benefit of having picks such as the Priestess open because there will be mostly other survivors that hunters would tend to prioritize, one of which is a mechanic which we saw banned earlier because you definitely want to try to just deny the advantage that survivors will have by having a mechanic running rampant on such a large map where you'll be having it hard to try to pin down the dolls with the wide estate you have.
Yeah, it seems like the first priority ban always goes to the mechanic in Ever Sleeping Town. So they definitely are confident in their chase and they want to be able to down that Priestess. Usually you see the Priestess, unless it's a specific Priestess main, ban in the second match just because you'll be able to ban at least to a mechanic, a merc, or a Priestess. So what's interesting also to know is that we have been seeing this here so many times. While in Call of the Abyss 3, I didn't even know he was a character in the game because he was always being priority banned. So it just shows how the meta is definitely changing and how the chip hunters, which are like the guard 26s, the bonbons, you still have the dream witches here and there, but these chip damage hunters have been running rampant and they have been doing a lot of the work and changing the meta. But rest assured that the survivors are also ever changing and ever adapting to whatever the hunters bring to the table.
Yes, and alrighty then. So looks like for our players over here, things are already looking ready to go for our pick and ban. So again, guys, let us know in chat how you think this game is gonna go because we already gotten a peek of how both teams play out during just the very start of this tournament during day 1, and now we have a sample size to work with how we can set up expectations towards.
I'm interested to see if PP Jha will bring out the Bonbon actually, because he did bring out the Bonbon yesterday in Leo's memory, so it was a bigger map. He did bring out the sculptor in smaller maps such as the Arms Factory. So Ever Sleeping Town in a sense is a big map, but you have been seeing a lot of these like bonbons. We saw a violinist on Ever Sleeping Town. So interesting to note if he will, since the sculptor is on the table, for him to bring it out. But I guess it comes down to preference, especially with how the table is still unset in terms of who has the lead, since it is a 2-2, and I believe we are about to head into those picks and bans still over here at Ever Sleeping Town, but this time it is X-Rock that is doing the surviving. Over at the banning side, GG will be going for that mechanic.
Yes, and okay, as we mentioned, just take away that decoder. Just don't give yourself the problem of needing to worry about progress happening when you're trying to focus on chasing survivors across a huge map. And as I was somewhat expecting, X-Rock's going to be playing towards a similar composition, not even similar, the exact same composition. We have seen that with the absence of mechanic, this core 4, you definitely want to bring over to Ever Sleeping Down, and they'll just comfortably lock that in right away.
Yeah, known as the international lineup, including the Priestess, because of how pesky you saw that, how you saw Azizai was in the match where GG was doing the surviving. PP Jha now has the task of picking who he'll be hunting with. We might see a direct mirror match, because these are the same cast as survivors. So PP Jha can definitely pick that sculptor and show maybe some different traits, maybe some different persona builds. Let's see if he prioritizes the detention. Maybe he'll try to go for trump card if ever, but no, going with the guard 26. We did see shades of his guard 26 yesterday in Leo's memory, did a lot of work, and now he's bringing him out again here in Ever Sleeping Town.
Yes, and okay then, with both sides now with their lock-ins, here we have it, folks. This is going to be an interesting shakeup here, opting for the Bonbon instead. And in all fairness, we did see a Bonbon game just the other day, and with much success as well. So
it was PP Jha in Leo's memory. So we've seen a blueprint of how he can hunt with this Bonbon, and let's see if he'll be able to duplicate that against X-Rock.
So there you have it, folks, in which case it is going to be the similar suspects for our survivor side, but instead of a sculptor, guard 26. Let us know what your thoughts are in this case. Do you think X-Rock has what it takes to rock a similar composition? Even more so, with an even wider map, can PP Jha triumph and find similar success to the games that he had as guard 26 just the other day? We'll find out in just a bit. Continue to cheer for your favorite team here at the Call of the Abyss 4. It is our last day. Give all your players all the energy they need, as we'll head straight into it.
Here we have PP Jha, again with the Bonbon, did so much damage in Leo's memory. Does want to prefer the Bonbon in bigger maps, it seems, saving that sculptor. Let's see if this will merit a respect ban coming into the second match. But PP Jha carrying, a very interesting hunter trait, not going for that detention, as well as trump card or confined space. So very interesting build. So again, apologies, I'm not really a hunter main, but this is definitely going to be a chase that I'm looking forward to see, because he is trying to find the best target, which probably is that seer, and YJJ seems to be the target that he's setting.
Yes, and just definitely want to take down those portals right away, not want it to be a problem. But yeah, quite a bit of terrain that PP Shaw will have to traverse, in which case gonna spot out those wiggles, and luckily just finds Billy turning towards the right, and looks like we'll go full commit, but as he's continuing the chase, just gonna try to spot out what other ciphers are wiggling in the distance. Spots out one, just actually no, not one but two, but nonetheless that's just him gathering information as he continues to commit onto Billy.
Going for it. Oh, goes for the teleport right away. Quenching effect kicked in, and T going seeing T, which I believe is the seer, going a graveyard now. Again, really tough because he does have that owl, so he definitely has to time his bomb hits really well with his regular hit to try and snuff out that owl. There we go. Got the owl out of there. Goes for the regular hit. Maximum damage. T is trying to find a better place to kite, and we're seeing PP Ja being so accurate with these bomb hits. Time bomb. Is he going to walk towards it? Not quite. Forcing him to go to the left side where he timed that regular bomb hit, and PP Ja has downed his first survivor in the 2-minute mark of this match.
Yes, and okay. That is good start of in which okay, that I held my breath a bit there. I thought the Travis is going to go all the way. We saw it in the interview earlier. It's a bit trickier when you're trying to account for a lot of things, whether you're hunter or survivor, and all of a sudden that anomaly of a tram just gets in on you. Luckily, no accidents happening just yet, for at least for today, guys.
Yep, YJJ now has to leave the cipher, gets a little bit of a boost from jumping that window, goes for the save, but no tide turner because broken windows was in effect, gets the priestess hit, but able to find a holy key. PP Ja now forced to enter that portal, but we are seeing some chain bomb hits. The seer will be falling down once again. PP Ja is not done yet. He wants to down YJJ. Double down for PP Ja.
Yes, and this is pretty good for PP Ja. A lot of options here to work with, and assuming that he could chair T in time, can even turn towards this priestess as well, and not even need to worry about any slippery shenanigans that could come in unless we see a rescue coming in from the forward. But looks like we'll just play hardcore defense, knowing that SXY rather was already making his way to potentially go for the rescue, and looks like it's just full-on rampart for this Bonbon.
Yep, this Bonbon is definitely showing the camping prowess that he bolsters. We are seeing a cipher pop over at second story. The priestess is out and about, but yep, the seer will be expiring. Teleport will be a factor coming into this. And now we have to be able to find out who PP Ja will be going for next, trying to snipe out some survivors over at Corner House. Priestess will be the most, the best target here, going for the global portal, able to have an exit here, luring PP Ja to the other side of the map while no survivors are there. You see that Billy, YJJ, and SXY are over on the other side, so PP Ja has to make the journey. He does have teleport yet, though, but he is saving it for probably the end game because there still are 3 ciphers remaining. Some are being pushed, but not that close to completion just yet.
Yes, and oh man, Sky, rather SXY rather, keep on looking at it as a K instead of an X. Doing really well. There you go. Nice transition over, by the way. So PP Shaw though trying to line up those bombs as correctly as possible, and inevitably though the bomb on the head will come in, but still SXY has a bit of to work with. Still has that 1/4, so just needs to dodge those bombs.
Yep, and he still has his 2 elbow pads to gain a lot of distance, and really the counter to these bombs, just not to even play Bonbon's game, just to get out of the range of these bombs. We are seeing a cipher that is about to be popped, and SXY doing a great job using his his dash, just so that he'll be able to get to a better area and not really exposing where everyone is at. Is heading towards Billy though, but Billy is still pretty far, so SXY going on over to the pallets to be able to utilize it for him to be able to kite as long as possible. But PP Ja hoping that he stays in range of his bombs. Oh, gets the time bomb hit, teleports right away, not wanting to waste any time, goes for YJJ, which is the priestess. Will have to try to kite in these columns now. YJJ using that holy key just to get a little bit of distance, and 1 cipher remaining. Still anyone's game. PP Ja knows that, puts a bomb at the 2nd floor, was not able to get YJJ, so slippery, ducks down into the ground floor. This chase is taking a while, so the YJJ is buying so much time for the forward to be popping that cipher.
Yeah, and oh my gosh! Just another fall. PP Shaw is just in total command of this game right now, and as I said, that's probably one of the best targets you can get right now. The Priestess actually, okay, just goes for the drop for now.
Yeah, I think he wants to defend the cipher, so shifting priorities, not just to make sure that he'll be able to camp this cipher really well. But you know what? X-Rock has a lot of options when it comes to popping ciphers, though.
That is actually very true, and not to mention a lot of options, all the manpower in the world to.
But teleport. Oh gosh, okay, so PPja again slowly chasing the forward, probably giving that false sense of security for someone to actually go for a cipher, then he will pop that teleport, but he doesn't want to wait too long. You saw that the Priestess was popping a cipher near the exit, and Billy transitioning over to the corner house to try and buy so much time, and the teleport will be used. The Mercenary will be sniped out.
Yes, all that damage and doesn't waste any time whatsoever. Manages to down that Mercenary and will just gladly take him over to the rocket chair. No, they do decide to pop the cipher though, so they're gonna bank on just hopefully PP Shaw being preoccupied enough with the Mercenary, knowing that the teleport has already been exhausted.
Yeah, they might be going for a tie because, again, it's so dangerous trying to go for this save, and the Mercenary will buy a lot of time, and they know that PPja will have to walk all the way to the exit, and it seems like you hit the nail on the head, Articuno. It is a 2-2. We're seeing a match number 3 between these two giants.
Yes, there you have it. Just gonna start safe for both sides here. Well played indeed. For both GG as well as X-Rock, and it's going to be interesting to see how this series plays along for both these players. You know what? I was just looking at that game. I was almost expecting that Hunter could have potentially have gone for more, but you know what? Survivors is proving to be just as competitive, knowing what cards to with the cards that were dealt to them, just how to roll with it. And
yeah, something to highlight there that we've been seeing a lot of in Ever Sleeping Town, or those big maps, is that if the Hunters have been bringing a lot of quenching effect and teleport, just because if they don't gain any presence in the first 50-second mark of that match, they'll be able to have a glimpse of where the survivors are at. That's why they're so optimal wherever they go to when the teleport is used. So a lot of the Hunters now have been carrying that trait and utilizing that just to make sure. But then again, it's a trade-off, right? 50 seconds of inactivity of not getting presence. You do want to get that factor of getting that better target. So yeah, Hunters have been bringing that trait, so you know that the survivors are ready for that. I guess that's why the Seer is the most common one. That's why the Owl is being exhausted in the 3-minute mark, before the 3-minute mark of that match, either for himself or not. But what an amazing showing of the usual suspects of the survivors, but a Bonbon as well as a Sculptor. A 2-2 neck and neck they go. 2 survivors out of the gate. We see that the decoding was mainly the forward, which is quite impressive, but the containment time of that Priestess. The Priestess has definitely been the survivor, the MVP survivor here in the map, even though we did see the Priestess fall in the first one, but now we're seeing just the evolution of how these guys will face each other. So quite interested to see where we're settling this in the second match.
Exactly. And speaking of second match as well, another question that I have at the back of my head is whether or not we might be seeing teams just... I mean, we've seen both teams effectively use Priest. So that said, I'm wondering if map selection will kind of lean towards not just by general preference, but also strategically choosing a map that would merit a particular ban on a survivor, thus leaving other options for these teams open. But that really depends. It really depends on how map selection will go for the second.
Well, I think everything is out in the open because yesterday there was this trend of big maps because some teams have been seeing success. So now it's just we're both in a tie. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be that selection of, let's say, Arms Factory or Red Church because of how the first match went, or unless they want to be able to exhaust that, because the hunters that are left on the table, since we are going with the first band, probably Dreamwitch or Sculptor, Swam is still going to come into play. And Swam, based on the results of how the tournament the past 2 days were, did pretty well in big and small maps. But going to check out the highlights here. First, Afu with the handiwork of downing that priestess. We do see that the priestess had a great rebound kite, but as she was cheered once again, it was the halfway mark, and then this was the tug of war of sorts. Afu transitioning and going for the forward, going for the mercenary, still using that chisel, and 445 was able to pop those ciphers and be the main decoder. And Afu had to go for just a tie, but it's still all good since this is still the first match.
Yes, and looking at things right now, crowd at the venue in Hangzhou is just absolutely hyped up right now. But looking at the highlights here for PP Shah on this guard 26, so yeah, T just buying so much time for the team. And like I said, I was almost thinking that it could have been worse for PP Shah just because of how solid X-Rock was, even at the loss of the Seer. Their numbers were pretty good, but yeah, it was just at that last moment, unfortunately, that they weren't able to get the runoff. And at the end of the day, it's going to be a tie between the two teams of mainland China. And here we are once again, folks. It is time to see both GG as well as X-Rock head into their second round. Nobody taking the lead just yet with the half-seas that we got towards the end of the first round. So maybe as we head into this is where we see the scales tip towards either team's favor. Question is, which one will it be between these two? We'll find out in just a bit, but for now, we are back here on the caster desk. No physical desk to speak of, as we are currently broadcasting from the comforts of our homes right now. Okay, looks like we lost Poch for a bit there, but no worries. We are gonna keep things going for now. We still have me. But yeah, anyways, don't worry, guys. We're gonna be making sure that Poch's connection is ironed out. You know, that's kind of the tricky thing about kind of rolling with the quote-unquote new normal. Broadcasting from the comfort of our homes, and you just never know what could happen in which case. So hopefully Poch can come back with us a little later on, in which case, if not, then we have Gaming Grizzly who could potentially join us a little later. But yeah, we'll go ahead and check out how things are first, because what we'll need to focus on right now is this matchup between X-Rock and GG. So as I said, just looking at some stats to work in general, I was talking about how map selection is going to be interesting, because as much as teams have a favored map that they want to go for, it's a little bit of a different dynamic for GG and X-Rock, because even though both teams have a favored map, the problem is, sure, you can select it, but by the success rate, each team, for some reason, it might not be their favorite map, but by history, the favorite team of their opponent just so happens to be the map that they've thrived on the most, where they won a lot of games. So just the finer details like that makes stuff like this very tricky. But let's check out this interview with Kuka.
每个有作用的人，比如说佣兵、祭司，他能在自己就是能力范围内去给最后一个人去留一个洞，或者说去给他留个护岸。如果说需要你们直接走，你们可以直接走，他就跳地窖。如果说 他在一个暂时倒不了地的情况下，队友就可以去帮一下他，就是去保证3出的情况下又能去争一个4出，这是平时训练啊或者什么都是基本操作，基本流程。因为雕刻家这个角色，他的追击谁也不能说保证自己一定能牵制很久，当然有的时候可能就没牵制那么久，或者说出现了一些没有想到那么多没有防住的意外，就会尽力的去补救一下，去保一个平局，然后最后的时候又有一点小失误，导致被3抓了，只能说有点可惜，然后被3抓了，互相鼓励，然后后面加油。小马理所当然，我们都想躺着让他所有的 MVP 都给他都行。我们的目标永远都是争第1，然后这一次的运气或者实力综合情况下，我们都走到这个地步了，一定要去争一下这个冠军，不要留下遗憾。
What an absolutely fantastic start into this 4th day of the tournament right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the Gaming Grizzly and I will substitute for Pottery quick because there were some technical difficulties as we have experienced in the previous days. But nothing to worry, we have everything under control, and I just want to highlight the priestess usage on both teams. Fantastic job. And we saw that we had X-Rock coming in as Sculptor, really prioritizing that priestess early game, and Guard26 really trying to take her down a little bit later. But for now, we're gonna jump into the second match, into the first half of the second game. We have GG on the Survivor side banning that Dream Witch. Very, very dangerous hunter, especially if we look at the red shirt. And on the Survivor side, we can see you really want to bring down that decoding speed by banning the mechanic, as well as bring down the harassing of the team by banning the forward. And what we can see, this is giving us an opening to see the priestess yet again.
Yes, and alrighty then. Wondering though how, okay, there Wildling of course will come in. Mercenary, actually, yeah, now that you mentioned, since mechanic and forward been banned, Mercenary's up for the taking, Wildling as well. So yeah, fair alternative to the absence of a forward here. Still not going to be going for any decoders, not feeling the need to bring any, in which case I wouldn't mind, in which case, because again, we're yet on another map where the priestess thrives. So this is where I mentioned that map selection can be interesting because it could potentially either force a ban or it makes the hunter think twice as to where they would want to prioritize, whether it would be the standard bans that you normally see, or do you really want to waste a ban on a particular survivor that you know is going to do well on a particular map. And in this case, looks like Afu was just confident enough to let the priestess through, so we'll see how that plays out.
And as always, gonna see one of the uprising characters in this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. In one of the earlier rounds, we have the Wildling right here coming in as main harasser. Question is, what will Afu go for? We have the survivors checked in, and we can see Afu's dangerous sculptor coming to play. Very excited to see this match against GG. So far, also want to mention we had a tie in the first 2 halves in the first game, so it will definitely go into round 4. We will definitely see more of these 2 giants going against each other, fighting for the spot in the finals right here. Whew. I'm excited to see this match. I'm excited to jump into the action.
Oh man, there you have it, folks. Though both sides having locked in their respective compositions. GG on the survivor side, Afu as the sculptor just gladly takes it. In which case, let's find out who will be potentially getting one step closer towards that final. So let us know in chat who y'all are supporting. Which representative from mainland China do you want to see make it all the way? Is it GG or X-Rock? We could potentially be looking at one of our champion material for the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Of course, Destiny will have to chart its course and speak for itself as we let these players take that shot. Let's raring to go.
And here we have Afu spawning inside of the red church, immediately transitioning over to the areas where he will find his first targets. They are transitioning away though. We have Tinnitus, no, not Tinnitus active, but he can see the trails on the floor. Now actually finding one of his main targets that he wants to go for. It is the priestess. It can just be an extremely difficult character to deal against with late game, so therefore definitely the right choice from Afu going against the priestess that early on. This might give the team more time to decode since she's also an extremely difficult target early game, but we have seen what damage she can deal to the hunter when she is still on the map late game, so therefore Afu really trying to get the priestess, trying to get that first survivor right here. With the hit comes in, is able to transition over into the building now and trying to buy more and more time, but we can see that Afu really doing a fantastic job. There are 2 portals ready. How will the priestess utilize them, and will she even be able to utilize them? No, she won't. Priestess down very early in this match. Fantastic job. The Cypher machines are at halfway. We have the basement right here, and early in the game the priestess will start on the rocket chair in the basement.
Yes, and oh my gosh, gonna be an interesting challenge for GG, in which case they can easily commit someone to go for the rescue, and it is a priestess, so long as they play their cards right, that portal could be a beneficial escape for these survivors, but we'll just have to see. But so far from what we're seeing, Afu just putting on the pressure once again.
Oh, wow. We can see the Seer really dodging these. Oh, we can also see the bottom left. Always keep your eyes on the left. The Wildling coming in for a rescue right after the halfway mark was hit. Afu cycling back, trying to get these hits on the priestess. Really wants to get her right now. Really wants to send her out of the game. We have the owl from the Seer coming in for the rescue, buying time for the priestess to get away, get out. Oh, Blake is coming in. That might be very, very difficult, and she is inside of the building again, putting down that pallet. Whew, this is very, very intense, putting down another portal, but now she has another portal. Oh my god, but now she ran out of portals, was utilizing the red church. Very, very good to buy more time for the survivors, but right now it's extremely crucial for Afu to close that gap, to bring down that priest, and that will be the first survivor out of the game. Again, we mentioned it over and over again. Priestess is just an extremely slippery target as well as extremely dangerous survivor late game. So that is a very good elimination on the side of X-Rock. Now we can see 2 Cypher machines remaining. One almost decoded. The second one just started, and we can see rotation from the survivor side, which also means that the decoding speed will be a little bit decreased because we have the Seer running around. No owl available yet. Used this owl on the priestess and is now trying to buy more time. Always keep eyes on the left side of the screen. You can see the Cypher machine is about to pop. Seer is going down right here with the statues. And there we have the pop of the last Cypher machine. Wildling is the one who will now go in to harass the hunter to buy time for 445 for the mercenary to bring down that last Cypher machine. But it will be a difficult task since we can see right here the sculptor can definitely put pressure on that last Cypher machine as well.
Yes, and oh man, good thing they were able to get that rescue right away. They have a lot to work with, in which case, but Afu just hellbent and intent on getting Kukao here. As you know, Kukao was just an absolute champ kiting, and right now is no exception. Just drops the pallet onto Afu. Afu, of course, question is, gonna go the full commit? Yes, that will be the case. Just really wants to go full commit onto this Seer, knowing very well that he wants to try to go for the guarantee of getting survivors out of this gate, because knowing very well that it's gonna be a bit tricky if Afu tries to contend with the ciphers that are already in progress, knowing that it's already likely ready for the popping, given the amount of time it's taken to try to land down the spear. But good timing coming from ZB in exchange. Gonna try to time this rescue properly, just so that this mercenary can time the pop as well. Down they go, but there you go, back up.
Fantastic pop right here, really good job. We saw Afu was expecting the pop a little bit earlier as well, because he was bringing down the Seer with the statues, so he would have his normal hit ready immediately. Was expecting that Cypher pop after the rescue, and so Virus did a fantastic job. And now we can see that the Seer is really trying to buy time for the rest of the team to at least get out of here with 2 survivors. Fantastic job avoiding that hit, getting distance with the pallet. And now we can see Seer is taking a hit, getting over this pallet. We can see the exit gates should be open. Mercenary and Wildling should be able, yep, in the bottom left we see it, should be able to get away. There we have another tie. If the Seer goes down, if the Seer is able to actually kite around for longer and get through the gate as well, or dungeon, which is extremely unlikely in that area of the map, we might see a 3-point game for GG. But we can also see the Wildling transitioning over to the dungeon, trying to get through the dungeon. Maybe... Oh, Afu tried to get another survivor out of the game by teleporting to the gate, decided to go for the back gate, which was not the gate that the survivors favored. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. The second round just continues as we saw the first round, with a tie between X-Rock and GG.
GG indeed. And oh man, things are just continuing to prove to be quite tight between these two teams. Hello, actually, yeah, new face right here, Gaming Grizzly. How are you, by the way? Sorry, we just had to jump in right off the bat.
I am fine, just watching these teams again. I was very excited yesterday when we saw who will proceed into the semifinals, who we will see today in the last fight for the trophy. Not only the semifinals, but also the finals later on during this tournament day. So this already shows us that now the skill gap between the teams is really closing in. They are not giving each other anything. I can confidently say that I expect all of the matches to go into a round 3, because they are just head-to-head and they are trying to really get into that number 1 position in this tournament. Whew, I am doing fantastic. I'm very excited to see how this will play out today.
Yeah, looking forward to how these games will go as well. I mean, Grizzly, we're already in the top 4. Imagine that. We started this day with, just like every other Call of the Abyss we've done, 16 teams, whittle it down to the best of the best. It still gives me chills just thinking of the circumstance that we're here right now, where we're going to have a new champion. But before we talk about that a little bit more, let's go ahead and check out the game data from our first half of round 2.
Just look at the survivors. We have the Mercenary, the main rescuer, really coding a lot with over 238%. You can see Priestess did not touch a single Cypher machine, was the target from the very beginning of Afu, and that was an extremely good choice, because again, we have seen this before over and over again, how the Priestess was able to really help the survivors, getting more survivors through the gate by utilizing that global portal and making it almost impossible for the hunters to catch up late game. So there we go, fantastic pick from Afu, going for the Priestess first, and very intense second start of the second half right here. But now we have GG on the hunter side. Curious to see what will they use when it comes to... No, wait, didn't we... Who is on the hunter side right now?
We currently have GG going in on the Hunter side going into this one because it was Afu earlier for that first half.
Yes. Whew, thank you. You rescued me right here.
No worries. I mean, he just jumped in, still fresh, trying to warm up, if you will.
Yeah, really trying to warm up. Was literally just spectating the first two matches and was very into this game when all of a sudden I was thrown into the caster spot. And yeah, we will probably change back to Poch Spice in the upcoming half right here in this game because we have fixed out the technical difficulties. And yeah, I'm just very excited to see these teams go against each other. I will be watching all of the matches and I will also be watching the chat. I can see I just love Grizzly. Gaming Grizzly's check in the background. Yeah, he's hiding a little bit right there between the box and the doctor and the mercenary. So I'm reading the chat. I have my eyes on you, so better keep the love up and keep the support up for your teams. I want to see some hearts for all of the teams. Support X-Rock, support GG, and in the upcoming matches also support Do5 as well as FPXCQ. And I'm curious to see what the chat thinks. Chat, make your predictions right now. Write down which team you think will get to the finals and will get that spot of the champion of the Call of Duty tournament.
And you know what? While we do that, let's go ahead and be sure to put them in chat. We're going to be reading them as we go into a quick break. And then when we do come back, we'll be keeping up with what's going on in the social media stratosphere as what your thoughts are. Catch y'all in a bit.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so sorry again. The matches were that intense that I don't think my connection can handle it. I want to give a big shout out once again to Gaming Grizzly for coming in on the last minute. He's such a trooper. Please show him your love. I'm showing it right now. Thank you. I owe him something. But here we go. Going to the next match. What an incredible it was a tie again. I watched a little bit towards the end, and now we're still in a stalemate here. We see GG Swam come in. Probably going to be that priestess, but we are seeing the same ban of that mechanic as well as the mercenary. So now coordinator makes her way into the mix.
Yes, and alrighty. So pretty much a standard composition that we're seeing here once again. As I've said though, since we are down to the wire of all mainland China teams. Mainland China teams do like to just play towards, I wouldn't say safety, but just play towards text. So
well, yeah, the thing is here though, this ban is actually pretty good on the side of the survivors, banning the An, because GG Swam's An has been doing a lot of the work here, and he's been so dominant in getting the points for the survivors. So I wonder, because this will be the first time we're seeing a different hunter coming out of Swam. Wow, okay. A double Bonbon pick from GG. Quite interesting, because Bonbon in Red Church would definitely be a big headache for the survivor side. But as you mentioned, this, would you say, meta textbook composition of the survivors, especially with that coordinator in the mix, I'm interested to see if he'll be bringing in excitement, especially with that forward as well.
Yes. So with all said, guys, game 2 of the second half, still a lot of uncertainty as far as which team could potentially be proceeding into the finals, with the points just still dead even between these two. But let's see, with the spread of survivors that you see on the table along with the hunter, looks like we'll be heading straight in it. It is GG's hunter now on the prowl for day 4 of the semifinals, game 2 of the second half.
We see that he is a top broken. He going for the forward right away. Quenching effect will be a factor, so teleport. So a little bit it's the same build we saw in the previous match with PP Ja. So quite interesting to see how Swam will be trying to down this forward. But note, in the 50-second mark, if he's not able to get presence, he will be going for that teleport to try and probably snuff out the Seer, or maybe try to go for the flare gun, just to get rid of the flare gun of that that coordinator. But it seems like he's going with a full commit here, and he's really trying to down Billy. Oh, yes. The teleport.
Not wasting any time whatsoever, by the way. Portal will get chucked, so commitment will just come down to T. Bumps not quite aligning just yet, still looking, but this tight spot right there should merit it. There you go, already halfway through for T. But distance established. Let's go ahead and see if he can make a smooth transition over to the next tier.
Yeah, he is saving that owl. Oh, but look at that time bomb. One more hit would do, and he has to use that owl. And the flare gun combo, SXY was in the area just to give T an extended kite time. Great rotations from X-Rock, the purple miracle.
Yes, and look at this. T able to establish quite a bit of distance once again, but has to be careful. This guard 26 is slowly going to close in. Portal is in the area, though, just decides to take it away. T already playing Ring Around Rosie around the church with this guard 26. Take note of the progress, though, at a decent rate. But since there has to be a level of collaboration just to keep T alive, it has slowed down just a little bit, but with some good merits. The longer they could keep T alive, then just gives them all the more opportunity. So.
Yeah, T, great transition over to the graveyard, but we did know that Swam did use a lot of those, break those pallets, and the Seer is falling down. So now Billy in the area would definitely be one to take note of for Swam. Billy using that football just to get more distance away. A lot of Cypher progress coming at the bat, even though there's only 4 Cyphers remaining. 2 about 50% already, and 1 is close to popping, while I believe Billy is trying to transition to a better position. This is the Seer's first time on the rocket chair, so still a lot of time. But Swam, again, if he wants to go a bit more aggressive, he can. He does have the options for that portal, or they could just cut their losses, because Bonbon is just so dangerous when it comes to camping these survivors.
Yes, and okay, interesting enough, we're not seeing any particular moves just yet from X-Rock to try to go for a save, but then again, it does make sense with much respect to the fortress, like the pseudo fortress that this guard 26 can put on to make sure that nobody touches the survivor that he's guarding. So I think X-Rock realizes
but
that.
Look at that. XXY making his way to go and save, going past the halfway mark, but the teleport will be utilized. Oh, wow, just in time, though, gets the save. The coordinator probably brought broken windows. Tide turner won't be a factor. And now excellent rebound. We have to wait for T's excellent rebound kiting skills for him to be able to buy enough time for everyone to rotate back to where their ciphers were. So there is a cipher that is primed in graveyard, but these chain bombs are stacking up. How long will T survive? There's not much pallets to work with, Articuno.
Yes, there really isn't that much anymore. There you go. Have that last one, but you know what? Doesn't even need it. as Zom will just manage to bonk him in the head, and this is going to be the end for the Seer. First survivor back to the manor. Huge sigh of relief for the hunter for GG. Now on to the next target, and looks like should this transition continue?
Sigh of relief for the survivors too, because he did exhaust his teleport, so they do have some times to re-rotate to better positioning here. And you saw that the priestess did use a global portal for her to get away from the back exit. Now it is back to square one with Swam. He has to go back and chase those survivors, but Coordinator seems to be the most viable target since she does not have any more resources and is half-life, so one regular hit or two chain bombs would definitely do the trick in downing her. YJJ trying to make a push for the Cypher at Graveyard because it is primed and ready. 2 Cyphers remaining, so Swam has to chase her out of this area.
Yes, and okay. Bombs just throwing in all the way from the distance. So it's hitting 2 birds with 1 stone here at this point. We want to keep the survivors on their feet and try to force them from not getting significant progress on these ciphers. But the big thing here is that you already have 1 that's already near completion and 1 just in case that they could work on. But wow, look at the distance on that, getting the hit as well.
And look at the time bombs. He wants to be able to camp this one over here at Red Church, but then again, he also knows that the other Cypher that's being primed is over there at the Graveyard. We are seeing the Coordinator dig for a chest, so that will definitely help out in terms of resources, but take note as well that Swam's teleport is ready, so they have to be very careful when it comes to pushing these Cyphers and not get caught off guard. Billy, on the other hand, has a little football remaining that'll just get him a little bit of distance. So again, a great target for Swam's side. Swam just now playing the patience game, going with more defense than offense and not really pursuing any survivors, waiting for them to hang themselves or waiting for them to make a mistake so that he can be able to capitalize. But we see that the Priestess is over at the red carpet at reception, trying to push that Cypher. The Priestess, the Coordinator does have perfume but wants to look for more tools here to salvage. Billy 1/4 hit away from falling back down. We see that she is trying to carry 2 tools. We see the Magician's wand as well as the perfume. So this will definitely play into factor probably late game. Billy will be falling down though here at Shack.
Yes, a bit unfortunate, but you know what? All the more fortunate for Zom on the flip side, not wanting to waste any more time. Gets a survivor. Now, question is, what is X-Rock's move going to be next? Looks like they're just priming more.
No, it seems like they did a bit of a switch because the Priestess has to go on chair saving duty while the Coordinator had to get rid of those crows, and she will be priming that Cypher. Swam was able to see that in the distance, so he is marking that target down, and he does know that the Priestess is the one that is the most healthy to go for that save. She does have 1 holy key to use, and now we have to wait here at the timing of these bomb hits because the Priestess has to go through the fire here just to get to her comrade. Gets the regular hit and tries to sprint towards Billy. We are seeing the pop happen already. Okay, they know that the detention won't be a factor. Now it's YJJ that is doing the kiting.
Yes, now question is how much can YJJ kite this hunter? Already closing some distance once again. Bombs are just coming back and forth, dodging and weaving, but not going to work out towards the end. That's going to be one very happy hunter as he brings that Priestess to a rocket share. Question is, can he go for more?
Thing is, the Coordinator was already opening that gate. The forward is almost at the exit. He does have teleport, so will he gamble it? Will he go for it? He is walking. He needs to be very conservative, but we do see that they're making a switch here. The Coordinator just trying to just make sure he escorts the forward accordingly and uses that, and it seems like it's going to be another 2-2 for both these teams.
Both sides continuing to play it safe as, you know what? Round 3, that could be the point where they make it or break it. No pressure, in which case to take any risks since they do have that allowance of that 1 last round. But for now, Poch, the scales will maintain even between both GG as well as X-Rock.
It just takes the one, Articuno, just takes that 1 point, that 1 breakthrough, that 1 3-1, or that 1 5 points that just will tip the scale in anyone's favor. And this seems to be the match that is the most dead even. If you look at it, it's all 2-2s across the boards. Grizzly and I mentioned it yesterday that 2 is the magic number, but I think it's gonna be 3 today because we're all gonna see some match number 3s. I wonder how they'll be able to. We were talking about this at the start, right? The hunters and survivors of both these teams haven't seen match number 3, so push comes to shove, they were able to push for that match number 3. Now, taking it back to that match, what an incredible performance by the survivors as well as the hunter. It seemed very the bonbon of Swam as well as the bonbon of PPJA had the same idea. You know, if they didn't get the detention, if they didn't get the presence early on, they'd use the quenching effect for them to be able to get that teleport, to get that juicy target of that seer. But it really came down to the coordination and the defense that Swam had to put in the table. So looking at the match data, incredible stuff. Everyone was pushing those ciphers, but it was the seer that had the most kiting time, therefore had to buy the most time from the hunter and did not push that much ciphers. So still a dead even game.
Yes, pretty dead even. And this is what I was talking about. Both teams coming out 2-0 from their quarterfinals, and now that they're in a position where they're facing, I think we can kind of agree here with how things are going equal, just very even terrain that we're looking at for both X-Rock and GG. So it's kind of lots of curiosity here. Is this going to be a continuing trend even all the way until round 3? It's a possibility. However, this is going to be the true test for these two teams. You have more bans coming in, and not to mention that since this is round 3, map is going to be pretty interesting factor as well that you have to take into consideration given the number of bans that you have. 3 for Survivor, 2 for Hunter. So a lot of variables that both GG and X-Rock are going to have to take into account here. They have the experience doing so, though. So
I wanted to, the maps is very interesting to talk about because we've seen a mix of both big maps and small maps. Another thing I want to highlight is the hunter picks. We've only seen 3 of these hunters, which is PPJA, Zom, as well as Afu, bring out these hunters that we know, the sculptors, the bonbons, as well as the dream witches. But Afu has a very dangerous axe boy. And we have not seen the Axe Boy today just yet. If we go to match number 3, depending on the map also, yesterday, Grizzly and I were blessed to see the Queen come in. Yes, she is a character here, and she is played in high octane matches, such as Call of the Abyss 4. And yeah, I wonder if this would merit them to just go with the regular bans of the Sculptor and Dream Witch, or will they try to go for, as you saw with X-Rock, go for the respect ban of the An? And here, this is actually the match I missed, so I would love to see this. Go for it, Kuno.
Yeah, let's go ahead and run down what happened here prior. So yeah, Afu, just a pretty good start here, by the way, getting the Priestess all the way down.
It's a basement? Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Like an early basement moment that we had there. And as a result, it took a bit of a while to build up for GG to try to get the most out of that Priestess. But I guess this is why it did kind of lean towards a point where the 2-2 was looking like a heavy possibility for X-Rock towards the end, because they were really trying to manage towards the end of it. But meanwhile, on the flip side here, just the highlights coming in from this bonbon.
Boom. That's excellent survivor coordination there. Owl, as well as the coordinator flare gun. Swam, again, just using so good with those teleports. Really knows you can be sure that the survivors are thinking that's a constant threat, and Swam just making sure that it was very calculated where he would teleport to, and that just showed the respect because the rotations of the survivors were showing. So another player highlights before we head into match number 3.
And there we are, folks. We are back looking over the audience live at the venue in Hangzhou. Hangzhou, such a beautiful city, by the way. So Again, a little bit jealous that we all can't be there, but hopefully soon. In the near future, once the world is a little bit safer and we can travel again, then we'll bring you all the action live from the event. But for now, we'll be continuing the broadcast here from the comforts of our own homes, respectively. For those of you that have just tuned in, we'd like to welcome you all once again to the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. We've gone through 2 rounds already between our 2 representatives from mainland China, GG, as well as Six-Rock. So yeah, let's see how this round 3 will pan out with the points still dead even between these 2 players. Jeez.
Yeah, it's just a far cry of how they performed previously because in the quarterfinals, GG took the win 13-15. By the way, if we're going to look at points, they did not see match number 3, and X-Rock took it 12-5 against No Slouch, but respectively against AL and Tianba. So again, they're pushing each other to that limit. They want to see who's gonna flinch first or who's going to buckle first in this pressure, because both survivors and hunters from respective teams are keeping up with each other. So now that we go to match number 3, we're gonna whittle the hunter pool down to 2 bans and 3 survivor bans. So I wonder how deep their strategies are, as well as maybe it's a foretelling of how the best of 5 is going to be played, because we are getting a sneak peek to how deep these matches can go.
Very much so, and this is a true test, not only a test of endurance for the players, but it also gives us a bit of a preview of how these players will fare in high pressure situations, especially for the one that will be proceeding to the finals, because it's going to take a lot to get through today. These matches are extra grueling, and imagine once you hit that best of 5, you're already exhausted from playing a best of 3 earlier on, and then you're going to head into such high stakes scenarios, at least for one of these teams, as we look at the head-to-head between 2 of our highlighted players for today. Of course, we're going to be looking at players this time from the hunter side. It's SXY as well as Kukao.
Survivors, because it's the mercenary and the forward.
Oh, yes,
SXY and Kukao, both very slippery survivors. They do remain very rescue heavy as well as containment heavy survivors, all in the 70-second range. So if everyone's on, if you're gonna chase them at the start, that's 3 cipher pops. If everyone was well coordinated and popping those ciphers, that's 60 seconds plus. So definitely not the first survivor you want to be able to chase. That's why the teleport is there. That's why the other more juicy survivors are there for the hunters to go after. And what's interesting to note is that the mercenary and the forward might not even be seen in match number 3, because the bans are coming in with 3 survivor bans. So we might not see them at all in this match. So let's hope that Kukao and SXY have a deeper survival pool under their belt.
Hopefully so. They are gonna need it. But then again, knowing these teams, especially what they have to face as far as the caliber of teams in mainland China, I would say are equipped for scenarios like this. It's just really going to come down to how well they're going to be performed under the pressure of this competition right now, because none of these 2 teams can really breathe that easy right now. Just keep on going back to the fact that they are dead even in these series, and this is something that we aren't a stranger to. It's happened in prior seasons of this tournament. So, especially this farther in, by the way, when the teams are just so close as far as the skill level. So, maybe this time around, with more bans coming into play, this is where these small details, not even small actually, I think they're pretty significant details that will really factor into who will be taking it all the way to the...
That's what you gotta love about this format, because it really forces the team to think outside the box and outside of the meta. And Grizzly was emphasized it, that if the chat was saying that we're seeing the same old suspects, the same old characters, but day 4 is when we really see what when the meta is banned and the meta is out of the table, how the creativity of the survivors will come into play, especially with a dead even game as of now. Still no one in the lead here in this matchup. So potentially, if the trend follows, we could be seeing overtime. And again, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but that's just how far these teams are willing to take each other for their chance to call themselves the Call of the Abyss 4 champions. Again, new champs, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a new version of history here where we will be crowning somebody new, and you see that the survivors in X-Rock side are ready to go. They are having their game faces on, and I think they're just trying to not let the pressure of this moment get to them.
Yeah, you kind of need to put yourself in the proper mindset when you're entering a scenario like this. And in this case, just that practice would just be simply relaxing for these players, and that's the best thing in the world, not try to not feel the nerves. And you got to take into account, guys, it isn't like the qualifiers, let's say, for some of the other regions where they play from home. These guys are playing in front of a live audience. That's just 10 times the pressure, by the way, especially like these guys have noise canceling headphones, but when the crowd goes super wild, even the power of noise canceling headphones couldn't block out just how crazy the shouts and the screams and the cheers can get. But
so yeah, I want to be able to talk about the picks and bans. Let's just say, Articuno, that they ban Sculptor Dream Witch, right? Actually, no, if you think about it, they might go for this one, since it is PP Ja, they'll go Sculptor Bonbon, since they faced the Bonbon already. Who do you think they're going to be using? And let's just say we're going to see the usual suspects of bans now in Call of the Abyss. We're going to see the Mechanic, we're going to see the Forward, and the Mercenary ban. What is there any survivor that we haven't seen yet going to come into the fray for you?
Well, the interesting thing about those three that you mentioned, it's like these teams, how the meta has shaped out, it's like when you have one of the prime three out, they've pretty much come to a consensus. Okay, we have this mini substitute if ever we really need this particular survivor to fulfill a certain role. But before we touch on these bans here, it's like, for example, when you have the Mercenary out, you could go for Gravekeeper as an alternative. But yeah, you know what? Let's go ahead and check out these bans real quick, because instead of Sculptor, we see the Dream Witch banned out, but on Red Church, not to mention. So it's Red Church once again.
Yeah, definitely a good ban on the side of the survivors. They don't want to let that Dream Witch really snowball her offense and her aggression towards them. And they already faced PP Ja's Bonbon, so that is a for sure respect ban. PP Ja thinking hard on his last ban, but having the Seer as well as the Priestess. I agree with the Priestess because we've seen a lot of highlight plays, and the Mercenary as well. So PP Ja gonna be confident in his chase because the Cypher Rush will be real, leaving the Mechanic out in play, because we know that I believe it's T that usually goes for the Mechanic, or they definitely have one Mechanic in their roster. Probably hoping they'll pick that Mechanic because that'll be a very juicy target for PP Ja. Now, interesting to see if he'll be going for that Sculptor.
Interesting in which case.
He did bring out the Sculptor in day one against RD. So it seems, and he got 5 points. So I'm pretty sure X-Rock took that into consideration. But yeah, the juiciest target here would definitely have to be that Mechanic.
Okay, so yeah, in which case they do manage to go for that lock-in. Would have to agree with you. Mechanic first off. Secondary, if you manage to get the Coordinator, probably exhaust that flare gun earlier on. And then after that, you just have a very vanilla survivor. But yeah, looking at PP Ja, since X-Rock already happy with the composition that they have, kind of ties into the question, in which case you had Poch on. When you have a ban on... Wow, okay, Disciple is coming out to play, Poch.
So it's not just Swam that has a Disciple, and Swam bring out the Disciple also at Red Church. It seems like their hunters are just well coordinated, because you'd think that it's because it's PP Ja that's up, it's Swam that's up, they have specific hunters, but it seems like they've been training with each other, and that's the advantage of bringing two hunters in your team to sub out, because you'll have that element of surprise and have that tactic if both of them are very well rounded with each other's hunters.
Indeed. And okay, curious, very curious, wondering to see how it'll fare this time around. We've seen a lot of success on Disciple, by the way, throughout Call of the Abyss 4. Pretty high on the win percentage. If you review the number of games we have gotten the chance to see Disciple on the field. So let's see if that will continue to hold true going into something that's a little bit more high stake.
That's the thing, right? We've seen the Disciple win a lot of games, but we've also witnessed games where the Hunter really wanted to secure points, leaving themselves a little bit overextended with this Disciple. I think it was one in Ever Sleeping Town. I recall which match it was, but it could go any which way. But the record does show that the Disciple has been getting a lot of points, so this is an excellent pick for PP Jha. I wonder if there's any differences with the Disciple we saw of Swam in Day 1 and the Disciple we're about to witness with PP Jha coming into the Red Church now.
There you have it, folks, in which case we're heading into it. First half of the third game for our first semifinals match of the day. This Disciple is now on the prowl. Very crucial this time around, getting the points, because even just 1 point, as Poch said, could make or break a team. And let's go ahead and see if PP Jha has it in him.
Yeah, carries the tension, so he's really banking on that if ever it's going to take that late game, because PP Jha would definitely want to be able to down some survivors. Did carry teleport, but already got a little bit of presence and found the mechanic stall, and now tries to find a target here, but wow, able to leech onto the coordinator, though. Gonna get that hop in. Oh wow, excellent bait there of the flare gun, utilizing the real estate of Red Church. Gets a bit of just a sniff of where his most optimal target is to use the teleport, and looking for it. He does spot Billy, though, but we've known Billy to be such a slippery survivor.
Indeed. And oh my gosh, so far yeah, looks like the commit will continue. Looking at how ciphers are progressing, decent so far. Not okay, actually decides to just go turn instead. I like this move, though. By constantly looking at where these ciphers are moving around, especially on a map like Red Church, at least you have these survivors constantly rotating.
Yes. I just, yeah, rotation was definitely important. I think Billy was able to grab the attention, because this was the target he was originally looking for when he got that teleport. Wanted to get the mechanic because he does not want to worry about Cypher Rush, and now gaining more presence here. 2 injured survivors, but the mechanic stall was placed somewhere. So definitely, if T will be chaired for the first time, he will be still pushing those ciphers. Now YJJ, the graveyard in the area. We do see that the mechanic doll is here in graveyard. So now he is piloting it to try to get some distance away, but T just gets his mechanic doll swipe. PP Jha doing some cleanup and working on his first survivor being shared.
Yes, indeed. And you know what? Patience really worked out here for this Disciple in the end, and not a moment too soon, because these survivors from X-Rock already have a significant amount going on. We already see 2 nearing the pop, and 2 more which are somewhat underway. A little bit of progress halfway, as well as one that just got started, but it's all good. YJJ, though, preparing for that rescue, and up they go.
Wow, okay, good rescue there, and T was managed to, avoid the cat. So T is transitioning to the red carpet here with some Tide Turner, so gonna buy some time for him to pop that last effort to move towards a better location so that they'll be able to push the Cypher at Graveyard. But the Tide Turner was exhausted by that Gravekeeper, as well as him being injured. So it seems like if they're gonna go for that second save, it will be the forward rotating and making his way towards the reception side of this map.
This is still very good, though, nonetheless, for X-Rock. The fact that Mechanic still has halfway through, that's a lot of luxury that they can still work with, even as minimal as it is. And there you said it, Clutch. You called it. Billy just already making his way through. The leap comes in. Actually, wow.
Wait a minute. Oh, wow. Excellent placement. So that cat eats that hit. But now we see the stun come in from Billy. Did you see the sharp turns he was able to do? And we are seeing a teleport come in because PP Jha wants to be able to defend that last Cypher at Graveyard. They banked everything on this last Cypher, so he will be defending it with his life. Gravekeeper gets a cat bite on him. Does not have any more shovels to work with. We are seeing another downed survivor.
Yes, indeed. And take note, there is someone lingering around the graveyard, but YJJ isn't going to have that. Going to decide to bring this Gravekeeper to an area where he could hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Look after the survivor, look at that Cypher with some pretty good progress. Now, what is the plan going to be for X-Rock? Looking at things, they're going to try to take it slow, knowing that they have a lot of time on this for this Gravekeeper being on the chair since it is his first. So just going to try to, one working on the Cypher wall. SXY will be on distraction.
I love the passing of roles here because T was able to get healed up during that sharing time, and now T will be the one to go for that save. Mechanic will be on the case here, going for the save. And take note, he already used up teleports, so that does buy some time for that save and for YJJ to try and get to a better location. T will be eating this first hit just because, again, she is the most healed up. She has seen the chairs, so this is going to be very dangerous for her to buy some time. We do see that the forward is popping that Cypher towards the another side of the map. PP Ja again just zoning in on this terror shock from this mechanic, and we are seeing that the forward is almost 70% completed on this Cypher.
Yes, indeed, but at what cost right now, Butch? Because this will be sayonara to mechanic, but you know what? The sacrifice is very much respectful because it did give quite a bit of time for this forward to work on another Cypher. That does give them the opportunity of
teleport.
The teleport though.
Oh my gosh, excellent teleport there, but you did see that the Gravekeeper and the Coordinator were healing up. So they are trying to manage the resources, but the forward will be falling down. I believe the Gravekeeper and the Coordinator they all have seen the rocket chair except the forward. This will be their first one. YJJ and SXY, again, trying their best to save, but oh my gosh, the basement rescue will be all the more harder. Coordinator is saved, not injured anymore, so I think the Gravekeeper will be on Cypher popping duties while the Coordinator will try and attempt to sneak her way to make that save.
Yes, and oh my gosh. X-Rock, they have to make a decision here. Are they gonna try to get that save because they want to try to escape with bigger numbers? But it's easier said than done. So it is a survivor in the basement, and SXY just kind of weighing in here.
Yeah, she's definitely just staying in this area just to make sure that PP Ja does not try and go to the Cypher and disrupt it. But SXY gonna dash in to go for that save. The Gravekeeper is already priming that Cypher. Teleport has already been exhausted. About 20 minutes. We're gonna see probably a fall down hit. PP Ja just waiting. Oh wow, the forward tried to go for the stun. Unfortunate for him though. Goes back to a better position here to avoid that hit. And we're gonna try to see the escort of this forward as well as the Coordinator. Now, again, it's just a who's gonna blink first situation. The fall down hit is gonna go for the Coordinator. Billy still trying to escort his way out of here and has a little bit of football left to contain as much as possible. Jumps the window to try and buy so much time for his teammates because PP Ja does have detention and wants to try to go for Billy, but making his way towards the red carpet just to try and defend this exit game war.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, YJJ is in the vicinity, gonna try to play around here, but unfortunately the hold comes in and down he goes.
Well, look, on the other side of the map, the back exit, the forward has made his way, but teleport will be a factor here. This is why the Priestess was so dangerous and great ban from PP Ja here. We are seeing the Gravekeeper going back to the manor. Teleport will be used, but they decided to hide. So PP Ja still is a hunter with detention. The tie is looking all the more unfavorable on the side of X-Rock. Can they try and wait out detention to try and open this gate? The Coordinator is heading towards the red carpet. Will she try and commit towards opening that exit gate because PP Ja is in the area?
Oh, and looks like PP Ja already gonna... No, actually, that was a very sneaky Coordinator. PP Ja trying to figure out where these survivors are, but okay, looks like is in the right direction right now. Gonna be scary.
Yeah, the dungeon is not there, so SXY is in the radar of PP Ja, trying to get as much away as possible. I believe the forward is already the exit. The cat bite is gonna happen. PP Ja just has to close in on his third survivor if he'll be able to. Coordinator has some a pallet to work with, but no resources. One more hit, plus he has detention, so it doesn't matter if he's able to last as long because PP Ja just one hit away from downing this coordinator. Use the stun. Excellent timing, and PP Ja downs the coordinator.
And with that, folks, finally a shift in power, or points actually, as it will be a 3-1, our first 3-1 of the day, which will actually favor our hunter from GG. What a game. Wait, let me adjust my position on this seat because I was on the edge of it literally from how tense those last few moments were.
Oh yeah, it was quite tense. It was back and forth, but man, that basement was really tough for the rescue. I believe Billy was trying to go for that stun, but then PP Ja again with the jukes and able to really position himself in a really good way for him to avoid that, as well as constantly using teleport in Red Church really kept the survivors on edge with where they were pushing the ciphers. So excellent stuff. The mechanic really had a great start because the forward was the one being diverted the attention, right? You saw that the forward got the attention of the disciple, and then once they used teleport, and the mechanic did get a little bit of time away, and she was being healed, and she was the one that had to go for that rescue. So excellent. Again, I see X-Rock's survivors as really stable and really formidable, so I wouldn't expect anything less. But man, PP Ja was able to roll the punches really well and able to just implore his game plan, and his resolve showed there, getting the 3-1.
It did. It really did. And I am looking forward to seeing how this last one will go because finally the trend has been broken. But will the hunter on the flip side will also be able to pull off the same or maybe even better, maybe the 5-0 just to close out? But you know what? Before we speculate into what could happen in the second half, let's go ahead and check out the game data for X-Rock and GG because look at that. All that progress towards the start. But it was just a long, tedious road that they had to go through to get that fifth cipher pop just because of how much pressure PP Ja was putting on these survivors.
That long, tedious road has been a trend. If we actually compare all these graphs, it just shows that the hunters are so good at defending the last cipher, and they know, and the survivors know if they pop that endgame, they have to position themselves really well for either a gate war exit or a dungeon escape. So it's just the ever-evolving meta of having that last cipher to push towards that endgame.
Indeed, and oh my gosh, yeah, let's think about what could be up ahead because if you recall, it was Afu that made it. That was the make or break, if you may, for the match that they had yesterday in the quarterfinals. So, although that was under the circumstance of a 2-0 at least.
Yeah, they already secured the first round. The survivors did pretty well in X-Rock's side, so this is actually a test for Afu. This is make or break for him right now, though.
Yeah, it definitely is. A little bit more, I guess. Yeah, in comparison to yesterday, this is just a lot more pressure because they had a safety blanket yesterday. Here, it's just if you don't perform, then you could be missing out on a series here to the finals. And like, there's three possibilities: like the win, the overtime, or just ultimately losing out. It could go either way.
100%, especially when you consider that X-Rock was the last team to qualify, and they went up against really formidable foes with Wolves, and there's a lot of support coming from them. They're called the Purple Miracle for a reason because they're known for turning things around, but this is the first time they're facing adversity here in Call of the Abyss 4 because things have been going their way in the qualifiers, in the first day as well as the third day. So now, big test for Afu. A lot rests on his shoulders because he needs to be able to at least tie to keep this puppy going.
Yes, sir. And here we have him once again, potentially, maybe, just maybe, taking the stage for the last time, it is going to be either one of these teams. Looking first off is our survivors from GG, just getting the final setup going before we head on into our pick in ban. And as you also can see, folks, Afu just raring to go from X-Rock. This is going to be a challenge for both sides. Just so much pressure, a lot riding on the situation, probably a little bit more so for X-Rock because GG was able to successfully break the trend of these ties where they're actually now in a position where they have that 2-point difference in their favor. It does seem small, but considering how long the series has gone with all these halves, with all these ties, it's a pretty big deal for this potential last half.
Yeah, Afu definitely has to dig deep and dig into that performance that I believe was highlighted. His Axe Boy just going on another level in IVL, shocking everyone. He needs to tap into that just for him to be able to secure a safe passage for his team to be able to head to the qualifiers. And I think GG did their homework. Now the question is, what hunters will they be banning? Because if they do consider that Axe Boy ban, they're leaving potentially two of the very viable meta characters for Afu to pick, which is the Sculptor and the Dream Witch, and he has done pretty well. I mean, all ties so far, but with two Sculptors, but having a Dream Witch on Red Church is pretty bad on the Survivor side, especially in this third match. We've seen it happen before that they allowed a Dream Witch to see in the where a Dream Witch was allowed to pass in the third match, and with a Dream Witch plus a Survivor comp with 3 banned survivors of the meta would be a tough challenge for any big team.
Absolutely. I guess this is the benefit, you know, it's one of the benefits of having a hunter that can go different ways with hunter selection, and GG definitely going to be feeling the pressure of that, figuring out what to ban, especially we're on the, take note guys, we're on the church, and there's just so many viable picks you can bring to the table on this particular map. So it's all about weighing in on the lesser evil for GG. Which hunter can we take out and leave open that would probably give us less of a problem going into this final match, which will guarantee, because take note, these guys only need to aim for at least a half if you're a GG. If you could aim for the half, then you are good to go. You get your ticket straight into the finals. Whereas for X-Rock, there's a lot more points that need to be brought in to try to either even out or topple the competition.
That brings up the point of survivor picks. For sure that we're going to see the meta bans, but you can definitely pick those survivors that can kite on their own. I have a feeling they might be considering the Embalmer, because the Embalmer is known to just use his self-resurrect for him to be able to, you don't even need to save him, right? He just uses that, and still no shared survivor. So we are seeing the meta bans here of the Dream Witch and Sculptor. So Afu can pick the Axe Boy, but you know what? The Bon is still pretty good at Red Church. As you mentioned, there are a lot of viable hunter picks here in Red Church, depending on how Afu will be playing this, because he does have to go for the full 5 if he wants to have the safest route to head to the grand finals, and goes with a very standard, I would say it's the COAIV 3 ban with the Mechanic, Seer, and Mercenary.
Actually, now that you mention it, just these legendary trio that we continue to champion time and time again. And I like the point that you brought up, by the way, Poch, about this is where your win conditions can kind of come into play as far as what survivors you bring to the table. In this case, it's all about staying power that GG needs to play out. And
yeah, staying power, just talking about staying power, Gravekeeper already making his way into the mix. Now, ZB, though, the mercenary of the group, this mercenary is not here, so I wonder which survivor he'll be going for as we lock in. Perfumer, we did see Perfumer yesterday, and I would say Perfumer is best decoder of yesterday, because the hunter did not pay attention at all to this Perfumer that was presented yesterday, and she had like a 300% decoding. So yeah, definitely a slippery target, can buy a lot of time since we do have the ban of one of the most devastating chip damage hunters. And we are seeing the wildling come in, which can definitely harass and help save some chairs. But 445 bringing out his cowboy. So this is quite interesting because he is known for this. Grizzly has championed this time and time again. Are we going to see this cowboy? Because again, match number 3, you got to really dig deep in your survivor pool.
Definitely do. And I mean, great on... Oh. Okay. Okay.
Look at us talking up a storm and the cowboy's not even chosen.
Darn it. I was so ready for that cowboy, by the way, but I would agree with this pick as well. Sure, Gravekeeper, like we said, we're going for the win condition of longevity to try to get at least 2 survivors out of the gate, and this is a good way to play towards GG building tempo on their own side as opposed to allowing Afu to get the tempo on his.
And they're locking into this pick. Lots of staying power here. I would say the Priestess would be the most viable. Just exhaust her portals. But then again, if she's found in Church, and Church being the center, you can actually ask for support from the Wildling, support from the forward, or the Gravekeeper to body block. It's going to be quite tough, the rotations. And Afu is bringing out his signature Axe Boy, ladies and gentlemen. Here and now, we are seeing Afu make his last stand. Can he stay on? Again, the win condition for him is either to take it to overtime, get a 3-1, and try to keep this train going, or go for the full 5 points for them to march their way to grand finals.
Yes, sirree. And okay. With both sides, I am getting chills from this match, by the way. This Axe Boy, this legendary Axe Boy, well, it proved to be legendary enough to merit them a win, to book X-Rock's ticket into finals. We'll find out. But here you go, guys. The final preview of the selected picks for both GG as well as the Hunter for X-Rock. Let us know who you want to see make it to the finals. It is a very tight race. Very apt that our theme is in fact a race for Call of the Abyss 4, because that's exactly what we're looking at. A super close race between 2 high-octane, very dynamic teams, and at the end of the day, only one can proceed. Let us know in chat who y'all are rooting for. Which representative from mainland China do you want to see make it all the way into the finals? We'll be finding out in just a little bit as we head into all the action right here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Final.
Here we have it at the Red Church. Afu's legendary Axe Boy spawning right beside Graveyard, trying to find the most optimal target, but then again with these flame snipes and the peaceful pines to just deter the kiting. This is definitely a really feared Axe Boy. And Zizai, okay, being one of the most optimal targets, and we're seeing Detention as well as Trump Card being carried, as well as Blink, so he is favoring aggression to chase down these survivors. Afu now trying to zone in on this Priestess, trying to go for that quick snipe of that flame, but not quite, baiting the Priestess to go for this pallet, and just breaks the pallet right away, while we see the Zizai make her way to the Church, which is one of the best friends of this Priestess. Can he make it in time before he's able to jump that? No, able to just hit him. Zizai not fully committing to that window jump and eats that hit in the process.
Yes, oh man, all this... What is that? Candy marshmallow rope? Whatever it is definitely... Look at that.
The snipe was so close, but Zizai so good at able to dodge it. Man, that was real close, but Afu using that speed buff to close out the distance. But this is what we're talking about, Articuno. The Holy Keys are buying some stuns in for them to be able to get time away from being harassed with these ciphers.
Yes, and it's just going to be ring around the rosy, but you know what? Afu has had enough of it. He is not wanting to deal with it anytime soon, but Kukao is in the area, so have to be a bit more careful here. Is he going to commit towards the pickup? Not quite yet.
Watch out, the flame snipe's about to come in, scaring away Kukao, but Kukao not using his football, so that is a win. Oh, about to use it right now. Is he ready? Oh, goes for the stun. Excellent timing by Kukao, able to prolong the priestess's kite, and Afu, the stun took forever and now just wants to be able to try to swipe away at Kukao, but Kukao again using the football to gain so much distance, and he is buying so much time away from the priestess, and this priestess is long gone because the Gravekeeper is healing up that priestess. So excellent resource management here on the side of GG.
Yes, indeed. And the chase still continues. Take note, we still have 4 very healthy survivors. You know what? Scratch that. One slightly healthy survivor,
one less than healthy.
One less than healthy, actually, yeah. And yeah, Kukao gonna suffer that first hit, but still.
Oh, wow, this flame snipe just when he was getting on that pallet. Good timing there. Wanted to go for that priestess, but he can definitely settle for this forward. Still in the 2-minute mark of this game. You know what, the Cypher progress have been decent, so Afu slowly building that momentum, and now they have to commit towards something, going for a no-camp strategy because he does have the restful roads to try and close out the distance between these 2 areas of the graveyard as well as the red church, but the red carpet. But then again, you have to note the wind conditions. Are they going to go for that save or just keep the forward there and just go for the tie?
Well, what's interesting is that we have the wildling kind of in the vicinity, wreaking a little bit of havoc and a distraction. Avu charges in for the hit. Actually, this is out, but can still try again. Just can go for the next one. Okay, there you go. Gonna be dismounting for a bit to allow Kukao that moment, and the last effort will pop up.
Oh, he switched to peepers. Okay, interesting. He just wants to go for a camping strat here, and now uses the restful road just to find more distance, close more distance away from the forward. Forward makes the jump there, but you know what? He will just try to gain as much time as possible, falling down in this corner because this is going to be his last chair away from the rest of the ciphers that are being popped. 2 are primed already. Articuno, actually, you know, 1 is already primed. They already popped that last one for the 1 cipher remaining, so Afu really needs to do in the work here. Oh, yes. They pop it.
Yes, I mean, with all the possibility of 3 very healthy survivors, not to mention Peeper was put onto Afu, so he's gonna have to rely on his sheer speed for these transitions. Now, big question, can GG manage to get more than 1 out?
Gets the flame snipe on that wildling, but again, a wildling is so it's such a headache for hunters to chase once she's on that board because he can eat a lot of those hits and buy so much time, and buying time he is because the priestess is over on the other side of the exit, and he did switch to peepers, so he will have to use the restful roads as well as these flames for him to be able to close out that distance. And we see that the wildling is transitioning away from red church.
Yes, indeed. And this is gonna be huge for GG, in which case Afu is just fully preoccupied. And take note, to add more.
It's done. No. Wow. Again, they were so fast there. GG, and it is GG that will be going to the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Afu put up a great fight, but man, that was such great transitioning towards the late game, trying to chase out that wildling. Baited out the flame snipe there, switched to peepers, so they definitely had the advantage to go for the other exit. And it is, oh man, just such good play there by GG. But do show your love to X-Rock, ladies and gentlemen, because they did pour their hearts out into this match.
Absolutely. Yeah, you cannot discount the fact that they did phenomenal in this tournament. They had such a great run. Again, we just look back at how epic their last match was. In fact, just looking, you don't even have to look far, just yesterday's it was just highlight after highlight. So even though they might be ending their journey here in the top 4 for Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, like I said, just making it this far, even for the top 16, these guys have cemented themselves in history for making it in this tournament. And they have a lot of supporters from across the globe now that'll be looking forward to watch their journey in Identity 5 esports, where it'll take them next. So just massive kudos to them. Again, congratulations to GG for becoming our first finalist. Let's talk about that game a bit more, Poch, because oh my gosh, that priestess, by the way, can we talk about that once again? This priestess has been, it's been somewhat of an annoyance from the previous Call of the Abyss 4 hunters, and Call of the Abyss 4, no exception.
Yeah, it just shows that the priestess has been having changes here and there, but I think the biggest change is how she's being utilized with great communication and great teamwork, because you can highlight the priestess, but you also have to highlight the great forward stuns, the wildling as well, buying so much time, because again, he was able to down that priestess early outside the church, but then it was I believe I forgot who was the one that got that stun in that just prolonged the rebound kite, and the forward was being chased, and it's just how the meta of the survivors have been going. It just complements the skills of the priestess, and just makes it all the more, as you said, annoying for the hunter to deal with, because he wants to be able to down as much as possible, but the priestess giving so much exit strategies and also giving a lot of the team mobility around the map is definitely something that is something to highlight here.
Yes, and here you have it, folks. The endgame data stats for our last half of the first semifinals, rather. So nice distribution of work on Cypher progress, by the way. And as you can see, that first Cypher pop, after that first Cypher pop, it was was quite the road going to prep everything else, but that's the beauty of it. The way GG played that out, just beautiful towards the win conditions. We keep on going back to those win conditions because we knew that they just needed the halves. They went above and beyond that 3-1.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to make a statement. They wanted to show that they're operating at 100% capacity, and it just shows that not only are their survivors something to fear, but also their two hunters in Pipija and Swam. So we already have one of the contenders for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, but still give your love and support to X-Rock, because they will be facing the ones that will be falling in the next match for battle for third place. So we want to see in the chat, I know Gaming Grizzly is monitoring that chat, do show us your love to the players, and we are showing some love to this player right here, because he is the MVP, Kukao. He was the one responsible for those stuns, for the excellent rebound kite of that priestess, and now highlighting him here. MVP count 1, well-deserved containment time, as well as, he was able to get some stuns in there with pallets, as well as the forward football. So great stuff on the side of GG Kukao.
Yes, and here you have it, folks. Our Kukao. Kukao has been phenomenal in performance since yesterday. Today is no exception. I am such a fan at this point. The way he is such a beast at kiting. It's impressive, and it's not just about, by the way, it's not just kiting for his own sake. Like, you also have to take into account the kiting which benefits the rest of the team. There's always going to be a circumstance where the prolonged kiting transitions over to realizing the bigger picture for these survivors, and that's just a phenomenal team player to have.
I mean, kiting, we just see what's happening in the hunter side, but kiting in this game means that you're allowed to decode in peace, and Kukao being one of those guys that allows that. Yes, the highlight reel is there, but I would love to have like player cams on everyone just so we'll be able to see everything. So excellent stuff on the side of Kukao. But ladies and gentlemen, again, this is day 4. May the 4th be with all of you guys, because we are heading to our next match, and we'll be taking a very short break. After that, Gaming Grizzly will be the one to come in, and as long with Articuno as well, to take care of that match. But for now, we'll be taking a very short break. Please don't go anywhere. More Identity 5 action after this.
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面地忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。 我需要一个新的身份。我想要回家，或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's how lonely. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween! Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞里静待喜盼。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地画上。当无畏试探时，却
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面地忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白， 绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. We are currently on our semifinals match, second one for the day, but before we get into that, we'll be introducing ourselves once again. I'm Articuno, and partnering with me this time is none other than the Gaming Grizzly. Grizzly, how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing fine. We have to consider it is the last day of the tournament. It is day number 4, and today we are seeing the top 4 teams competing against each other, and we're gonna see who will take the crown, who will take home the trophy that we have seen plenty of times throughout the entire live streams. So how couldn't I be excited? How couldn't I be doing fine? And next up, we're gonna have Day4 versus FPXCQ. And we already witnessed X-Rock versus GG, and I just have to say GG really proving themselves right here on this stage and securing the spot in the finals. But we will also see X-Rock going against the next team that will be eliminated for a 3rd and 4th spot. So we still have a lot of action going on today, which I'm looking forward to see. And I hope everyone in the chat is also ready to get the action on and ready to see what these teams are capable of. Would love to see yet again, would love to see the chat spamming hearts. I know I'm asking this quite often, but I just think it's so important to show our support to these teams because they are under so much pressure, and what they're providing to us is so valuable. They're providing their strategy. They're showing how they play the game and how they use specific survivors and specific constellations. They are basically teaching us how to play the game while we can just sit back and watch them perform on this tournament stage.
Yeah, and take note, it's interesting how 4 days just kind of flew by in a blur. Grizzly, like, I felt like it was just just yesterday we had 16 teams still with us, but in reality it was just top 8. Now we're down to top 4, and it's, imagine, within the next few hours, as the tournament goes along, we'll finally have our Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, our new champion, by the way, a new reigning champion. And going into the second semifinals, it could be one of these next 2 coming up, Grizzly.
It definitely could be one of the next 2 coming up. It could be anyone. At this point, we have seen how they have performed during the past 3 days. You said it. The past 3 days has been kind of a blur. It just passed by so fast. I like Day4 already. This is just incredible. Very, very excited to be here. Yesterday, I was actually thinking, after the stream, I was thinking, wait a minute. Are we already going into the finals tomorrow? because I can't believe that that's the final day right here. I want to see more of these teams. I want to learn more. I want to spectate these teams going against each other. But yes, it is indeed the final day. And we have seen so much in the past days. We have seen so much. We have seen a switch in strategies. We have seen a switch in map picks and in team constellations when it comes to the survivor side. And right now, here we can see the two teams going against each other. We start with FPXCQ. Now we can see the team of Day4. Whew. Very, very excited to see what they will bring to the table. We saw an Ann and we saw an X-Boy in round number 3 in the fight between Xrock and GG. I'm curious to know what your predictions are. Will we see a round number 3? And if so, what do you think will we see as Hunter, or what do you want to see as Hunter picks?
Oh my gosh. If we're gonna head into a round 3, first off, like just looking at the overview of the players, as we go along, it's tough to tell, I'm not gonna lie, because ZQ is another one of these favorites going into the tournament. And if you're gonna compare them to their counterpart, Day4, the general season run between these two teams is vastly different. So if anything, this between the two semifinals we had, this is one of those semifinals which can possibly end as early as a round 2. However, it will ultimately depend on how Day4 performs.
Yes, and we already saw it yesterday yet again. Day4 was really proving themselves, especially on the Hunter side. Whew, that was outstanding. DX really coming into this tournament and making this so far an average of 4 survivor elimination run for him. He went against all the previous teams they had to face and was always saying, all right, I'm gonna show you what I am made of. I'm gonna bring out all survivors. And even after proceeding into a round 3 where 2 of the main hunters were banned, DX was able to bring out all survivors, was securing the 5-point match, the 5 points for his team. And he also said it yesterday in the interview that he is so confident in his team that he does not have to worry. Yes, he is a little bit nervous, and who wouldn't be nervous being on the live stage right here, especially on the final day fighting for the number 1 spot. So it's just crucial to see how these teams work together. It's crucial to see that the Hunter can perform extremely well, but also the Hunter can just relax a little bit because he knows the team has his back. So even if he would make, if he would let one survivor out right here or right there, he knows that the survivor team on his team, the survivors team on his side also have his back and can back from anything that happens. But at the same time, FPXCQ, definitely not a team that you want to underestimate. It's gonna be a very, very intense fight that we are witnessing. And the next fight that we are witnessing, we can already see Day4 on the survivor side this time and FPXCQ on the hunter side. Curious to see with which map they will start. We have seen a very common Ever Sleeping Town pick throughout the entire day yesterday, and it already started today with the Ever Sleeping Town in round number 1 between Xrock and GG. What do you think? Can we expect another Ever Sleeping Town? Ever Sleeping Town in general during the tournaments, IBL tournaments, has been one of the most favorite maps from all of the teams.
Oh man. Okay, yeah, let's talk about that a bit more. Because looking at GG, GG, not GG from earlier. Let's check out this hunter, by the way, real quick before we head into that. So for FPXZQ, again, just very respectable stats across the board, and I think this was mentioned as early as day 1 or 2, where this team, one of the favorites right now to potentially make it all the way. And okay, interesting people in the crowd right here. Those masks are okay. Love the energy from the crowd. I love it.
Absolutely amazing. We already pointed them out whenever Day4 was on the side of the tournament, and I just loved how the one fan was just looking at the phone, and then the friend was like, hey, we're on camera. We need to put up a show, and that is exactly what not only Day4 is doing right here on stage, putting up a show and showing us who they are and what they are capable of, but also the fans are here to just make a show for us. So it's very, very not only exciting, also entertaining. And here we go. We can see a comparison between the two hunters that are facing each other. DX on Day4 side, and we have Ken on FPXCQ side. The eliminations when it comes to DX, we already mentioned it throughout the entire tournament. A solid 4 survivor elimination, extremely dangerous, but FPXCQ definitely knows it. Can see Ken with outstanding stats as well. Definitely, when we just look at these stats right here, DX would be the hunter that would have the upper hand, but in general, you just can't say it like this. You can't see it like this. We just have to wait and see what the match between Day4 and FPXCQ will bring. Whew. Will FPXCQ be the first team that will escape with survivors through the exit gate? Again, not a single survivor has been escaping against DX. Will FPXCQ's survivor side manage to get points for themselves while they face DX?
Yeah, so I'm amazed by the audience support right now. I mean, do you remember this, Grizzly, back when we were at Call of the Abyss 2, how it felt like a concert that we were in? And it seems like with the popularity that Identity 5 has been developing, especially in mainland China, just even more fans supporting the teams right now. But yeah, sorry, I got a bit sidetracked from all the camera shots we got out of the audience. And okay, it looks like it will actually continue, in fact. So just, it's great to see, in which case, like, such a warm community that mainland China has, even more so towards supporting their players from their region. And you know, it's a good time to be a mainland China region fan, because all 4 teams are representing the region. So that's at least one thing we're sure of. It's going to be another team from mainland China that will be our champion this year. Very well deserved. In fact, the caliber of that region is just absolutely undeniable. So all said, yeah.
And just seeing the crowd right there, I would love to be on site right there. I would love to hear the crowd in action, but at the same time, we are here in our homes. We are safe. We want to stay safe, and I also want to bring out this message to everyone who is watching us right now. I want you guys to stay safe. This has been a very long time that this pandemic is going on, and all we can do is we can wear masks, we can, disinfect our hands and wash our hands. Just want to stay safe, and I hope you guys stay safe. Also, stay hydrated, get yourself some snacks, because the next match is about to start, and you definitely want to get your popcorn ready. You want to get your snacks, your ice cream, whatever you have. I actually have nothing. A big mistake on my side right here. Didn't bring any snacks. I will definitely grab some later on my break. But for now, again, we can see Day4 getting ready for FPXCQ's Hunter Can. Whew. And what Day4 is definitely going to try right here is they want to get survivors through the exit gate. We already mentioned it. DX usually eliminates 4 survivors, so that is something that they are planning on seeing right here. They want to get out 1 or more survivors through the exit gate in the first half, and then just as DX is putting trust into his survivors, the survivors are putting trust into him that he will pull off the same 4 survivor elimination that he's showing us throughout the entire tournament. So let's see if Day4 can decide round number 1 for themselves, just as they have proven to be able in the past. Or let's see if FPXCQ is not only putting up a fight, not only putting up a challenge, but really making it difficult for Day4 to proceed right here. And it is slowly getting into the bans and picks. Articuno, I want to throw back a question to you. The map, what do you think will we see in our first round?
Okay, so if we're gonna base it off of preference, then at least for both
your preference or the player's preference?
Team preference.
Okay.
Well, they do kind of favor some of the more regular maps. Arms Factory is the frequent pick for ZQ. For Dow 5, it is Red Church. But if you look at how some of these teams have been starting, at least okay. So
sure.
Yeah, we have our picks ready to go. In which case, both sides, Sculptor, along with our spread of survivors, just good to go. In which case, ladies and gents, let us know who you all are supporting this time around. Is it FPX ZQ or Dow 5? It is only the second and final semifinals of the day, by the way, to determine who will ultimately be joining GG in the finals for that champion title. Be sure to show your love and support for FPX ZQ as well as Dow 5 as we head into it in just a bit.
And we are most likely seeing a little bit of a smaller map in this first round right here because we didn't see the Priestess in the mix and we saw the Explorer, which means, since we didn't see the bans and picks, that we can assume not necessarily a smaller map. It is the Ever-Sleeping Town again without the Priestess this time. Again, I assume we had a mechanic ban since we have the Explorer on the field to bring down the decoding. And here we can see Ken going for the hunt, found the first survivor, but it actually is the Wildling, which is not the best find that you want to go for when you find when you go for the first survivor. So therefore, transitioning over, finding the forward, wants to find the Explorer, but the Explorer could be extremely difficult to find, to spot out, and you don't want to waste your entire early game just finding the best decoder. So therefore, the forward might be the best target. And now we can see the first chase trying to predict where the forward will go, trying to put down these statues. Forward using almost all of his football to get away, to get distance, to buy more time for the team to decode Cypher machines. So far, doing a fantastic job. Sadly, we cannot see on the left side how far the progress is. I assume that there is Cypher progress, but it's not shown to us yet. We can see Ford doing a fantastic job, not taking a single statue so far.
Not yet, and this is time well bought out for Dow 5. We don't really get the picture of what the progress is on Cyphers right now, but take note, Grizzly, with more than a minute and a half way through. Oh, darn, look at the positioning of those sculptures still, but nice pallet drop in time just to establish a little bit more distance, but time is ticking here for ZYJ. Gotta start dodging those sculptures because one more hit and he is down for the count.
Wow, look at these dodges. Was not able to dodge this, but look at the rotation. Rotation is key right here. There's no other survivor around. Even if that Cypher machine is already at 33%, the only unfortunate thing right here for Dow 5 is that the basement was right on site at the graveyard, and we have the first survivor on the graveyard's basement chair. Three Cypher machines remaining, and we can also see that the forward is slowly getting ready to harass the hunter and slowly getting ready to most likely rescue the forward, but definitely keeping Ken at bay, keeping Ken away from his teammates so they can concentrate on the last two Cypher machines that they need to decode.
Yes, man, some really, really good progress coming here, in which case from Dow 5. Take note, forward is at the more than halfway mark, but you know what? It's all good. 3 minutes into the game, and Dow 5 is just poising themselves for a good start in points should they be able to play their cards right within the next few minutes. And here we have the Sculptor just trying to put pressure on the Cyphers as much as possible, doing what he can.
And we have seen this strategy over and over again. Wildling is coming in as soon as the first survivor is on the rocket chair and just harassing the hunter, trying to buy the time for the rest of the team, but ultimately letting the first survivor who is on the chair going back to the manor just to give the team enough time, and sometimes you just want to do that. Sometimes you just want to let this one survivor go back to the manor so the rest of the team can concentrate on other objectives, like, for example, decoding cipher machines. And we can see 2 cipher machines remaining. They found the Explorer, which is an extremely good find. Now putting pressure on the Explorer and transitioning into the direction because he knows that Explorer is probably carrying pages that will pop off cipher machines immediately, or at least help with the cipher progress extremely fast. And we can see it. Explorer already found 1 page which could help with 1 cipher machine halfway. So now really concentrating on the Explorer right here to bring him down, to chase him down, or at least to avoid, to prevent that he touches another cipher machine again.
Yes, and there you have it, Grizzly. The first hit onto the Explorer. Explorer getting some nice distance. Ken gonna do what Ken can to try to close out. Still at the half mark. Luckily, WW doing well, rolling with the punches, able to sidestep these sculptures thus far, but to how long exactly? That's the tricky part when you're dealing with a sculptor. Just so much pressure you're going to have to deal with, not only just in terms of keeping your distance, but also ducking and weaving at what sculptures are thrown in.
There we go. Fantastic job from WW, really buying more time for the team. Look at the cipher progress in the bottom left, really getting the distance between the Explorer and the Sculptor, and Cipher Machine is primed. Cipher Machine is ready to pop. Cipher Machine is ready to go. Now takes the hit. Was a calculated hit, so the Explorer could get up again. And now we have WW buying time for the rest of the team to make this at least a tie. We can see that the dungeon is there, so there is a chance of not only a tie but a victory with a 3 survivor escape. But Ken will not make this easy, not at all. Coming in with Blink, securing the Explorer, putting the Explorer on the chair, and we can already see Mercenary out of the game. Wildling will leave right after that, and that is the conclusion for the first match. We have a tie. 2 survivors were able to escape, 2 survivors were eliminated. Fantastic job from both sides. Now I really want to see if Day4 is able with DX to bring another 4 survivor elimination to the ground and decide this first round for themselves, or if FPX CQ will be the first team in this tournament that will show Day4 that you cannot always bring 4 survivors out of the game.
You can, and looks like the trend will continue here, Grizzly, because of how close the competition is for these 2 teams. We have yet another first half, start of the match, which will be going as a half and half. And let's go ahead and talk about what did lead to that, because just right off the bat, towards the start, we already saw some darn good kiting from from the forward. So that was just a lot of time bought out as is. Not to mention, that's the good thing. Sure, the Explorer was caught out towards the latter half once the forward was down, but they did get the benefit of getting that decoding, getting the benefit of Explorer as a decoder towards the start. And think about it this way: if they weren't able to keep that Explorer at least kept off the radar even towards the start, then Cypher progress could have played out very differently for the team. But that's what kind of panned out towards the end. 2-2, good start, safe start.
Absolutely, I can only agree, and I just want to highlight a few moments just as you did. We had early game the forward just buying a lot of time for the team, a lot of time for the survivors to decode cipher machines, and fantastic situation for Can to bring the forward actually into the basement. But we saw the same strategy that we have seen before with the Wildling, just harassing and being in the area, but not going in for the rescue, but basically putting the Sculptor into a spot where she couldn't leave the rocket chair. And at the same time, as soon as the forward was eliminated, fantastic find of the Explorer. WW, she did a fantastic job just kiting around late game when she knew, okay, I have the page which could bring 50% of decoding to the crown, to the cipher machines, but I cannot utilize it because I'm getting chased right now. So what do I have to do? I have to dodge these statues, I have to avoid these hits, and I have to buy enough time for the wildling and the mercenary to not only pop that last cipher machine, but also to open up the gate before I go down. And she did exactly that. WW showing what they are made of, and that it's not necessarily, a forward or like a kiter that can put up a good fight, but also an explorer that is mainly decoding that can put up a fantastic kite. And just an overall great team coordination, overall great teamwork right here from Do5, making this a 2 survivor escape. But at the same time, Can just putting so much pressure on the cipher, on the cipher machines and on the survivors. I'm curious to see again in the second half if FPX-CQ can also escape with survivors. Will we see a priestess? What do you think?
Oh gosh, a priestess. That's another interesting question, isn't it? It really depends on, because priestess obviously such a good pick to bring to this map. We've seen it. It's already proven and tested from the last matches we've seen. Now, thinking about it right now, as you can see, because in our first half we didn't see any priestess fight, but then again you had the mechanic band out. So alternatively, they decided that, you know what, we're much more comfortable with maybe just focusing on building up, utilizing an explorer in this game. So it can really depend, Grizz. It's viable. It's very viable, by the way. I guess it just comes down to what a team is much more comfortable with what composition they would want to bring to the table. I am all for a priestess though, because used right, oh, so good.
Yes, I couldn't agree anymore. And I was actually, since we didn't really see the map pick and we didn't really see the survivor ban, I was expecting again, this is not confirmed, but I'm expecting that we saw the mechanic ban. And as soon as we saw the team composition, I was already saying like, okay, that's going to be most likely a smaller map where the priestess is not as powerful. She's also extremely powerful on smaller maps. I'm not saying she's not powerful. What I'm saying is that she's definitely even more powerful on bigger maps. So it was definitely interesting to see that we did not have a priestess on this map, because it was just almost a given strategy on the Ever Sleeping Town to see that priestess and to have this priestess occupying the time of the hunter for either the early game or annoying the hunter late game. So very, very interesting to see it. But at the same time, Do5 has proven themselves as extremely powerful team, and they probably, they thought themselves, we can switch this up. We can also get on this map with all the priestess and put up an exact same fight as if there was a priestess. We can do this, and they definitely did. Got the tie right here. In round number 1, I just want to mention this again. In round number 1, it's always a little bit more difficult for the survivors, because the hunter side can still pick from all the hunters that they want from, and usually this is either the Dream Witch or the Sculptor. At least during this tournament, it is either the Dream Witch or the Sculptor, and therefore you have to go against the strongest hunters in the game. And the later the rounds, the more bans occur, and the more bans, the more comfortable the survivors can get, even if they also have bans, but the more comfortable they can get to see hunters that are not as powerful. So usually in the first round, to get out with more survivors is more difficult than to get out with more survivors in the third round. Therefore, escaping with 2 survivors in round number 1, extremely good job from Do5. If anyone can do the same or even better, it is FPX CQ. We have seen it before, so just have to wait and see. You said it. I am all for a priestess as well. I definitely would like to see a priestess on the Ever Sleeping Town. For some reason, I can't get enough of her, because we have seen so many different usages of her. Like, it's not always the same strategy. With the global portal, we have seen Global Portal being utilized to bring up a survivor that was down for the third time, that would have been out of the game, but with the Global Portal was able to escape. We have seen phenomenal escape routes when it came to rescues, survivors getting rescued from the chair, taking the tide turner, going through the portal. Very, very common strategy when it comes to the Global Portal. We have seen late game where the exit gate, where the hunter was teleporting to the exit gate and the survivors couldn't really open up that specific exit gate because it was guarded by the hunter. Just to see the priestess coming in again with that global portal to the other side of the map, all survivors going through that. Teleportation is out of the way because the hunter already decided to teleport to the other side, and really making this a game-changing moment. Priestess over and over again coming in with the extremely, I would even say, obvious game-changing moment, because there are also game-changing moments from other survivors that are not necessarily as obvious, not necessarily as easy to spot. But as soon as the priestess comes to the game, it's just like obvious game-changing moment right here. That is putting the hunter into a difficult spot, or that was a great counter from the hunter.
Yeah, yes. Indeed, just a lot of scenarios that can play out for today. And if anything, like we were talking about, just a lot of expectation coming in from ZQ to maybe pull off something a little bit better. It is tricky though, because it's just the general start of these rounds. When you have so much up in the air and available, you only have that one single ban, which is on a survivor. And as you can see, there's like ton of survivors that are out there right now, number one. Not to mention, it kind of goes into discussion where Poch asked me the question earlier about when the mechanic, the seer, and the mercenary would ban. What do you pick from there? And as we've determined, not just here at the global finals, but even in the regular season for some of these teams, even during the regular tournaments, there is always like some kind of substitution you can put in for, depending on the role, at least depending on the role that you're looking to fulfill, along with what strategy you're looking to go for, based on your composition.
Absolutely. And we have seen this before. We have seen this today play out. We have seen this, I would say, play out in very, very different ways for having round number one, first half a tie. For example, today when we saw GG going against X-Rock, also ending up in a tie, and even going throughout the entire second round with only ties, just so GG could come out on top in round number 3. So what can we expect right here? Will it be a tie yet again? Will FPX tie with Doe, or will we see Doe coming out on top, or will we see FPX CQ coming out on top in this first round? What we know for sure, if we're going to see a tie, we're going to see a third round. I would absolutely love to see a third round, because third round means more bans, means more opportunities for us to see different hunters. We already saw the X-Boy. We saw Anne, which is also a little bit special because she's not necessarily the most picked hunter, but we have seen Anne again and again throughout the tournament. But we also have seen X-Boy, which got me very, very excited. So maybe we can even expect... Okay, I really shouldn't. But I'm gonna throw it in there. Maybe you can expect the Feaster, right? Maybe the hope never dies. Right?
I mean, I can't blame you. It is the last day, and it's like, is it gonna come? Is it gonna come?
Ooh, I told Poch Spice already. Imagine best out of 5, final match. It's deciding. It's the deciding round, the deciding half. The teams that are going against each other. On the hunter side, we are all waiting, patiently waiting for this one hunter pick. All these meta hunters, Dreamwitch, Sculptor, God26, even N maybe, have been banned. And there you see the glorious Feaster getting picked. We all wait for a moment. We all hold our breath because we are not sure if the hunter is playing with our feelings. And then locked in Feaster gameplay for survivor elimination, deciding hunter of this tournament. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
You think so? You know what? I'm gonna keep the faith alongside you, Grizzly. I will keep the faith with you. So, it doesn't hurt in which case. I mean, it has happened. I mean, not necessarily Feaster, but like towards these last crucial moments where you'd see a hunter just pull something out of their bag that when you would least expect. So, I don't know. How about you guys in chat? Do you think Grizzly might be onto something here, or do you guys have any other hunters or survivors that you're hoping to see here at the global finals that you've yet to see? Then just let us know, to be honest. But
Just
yeah.
realized I have nothing from the Feaster.
Oh,
I mean, I have. Wait, let me show this to you.
okay.
I have the owl, which is having tentacles right here. No, I can't show
You can't show it anymore. Darn, just as you mentioned, like I'm gonna show you some cuts to the crowd in Hangzhou. So you know what? We're gonna have to show that a little later on, my friend. Show it to our audience. It's like one of those suspense things, I guess, if you will. So better keep that owl towards the side at least in case. As we look at our players finally take the stage. To apologize for a bit of the wait, guys. Just wanted to make sure that everything was smoothened out once again at the venue's end before we let our players go on. And as you can see, it is FPX ZQ now on the Survivor side, just getting all set up so that head on into the game.
Very, very, very difficult situation right here for both of the teams, because this could go either way. FPX CQ trying to really step up their game, or not necessarily step up their game, but showing that they can come in with a 2 survivor escape, or even better as well. And Day4, we already saw him before, really proved himself over and over again throughout all the matches. Look at him very confidently coming into that chair on the hunter side and getting ready to just eliminate another 4 survivor, as he has done in many teams, in many team constellations, in many matches before. Look at him, already smiling a little bit, getting excited for his first appearance in today's tournament day. Not the last, but the first. So let's see what his performance will be right here, fresh on this day 4, when they fight for the spot in the finals.
Yes, sirree. And just the crowd finally, like, let's get this going on. So yeah, let's go ahead and get the overview of the players first here. It's been a while. It's been a bit of a wait till we finally got them here, so might as well highlight them. First up is FPX ZQ's Iron. So pretty good stats across the board. Fairly even field, considering that he does boost a favored tier. So just a little bit of everything that he has on the stats. Following up is FPX ZQ's Long with a Mercenary. So definitely want to look at some factors such as rescues as well as containment time. And not bad what we're looking at here, at least for our young talent from the side of FPX ZQ. Looking forward to seeing how Long will be faring, in which case going into this second half of our first round. Moving on to our next player, it is going to be, surprise, none other than our a lot of young players from a lot of the teams this year. A lot of fresh talent coming in. This time, FPX ZQ's MK with the Priestess. So we've been talking about the Priestess earlier, Grizzly. So a Priestess is actually not far off maybe from entering the fray for this second half, my friend. And maybe it could be ZQ that allows us the opportunity to see it going into this. And really looking forward to seeing how FPX ZQ's survivors play out, because the great thing about ZQ is that if you look at both the scoring for both hunters and survivors, both sides, hunter and survivor for FPX ZQ, can easily hold their own when they go in on this tournament. And finally, looking at FPX ZQ's AK with a favored forward, you definitely want to look at those stuns on the hunter, and just a very well-rounded lineup that we have here coming in from FPX ZQ. And it brings me back to my point about how for FPX ZQ, both sides, both survivors as well as hunter, can really hold their own and can reliably bring on those points. And yeah, Dow5's DX, superb stats that we're looking at here from the Hunter. And as I said, this is why I'm looking forward to seeing how FBX ZQ is going to fare, because against someone like DX, challenge accepted.
Challenge accepted indeed. Whew, he's taking a deep breather right here. He knows that there is a challenge laying ahead of him, but at the same time, he seems very, very ready to go against the team of Day4. And you already pointed out, we saw MK, Priestess, and as we already talked about it earlier, I would definitely want to see a Priestess, and I can also, I kind of expect to see a Priestess right here. Wouldn't be the biggest surprise, but we also saw Day4 managing to get 2 survivors out of the gate without utilizing the Priestess here on the Ever Sleeping Town map, coming in with a little bit of a surprise. Now the question is, what hunter will Day4 pick from? We will, I would assume we will see the Dream Witch, since it is the strongest hunter in the game, and at least DX strongest hunter right here, and therefore, again, expecting the Dream Witch, especially since the Dream Witch will most likely be the banned character. At this point, we can only say, as we said before, as we have seen before, right? Because we have seen everything over and over again. It is almost always going into the same direction when it comes to survivor bans. It is almost always going into the same direction when it comes to the hunter bans, and only every now and then we see a little bit of a switch up. So I assume in round number 1 we can expect DX going in with a Dream Witch on the Ever Sleeping Town, and Day4 might either bring a Priestess. I'm trying to think back. I don't think that Day4's DX was banning the Priestess in previous matches, so therefore there's definitely an opening. We can see it right now though. We can see the picks and bans. We had a little bit of problems in the match before seeing these picks and bans, so now again, I don't think we will see a Priestess ban. I would rather go with my prediction as an incoming mechanic ban.
Is it gonna come into play though? It is very likely, in which case, I mean, just not, you wanna, it's a similar point that we brought up earlier. Oh, okay!
It is the Priestess ban. Okay, alright. I was very wrong right here, but actually not that surprising. Here on the Ever Sleeping Town map, she can be an extremely difficult target that can buy a lot of time or can be extremely good late game. So DX just does not want to deal with that. So DX right now knows he wants to get at least, I already said it, like, of course he is going for the 4 survivor elimination as he did before, but he knows he wants to get at least 3 survivors out of the gate, and he cannot deal with a survivor that can kite for so long like the Priestess could. He cannot deal with a survivor that put so much pressure on the team like the Priestess could late game. But this is also giving an opening to the mechanic, which we will most likely see in the composition. We have the mercenary, we have the mechanic, we have the wildling. I'm expecting a forward on AK's side, since we all know AK, a very, very well-known player when it comes to the forward gameplay. And here we have the team. Again, expecting DX to utilize the Dream Witch in this map, which I'm curious to see. Actually, I remember back then when we had Call of the Abyss 3 and we were almost getting tired of seeing the Bloody Queen. It doesn't feel like that way this year. It's not that we are seeing one extremely dominant hunter over and over again. No, we rather see a mix of, yes, the 2 most dominant hunters, which are the Dream Witch and the Sculptor. There we go, as predicted, the Dream Witch. And we also see a lot of other hunters coming in every now and then. We see a little bit of a mix-up, especially with Anne being one of the hunters being utilized, something I'm very happy to see. And X-Boy was also in the tournament a few times already. We had Violinist. Trying to think back if there was another mix-up. Guard 26, of course, Guard 26 besides Anne, also a pick that has been very, very frequently picked when it comes to round number 3 and also the previous rounds when they didn't necessarily want to go with Dreamwitch or the Sculptor. Now we are coming into the second half between Day4 on the Hunter side and FBXCQ on the Survivor side, with a very, very meta fight right here on the ever-sleeping town. Day4 coming in with the Dreamwitch, and the survivors of FBX getting ready with the Mercenary, Mechanic, Wildling, and Forward composition. Whew. This match is going to be another match of giants, another match where both of the teams will not give each other anything. We are jumping right into it.
This is going to be very exciting, in which case, Grizzly, let's go ahead and let this race speak for itself as we head in onto our game. Finally, the second half. Felt like it was a while, but we got there. We got there.
Is it just me, or does it say AUS Sleeping Town? Never mind. There we go. Day4 coming in with the Dreamwitch is trying to snipe out and is able to snipe out the Mechanic stall, which is an extremely good find because now could utilize the Leech to actually bring down Sad Doll to get the location of the Mechanic, and this is just what you want to do if you allow the Mechanic into the match. You want to snipe out, you want to get the location of the Mechanic. Long was putting down the Doll secretly right there, so DX wouldn't find it, so that means that Long, even if he gets on the chair, even if the Mechanic ends up on the chair, has the chance to actually decode with the Doll, which is extremely crucial when it comes to utilizing the Mechanic. But at the same time, I can only repeat myself, good job from DX, really putting pressure on the team by finding the Mechanic first, and there comes the first hit with the with the Leech. We now have the main Hunter Leech trying to get into the direction, trying to use the main body to make the spawn follower follow. We have the Patroller coming in, we have the Spawn Leech getting into the direction. This is gonna be a very, very difficult task for the Mechanic. Tried to get away between the pallets right here, but wasn't really able to do it, and there we have it. First survivor on the chair is the Mechanic. Still 5 Cypher machines remaining, but we can see that the rest of the team was getting time out of this chase, was getting time from the Mechanic, and was able to start decoding on a few Cypher machines.
Yeah, and you know what? This is perfection. Like, obviously one of the risks that you have by leaving Mechanic out in the open is the progress of Cyphers, and there you have it! Next Puppet Rick's Doll will be spotted out, so that's going to be a huge sigh of relief for Day4's Hunter, knowing that it's just going to be regular decoding from here on out without needing to worry about those dolls running rampant on Ever Sleeping Town.
The Doll is still on the map though, was not able to get down that Doll, but is still protecting the Mechanic, because you don't really have to take care of the Doll as soon as the Mechanic is out of the game, and that is definitely something that Day4 knows is still putting pressure on that Cypher machine, is putting the Leech right there so nobody can decode it. Nice differentiation between the survivor right here with the pallet. Mercenary is trying to get rid of this Leech, and we can see Mechanic is out of the game. The team decided to abandon the Mechanic for the sake of the decoding speed, and here we can see Ford is trying to make his way to the Cypher machine, but can also now see that there is a Leech coming in, and there is a little bit of a problem, a little bit of an obstacle, which is called Patroller taking a hit right here, and is now in need to buy more time for the survivor, since DX is going to try and get that Ford. But if we look at the Cypher progress, it really is going very, very well for FPX.
It really is, and oh my gosh, so far on the right track, our comrade here. So long as he can get the forward right away. So nice pallet drop, bud. So just buying a little bit more time here. So playing Ring Around the Rosie until such time the forward decides to, yep, actually, there you go, decides to try to transition to yet another area. Quite a bit of distance established here. So this is really good for FPX ZQ's cause as far as buying some more time.
And we have seen this before. Oh, nice blinket. I want to mention we have seen this before, that the middle cipher machine, one cipher machine that is always a target from the survivors trying to, where the survivors trying to finish that off, is getting protected by the leech for quite some time now. One leech of DX Hunter is always in that area of the middle cipher machine, always putting pressure on said cipher machine, and now forcing, as you can see in the bottom left, the Wildling, for example, to start an entire new cipher machine. They had to, you know, get a little bit of a differentiation when it came to cipher machines. You cannot concentrate on one cipher machine, especially when it comes to the Dream Witch. We have seen this before, where the last cipher machine is almost done, but survivors are not really able to pop that cipher because of all the leeches on the map. Dream Witch, extremely strong hunter when it comes to late game, not only protecting cipher machines but bringing down survivors over and over again, and slowly but steady turning these matches into victories for the Dream Witch. Yeah, did I say Bloody Queen earlier? For the Dream Witch. And you can see it, Mercenary trying to be sneaky, and actually is extremely sneaky, is trying to bring down that cipher machine. Almost did it, can take another hit, but decides to rather dash away. Blink is coming in, another hit on the Mercenary, preventing the Mercenary from priming said cipher machine that is in the middle. Wildling trying to push the cipher machine at the graveyard. DX protecting this cipher machine. Now have the Mercenary down, was able to get far away from the middle cipher machine, trying to get the attention of the hunter, and it seems like it works, getting the attention of DX.
Yes, and oh gosh, good on which case for DX here. Eventually gonna get the follower within the area just so that they can get the pickup onto the Mercenary. You know, just want to make the most of which survivors you can. Take note, first half was around the 2-2 in points, so this is a good step up. If they can manage, if this hunter can manage to get AK out before the next cipher pop, then after the final cipher pops, then it leaves a lot of opportunity for DX here to possibly get the round win for FPX, or rather for his team.
Okay. Pay close attention. We now have a very crucial moment right here. The rescue is coming in after the Wildling was taking a hit. We can see, oh, nice. Oh, getting away right there, going towards the cipher machine. It has been primed. Forward was here. Mercenary and Forward popping that cipher machine. Every survivor up and running. Fantastic teamwork. These survivors, Wildling priming the cipher machine on the graveyard, while Forward sneaked into the middle to completely prime the cipher machine that we mentioned is an extremely good target for the survivors, because then they can split up to both sides of the map. And this seems to be extremely difficult for DX right here. Survivors are splitting up, but at the same time, late game, ladies and gentlemen. Late game with the Dream, which just allows you to have several leeches on the map. Right now, there is a leech on the Mercenary. Now there is one on the Wildling. Oh, Mercenary makes it through the gate. Whoa. Oh! Forward makes it to the gate too. Wildling is down. That is the tie that we were looking for to get into round 3 that FPX was looking for. Because again, Day4's hunter DX right here, so far throughout this entire tournament, only getting 4 survivor eliminations. This streak has been broken against FPX CQ right here. Whew, what an intense match. Again, very good coordination on the survivor side. We saw great coordination on Day4's survivors as well, but FPX CQ not making this easy for Day4 right here. Tying not only this match, but also round number 1, game number 1 in this fight for the spot in the finals.
Yes, and again, based on how the points have panned out, Grizz, it's looking close. It's another one of those close matches that we're looking at between two teams. Take note, time and time again, we keep on saying it. Top 4, the best of the best, has made it this far. So it's expected that things are going to be looking a little bit equal between these teams. So it's very tricky. Again, like I said, with this round 1, with a lot available for both survivors as well as hunters, probably even more so for survivors, in which case. So just pretty much up to expectation.
Yes, and as you already said, we can see the points down here yet again. Down. All right. Well,
Yep,
I'm almost
you
on
got
point.
it.
There we go. And we also see the bans right here. It was the Priestess ban, which is an extremely good ban on this map, but it also allowed the mechanic on the field. We have to say, again, Day4 doing a fantastic job spotting out the mechanic early in the game, which is obviously the main survivor that you want to get in this constellation, the main decoder that can not only decode on herself, but also brings a doll to the map, which can decode an entire cipher machine together with you, or while you're decoding a different one. While you're decoding a different one. And just bringing down the mechanic was extremely crucial, but still, we saw how FPXCQ was managing to come back from this, was not going in for the rescue, was really just saying, all right, we have to abandon our main mechanic, our main decoder, our mechanic. And they had to do it for the sake of cipher progress, and they did that. And as we saw, they were even able to prime 2 cipher machines. They were able to keep DX away from the cipher machines that they are decoding. And if DX was getting into the area of the cipher machines that they were decoding, they already were able to decode another one. Fantastic job, great team coordination. Really makes this an interesting fight between Day4 and FPXCQ, because we will for sure get into round 3 and we will for sure see 2 hunter bans. Very curious to see what we can expect in round number 3. But for now, we're going to jump into round number 2. And yeah. Wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed. So let's talk about that round 2, because so far, what I find interesting as well, Grizzly, is that these teams, take note earlier as well. Earlier as well, if I recall correctly. Ever Sleeping Town has been a start a number of times in this tournament, a starting map for that matter. So just wanting to work with all that large real estate. I guess it does make sense, because a larger map does kind of mean that it's not necessarily going to be easy for either side, since you have all that estate to work with, and it helps even things out given the fact that you have so many picks available on both hunter and survivor side, and all in all, it kind of adds up to the steady 2-2s that we've been seeing, where things do end up being safe. But I think as we go along in this tournament, Grizzly, as we go along into these halves, wherein things start to shake up in terms of map selection, in terms of survivor picks, hunter picks, then that's probably the make or break. Okay, there we go. You've been wanting to show that, Grizzly, actually.
I actually just checked the chat and someone asked me, like, what did you want to show us? And there we go. This is actually, we have a little bit of a feaster tentacle going up the socket of this Sears owl that we have. And that is actually the only, it says identify, it's the only thing that I have for the feaster, for my main hunter, where it shows off a little bit of the tentacles on the back as well. Really, really like the that's the anniversary, the 2nd anniversary box item, and I can't wait to see the 3rd anniversary box.
I still have this, by the way.
Content. Yeah, I'm just seeing that. Impressive.
Yes.
You had an entire cosplay, didn't you?
I did. I'll bring out the hat maybe later. I still have it behind. The costumes kind of stored somewhere, but yeah. By the way, I forgot which match it was, but there was a Bonbon game where one of the hunters was using the March Hare skin, and I was just the March Hare costume. And I was so jealous that I wasn't emceeing that one. It was one of the latter games, if I recall correctly, from day 1 of the tournament. So it's like, darn it.
Ah, man, yeah. I I can feel you. And we just got word, because I want to keep you guys updated as well, because we cannot see on the left side. I always say, keep your eyes on the left side. And now I have to say, keep your eyes on the left bottom side, because currently we cannot see the cipher progress. It seems to be a little bit of a technical issue that it is out of synchronization. Therefore, we cannot see it in the game. But we as casters, we try to, spot the cipher machine progress as good as we can. And I think we did a really good job in the last match. Hopefully we can keep it up. Whew. And hopefully they can fix it, because I think it's an extremely crucial and very interesting thing to see how far the cipher machines are. And it's definitely something we haven't seen in Call of the Abyss before, where they showed us the cipher progress of the cipher machines. And it is just a very, very good addition, in my opinion. Very, very good addition especially for us as caster, to see what is going on, and also for everyone who is watching to see what is going on, and when and how the survivors are separating cipher machines when they try to outplay the hunter, because the hunter is just sitting on that one cipher machine that they are trying to pop. So definitely a really good tool. Right now there are just a few technical difficulties, which at least does not mean that we have to go into a break or anything. We just can't see the cipher machines that's on the left side.
Yeah, just that. But the series will go on as normal. So, we might not have that towards the side, but I think the good thing, at least, Grizzly, by the way, is at least for the last day, we get the how do I put it, the overlay, the HUD in English, because remember the past days it was a little bit tricky figuring which survivor was using, unless you have like a really good memory and write it down. But when you're emceeing a game, it's a bit tricky to look back and forth, especially when you're play by playing a particular moment, and you try to figure out, okay, this survivor is running, you can't understand the character, so you have to wait until you actually see the survivor to recall it, unless, like I said, you have it noted. So at least this time we see the survivor and hunter rules in English, so at least there we go, in which case players are back on stage.
You're right. I have seen this also, that we have all the in-game stats and everything now in English, which I also think is a great improvement for this tournament right here. So now we can see, as you already were about to say, though 5 again on the hunter side, DX. Here we can see the stats of the two seers of Though 5 and FPXCQ, Iron and Upsy. And here you can just see how powerful they are. Containing the hunter time, decoding progress for a seer, extremely, extremely good, because you need to do both. You need to decode, you also need to protect your teammates, and sometimes you need to decode. And as you can see, very, very good stats on both sides. But which side will take the first lead? Will we see a lead of Though 5 in round number 2, or will we see a lead of FPXCQ in round number 2? Again, we have Though 5 DX coming in on the hunter side for the first half, and FPXCQ is coming in on the survivor side.
Yes. So with that said, we're just about to head into the pick and ban here, and oh gosh, it does make me curious. I would love to start speculating on what the survivor and hunter picks will be, but there's only so much that we can theorize until such time unless we get an early say on what the map is. But let's check out this interview first.
斗5跟我们肯定是只有一个人能进决赛，然后另一边的话就是 GG 和叉肉克，我觉得可能是 GG 吧，因为之前也和他们在中国赛区的时候多次交过手，关押之战，我觉得还是可能是 GG。
Showing the respect to GG, have been practicing against and with GG in the past, and just saying, hey, we might actually see GG, because they were clearly putting up a good fight in the practicing match and the practice matches. So now, the thing is, they were right. If they win, they gonna face GG in the finals. GG was able to secure their spot in the final match right now. Again, though 5 versus FPXCQ, fighting for a spot in the finals that will lead them to face GG later on. Who will it be? Again, we can see DX on the Hunter side. I am pretty sure we can, as you already said, we can only say this much, but I'm pretty sure we can expect the meta ban of the Dream Witch. I would assume meta ban of the Dream Witch will happen. At the same time, we still have to wait for the map, and at the same time, this is giving an opening again to the Sculptor that we have seen over and over before. Iron. I just want to mention it. We saw Iron earlier on the leaderboard with the Seer stats. Iron farmed 3 owls in the match yesterday, was getting the initial owl at the very beginning, had an additional 3 owls, which were allowing them to, as far as I recall, on Ever Sleeping Town, to escape with a total of 4 survivors. Extremely powerful stuff right here from FPX.
ZQ.
FPX CQ. Sometimes I'm just saying FPX, sometimes I'm just saying CQ.
But
yes, Iron really coming in clutch, was the MVP with these. I mean, how could you not be an MVP if you are a Seer and you collect 3 hours from the Hunter and you just buy so much time for the team? Now the question is, what will we see in this upcoming half right here? Will Day4 be able to utilize that Dream Witch again? Most likely not. What do you think?
I mean, if the opposition, being FPX ZQ, is confident enough in facing that Dream Witch, then I mean, why not? Then again, it did go the halves earlier, so you're gonna have to respect that as well. And as we said, sometimes the circumstance of having less survivors could make things just a little bit trickier. But you know what, Grizzly? Let's go ahead and head into the pick and ban phase to see whether or not our assumptions will come to fruition. Oh, wait a minute. The Red Church, by the way. So, yeah, this is the, again, second, the Red Church for the second round. And Forward and Mechanic have been banned. There's the Dream Witch you were anticipating, Grizzly. The Dream Witch ban has indeed come in. However, Priestess is wide open for the taking if FPX ZQ wants it.
Yes, that is very true. And here we have the Priestess, and we also have the combination that we have seen before with the Coordinator, the Mercenary, and we might expect the Seer. There we go. And on DX's side, we might see the Sculptor. It is the Red Church. We might also, on the Red Church, we might also expect maybe the Guard 26 could come out and play a little bit. So one of these two Hunters, I mentioned it before, they are a little bit similar. They are also very different from each other. So yeah.
Yes. Okay. It's all good. It's all good.
I just want to give a little bit of insight to the viewers right now. We can see Poch Spice right now, and he is cracking us up. He's cracking us up, trying to make us laugh, trying to give us a good time right here, which we already have. And just want to mention he's a really fun guy, and I want to say thank you, Poch, for entertaining us a little bit behind the scenes right here as well. And now we are getting back to the picks and bans. We still wait for the survivors to log in these picks, and there we can see now it's DX's turn to pick a survivor, pick out the Hunter that he will play, and this could go into very different directions. We see the Sculptor coming in, Sculptor being one of the most utilized Hunters in this tournament, being one of the most successful Hunters as well throughout this entire tournament. So very, very reasonable pick right here. Round number 2, first half is starting in a few seconds. We have this Priestess yet again on the Red Church. We saw Priestess doing a lot of damage on the Red Church before, so therefore I would assume, just to throw in a little bit of strategy in my opinion. Sculptor trying to get down that priestess early in the game, trying to really get her out of there. Then most likely trying to find another survivor, which could be potentially the seer or the coordinator, if the coordinator uses her flare gun, and that flare gun is basically the one item that she carries. That could mean she is not having anything to protect herself with, so as soon as that on his gun might be a good target to go for as well. But I would assume we can see a little bit of a chase of a priestess.
But you know what, Chris? A lot of that is just gonna happen right before our eyes as we get into the action. The race is on as we speak to him once again.
Ooh, and here we go, DX starting on the wedding site right here, on the red carpet. Long transitioning right in there as Mercenary, doing a great job. As we can clearly tell, look at that, DX not finding any survivors in the areas where he would expect, but that also means he realizes, alright, there should be a survivor right here. If there's no survivor right here, they have to transition, they had to transition, and sees that it is the Mercenary. We already mentioned this, Mercenary definitely not the best find, especially early in the game when you have to consider that there are other survivors on the map like the Priestess that you just don't want to face. The Priestess late game, you don't want to go against her. Now we can see transitioning survivors, Seer and Coordinator, not the Priestess anywhere to be found yet. And Seer definitely also a good find if you utilize the statues well and you can get rid of that Seer. It's definitely shortening that chase, but there we can see Priestess is coming in with the portals, giving a huge advantage to the Seer, a huge distance to the Seer, and DX really having a little bit of problems getting behind the Seer, but now just following along that Priestess on her journey across the entire map. And this is actually a decision that I agree with, that I was kind of expecting. Oh, pushing away the Priestess from the building, avoiding the portal to come through. The Owl comes through with the hit. Fantastic timing, almost 1 millisecond. That's all we had, and they are calling out that the Priestess might go outside, but not hitting her, hitting the portal, giving her the chance to transition out yet again. Really wants to close that gap. She now has no portal ready, but might be in a few seconds. She might take that hit and now try to recover another portal to get away, to buy more time for the rest of the team. Whew. What a Priestess chase so far, but it might be difficult right here to get that distance.
It kind of is, you know, you're in such a close quarters, and it just makes it much more easier for DX to align all those sculptors that will be coming at you. So, but yeah, nonetheless, just as I was about to say, maybe would be able to make a transition after getting out of that tight space, but unfortunately, it won't be the case. And fortunate enough for DX here, doesn't have to travel too far, as there was already a rocket chair ready to his disposal.
But just look at these Cypher machines. Mercenary almost halfway done. We saw on the bottom left Coordinator making her way to the rescue. Still has the flare gun, is not utilizing, baiting that hit right here, and fantastic job with the statue, got pushed away, was able to avoid the hit, is now utilizing that flare gun to went into the statue right here, which makes her the next pick and the next survivor on the chair. What a good statue from DX. While he was stunned, the statue that was still moving back and forth was hitting the Coordinator while she was rescuing. Priestess now trying to really get away and allowing the Mercenary to go in for the rescue. They still need 2 Cypher machines, but now they are having a little bit more of a difficult time to get these Cypher machines, considering that the Mercenary had to go in for the rescue.
Interesting. So, still, you gotta give kudos to FPXZQ here. Still 4 survivors up and kicking with 1 survivor remaining. That's some significant progress here, meaning the possibility of a complete out is feasible. It's a bit tricky, but it's feasible. At least at most, you could get a 3-1, but you gotta look at that Cypher Grizzly. It's almost near ready for the pop, and timing is everything.
Oh, he took the hit right here, was able to rescue the priestess, now waiting for the hit, popping the Cypher machine on the other side. I want to highlight that the mercenary was touching that Cypher machine, giving false security to the X that might be the last Cypher machine that they want to decode on. Not telling or showing the X that, hey, maybe we are working on this, but actually working on a different one, now making it extremely difficult for the survivors to catch up. Priestess goes down. Things are happening so fast, and there we go. Exit gate is open, but the survivors are spread out. The teleport did just happen in time. Priestess, as far as I know, can get up though, so that might be something we need to keep in mind, because there might something happen with the priestess, but at the same time, Seer might just go through the gate right here. Ooh.
Yes, and it's getting tricky though, and that's the pressure that you're going to expect going up against the, oh my goodness, going up against the sculptor, and that's another man down, but luckily Priestess is up once again. Coordinator will be picked up by DX though, so FPX ZQ, they have to kind of weigh in here. Coordinator, this is going to be the halfway mark on this particular survivor. Gate is open, that means AK can easily just make the exit. Question is, can they try to get more out though? That mercenary is still down, so still looking to heal up just a little bit more, and there you go, just makes a mad dash. Ladies and gents, it's a good done deal. 3-1 at the end of the day as FPX ZQ finally gets a half that leads towards their favor in this second round.
What an immense amount of pressure right here for Day4. Was teleporting to the gate, was trying to bring down these Cypher machines, but had to leave the Priestess behind. Priestess, which was a survivor that could still get up, was actually doing exactly that, getting up, opening up the gate late game, and we saw that the coordinator went down right there, but at the same time you had to take in consideration that all survivors transitioned over to the other side of the map, to the other gate. Mercenary was sniped out, went down, but again at the same time teleportation was used. There was not much Day4 could do. He could, extend the time of the game by bringing down more survivors and trying to catch up to them, but at the same time to cross this entire map while the survivors can all still self-heal when they are downed, extremely difficult task to do. And there we had it. We had a 3 survivor escape, now really putting Day4's survivor side on the spot, because now they have to catch up, else round number 2 will go to FPX CQ. But if anyone, we have seen this before over and over again, Day4 and even have heard it from DX himself. They have trust in the survivor side. They have trust that this survivor team can pull off at least the same, if not even better, with a 4 survivor escape. We actually have seen a 4 survivor escape happening, I would say, around 2 times in this tournament, which is already extremely impressive. But at the same time, a 3 survivor escape would already be enough to tie this round right here, and that is definitely what Day4 wants to go for, at least a 3 survivor escape to get into round 3 with no pressure. I mean, of course with pressure, because could be the deciding round, but at least with less pressure if they would not get 3 survivors through the gate.
And in all fairness, that was really good coming in from FPX ZQ, because how do I put it? The thing is, like, those last few seconds could have gone really well. Teleport timing was perfect, saving it for that last moment, transitioning to the other side of the gate. But on the flip side, FPX ZQ just roll with the punches perfectly. At that moment, like, I had to hold my breath a bit, because I was thinking, they already looked like they were going to get that 3-1, and in that moment the teleport came in. Oh no, survivors falling left and right. That was like 3 survivors taken within the a minute 30. So like one on the chair, one falls, and then another falls, and then luckily was able to recuperate, and then eventually led to the 3-1. So that was just some very quick reflexes, very quick thinking coming in from both sides. In fact, gotta give kudos to both sides, to both Day4 as well as FPX. That was very well played out. But the truth of the matter here, Grizzly, is that we have a 3-1 on our hands, meaning there is a 2-point deficit which goes in favor of FPX ZQ. Day4, they need to try to best that, or at least equal that, just so that they don't have to play too hard on the catch-up game for points moving into round.
Number 3. Did you just round number 3? Did you not say number 3? Okay.
Don't worry. You're good, my friend.
As we already said, it's gonna be very, very interesting to see. Will this be the deciding round already for FPX CQ, because they were able to get 3 survivors out of here, and they were able to actually, get a little bit into the head of Day4, because again, we saw Day4 coming into this particular match right here with only victories, with only 4 survivor eliminations. And this time, you can see FPX, first round, tied, second round, 3 survivors out of there. Maybe it's gonna be difficult for Day4 to switch this around, because we already saw they have an extremely powerful hunter. But at the same time, we all know they also have an extremely powerful survivor team. We have seen it before. So let's just wait and see what we can expect for the hunter bans and survivor bans. We're going to jump into our second half in a few minutes, where we can see the same teams, Day4 versus FPX CQ, fighting on the same map as before, which is the Red Church map. And let me think about this a moment. We had the Ever Sleeping Town first, and on FPX CQ is going into the next match. So will we see the Dreamwitch ban, or will we see the Dreamwitch being utilized? Will we see the Sculptor ban? Will we see the Sculptor being utilized? Will we see something that will surprise us in general, which I would absolutely love, because I love surprise. I love a little bit of a shake-up when it comes to the character picks. I highly doubt that, though. So yeah, very, very excited to jump into that next half with you.
Yes. Yeah, looking forward to it, in which case. And like we said, we're we're coming down to the wire here as far as reaching the epic conclusion that we've been anticipating for Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. And it's been great, I would say, especially with the top 4 that we had. Earlier, we were having a little bit of this discussion we're having a discussion about the hunters, how there's a little bit more variety this time around for Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. And how do I put this? In last time, it was always going to be that toss-up between Bloody Queen as well as Dreamwitch. Now, what's really interesting about this time around is that we're seeing a wider variety. Sure, there has been a heavier leaning towards Sculptor, but after which, let's say, it hasn't always been like the straight-up Sculptor for the first round, first half, second half. Like, sometimes we would see that deviation. Sometimes a hunter would prefer Dreamwitch. Sometimes a hunter would prefer something like Guard 26. So it's been nice seeing that variety, and I think that's why, as a spectator, it's been much more interesting to watch Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, and I'm looking forward to seeing what other picks we'll be seeing moving forward, or whether or not maybe this will continue to be a trend, because I've already had a good feeling of the variety, as well as not just the variety, but even the order in which these players pick the hunters. Because sometimes we see Sculptor a little later on because they pick something else, and then the enemy team decides that, you know what, we need to take this off the board earlier on, and probably not mind Sculptor being open this ladder, just because of the threat that certain hunter has as far as pick earlier on.
Very, very true. Very, very true. We should all just take a breather right here. Not only the teams that are in such a difficult situation, in such a stressful and also pressureful situation on the stage right here, we should also just take a step back, take a breather, and reflect on what we have seen so far, not only in this fight between Do5 and FPX-CQ today, but in general in the last few days. This trend where we can see bigger maps being utilized early on, for example, the Ever Sleeping Town. And in general, this was not necessarily the outcome that we expected for day 3, because if we watched day 1 and if you watched day 1 and if you watched day 2 like we did, then you saw that smaller maps were still preferred, and then you saw that the priestess wasn't necessarily the survivor that you have seen almost all of the time. No, you have seen the wildling over and over again, and not saying that the wildling is disappearing right here on day 4, and not saying that the wildling was disappearing on day 3, but you could definitely see a shift of priorities right here when it came to survivor picks. Could definitely see the shift towards the priestess, where we had a lot of priestess usage, and we can still see exactly that shift happening right now, where we can see priestess being the survivor on the red church that was just buying so much time for FPX-CQ's side that they were able to get out of there with a total of 3 survivors. Now you can see the survivors right here getting ready of Do5's team, and they are getting ready to fight for the points. They are getting ready to get at least a 3 survivor escape as well to tie this round. But FPX-CQ is not going to make this easy for the team of Do5.
Yes. And looks like our players are ready to go in which... Okay!
I am speechless.
See, Grizzly, how come we didn't get that during Call of the Abyss too? Like,
how come I do not wear this right now?
Oh, there you go. There we
go. I'm sorry, I'm just spectating this and I'm speechless. What a fan base right here. Do5, we can really see the fans are cheering them on because they know, all right, we have a 2-point deficit right now, but nothing is decided yet. We still have the second round right here, and this means we can still turn everything around, or at least bring this round to a tie, and we can see the fans cheering on Do5 right here, hoping for exactly that outcome, that they will either tie or maybe even get a 4 survivor escape in this next half. And yeah, see this survivor side. Players are ready, are getting ready to jump into the match. But first of all, let's get into this interview.
所以我们当时第一个想法就是，其实我们整体来说前期的配合、运营什么都没有问题，就是一波救人送出的节奏。但是我们当时想的就是，不管怎么后面怎么打，我们都要和当时打那个小组决赛的时候和插肉盒的时候那种状态一样，就是今天一定不能输，所以就抱着这种信念去的，所以后面就也打赢了。我觉得朱雀相对来说，所有俱乐部当中可以说是很强劲的对手了，但是就好比如是一个超人和蝙蝠侠打仗，之后他就是超人，但是我们也可能可以让他流点血。
They are Superman, but we can also make them suffer a bit. That is a statement right here. That is definitely a statement that is very, very true, and we will see how this will turn out right here. Superman versus Batman, Do5 versus FPX-CQ. We had the comparison right here. Now we are again tuning into the live stage where we can see the crowd, where we can see the stage, which is absolutely amazing. I still love, we haven't mentioned this once before, but I still love that they just randomly put, or not randomly, it's definitely very well placed, but they put the car in the middle of the screens that are covering the entire floor. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, something that is a little bit surprising. We are allowing Ken to use either, or not we, but Do5 allowing Ken to either use Dreamage or Sculptor, but not Guard 26. And on the other side, we can see Do5 is getting the chance to utilize that priestess.
Yes, and okay. So let's go ahead and see if they'll opt for, yes, no hesitation whatsoever, just decides to grab it for themselves once again. I mean, I guess I'm not really surprised. I would agree that a forward as well as a mechanic has much more higher priority in what you would want to take away from the opposition on a map like the Red Church. So looking at the spread of survivors here, interesting. So the difference that we'll be seeing for today in this composition, Grizzly, and they lock it in actually. So they will opt for the coordinator instead.
We saw the coordinator before as well. I think we didn't see the forward, did we? I mean, sorry. Am I confused? Maybe I am. Let's just get ready for this match. I thought we saw the priestess, but maybe we didn't, and I thought we did see the forward instead of the seer. That's what I wanted to say. But it doesn't really matter. We're gonna jump into this match right here. Round number 2, second half. We have Day4 with the mercenary, with the seer, priestess, and the coordinator. And we're gonna have FPXCQ Ken with the sculptor, was allowing the opponents to utilize that priestess that was just seen as a very, very destructive survivor. So the question right here that we have is, what is happening? What is going on? What will... Sorry, I'm just trying to think what team composition FPXCQ had. It feels like they had the same, but maybe I'm just... Let's just get into this match.
Yep. Let us do exactly that. And there you have it, folks. The Red Church is the place we'll be going for round 2 of the second half here at the semifinals that will determine who will GG be facing in our final showdown. Is it going to be FPXCQ? Okay! Interesting flare gun early on, not wanting to allow Ken the opportunity to gain some distance just so that the coordinator can distance herself from the sculptor. And that's quite the distance. At least allows this coordinator to transition to a better area, hopefully. But these sculptures are just coming in left and right. Portal comes in. So that is working out nice so far for Survivor.
Very, very good coordination. We saw exactly that previously, where the hunter was trying to hunt down the, I think what was the seer, and then nice hit of the statues, and then that survivor was able to get away through the portals. And there we can see how crucial it is for the priestess to be around and to have communication, because the priestess can put portals where they are needed. Lucky for Ken, or in favor of Ken, we can see that the basement is right here. Also know that the priestess is a very, very good rescue when it comes to basement rescues. The question right now is, will they actually go into rescue right away, or will they prefer to start decoding cipher machines and concentrate on the objective, which is decoding cipher machines? Or will they send out one survivor that cannot decode, which will slow down the decoding speed, but might rescue the coordinator?
Yes, indeed. And okay, there you go. A little bit of an overview. Not really scouting anybody out, unfortunately, and just, making sure to keep the precautions going on to not allow Day4 any opportunity to get the rescue on this coordinator in the basement. So I think at this point in time, it would be safer to say that this coordinator is gonna be hasta la vista, baby. And one down survivor, in which case for Day4. Good start for the hunter of FPXCQ so far, but nonetheless, good job by the coordinator as well. There was some decent time bought out to work on the cipher. Still a bit of a way to go though, I'm not gonna lie. Day4 still has some progress to pick up on with the ciphers, but it's you gotta take the small victories here right now, in which case, but nonetheless, Ken just looking for his next survivor to put pressure on it. Looks like Ken might be nearing that, as we'll detect the presence of JX.
Day4 definitely put on the spot right here. 4 Cypher machines still remaining. First survivor out of the game. We already saw the match before where FPXCQ had 3 survivors escaping. That means Day4 knows they want to get 3 survivors out as well if they want to tie that round. Now going for the Seer, which is a really good find, because with the statues, we have seen it over and over again. You can cancel that owl and you can get the normal hit on the Seer right here. So now, what I just mentioned is that they need 3 survivors out of the game to tie this match. But this just turned into a very difficult challenge for Day4, because FPXCQ was able to secure the first survivor elimination, and now they still have to bring down 3 Cypher machines while one of the remaining survivors is kiting around. Whew. Especially late game, even if they are able to now pop 3 Cypher machines, especially late game, it might be an extremely difficult task to get all survivors out of the game. We have the Seer down. We can see Mercenary decoding on the Cypher machine that is in the middle of the map. Might have to transition in for a little bit of an escape route right here. Getting away from the statues, fantastic job. And now going slowly into the direction of the rescue with the help of the Priestess Global Portal.
And oh my gosh, this is really starting to get tense here. JX already making their way to salvage ZYJ. The fact of the matter is, if they want to try to contend with win conditions, they can't allow this Seer to skyrocket, especially with 2 Cyphers remaining. Luckily though, as we can see towards the lower left of your screen, Sculptor putting on some pressure towards the Cypher, but I believe WWE should be able to pop it, in which case. And look at this sneaky coming in from JX. Looks like JX does finally decide to go for the move though. We'll try to go for the rescue. Time is ticking. Still a bit of a way to go for ZYJ. So this is looking very feasible. Looking for the right time to go for the rescue. Sculptures are coming in. Takes an initial hit, and there you have it. Both are up and kicking. Question is, can distance come in? JX going for the body blocks here. Looking for the hit. Takes the initial one, and the last effort will pop up.
What a patient hunter right here. First of all, hitting the Mercenary, but then trying to catch up. Again, you said it, tried to body block, but Ken really being able to avoid the body block and sniping out that Seer in the situation, which means Seer on the chair for the second time. Pat was halfway through, so therefore Seer is out of the game. This means we already have 2 survivors sent back. Now late game, Cypher pop right here. What will happen? What will we see? Will the Mercenary be able to kite around, or will the Mercenary be able to escape as well? We can see the Priest is actually transitioning away from the gate, most likely trying to get towards the dungeon. And what we can see the Mercenary doing right here, Mercenary tried to... Okay, interesting thing. Both survivors know that they are in a difficult spot. No matter in which direction Ken goes, it will be difficult to open up either of the gates. But right now it seems pretty good for the Priestess.
Yeah, and Ken just playing a bit patient here, trying to read things out between the 2 survivors that are remaining. It actually does manage to catch out W here, and oh, down that survivor goes. Looks like Mercenary making good use, making good work of that exit gate to try to get it open. But will the rescue come in though? It's going to be very risky, and looks like did have to just kind of back away as a result of the pressure coming in from those sculptures. Ken just trying to maximize the time and says, you know what, I'm good with this. I'll go for the pickup, bring it to the rocket chair, and that'll give me more points for my team. And I think this is where the Mercenary will just have to play it safe and allow themselves to make the exit, as at the end of it all, it will be a 1-3 in favor of FPXCQ. Total of 4 points adding up, bringing FPXCQ as our victor for the second round, my friends.
Very good situation for FPXCQ right here. Securing the 3 survivor, first of all, rescue, and second of all, 3 survivor elimination, which gives them 6 points for this round, and which gives Do5 only 2 points, which might be crucial later on because now we are proceeding into round number 3, and that means that Do5 needs to win both matches. If they are winning with the same conditions, 3 survivors out, 3 survivors escaping, then we would see another round because we have the same amount of points going on. But if Do5 only manages to win one of the matches and ties the other, this is an entire different story. So that would mean FPXCQ would proceed into the finals. So very, very, very interesting match that we will have next up in game number in game Do5 versus FPXCQ match. Round number 3, first and second half.
Yes. There is another way though, Grizzly, interesting enough, because you have to account here. Okay, yes, because we have 3 ones across the board. The other one, the first set of halves were halfsies for the most part. So we have 3-1, 3-1. That's a 4-point differential. Another win condition that we're looking at here, they can afford a 2-2 in the first one, but it just makes it significantly harder because in order for them to still win the series, the only result that they can get after a 2-2 is just a complete 5-0. They need to get 5 points. And that's very, very tricky though, if you think about it, because we're heading into the third set of halves. You have those bans coming in, and in all fairness though, like this is just, it's tricky, but it's feasible. It is very feasible. We've seen teams do it again wherein both teams just kind of play ping pong back and forth in the points, and all of a sudden some plus ultra moment happens for one of these teams where they suddenly rake in points at the very last round. And who knows, maybe for one of these teams, particularly for DAO5, they're the ones that are going to be needing it the most.
So you mentioned it. It's definitely something that is possible, especially for DX, Do5's Hunter, that we have seen, who we have seen prove himself several times before, and who we have seen eliminating all survivors in rounds like round number 3 before. So it's definitely still on the table, and the tie on the survivor side, I think for Do5 also definitely possible. You're right. We are watching at 2 or rather 3 different outcomes. Either they got a 5-point game and then a tie, which will mean they will proceed. Do5 will proceed into the next tournament bracket, which will be the final. And then we are looking at a 3-1 for Do5, which would mean we would get a round number 4. That is something that I would also definitely look forward to, because round number 4 means what? Round number 4 means that we will have more bans, 4 survivor bans, 3 hunter bans, which is always very, very interesting to spectate. And if FPXCQ is able to secure a tie at least and a 1-point game for themselves, they are having the lead after these matches and therefore would proceed into the finals. So very, very curious to see how this plays out. Here we can see the stats again. Fantastic job from the Priestess, really decoding, as well as from the coordinator, who was putting up a good fight early game, was buying time for their team, and then getting into the basement, which was just in general a difficult rescue situation. At the same time, it is a strategy we have seen before to just leave the first survivor that goes down early game behind and to use the time that you would have else used to rescue to actually decode more cipher machines. And we saw that that was definitely the right decision. Still, FPXCQ was able to get 2 more survivors and getting that 3-point for their team. So now we are looking at round number 3 in this match, Do5 versus FPXCQ.
Yes, and okay then. So moving forward, I'm kind of wondering what the map is going to look like here again, Grizzly, because we have seen it before where a team would go. Well, it depends. It also depends, by the way. It depends on which team gets it, because if the team that picked Ever Sleeping Town in the first round also happens to have a map selection again going into one, then it's not doable. They have to choose something different because you can't repeat it. If it's the other side and they haven't chosen, it's a possibility. But let's go ahead and check out these highlights once again, my friend, just to paint a better picture of how these rounds kind of panned out. Because in all fairness, DX was doing quite a bit of work, but then again, the same can be said about MK here. All the way, FPX ZQ, very impressive, even with the pressure coming in from the sculpture. Even at the last moment, by the way, where things were looking dire, they were able to pull through, and looks like we're going to be looking back at the venue shift through before we check back here on how the game with Ken on the Hunter side panned out. Early exhaust of the flare gun from the coordinator. So again, it just leads you to this vanilla Hunter that you have with not really any other tools to their kit to maximize. Just pure kiting in the midst of going up against Ken, and that resulted to the early down. And this is where things got even more trickier. In all fairness to Day4, though, they were able to eventually work on the ciphers, get them popped up, but it was just way too much that they were dealing with Ken. Just a great setup here. There were some that already, had their time on the chair. And as we highlight, it is going to be FPX ZQ that we're going to be checking out with these nice, how do you call these stingers, if you will, to, who knows, potentially just give them the highlight of that round victory.
Yeah, I think player highlights. Wish
Yeah,
I
there
had
you go.
that.
Yeah,
I wish I was there, just in my my regular esports pose.
Oh yeah.
I actually like that GG will also proceed into the finals because they were able to prove themselves against X-Rock is having this logo. That's the logo of GG. And as I already mentioned before, GG could also stand for Gaming Christie, so I assume this is my esports pose from now on, right?
Yep.
I can't. It's not even me deciding right here. It's decided for me. So I'm just, going with the punches.
Fair enough. And who knows, guys, if you want to make a team and you want to have that extra luck on your side, I mean, look at GG. They made it all the way with the initials of Gaming Grizzly. Name your team Gaming Grizzly and you might go even further.
Not the best recommendation, but why not? Could try it. I would just imagine COAIV, first team, North American, European server, Gaming Grizzly.
And makes it all the way to the finals. The dream.
But I'm okay if I'm okay.
Okay, that's good. That's good. You're if you ended up going into team management, Grizzly, a lot of people are going to miss your content. So I think you're very good with where you're at, your content as well as your streams. So we are happy with where you're at right now. Do not abandon us just yet for a professional career, Mr. Gaming Grizzly. And not just that, but we have a match.
Yeah, I just want to say that again. Whoever is going to be the team that I'm coaching, I'm very, very sorry for them. I feel very sorry for them, and I don't. That's not a. We can ask chat. Let's ask the chat. Chat, what do you think? Should I coach a team? Would you want to be coached by me to get the chance for a spot?
I can imagine it right now.
For the spot, top 10,000 teams.
Oh.
North American, European.
Top 10,000 for that extra cushioning. I can imagine it right now. Coach Gaming Grizzly. Your players consult with you. So, coach, what do we play? Go Feaster. But we're survivors. Go Feaster.
Go Feaster. Don't worry, survivors. You pick whatever you want, but make sure Feaster. Feaster. That should be. Imagine that. I mean, that would be kind of a surprise seeing Feaster in round 1, 2, and 3 constantly. They are banning Dreamwitch, they are banning Sculptor. Maybe in the future we will have different hunters. Imagine one day maybe the Feaster might be one of the meta hunters. We have seen so many switch ups. We have seen again now. Actually talking seriously right here. We have seen the Wildling who was coming in as survivor that was always very, very underappreciated when we look at the frequency of him getting utilized in matches. And I have seen this in the community, and I myself have underestimated the Wildling. And now here we are, COAIV 4, Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, Wildling being utilized over and over again. That just shows that over time we learn to adapt and we learn how to use new characters. Over time, we can also see characters like the Bloody Queen kind of disappearing from the main stage just because she got nerfed, because this game is always changing, it's always evolving, and it's always bringing out buffs for characters as well as nerfs for characters. So it's not impossible. This is not even me joking right here, but in the future at least, we might see a buff for the Feaster which makes him extremely powerful, and he could just take the spot from the Dream Witch. Could take, okay, maybe not necessarily Dream Witch, but for example, let's just say Guard 26, who was also a very, very frequently used character, not as often as Dream Witch, not as often as Sculptor, but frequently used, hunted throughout the entire Call of the Abyss 4 right here. Maybe next year on Call of the Abyss 5, we will just see this Feaster popping up over and over again because he got changes, he got, buffs, improvements. Leave me comments right now in the chat if you are hoping to see the Feaster slowly moving into the meta. I have seen a lot of love, to be honest. I have seen a lot of love in the chat for the Feaster, and I have seen a lot of people telling the teams to finally give Grizzly the Feaster he wants to see. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate it a lot, but it's absolutely understandable why other characters are prioritized right here in this tournament situation. And now we are jumping into the next round, the potential final round, Day4 on the survivor side right here. Yet again, going against FPXCQ. We are jumping into the picks and bans in a few minutes. We're also gonna check out the map that is going to be picked. That is what they are doing right now, the map pick. And here we see the fans, here we see the players, we see the entire venue. Whew. That could be the final round right here between these two teams, at least when it comes to deciding in which bracket they will proceed.
Yeah, actually, you'll never know. You'll never know. Especially with the point deficit that is in favor of FPXZQ. It's looking even better for them right now. So pressure is on towards their opposition being Day4. They really gotta gather up all their strength, their mental fortitude, and whatnot to try to get some better results, make up for lost ground, because it's a nice upward trajectory that FPXZQ is riding right now, and it's going to be up to Day4 to try to hamper that a bit. Not even a bit. They have to, because it's the last chance to make that happen, potentially, unless we hit an overtime, then sure. But you don't want to leave it to chance. You do not want to leave it to chance, especially when it's still very much feasible where they can still close out on round 3 and turn the victory for themselves. I don't want to say it is only 4 points, but 4 points you can catch up on. It is doable. We already set the conditions for that to happen, either at least a 5-0, at least 1-5-0, and something that's above 2-2, then they are good to go. But let's just keep the fingers crossed for now as the players are looking to head on into pick and ban very, very soon. Just keep on looking for. Let's just all look forward to it.
Yes, let's look forward to this upcoming match right here. As you already mentioned, everything is still on the table. It can go back and forth into both directions. It can go forth into the direction of FPXCQ that already established a little bit of a gap right here into the right direction for them, but it could also just turn around completely for Day4. We have seen Day4 really proven themselves before. We can see the bans are actually allowing Ken to play the Dream Witch, but not allowing him to play either the Sculptor nor the guard 26. Now we are waiting for the survivor bans. We can see a very meta ban, especially when it comes to the Seer, the Fall, and the newly meta, how do you say, the meta rookie, the new character that made it into the meta, which is the Wildling, getting banned as well, which is giving an opening to Priestess on, if you look in the top right, Moonlit River Park. I am very curious to see how this plays out for Ken, allowing that extremely dangerous Priestess for WW right here, how she will utilize that character. Whew, we will find out. In combination to that Priestess, we will see most likely the Mechanic popping up, exactly because Mechanic brings a lot of decoding speed to the ground, as well as Mercenary and the Gravekeeper. Whew.
Yes, so with these picks, it's interesting, by the way, Grizzly. We haven't really seen Wildling banned as much in this tour. So finally, some much due respect for this pick this late into the round.
I am checking out the chat and I can see that there is a lot of love for Feaster. A lot of love for Feaster. It's gonna be an amazing core 5 with Feaster in the top meta pro. I want to make a disclaimer right here. That is just a joke. I have no information if the Feaster is getting anywhere into the meta. But what I can tell you guys is that we can utilize that Bloody Queen that we have seen yesterday as well. So very curious to see the Bloody Queen for the second time in this tournament, Call of the Abyss 4 right here. Let's dive right into it in this fight between FPXCQ, who is utilizing Bloody Queen, and Day4, who is allowed to utilize the Priestess as well as the Mechanic on Moonlit River Park, as well as the Mercenary and the Gravekeeper. Ken coming in with that Bloody Queen will be definitely a very difficult challenge for Day4's team right here. We have seen yesterday Ken with that Bloody Queen coming in with what I remember was a 5-point game, a 4 survivor elimination, just by bringing down, or not bringing down, but closing the gaps between survivors, and even with the Priestess on the field. Again, we saw it yesterday on, I think, what was Lakeside Village. Priestess was utilizing that global portal to get away and to help out teammates getting away. And we had Ken just following along with the mirror, because you can just close these huge gaps. You can close the distance between the survivors and yourself by utilizing the mirror, and this is probably something we're gonna see throughout this match on Moonlit River Park as well. Let's jump right into it.
How do I even put it? Like, there's a lot of things to take note here. We see a Wildling. We're getting Moonlit River Park. We're getting Bloody Queen of all hunter picks. It makes sense though. This Bloody Queen's kit could be quite useful to FPXCQ's Ken. So let's find out, in which case, ladies and gents, this is the first half of the third round in our final semi-finals for the day, before we head on in to our battle for third and eventually settle in on our finals. But first things first, we need to determine who our second finalist is, guys. Is it FPXCQ or is it Day4? We'll find out as we let their skill speak for itself, and this is going to be a good start, by the way. Ken already spotting out the Mechanic doll, and that should easily give him full awareness of where the Mechanic is. It looks like Ken is on the case already.
Wow, almost swinging with the mirror, and here we can see the precision of Ken. Now we have... Wait, did she actually utilize? Yes, she did, and that might actually put Day4 into a difficult spot, especially when it comes to the Mechanic right here, using the doll to body block, prolonging that kite. Now we see Day4's Mechanic turning into the kiter, because there's no chance to use that doll anymore, but with the mirror that we have mentioned before, it's extremely difficult to escape, especially if you are in such a tight area where you can't really go to the left, you can't really go to the right, and in front of you, you have the mirror, behind of you, you have the Bloody Queen. No chance to escape. Now, what we can see right here is the holy key, the global portal being utilized, being prepared for a rescue, but of course can not only protect the mechanic on the chair, but also put pressure on the survivors, and we saw the hit coming in for the mercenary with the mirror image, and now transitioning out a little bit while still keeping around the mechanic, at least close enough to utilize the mirror if needed. We can see that the survivor team is most likely, we talked about the strategy before, most likely abandoning the mechanic, because the mechanic does not have the doll anymore. The mechanic does not have this outstanding decoding power as before, but no, actually going in for that rescue right here, putting pressure on Ken. So now we still have 4 survivors in the game. We can see Mercenary is getting healed up, and we can see Upsy with the Tide Turner is trying to get away, trying to buy as much time as possible before taking that hit, before probably going to the chair for the last time. Again, here we have it. If you are caught in between this mirror and the Bloody Queen, there is not a lot of room. Breathe, Grizzly. There's not a lot of room to escape from the hit, and here we have the first survivor getting out of the game. Priestess portal is getting utilized from Ken to actually close the gap to the survivors, but they are spreading out right here. 4 survivors, 4 cipher machines. Okay, I can't. 3 cipher machines are still remaining, and the first survivor is already out of the game, and that survivor being the main decoder.
Yes, so okay, so far so good, in which case for FPX-ZQ's Ken. Now, looking at things right now, ZYJ, okay, trying to play around the 10 area. Looks like Ken has had enough though, forcing ZYJ to transition to a different area. JX is in the vicinity though. Mirror image will come up and instantly goes for the swipe. That's the first hit. There should be coming the switcheroo, yes, just to cover a little bit more distance. Doesn't want to let these 2 survivors. Oh, okay, Ken actually decides to switch over to JX, but of course JX doing mercenary things, just gonna rocket his way out of there and takes the roller coaster, by the way. So this is definitely going to be a little bit of a frustration for Ken, just as he decides to turn his attention back over to the Gravekeeper. But you know what? Big question is, who is Ken eventually going to commit to? He does have a mirror image over towards the mercenary, so just putting on a little bit of pressure. But no, wait a minute, is just transitioning the mirror image over to where ZYJ might have potentially been. But ZYJ going to be playing around this area. Ken doing a great job. Going to be swiping out any other means of escape that these survivors could be utilizing, courtesy of the priestess. And the chase continues. But oh no, here we go. Mirror image will be popped once again. A pincer could be coming in, but not even needed, as the hunter Bloody Queen successfully gets the swipe.
Fantastic job. We have to keep in mind the Cypher progress. In the bottom left we can see it. Mercenary popping off that Cypher machine. Priestess is doing a fantastic job too. The 2 other survivors, Mercenary and Priestess, didn't take any damage, which is allowing the Mercenary to now transition into the area where we can find the Gravekeeper on the chair, and is now doing that. Is still having 1 elbow pad, but is keeping this elbow pad to himself, trying to utilize the distance that he was able to get thanks to the attack recovery animation. And here we can see taking that hit. Fantastic job. Cypher pop is ready, but they are waiting for the Cypher to be popped. They are waiting for the Cypher, probably for Ken to actually utilize the skill as well. So the skill is gone as soon as the Cypher pops. We're gonna see how this will play out. There comes the swing. Gonna destroy it. Is the Cypher getting popped? Priestess is ready. In the bottom left we can see it. Priestess is ready to pop that Cypher as soon as one of her teammates goes down. Ken is now trying to get that Gravekeeper right here.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, in which case healing progress for a mercenary is already more than 50% though, and the big question here at this point in time is WW just looking for proper timing here as well, but this Gravekeeper just, man, CYJ such a great job at kiting right there, just making Ken go around in circles, and this is just enough time, of course, it's all bought out to make sure that JX can get back on their feet as well. So even with the early loss of this mechanic, oh no, the terror shock.
Nice hit, nice hit. Ken knew what was happening. Ken knew that this one Cypher machine was ready and did on purpose not utilize the skill, so he would have the skill ready right now. So he would not waste any time on the Gravekeeper. Now has the Gravekeeper down, can bring him to the chair, and as soon as he is chaired, he is, oh, not even wasting that time. Saw the global portal right there. Does not want them to go through that portal, because we said it before, Priest is such a dangerous character late game, especially when it comes to the portals. Therefore, destroying that and now concentrating on getting the Gravekeeper out of here. And we mentioned it before, you mentioned it before, if the survivors can get a tie, we still have the chance to see Day4 in the finals if they are getting a 4 survival elimination in that next round, and FBX on the other side only needs to get 1 survivor through the gate to decide this for themselves. Very, very intense second half is in front of us. I'm pretty sure what we can expect right here is the mercenary as well as the priestess going through the gate, just getting ready right here to escape, and there we have the tie, 2 points for each side. Again, this is going to be a very, very intense second half of the potential, no, of the last round. I think you can't even get a tie anymore at this point. So very, very intense and deciding round 3, second half, where we will see Day4 on the Hunter side, who needs to get the 4 survival elimination, or FPX CQ on the survivor side, who needs at least 1 survivor through the exit gate to secure their spot in the finals. Whew. That match, very, very impressive. Again, we saw how dangerous the priestess can be and how much respect Ken was showing that priestess by destroying the global portal immediately and then not even caring about her. It was just this one thing that he had in mind. That global portal can be a game changer. Let's destroy the global portal. Mercenary was saving that 1 elbow pad to just get away with enough distance, and then Ken had to decide. Because if Ken was able to actually hit that mercenary would go down before he's able to reach the gate. He already got up once, so he couldn't get up on his own anymore, and then he could concentrate on the Gravekeeper and potentially bring the mercenary to the chair as well. But since the mercenary was planning ahead, keeping this 1 elbow pad to himself that was getting him away, there was no time for the Bloody Queen, for Ken, to follow the mercenary without the Gravekeeper getting up again. And therefore, it was just, you had to decide for 1 survivor. And since the Gravekeeper was already down, mercenary still could be potentially a survivor that kites around and that could take a hit and could still get through the exit gate. It was the right pick to go back to the Gravekeeper and making this a tie, a 2-point game for both sides.
Yes, so pressure is real. Oh my gosh. Where do I even start? It's a tough mountain that they're gonna need to climb, Grizzly. It's like, okay, I thought it's but one thing is for sure, Grizzly. It's 5 or nothing at this point. No overtimes whatsoever. It's that 1 single win condition, and that's a lot of pressure to put onto the Hunter of X-Rock by that. Oh, sorry, not X-Rock. Day4 rather. Thinking about the last game earlier, but yeah.
It is a lot of pressure, that is for sure, but it's also a lot of pressure when it comes to FPX CQ side, because yes, they were able to get survivors out of the gate against DX, but at the same time, we still have to keep in mind DX is a hunter that you cannot underestimate in this tournament. We have seen until now a survivor elimination, an average survivor elimination rate of 4, which means there is no chance for any survivors to get out of there. FBXCQ actually the first team that manages to get survivors through the exit gate against him. So again, now the question is, will DX get these 5 points for his team and make it into the finals with his team, or will FPXCQ show us again that they are very well able to bring survivors through the gate and secure their spot in the finals? Now we can see the stats. Look at that. Priest is really putting decoding to the ground. We had the mechanic, which was the first find of Ken, which was very good because mechanic can decode so much with only 20% decoding because there was not a lot of time to decode. And then we have the Gravekeeper, who was just keeping so much time, 192 seconds of the Hunter and occupying the Hunter late game. Again, that was a very difficult situation for Ken. He didn't want to use his skill. He didn't want to utilize that mirror because he knew as soon as the Cypher popped, he needed to bring down that Gravekeeper as fast as possible to get the chance to get another survivor. And if the mirror was used, the Cypher would have been popped, and then we saw what happened, right? We saw what happened, how good that Gravekeeper was able to kite around the Dream Witch without the mirror. So that was something that Ken definitely wanted to prevent when the Cypher popped. So fantastic thinking from Ken. In general, fantastic thinking from both teams right here. Now we are getting into our second half of the game 3 with this absolutely amazing team, Day4 on the Hunter side, and the amazing team FPXCQ on the Survivor side. My question for you right now that I want to throw to you is, what do you think we see on Day4's Hunter side?
Oh my gosh. Well, again, you have to look at the win conditions first. So, because you definitely you don't want to play a Hunter that is more on the, how do I put it? The safe. You kind of want something a little bit more high octane, if that makes sense, because you're aiming for 5 points here.
Yes.
Meaning, you want to have, I guess it really, this is where Hunter playstyle also comes into. Do you want to, if you're comfortable with playing to more tempo, for example, then, and you feel that strength of yours could lead you into 5 points, then go for that. If you want to play something more aggressive, just so that you trim down the time of these survivors in terms of getting those ciphers done, then that too. Then you also have to take into consideration like what the meta is right now. You also have to take into consideration that this is round 3, really, so you have more.
Really avoiding my question right here. I just tried to get one statement, and you're taking apart the entire game. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna start right here. I'm gonna start. So first of all, I'm gonna predict just a random, like, just have a little bit fun right here. I'm gonna predict that we will see a Priestess and Mechanic ban on the Survivor side. What the third Survivor will be is probably Mercenary. We have seen him over and over again. Because you don't want to deal with that Priestess. We saw the Priestess very dangerous, and Mechanic also bringing a lot of decoding speed. That's just my prediction. It's a little bit different from what we have seen before because we just saw it. FPXCQ was not banning the Mechanic nor banning the Priestess. So I think Day4 is going into a little bit of a different direction, banning these 2 Hunters from the big map, which is Moonlit River Park. And hopefully, you're right. We have to think about the bans on the Hunter side. So I might expect to see a guard 26 if he's not getting banned. No, wait, 26. It's a big map. It's a big map though. Maybe if we saw, I think we saw We saw a Sculptor in the Guard 26 ban before. Maybe if the chances are there for Do5 to utilize the Dream Witch, we might see a Dream Witch. Again, if she's getting banned, most likely not. More than most likely, if she's getting banned, we won't see her. But if there's an opening for DX to use the Dream Witch or Guard 26, depending on the bans.
I mean, I would agree. Guard 26. I do remember there were situations like this in the past. Where there were similar crunch times that needed to be pulled off at this late into the match. And basically, I do recall like the surprise picks, not really surprise picks, but like picks like Guard 26 would come in. I also recall that there was one point in time in the past where this was like way back, but a Wu Chang was brought out all of a sudden. But that's such a risky pick at the same time. You look at other picks like Bloody Queen, by the way. Bloody Queen, yeah. Take note, we have such a big map. So that's another thing that you could bring to the table, except for if you're going to bring a Bloody Queen to the table, you have to do even better than what the Hunter for FPX ZQ was able to pull off. Because even with the Bloody Queen, even with all that prowess, that was a 3-1 towards the end. You're aiming for a 5-0. So you need something
longer about it. Might be a valid pick as well.
Oh, yeah.
But we will definitely find out in a few moments. We were just, throwing out a few predictions, throwing out a few ideas that we have for what could happen in the second half of this third game between Do5 and FPX-CQ. But at the end of the day, we will just have to wait. We will have to see, and we will have to spectate and witness what is going down right here in Call of the Abyss 4 history. If Do5 or FPX-CQ will secure their spot in the finals. Again, win conditions for Do5 right now is a 4 survivor elimination. Nothing below that. As you already said, it's a 5 or nothing, a 5-point game or nothing. You don't want to let any survivor escape. And that is putting DX on the spot right here because, of course, we have seen him before performing very, very well and really, really destroying, just can't say it any other way, destroying survivor teams. But at the same time, we are in round 3. There will be bans on his Hunter side, so that's definitely going to make it more difficult, not easy, but he can also ban survivors. It is a 4 or nothing for DX right here, and FPX-CQ is still having pressure on their shoulders going against such a strong hunter, and they need to get at least one survivor through the exit gate. Let's see how this will turn out. We are jumping right into the picks and bans. Let me see. I'm very curious to see how accurate I was with my survivor bans. I was probably very, very wrong, but, just throwing them out.
Yes, so the moment we've been waiting for, Grizzly. This is where we'll figure out, oh, okay, standard bans that we're seeing here, both Dreamwitch as well as Sculptor. So just straight up, let's remove some of the top picks in the meta right now. Nice balance here as well, in which case forwards here and the Mercenary ban coming in from DX. So now we're going to look at it. All the speculating will come to a close as those picks will start rolling off, starting off with our survivors. Perfumer, interesting.
So, very interesting indeed. We have seen the Perfumer being utilized twice before, and she was never really the one that was getting chased, never really being on screen. Didn't really get a lot of screen time right here. She was coming in every now and then at the end of the match, but mainly she was turning into one of the main decoders right here. And this could happen just in this match yet again, because if we look at the constellation, Wildling will be there. Definitely not the survivor you want to go for first, but then you have the Priestess that can be, again, annoying early game, can be very, very dangerous late game. And then we have the Mechanic who can just push the Cypher progress so far. So you really have to pick between these two, Priestess or Mechanic, to go for first. And we will see what Day4 will bring to the table. It could also be an X-Boy. I'm just thinking about a few hunters that could come out right here, but who it will be, we will find out as soon as these survivors have been locked in.
Yes, we will find out indeed, Grizzly. Just waiting on what this pick will be, in which case it's an interesting yes,
you called it first time.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, bring it on, DX. The Wu Chang, that's the high octane hunter I'm talking about. He locks it in, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting a Wu Chang at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Like I said, such a high octane hunter that you can bring to the table, provided you could get things going on earlier on. It's high risk, high reward. This is the hunter that can indeed get you the 5 points that you need. If you can, get the ball rolling. If not, then what could have been your asset could be a huge detriment. But here you have it, folks. Both sides have locked in their picks. Survivors, FPX ZQ is raring to go with a fairly well-balanced composition that could potentially grant them at least one survivor out of the gate. That's all they need. On the flip side, though, Day4's DX pulling off all the stops right now, realizing just how dire the situation is. The Wu Chang is what he decides on. Ladies and gentlemen, let us know in chat, how hyped are you for this Wu Chang in this game right in this moment? Let us know all your thoughts as we head on to it. It's going to be a picture perfect race to the finish, Grizzly.
And here we go, starting at the beginning of the roller coaster. DX going into the direction of Godkite, finding Iron immediately. Iron, the perfumer. Maybe we're gonna see a little bit more of perfumer action, trying to scout the area with the umbrella, trying to see if there's someone close. Did find the scratch marks on the floor right here of the perfumer. And this could mean we will see a perfumer kite early in this match. Again, we have seen perfumer twice before. We didn't really get any action. Didn't really see a lot of action when it came to the perfumer. But this time, this might change. Actually going for the perfumer early in the game. We have the umbrella coming in and trying to get closer. We have teleportation ready right now, so could still potentially change the target as soon as the priestess is showing to be a big obstacle. Iron doing a fantastic job, just utilizing the area, utilizing her perfume in time to get the damage reversed. Now jumping over it before the skill could hit. Whew. All right, DX again, very, very aware that this is a difficult challenge. Changing positions, going to try and find that mechanic by bringing down the doll of the mechanic. Here we have it. Hit with the nice, fantastic job. DX now knowing the location of the mechanic and with the umbrella being able to transition out, actually transitioning back to the priestess. Fantastic job from the priestess right here. And here we go. We can see there comes the hit. The first hit. She was using her perfume. Couldn't use it right away. And now we have the perfumer on the run. Trying to buy more and more time for the team. There comes the second hit. Wu Chang's white guard with a charged up attack is just having such a huge hitbox. Here we go. First survivor is on the chair. But we can also see, look at the Cypher machine inside of the Haunted House, going down, 2 Cypher machines remaining. This is looking very, very good for FPX CQ right now. Again, I want to remind everyone who is watching, Day4 needs a 5-point game, a 4 survival elimination. We can now see the mechanic turning into the rescuer right here, taking that hit, but taking the animation that comes with the hit of Wu Chang to rescue the perfumer, is now taking her turn to kite around the Wu Chang, actually putting down the doll, but Ooh, Terror Shock came in. The doll, perfect thinking, tried to body block with that doll, but the doll was actually not getting hit and therefore allowing DX to have no attack recovery and being able to Terror Shock the mechanic. Now trying to get rid of the wildling. Oh, almost got pushed in the teleportation. Fantastic job. Whew. But this is allowing the wildling to, first of all, decode more on the Cypher machine, and second of all, eventually help up the mechanic if needed. But Perfumer is down. Look at that. One Cypher machine is remaining. DX is feeling the pressure of this match right here, is feeling the pressure that FPX is putting on him. Mechanic just got up, and Wildling is the new target.
Yes, and oh my gosh, in all fairness, I am going to give it up to DX here right now, putting in a lot of work. It's just that very tricky scenario that we're looking at here because it has gotten some damage across the board onto Mechanic, Perfumer, Wildling, but fact of the matter is there's still one Cypher that remained, and oops, there we go. That's the hit once again.
Wow, there we have it again. The Priestess with that portal and brings down two survivors, can now teleport over there, knowing where that global portal led to. But at the same time, this was extremely time consuming for DX to now navigate over the entire map while he's trying to get to the Perfumer that is down there. Not able to rescue that Perfumer, but with these portals, you see it again. Mechanic is able to get a lot of distance. We have the basement here, but DX knows that if he brings this survivor to the basement, he's gonna waste time, and he does not want to waste time at this point. One Cypher machine remaining. We have the Perfumer on the rocket chair, which is the second time for her, but she's also the first survivor that might get out of the game. The first oh, there we go. Widely goes down. She is the first survivor that was on the rocket chair, and wait, Mechanic was no, he's really bringing down survivors, and we can see right here that DX is trying to put pressure on Cypher machines, put pressure on the survivors, and bring down survivors as well, while bringing them on the chair. Wildling right now very far away from everyone else. Very good call to make it, to teleport to the Priestess, destroying the portal. So very unfortunate for DX. MK really closing the gap. MK can take a hit, knows that MK can make the rescue. Gonna be very, very close. The Cypher machine is almost primed. Baiting that. Oh, fantastic job. Priestess did not take a hit. Rescued the Wildling right here. We can now see Wildling buying more time with that boar. And Cypher machine is about to get popped.
Yes, and this is going to be massive for FPX ZQ. Like we said, they only need to get one survivor out of the gate. The pressure is on for DX. The fact of the matter is, rarely have we ever seen a moment where once a Cypher is popped, Hunter is able to just go the full reverse on all four survivors. It is, sure, let's say anything is possible, but it's a massive rarity that DX is dealing with right now. Is able to take down Long, but what of the rest of the team from FPX ZQ? Makes the transition over to the gate, but it's already open. The first escape, ladies and gentlemen, makes the teleport. Does he make it in time? Yes, he does. Can still manage to at least go off in this tournament with a high note. Gonna give chase over to AK. There you go. That's another down survivor. Will just content himself, bring this particular survivor to a rocket chair. But on the flip side, Perfumer already making her way towards all the way to the other side of the gate. Wu Chang can potentially make the transition, but it's a long trip to go. Also, take note, it does look like Long has already gotten their bearings back up and, okay, makes the switcheroo.
Oh, we can see still Iron creeping around right there at the dungeon, potentially preparing for a rescue or to get at least through the dungeon. As you already mentioned, Wildling is on the board again, will definitely make it to the gate in time. We can see Priestess is actually trying to get that full survivor escape going, is trying to get a little bit into the direction, but now has the crows. And with the crows, we know that DX knows exactly where Iron is, and that's going to make it very, very difficult, especially now we still have the detention, and there we go. Good call from DX, was not able to hit that Iron might be able to ward this, but fantastic job. Really wanted to go for the 4-survivor escape. At this point, it was definitely a chance they had to do, definitely an opportunity they had to go for the 4-survivor elimination, because as soon as the first survivor, which was the priestess of FPX-CQ left the gate, it was decided for them that FPX-CQ will proceed into the finals. We will see Day4 competing against X-Rock in the upcoming battle that will follow us after this fight ended right here, because Day4 and X-Rock, they are still fighting for spot number 3 and spot number 4 as well. So this is not over for the teams that have lost so far, but this is far from being over from the teams that have won, which is GG versus FPX-CQ, the two finalists that will compete against each other for this number 1 spot, the crown, the trophy of the Call of the Abyss 4, the title of the champion of this tournament.
You know, you just putting it into words, Grizzly, just gave me chills. Like, we're finally at that moment where we have our two finalists, GG as well as FPX-CQ. It's been an incredible journey so far here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals for these two teams, along with the rest of the teams that have made the top 16 in participation. This is probably one of the best global finals that we've had yet. These games, as a spectator, have been such a treat. There's been such a variety as far as what we were able to watch, not just in terms of matches, but also in terms of the strategy, the innovation that we're seeing from all of these players. And it's definitely been an honor for all of us to just be able to witness that, seeing all these international players put their best foot forward. But yeah, I'm wishing our finals all the best. But take note, Grizzly, we still have a battle for third to settle. So it isn't the end just yet for X-Rock as well as Day4. They still have to juke it out to determine who will ultimately take up second runner-up in the Call of the Abyss 4. That is something you'll have to look forward to, because at least that gives at least one of the teams the opportunity to, this is what I always say, like, end their run on a high note. But to be honest, these guys are already winners for making it this far. But wouldn't hurt to get a little bit of that extra from the prize pool.
And I'm very, very happy that we were able to see two characters we haven't seen that often in this match right here. We saw Wu Cheng, we saw Perfumer. I accidentally said Priestess, I think. I sometimes mess up a few survivors, and I saw the chat were definitely calling that out. So Perfumer, I was absolutely happy to see some action, some early game kite from the Perfumer. Did a fantastic job. We also saw Wu Cheng being utilized in a really, really good way. We see that these two characters, even if they are not being utilized that often throughout the tournament, you can see that in, Perfumer, right? She's definitely still a very good character, as well as Wu Cheng. And I'm curious to see if we will see more of her, especially when it comes to the finals, where we have a best out of 5, where we potentially can go into 5, maybe even overtime, 6 rounds with so many bans for survivors and hunters, that we will definitely see very, very, at least for this tournament, unique survivors and hunters being utilized. I can't wait for that. And yeah, it's going to be extremely exciting. We saw GG putting up such a good fight, especially in round number 3, when they utilized Anne, when they were coming in clutch against X-Rock. And here we just can check out the stats of the last match. 2 points for each team. FPX-CQ on the survivor side. Look at the decoding mechanic. Again, extremely dangerous. Was able to rescue and kite around late game, but throughout the beginning of the game was just getting the chance, thanks to her other teammate survivors, to decode on these cipher machines.
Yeah, so, oh man, the stats speak for itself. You know what I find impressive about this, Grizzly, is, FPX-CQ, they really gave it their all. And I think not only did they deservingly get their slot into the finals, but in a very convincing manner, by the way. Both of them, actually, both GG as well as FPX-CQ, looking at their journeys leading up to this very moment, they've shown us that they are very much champion material. And if I recall, I think it was Poch that said this, wherein FPX-CQ was one of the Mandarin casters, if I'm not mistaken, that mentioned that FPX ZQ was their bet for making it into all the way into the tournament, and I can kind of see why. I'm a believer. I am a huge believer based off that performance we saw there. So, all said, best of luck to not only our finalists, but also those that'll be participating in our battle for third. And you know what I'm looking forward to, Grizzly? Who is going to be the MVP for this one? Because there's a lot of deserving players from FPXZQ. You gotta give him that. So luckily we're not the ones making the decision, because I'm not sure who to give that honor and title to.
Yeah, that is very, very true. We can only make guesses. We definitely have seen a very, very strong performance from both sides. We can say that FPX was really putting up a fight right here. And man, if you ask me like this, if you put me on the spot to call out one MVP, I wouldn't be able to really tell you, because I think deep down, they are all MVPs. Because, I mean, they made it this far. Like, everyone who made it this far into the top 4. We are right now in the top 4. How could you consider any of these players not MVPs? They are the top players that are out there. They are the top teams that are in our Identity 5 community. So, of course, they are all MVPs. But we're gonna find out in just a moment. FPX CQ's Iron is coming in with the MVP spot.
Yes.
Very good.
I can agree with this. In all fairness, I can agree with this. Iron was, like I said, it was so hard to figure out which one would be getting MVP. I was kind of leaning towards the Hunter, actually. But this is another, if we had to look at survivors, then Iron would for sure been one of my top 2 picks, I would say. Top 2. So,
and we definitely have to mention Iron. Remember from yesterday, was MVP as well, utilizing that seer, and was able, we highlighted this at the very beginning of the day. Iron was able to utilize this owl 4 times, was starting with 1 and was able to accumulate another 3 hours on the Ever Sleeping Town map. What an amazing player right here. And this time with the Perfumer really shining, and in this final map bringing the victory by kiting Wu Cheng, kiting DX for such a long amount of time that the rest of the team, the rest of the survivors were able to decode the cipher machines and were able to get that tie that they needed to proceed into the finals. Fantastic job. Congratulations to Iron to get the MVP title. But at the end of the day, I said it, all of the players did a fantastic job, and they didn't get this far by not being absolutely fantastic, outstanding players. For now, that is it for our semi-finals. Next up, we're gonna have the fight for the 3rd and 4th spot, and then we're gonna jump into the finals with a best out of 5, which I'm personally very excited about. Arcticuno, thank you so much for being on my side, casting these matches with me. I had a lot of fun. I'm gonna leave the stage to you right now.
Yes, thank you very much. Because this is going to be my last match to cast, so I'll be bowing out to let Grizzly and Potch bring you all the action. It's been a pleasure being with the guys here at the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals. Again, probably the last message I'll give to everybody is continue to share the love and stay safe during these trying times, especially during this pandemic. I cannot stress that enough. And, you know, just remember your loved ones. Make the most of the time you have with them. Yeah, that's me. That's just me, though. So yeah, thank you again. Still, up to come. It is going to be the battle for 3rd, followed by the intense finals we've all been waiting for. Who will become our champion for the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals? We'll find out in a little while. Time is ticking, and the hours are ticking as well before we determine who that team will be. I'm Arcticuno. With me is Gaming Grizzly. On behalf of Potch Vice, this is the Call of the Abyss 4 Global Finals, Day 4, the final day. We'll catch you guys in a little while. But for now, let's all take a bit of a breather. That was intense.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only. Listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
啊，我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑贵的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞里。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。
stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed's been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets here in this madness. I'm trapped in darkness, been locked away. Oh, there are secrets
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's our esports poets, Pot Spice and the Gaming Grizzly on this second half battle for third and fourth in Call of the Abyss Global Finals. And Gaming Grizzly, what an amazing match we've seen so far between the top four. But right now, all eyes are on Day4 and X-Rock. You know, it's not, again, yeah, they did fall in the first round, but we got to determine that third placer. And they really left all on the line there. And I know you and Articuno were talking about the different hunters that came out, and we saw a Wu Chang.
Yes, it took some time to finally see Wu Chang. I was hoping for Wu Chang, especially on the bigger maps, but then I realized the bigger maps are getting utilized very, very early in the rounds. So therefore, still having an opening for hunters that are more viable in these rounds, for example, Dreamwitch and Sculptor. So therefore, I'm actually very, very happy. And I also mentioned the Perfumer, which was utilized, I think, around 3 times so far, but we never have seen action with her, right? Except of
the
like,
decoding action.
Decoding action, exactly. She's a great decoder. But this time, she was actually able to buy some time for the survivors early in the game, while the rest of the team was decoding. Wu Chang did a fantastic job. But for now, we're gonna see X-Rock versus Day4, and as you already mentioned, these teams, absolutely amazing. The heat that they will bring to the table will be outstanding. I'm very, very excited to see who will come out in the third place. Will it be X-Rock or will it be Day4? And also talking about the rest of the teams, GG later on against FPXCQ. We already saw how dominant Day4 is, but then seeing FPXCQ just stepping it up right here and going against them in such a good manner. Absolutely fantastic job. And then we also saw GG defeating AL previously, who was defeating GR, where we just, it's just these matches right here are getting better and better, and they're getting more intense the more we get to the finals, and I'm very, very curious to see who will proceed into place number 3 here in this fight between X-Rock and Day4.
And speaking of X-Rock, we're seeing the survivors. You saw YJJR, the Seer, and the Priestess. Now moving over to Billy, had a highlight reel moment in the previous match between GG. And as you mentioned, they really left everything on the line because 2 rounds of each of the matches we witnessed have been ties. So all these, again, it's just a battle of inches, but those inches and points really matter because it is this is going to be the battle for third place, while we will have to wait for the battle between GG and FPXZQ. Now moving on over to T, the mechanic, if you would, of the team, but can bolster other survivors. And lastly, ending things with SXY. Really formidable rescuer, 1.25, as well as great containment time. So know and trust that he will be using that iron dash, the elbow pads, to be able to close out the distance to the rescue chair and also create his distance when he is kiting those hunters. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is your team of X-Rock, and we're slowly going to shift the camera to the fans here before we head on over to Day4's DX. And if you saw that once he went out, he looks like such a jolly person. The charisma's still there. He has not lost his smile. He's still breathing in the moment. Here we have his elimination is averaged at 4, but then again, you saw that he was really taken to the limit. And for a very formidable hunter as the MVP of IVL, as the hunter side, you know, getting ties is still great because you're still getting survivors out of the manor. So he's still very formidable, and this is still a big test for X-Rock survivors.
Absolutely, it is a big test, but at the same time, you have to take in consideration X-Rock was performing earlier in the first match today, and Day4 is just coming out of their fight against FPXCQ. So will this have an effect on Day4 being maybe a little bit exhausted because they just have to jump from one match straight up into the next match against X-Rock? Or will they just, you know, improve over time and just get better with match by match by match that they are playing and show X-Rock that they are warmed up right now? They are ready and they are bringing out their 8th game right here in round number 1. You can see Day4 DK on the hunter side for the starting match of the fight for the 3rd place.
Yeah, to note that both the matches that we've witnessed round one, first half and second half always goes in a tie. GG between X-Rock. That tie lasted till round number 2, but it was the match between FPX ZQ and Do5, where we did see FPX ZQ shine in both the survivors and the hunter side in Red Church. Both the survivors and hunters got 3-1. So Do5 wants to be able to rectify that, wants to be able to perform at their peak, and let's see how they'll fare against X-Rock, because X-Rock, again, being one of those teams that have very good survivors, again, known for turning the tables. They are the Purple Miracle that is known as X-Rock. Can they perform one against DX's Do5? Going to Ever Sleeping Town. This is a very chosen map. It's like first round, yeah, Ever Sleeping Town. It's really looking a lot like IVL. I actually want to get the stats and how many times we've seen Ever Sleeping Town. Have you wanted to see more maps, or you still want Ever Sleeping Town to be the first map we see?
Do you remember in the first 2 days where we were like, hey, which map would you like to see more often? And I was like, hey, I know Chinatown is not available yet. It's a banned map on this tournament right here. But Ever Sleeping Town is just aesthetically pleasing. And I would definitely love to see a little bit more. Maybe not, maybe not that often, but maybe a little bit of Ever Sleeping Town. Now we are here. And I would even argue that the Ever Sleeping Town is the map that we have seen the most, just by how many times it was used in day number 3 as well as day number 4. And here we come to the bans and picks real quick. We have the Mercenary ban, which is a common ban when it comes to round number 1, and therefore we see a very, very common team constellation, which is the Priestess allowed on the Ever Sleeping Town. It is the Mechanic, it is the Seer, it is the Forward, and on the Hunter side we have the Dream Witch coming in. We have seen Do5 being extremely dangerous with that Dream Witch. So will X-Rock be able to get survivors out of the game, or will Do5 be able to put up a huge challenge, which I definitely expect for them to put up and get all of the survivors out of there, get back to that 4 survivor elimination rate.
Right, yeah. Actually, to highlight that, it was FPX ZQ that it was able to contest DX on that elimination rate. So quite the challenge he has ahead. That was a very mentally taxing match that we just witnessed, that you and Arjuna did MC, and now the question is, does DX still have a lot in the tank? Because at high level play, that has to wear on your mental stack just a little bit, and to operate a very dangerous hunter like the Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping Town, you have to be always on your toes, and that is what DX is doing as he transitions away from that tram. You got to worry about that tram. It could be very dangerous. Transitioning towards the middle side of this map in the main body, he does see the scratch marks on the floor. I believe this is the most optimal target, being Billy as the Seer. Billy having so much kiting prowess, but the Seer is definitely the best bet here in Ever Sleeping Town.
Look at all these pellets thrown down just to establish a little bit of distance. Now in a little bit of a pickle, survivors. The leeches on the other side of the pellet as well as on your side. What you're gonna do, you're gonna take that one hit. At least it was the hit with the Seer's leech, so that leech immediately disappeared right here.
Look at this. Okay, he's jumping, and then a DX, the follower. I thought he was going to sandwich him with that follower, but DX trying to look for the Seer, but then knows that he was able to vault that. I thought he was going to jump right into his face, but great cleanup so far. The Seer is still buying some time, already past the 1 minute mark. Patroller is what he's carrying, and gets a nibble on the Seer. The tram has already passed. I'm always going to quote the tram just to make sure, but look at that. Gets that hit on the Seer. Billy will be the first one down. And
very good hit through the pallet right here. Fantastic job, and we can you just want to mention, you can see the Forward is coming into the rescue a little bit, moving in. We can see 5 ciphers still remaining, so that could be a little bit of a difficult situation. We have the Seer on the chair for the first time, but keep in mind, Mechanic, here we can see it, Mechanic stall is probably vaulting through the window.
Big stun.
Very, very big stun. Was able to get that leech away. We have the doll down right here. Again, keep in mind, Mechanic was on the field for the entire time, so we can expect a bunch of Cypher machines being popped very, very soon. Seer got rescued and now we can see DX concentrating on that one survivor. Wants to get the first survivor out of the game so he can concentrate on other survivors.
Whoa!
What a blink! You can really see how Billy throws down all these pellets just to establish distance between the leeches and between himself. But with that blink, pellets do not matter. Seer is down, Seer is getting on the chair. We can see the leeches are getting sent towards the portals.
Ooh. Yeah, big stun on the side, but look at the cleanup here. And that was an excellent sequence there with that blink because he did have Patroller at the start, switched to blink just because he wanted to down Billy right away. We see that SXY is trying to de-leech himself, and the leech follower trying to get that hit. SXY, oh wow, no, the main body follower. And now, oh wow, good sequence there for DX to down the Seer, and it's his last chair. Double down, Grizzly!
Got down by the follower of the forward leech was coming. No, the follower of the forward was coming right behind these two survivors, concentrating on the Seer, then going to the spawn leech, bringing down the forward, putting the survivors in a really tough spot right here. Keep in mind, we still have the priestess who is right there getting ready to rescue. We still have the mechanic who is trying to bring more decoding to the ground. As we can see, Cypher machines are almost primed. How many Cypher machines though? We sadly cannot see it. There we go. Priestess comes through. Will it be it? It was a hit for the leech. We have the forward right here going down, but again, keep in mind, forward is on the chair for the second time. He can still get on there without being eliminated one more time. So it's gonna be a very, very extreme difficult task. I'm curious to see the Cypher progress of the rest of the Cypher machines, to be honest.
I know. We see that the mechanic is trying to prime some Cyphers. She will have to go on chair duty, but then if we're actually feeling the way the Hunter is feeling right now, not knowing the progress of these Cyphers, having to rely on the ebbs and flows of these matches. And now we see that X-Rocks T is trying to find a way to make her way out of this precarious situation, to probably go save the forward, but no, drops the doll here to try and bait out a hit from DX. Wow, just sandwiching. But look at the forethought here, wanting to, but look at that, the conservatism, but didn't make it in time. Unfortunately, T has to be forced to retreat away while eating that hit, and now we see that T is piling the main body, but not for too long, and we see that DX is on a roll.
What a move right here from the mechanic. Wow, was seeing the need to actually go in for the rescue of the forward before he went out of the game, but was not making it in time. Now we have a very difficult situation. We have one Cypher machine remaining. We all know Dreamwitch, extremely dangerous late game, is having a leech on the priestess. Priestess utilizing these portals in a very, very good way. But again, is having these leeches all over the map, and especially on the priestess right here, giving her a hard time. We can see that the mechanic is trying to get into the basement, trying to find an item that might help change the entire game right here. Also protecting with the leeches, protecting.
Whoa! Nice. Did you see that blink? Oh my gosh, the timing on DX, able to have that false sense of security and able to blink right away, putting down YJJ here in the graveyard. And look at that, the mechanic is actually here in the basement and healing up. So again, trying to recuperate their resources. T is at the basement of the corner house, while DX really has to manage his resources wisely here, because again, he doesn't want to rest on his laurels yet. He wants to get the 5 points for his team to give them that confidence and maybe even deny a match 3.
And Priestess is right now at 99%. Could just get up if she wanted to. I'm curious to see what the plan is right here. Oh. Yeah. I'm very curious to see what the plan is right here. We can see mechanic. Let me think. Maybe, okay, let me think. Priestess is probably trying to bleed out as long as possible and then get up just in time to then take that hit, go down, so the second bleeding out time is very, very short, and then opening up the dungeon, so in case the mechanic goes down, she could potentially heal up and get through the dungeon. So that is why the Priestess is not necessarily getting up right away.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. YJJ now. And you know what? He's going to respond to that and just try to bait out him to get up here. T, though, kiting for as long as he can. Uses the football, but gets a little bit of distance. Can she make it to the pallets in time? She is pretty healthy, so she will be eating that one hit. The mechanic, again, has that leeched follower, so always a threat here. And now we see that the priest is up and about, but already used up the self-heal. So again, this is what you were saying, the threat of the Dream Witch, exhausting all of the resources. Priestess great in late game, but man, the survivors are all falling down. As I say that, the mechanic eats a hit, and it is her turn to try and figure out if she will get up from the map, get up and start going, or try to bleed out just a little bit to buy some time for YJJ.
Priest is really doing a good job. Dream Witch doing a fantastic job utilizing these blinks, bringing down survivor by survivor by survivor by utilizing the blink and closing a little bit of a gap where, you know, maybe a pallet could drop or maybe the survivor could shoot around. Very, very good job from the main leech right here, bringing down the survivor again. Fantastic job blocking off this window. And now we can see that the mechanic is definitely in a very difficult situation because she is having a leech, but she cannot get rid of that leech.
Yeah, she can't. She doesn't have that anti-curse, and she was trying to prime that Cypher to try and help up the priestess, but no, the blink. Oh my gosh, the carnage. DX again living up to his stats with 5 powerful points in this first half.
There we have it against X-Rock. Wow, phenomenal match right here. Whew. And we were just talking about it. Is this a situation where Day4 might be exhausted because they already had to go against FPXCQ previously, or is this the chance for them actually to get a little bit of a warm-up so they can get into the match against X-Rock very well prepared? And we saw it. Definitely not exhausted, coming in with another 4 survivor elimination, and as we already have seen before in previous days, just getting back to that 4 survivor elimination average.
Yeah, just utilize. We've seen this Dream Witch before, especially in big maps of DX, in Moonlit, in Ever Sleeping, and him utilizing the strengths of that Dream Witch, realizing, all right, you know, I'm just going to get a lot of hits, not necessarily chairs just yet, and we'll see that in the stats below of how he was able to chair and eliminate the survivors. But yeah, just slowly snowballing his presence, and I'd like to commend him for the constant proactivity. Once he gets a hit, switches to another follower, leech. He's always moving. There's never a wasted moment when he switches bodies, but you also got to give it up for X-Rock because they tried to survive as long as they could. The coordination was all there, and you know, the priestess survived as long as she could. The stuns were there as well from the forward, but this is DX.
This is DX indeed, and I just want to highlight one moment because that was something that really was very, very interesting to spectate when the mechanic was trying to rescue, utilizing the doll to bait in this one hit right in the pallet and to go for the forward. But we saw how DX was really baiting the swings, and before she could hit either the mechanic or the doll, turning around, forcing the mechanic to react to, okay, what am I doing right now? Am I backing up? Am I going because the doll is getting hit? What am I doing right here? And that back and forth in both, it's a mind game. It's a complete mind game. That back and forth is just so difficult to decipher, and therefore was really, really putting pressure on the mechanic right here. Was doing a fantastic job, the mechanic, but when the mechanic saw the need to go in before the forward went out of the game, it was already a little bit too late, and forward went out of the game. Mechanic took a hit, and here we jump into the stats where we can see how Billy was the first target. Sadly not able to decode any of the Cypher machines, but putting up an enormous fight against the leeches. We can see that 29 seconds right here are not necessarily representing the containment of the hunter, because not all of the time each containment, not each leech that is following you is giving you the time. So definitely did a fantastic job early in the game, but On the Excel side, it speaks for itself, right? 5 points right here. Fantastic job, especially allowing the mechanic and the priestess on this huge map. Just a very, very well coordinated Dream Witch player, as we have seen before. And yeah, that's all I can say about it. My brain would hurt. It already hurts a little bit from watching, but fantastic job from Do5 getting the 5 points now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's all the high level plays. It's just us forcing to think. My nose is about to bleed from all the thinking because these guys, the high level plays, the strategy. I would have never thought of like sandwiching myself between the mechanic. Right? You saw how he was piloting I think that was T. How he was using the doll to sandwich himself. That situation so good. And also something to commend with DX is that he downed Billy first. Billy is known to be a very slippery survivor, and for him to be able to down him first with that owl utilized already just shows that DX is one of the most formidable hunters, and it just shows he came here to play and warmed up. He's fully warmed up and he's fully realized now, and it's a big test for X-Rock. Now switching it up because X-Rock's Afu is definitely no hunter to look past because he as well has a very impressive record of I think 3.5 eliminations, which I believe is you can count that as 4.
Yes, absolutely. And that was exactly what I was going to say. X-Rock right here can still turn around the tables, or not necessarily turn around the table, but even it out. We are in the first half. We are jumping into the second half of this first round. And if Afu is able to get a 5 survivor elimination as well, just as DX did, we will see a round number 3 for sure, which I would look forward to. And in previous matches, we have seen that X-Rock's survivor team was getting completely eliminated in round 1. But then, thanks to Afu, that round was basically nullified because they were able to get 4 survivors out of the game as well. So that is definitely something to look forward to if X-Rock can actually turn it around and get the tie in round number 1.
Yeah, that's definitely the case because Afu really needs to. There's a lot of pressure. He doesn't want to make the point disparity that much. He wants to tie things. And to add to that pressure, well, let's talk about Do5 survivors because they're the ones that utilize and have great communication, especially to highlight WW, the priestess, as deemed in chat, the girl boss, the one that in Do5 that she's representing the priestess as well as the explorer. And looking at the map now, will you allow the priestess to come through, but or ban it, but then the mech is there and with the other 2 forward and mercenary. So again, it's a pick your poison situation. DX picked not to have the priestess, I believe, because we saw the mechanic there. We did see the mercenary as well. So here we have the stage, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to introduce the players in just a bit. Now switching things up, Do5 survivors. I wonder if they're like their teammate DX, wherein they just need they can keep going, right? They just need to get warmed up, and there's still a lot left in the tank for them.
Whew. They are getting ready right here. Do5 survivor team. And man, I would absolutely love to see round number 1 tie right here. I would absolutely love to see X-Rock Afu performing as he performed in the past to get to this position where they are right now and get this 5-point game for their team, because again, all of these teams deserve to be where they are. All of these teams made it this far and they can put up an amazing fight. Hopefully X-Rock in favor of the team X-Rock is able to tie out this round 1, but maybe Do5 will actually decide round number 1 for themselves, and they know they need to get 1 survivor out. Only 1 survivor.
Just
only
one.
1 survivor. It sounds almost easy when you say only 1 survivor because you have 4. You can get only 1 survivor out. But that is definitely not an easy task going against Afu. And here we can see the team again from Do5. JX coming in as Wildling. Will we see the Wildling in round number 1? And you already mentioned it. Will we potentially see a Priestess ban in round number 1? Allowing the Mercenary on the field, which is the lesser evil right here. That is a really, really tough question that Afu has to answer right here. And there we can see CYJ forward. Absolutely fantastic players. Very, very excited to see what they will put up against X-Rock's Afu.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of highlights, stuns here and there coming from ZYJ. A lot of containment time as well. So it comes down to the picks and bans, right? For sure, we might see a forward. We'll definitely see a forward coming in. And from the previous one, just to highlight, I believe that was the Mercenary, but also JX does have that Wildling, and we did see that Wildling, utilized in Arms Factory so well. And this is the trump card, I believe, the WW, the Mechanic main, the Explorer main, as well as the Priestess, if ever Afu will allow her to be able to utilize the Priestess in her full potential here in Ever Sleeping Town. But to round it off, we do have one more survivor coming from Do5 to round out this mix. And just to say that they have excellent coordination in big maps as well. And they're going to try to rectify what happened in the previous match against FPXZQ. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Up C, very great Seer. The Seer, I think it was yesterday in Arms Factory against GD, against No Nino. Upsy was able to buy so much time. I think I had a 2-minute kite at one point. Didn't gain as much as Iron when it comes to the Owls, but still buying so much time. So this is the cast of characters that Afu will have to go up against.
And you already said it, WW coming in as the girl boss and really utilizing these decoders. We saw her coming in as Explorer, buying time. We saw that in yesterday's matches where she was just able to buy enough time for the rest of the team after she was getting chased. I think right after the Priestess went down.
Yes.
Phenomenal team play right here. But here we can also see Afu, very, very dangerous hunter. As you already mentioned, 3.5 elimination rate. And this could be counted as a solid 4 survivor elimination in each round. And now we're gonna see what he can do against Do5's team. We have seen Do5's team really performing well, and we have seen that they can outplay hunters and that they definitely can get one survivor through the exit gate. But will this happen right here in round number 1? Will this actually be a tie for X-Rock and Do5, or might Do5 take this first round for themselves by, as I already mentioned, getting one survivor through the exit gate, or maybe even through the dungeon? That might be an option for the Wildling right here.
Yeah, that's definitely the factors we have to consider coming into this match. And another one I want to throw to the viewers out there is that in the fall season, X-Rock, as I mentioned before, landed 4th place, while IVL Fall Do5 was 5th place. Again, we're scraping hairs here in the type of situation or the type of level of competition we have, and they're certainly leveling up here in Call of the Abyss 4. I'm sure that they've gained a lot of fans as well as a lot of supporters because of how they were able to flex their amazing skills in this grand stage. So again, we've seen Ever Sleeping Town. I wonder if it's going to be a repeat of 5 points on the Hunter side, maybe 5 points in the Survivor side, maybe a 3-1, maybe a 2-2, lots of outcomes. But now we're heading to the picks and bans between Do5 and X-Rock.
And as you already mentioned, the fans and the crowd just I want to, talk to the fans in their homes and to the viewers that are watching us right now. Give it up for the teams right here. Give it up for Do5 and give it up for X-Rock. Very, very exciting stuff happening right here. Fighting for position number 3 in this tournament. And we can now see Mechanic has been banned, therefore allowing the Mercenary into this map. But the rest of the team is pretty much similar to the team of X-Rock right here, with the forward, with the Priestess on this map, as well as with the Seer. So we can see Afu really does not want to take care or does not want to deal with all these decoding that is going on the map. So therefore we have WW coming in as Priestess.
Interesting. So just get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for a very intense late game, if ever. Afu will have to defend that one cipher. It's always that cipher in the center, that alleyway in Ever Sleeping Town, and also the one in Graveyard. But then there are other ciphers as well. Ooh, he's not okay. I think he's gonna go with that Dream Witch, but Afu, again, a very seasoned sculptor, can definitely doing a lot of work here. interesting. He wants to be able to take his time going for that chase. So the mechanic ban is pretty good because the survivors are pretty hard to down, especially that mercenary. We were talking about that delayed effect he has. So he wants to stack up those statues just so that he'll time it well for that regular hit and the mercenary will be falling down. But here we go, Grizz. Second half of the first match between X-Rock and Day4. They're about to get ready, and I'm so excited because this is still a battle of third. These teams are still fighting and leaving it all in the line for everyone to see, and their names will be definitely remembered in history of Call of the Abyss.
Oh, absolutely. And now I have one question in mind that Afu already has answered for himself, but for me, it's still, you have the priestess on this map, and the priestess, we have seen it before, can deal a lot of damage when it comes to the late game. When you just have this global portal, it can also really help survivors to escape from a very difficult, almost dire situation where they would else sent back to the manor, for example. And that's gonna be for sure a task that Afu has to deal with. Day4, DK was doing a fantastic job going against this priestess on the map, but now it's the same to Afu to actually handle the priestess on the ever sleeping town.
I will bring up something. Afu, one of Afu's biggest enemies is this tram. So let's see how he's gonna be dealing with the tram. Is again. Okay, just gotta make sure he's looks both ways. Okay, Afu rotating his way around this map. Well, you see he does find WW, so this could be a great first start. Did bring detention, does have teleport and quenching effect. So if he's not able to down this priestess right away, best be sure that he'll be changing his target, probably going for that seer, because as you see right there, just closing able to just close out distance so fast with that portal, and Afu has to deal with that mini stun of sorts going through those holy keys.
Okay, let's see, this might be the chance. Oh, nice holy key, as you mentioned. There we have the tram, will probably not make it to the tram. Oh, is getting forced to go a little bit back, but there we have the seer taking care of the priestess, really protecting her with the seer's out.
Teleport.
Now we can see Afu not dealing with it, really wants to slow down the decoding and putting pressure. Good job finding the seer, who was already utilizing his owl and getting two statues right here. This might be the opening for an early down for Afu of the seer.
Yeah, that was a great usage of the teleport. Quenching effect already kicked in because it was the 1 minute mark. So maybe he was deciding, like, I want to exhaust the owl of this seer, as you mentioned. And now Upseed has to deal with his own. Nice stun by ZYJ, but not in time. So it did buy some time for the team to still push some ciphers. And ZYJ already in the case. Look at that stun.
Coming in immediately for the rescue right here, giving Upsi the chance to
another one!
Another stun, really buying time right here, and even taking the hit. Really wants to annoy Afu, so the seer can get enough time to get as far as possible. Fantastic job, but Afu knows, alright, I have to concentrate. I have to not get distracted by this fort. I have to bring down the seer that was already on the chair once. So therefore, really going for that fight. Oh,
wow!
Yeah, so close. Fantastic job getting away right here and buying time. There, the statue really bringing him back to Afu. Afu brings down the seer. Now we still have 4 cipher machines. What will we see? Will we see a rescue, or will the survivors? Ford is already getting ready to. I would think rescue.
And to note, the forward is already healed up. He ate that hit just to have that great rebound kite of that that seer rebound kite. JX seems to be the one trying to make his way. We do see Afu not really moving, waiting for his skill to that chisel to be able to refresh here. And now trying to see if anybody's in the area. No, just goes for a teleport. The proactivity here. Will the rescue? Yeah, will the rescue happen? It looks like it's gonna happen. The mercenary's so close, but he doesn't make it. Oh my gosh.
There was such a good timing right there with the mercenaries elbow pad coming in but not able to make it in time. And there we now can see that the forward is the next target. Forward is taking a statue. It is trying to get over here. This is giving an opening to another statue. And will he go down to the statues, or will he take the hit of Afu? It doesn't really matter. Only one hit is remaining. Oh!
Wow.
Shooting around this pallet is now
Oh, able to use the football, but no pallet in sight. Jumps the window, but look at that, Afu. Quick on the draw there, able to hit him while he was in that vault animation. And my goodness, again, the mercenary save so close, just to highlight that at one point just a little bit. The timing was there, but again, it was just really just inches left. And now Afu has his second target on a chair. And we see that the mercenary is on rescuing duty. No tide turner was popped from the mercenary side, so he will try to make that that rescue happen.
He will try to make that rescue happen, but look at this, he already took one hit with the statue, and we have the priestess in the game, so what can we expect right here? Priestess, priestess is here, rescued the forward, I didn't even see it. Fantastic job with the portal right here, being a little bit sneaky while the mercenary was able to distract Afu. Now Afu needs to get back on track, is trying to find the survivors, is trying to reach out and bring the next survivor to the chair, but fantastic job. Survivors really splitting up now. Going for the mercenary, is going down with it. Oh!
He was able to get the mercenary. He's so precise with these sculptor hits. And also to note that the forward was already healed up. And also Afu's teleport is ready on deck. Is he gonna, he's gonna go more proactive with this. Uses that chisel just to get surveillance around the area. Knows that the mercenary has a long time to be chaired. So he does not want to just remain there since this map is so large. WW though in a good position here. Just waiting so she'll be able to use those holy keys to try and close out that distance, but the chisel is gonna snipe her out. So the hunter definitely has eyes on this priestess that can oh wow, and look at that, gets a hit, and we are seeing the mercenary about to hit the halfway mark.
What an amazing job. We saw that the WW really tried to go back and forth, tried to avoid the statues from coming in, but as soon as Afu was starting with the statues, there was no getting away, and she took two of them, as you mentioned, mercenaries through halfway. We can now see WW trying again, another hit right here. She is down with the statues. How precise.
Holy
Afu
smokes.
is using. We have the tram right here. Might this be a factor?
And look at that. Okay, they both, do you see that? Both respected the tram. They're like, all right, now the hunt begins. Do5's JX is about to expire, but not quite. Excellent save, but the hit is going to hit the mercenary. This is actually a great job here. But again, the mercenary will be falling down in just a bit, and the forward going up to the second floor of that. WW did get back up, and I really want to know where these ciphers are located, because 2 ciphers are remaining, and I can hear the wiggle happening that they have been touched, or at least some of them might even have been primed.
That is a very good question, but we can also see Mercenary on the chair for the second time, but he was through the halfway mark. That means Mercenary out of the game, giving Afu the chance to really get that 4 survivor elimination that they need to tie this round right here. And it seems very, very possible because there are still 2 Cypher machines remaining, and as we can clearly tell with this teleportation coming, with his ability, he can just monitor these Cypher machines. He can exactly see, alright, there's someone working on this Cypher machine, there's someone working on this Cypher machine. Now we can see Afu coming in with a double threat, not only the statues, but also the hunter himself. Now we have the priestess down. As far as I recall, priestess went down and got up by herself, so that means as soon as the forward is going down, this game is decided in favor of X-Rock, which means it will tie round number 1 in total. So very, very exciting stuff, but Afu does not necessarily know where the forward is right now.
Yeah, you see him over there, ready to vault that window. Just thinking of an escape plan here, waiting and monitoring if the priestess, if he can approach the priestess, or if he can over at corner house. But I think Afu already knows where his next target is, and he is making the approach to the second floor, forcing the forward to jump down. And now the forward, once again, as you mentioned, this is going to be really tough because once he falls down, we are all tied up at 5-5. 1 sculpture hit, 2 more would do it, and it seems like Afu is getting more sculpture hits than regular hits. That just shows his precision when it comes to the chisel as well as the regular sculptor hits. And look at that, CYJ trying to make his way towards the pallets here to survive just a little longer. Is he pincing himself in a situation here? He's gonna fall down. We are at a 5-5 Grizzly.
all these statues. I mean, first of all, yes, you're very right. Very, very precise statues. But at the same time, if you're in a situation where you have, let's just say 10 statues all around you, how are you managing to get away from them? Extremely, extremely precise. And also in quantity, a lot of statues just coming at you and you can't dodge all of them. We saw it right here. 4. The last survivor standing was getting downed by 4 statue hits. Fantastic job. And again, we want to mention 5 points for X-Rock means that this first round between X-Rock and Day4, where they are fighting for the number 3 spot in this tournament, is a tie, which also leads us to a round number 3 later on. And there is still everything on the table for both of these teams, and it really doesn't seem like they will give each other anything. So there's, again, everything on the table, and I'm curious to see who will take that number 3 spot.
Oh, it's really hard, but it seems like it's the battle of the hunters, right? Because it's the 5 points for both from Afu and DX. Now, coming into this next match is very telling because the where most of them kind of struggle was in Red Church. If we bring it to a smaller, compact map, yes. So I have a feeling are we gonna see a smaller map or are we still gonna see the usual Moonlit today or Arms? Let's bring back Arms. I kind of miss Arms Factory now.
Hospital. You want to see Hospital?
Yes, Hospital. Let's bring that back. But it seems like, there's this trend of just big maps. And if it does merit the Hospital or Arms or Red Church, you can only ban one of either the Sculptor or the Dream Witch. And you know how dangerous those two are. Towards the last match, since the 2 bans were done, that's where we were able to see the Wu Changs, the Bloody Queens. So I think we have to wait for that match 3, but since they were able to tie things up, we are granted that. So it's still a long journey for us to establish who will get 3rd place here.
Absolutely, and I mean we will also have a best out of 5 later on, so we definitely can expect a little bit more of a variation when it comes to maps as well as Hunter and Survivors. So definitely looking forward to that. But getting back into the game right now, we are jumping into the 2nd round in the fight of X-Rock versus Day4. Now we can expect 2 survivor bans. We can expect 1 hunter ban. I'm very curious to see what we will see. Will we see the normal Dream Witch ban in round number 1? And will we see more Spectre gameplay? Will we see more Sculptor gameplay? And at the same time, will Day4 maybe even ban the Sculptor? Because they just went against Afu Sculptor, and to be fair, I would absolutely understand the respect ban of the Sculptor of Afu, because that is just a tremendous skill that he is bringing to the table with the Sculptor, with these hits, with these statues. You already said it, the precision of these statues as well as the quantity that is definitely a part in these hits. And wow, the control, the map control.
So good. And also something to note is that when X-Rock did face GG, they allowed Afu to use the Sculptor. But again, it's such a big gamble because they were only able to tie that because that's how dominant Afu's Sculptor is. So I would agree with you there. They would go for that Sculptor ban. And let's check out the match data just real quick. Before we talk more about match number 2, here you see that the forward able to contain the most and also push almost a Cypher into completion, but it was really the Mercenary as well as the Priestess really pushing those Cyphers. But Upsy, being the Seer, did kite for a while, over a minute, and was also able to push some Cyphers. Again, it was the early chase of that Priestess, but then again, quenching effect kick, he was able to find the Seer. The Seer did not have an owl anymore. That's why he was able to down the Seer right away. But excellent stuns on ZYJ's side, and excellent overall performance by Afu, getting 5-0. It seems like a battle of the hunters, right? Looking back now, both the hunters are actually MVPs of the team, so they will definitely I think the strategy coming into this is the survivors just try to tie, just try to do their best, and then possibly make the hunter get the really big points like the 5-0s or the 3-1s. But then again, if you're in the survivor side, you want to help your hunter out as much as possible. It's just that these hunters are deadly scary.
They are deadly scary. And I also want to point out a little bit of a trend that we are seeing right here, talking about the priestess. You pointed out that early game, yes, we had the priestess chase, but then as soon as the seer was there, going for the seer. This is a little bit of a trend that we saw on both sides, where we saw Day4 as well as X-Rock allowing the priestess on this map, but we didn't see an early chase, or at least not a very long early chase of the priestess.
Right, a commit.
And we didn't see a priestess coming in late game with game-changing portals. I mean, yes, of course, there were portals that were definitely helpful, but you didn't really see that global portal that was putting the hunter on the spot. So it's definitely something to mention, that hunters, again, they learn during this tournament. They see how the opponents utilize the survivors and how they team up and how they communicate and how they work together. And then they adapt their strategy towards the strategy of the survivors. So as soon as you find the priestess, now the thought is not, okay, I need to bring down that priestess right away because else I'm having problems late game. No, the thought is, okay, that priestess is going to take a lot of time to bring down. So I'm going to bring down other survivors. For example, the seer, who can first of all help the priestess, as well as can be countered by the statues of the sculptor. So therefore, okay, I'm going to go for the seer first, and then I'm going to concentrate on other survivors. Maybe the decoder, maybe the priestess, but definitely not wasting too much time on the priestess early in the game. And here we have a recap, the highlights of the game, where we saw Day4 DX utilizing this dangerous Dream Witch and getting the 5 points, going against the seer, really bringing in all these blinks. I think there were 3 excellent blink hits. Here we can see 2 of them. Maybe they highlight the 3rd one as well, but phenomenal job. Here we can see Afu getting the stun. We have the Ford getting rescued. Ford harassing again with another stun.
Oh,
and then even getting the attention, so taking a hit from Afu. And here yet again, these hits, these precise statues. 1 and
wait for it.
2
Oh, there.
and
Yeah.
down. It's absolutely amazing.
And here's another one. Yeah, the priestess. Like, she could not. She did drop that pallet, but then again, she was really being pincered into a situation here. And here's another beautiful that statue, just aligning it, just lining it up. And he's not just hoping that it's gonna hit. He's aiming and firing, and that is Afu. And I like the trend you mentioned about the priestess, right? Because ultimately, it takes 2 to take a portal, right? That's why if you're able to down a lot of these survivors already, you won't have to worry about global portals and endgame so far. So yes, if you find the priestess right away, you don't necessarily want to fully commit to them just yet. You want to go for that seer, you want to go for that mechanic. The priestess will be that ever-looming presence, but it seems like both these hunters are okay with the priestess coming out, and they're okay with dealing with that priestess. And we'll see. It's a double-edged sword, right? It played out to the hunter's favor, but then again, you can't take too many chances. You're gonna have to respect the priestess eventually, and that's what we've learned so far in Call of the Abyss 4 in the days that we've witnessed this amazing gameplay being featured to us.
Yes, absolutely. And it just shows how these teams adjust their strategies throughout the tournament. This is nothing where they just jump into practice and they're learning their routines. No, they learn how to adapt to the situation. They learn how to read the opponent's hunter as well as survivor side, and they adapt to the very given moment that they are served with. And absolutely phenomenal changes in strategy throughout the entire tournament. Again, we saw day 1 being completely different to day 3, day 1 and 2 completely different to day 3. And now we can see these adjustments that the teams are making when it comes to day 4, when they have already seen some of the strategies on day 3. So very, very exciting to see what will happen in round number 2 in the fight of X-Rock versus Day4. And yeah, you mentioned it. Maybe we're gonna see another sculptor on X-Rock's side. Maybe they're gonna just go for the Dream Witch ban depending on the map. Maybe we're gonna see a sculptor ban. I seriously can imagine both of it. So therefore we can
So with these dominant hunters, right, and we know that they're going to ban these dominant hunters for sure. Are there any survivors that stood out there that almost turned the tides in that dominant situation? Because I would consider a lot of it was almost a flawless performance. You could say that because it was the 5 points, but it seems like a forward ban is coming to fruition here because he has that extra band. So I would either go with a forward or a mercenary as long as with the mechanic. How about you?
Very, very good guess. I mean, we just saw the forward like almost rescuing the seer before he was on the chair for the first time, and then getting an immediate rescue and really giving time to the seer to get away right here. So that is definitely a good question. I would say, considering that considering on the map, maybe we're gonna see a priestess ban as well, but definitely think we're gonna see one of the three main characters, which is mercenary, which is mechanic, which is forward, as you have mentioned. So it's not unlikely to see that forward ban. Again, I would rather want to see the map first that we are playing on, because that definitely decides if the priestess might be allowed or not. But then on the other side, we saw Ever Sleeping Town being utilized on both sides, and priestess went through. So again, they are adjusting their strategy, and you can't really make out what they will do just because you saw them perform yesterday.
Yeah, just based on what we've seen so far, right? And based on what we've seen so far with Afu is that he prioritizes the mechanic more as a threat than the priestess in Ever Sleeping Town. That you need to consider that, right? And especially we're in round number 2. Map as well as survivors left on the table plus the team you're looking at. So it seems like I think Afu wants to be able to take his time. So I would say it's safe to say that the mechanic, we won't be seeing the mechanic, because I think whether Dream Witch or Sculptor, if a mechanic is off the table, definitely a load off your shoulders in terms of a hunter. And we are going to Moonlit, so a priestess ban might be merited here, Grizzly.
Very, very good thought right there. That the mechanic definitely always a very, very good ban. You definitely want to slow down the progress, and there we have it. We have the ban of the sculptor. You don't want to, as Day4, you don't want to deal with that sculptor after you have been fighting against him right here and seeing what Afu is capable of doing. Again, I agree. Definitely possible that we see the mechanic ban. For the second ban, now as you mentioned, Wounded Warrior Park might be a priestess ban.
Yeah.
Not really. I would say mechanic mercenary. Just
mechanic mercenary. Okay. I can see that side. Yeah, definitely want to get those early downs and definitely don't want to hamper your chase. My side, though, I'll present a different case here. The priestess, because WW is so good with that priestess, as well as maybe leave the mechanic out there just so that you have a squishy target, and just because actually no. I'm for priestess mechanic because it's definitely way too hard to be able to down that. So here we go. I believe we are still gonna wait on the bands here, and we can see that the mechanic did go through. It's the priestess. It seems like it might be the priestess in forward, since we are seeing the wildling come into the mix. The mercenary made it, so we can. Oh, there we go. Boom.
There we go.
Coach Grizzly, let's go.
They just show it to us for like a second, so like, hey, you were right. There you were right.
You're right.
Let's just get them off the table again. So yeah, very, very interesting to see that. Definitely seeing the respect for that forward that we have seen before right here on the Ever Sleeping Town, and also the respect for the priestess in general, especially on the map like this. And here we can see Afu is coming in, since the sculptor has been banned with the Dream Witch. Phenomenal pick. Very, very dangerous hunter, can be extremely destroying, and has to be extremely destroying when you go against Day4's team and when you want to, win this round for yourself.
Yeah. So as you mentioned, the respect of that forward. So Afu did not want to deal with any more of those stuns, any more of those, like I had to look over your shoulder just before I chair someone within the area. But you still have to throw caution into the wind because, oh, sorry, what?
No, I was just like, you had to look over your shoulder.
Oh yeah, I did the
that
gesture.
No, that lesson had to be learned by taking the tram, I think, 3 times.
Oh, that's a good one. Oh my god, yeah, you're right, Afu again. But still undeterred, right? He still wanted that map. He still performed pretty well. But as I mentioned, the Wildling will definitely be a very interesting pick here. So Afu not wasting any time, transitioning over to 2-story to try to find anyone outside of it. Going over to the Broken Carousel, Afu now finds, again, one of the best targets here is that Seer. It's just so crazy how Call of the Abyss 3, the Seer was the most banned. Now the Seer is definitely the most targeted one at the start of this game. Detention and Trump Card are the friends of this Dream Witch. So we are seeing a leech to start out this chase. Already in the 40-second mark, and ZYJ still has not exhausted and still not utilized the owl. Wow, just as I say it, the owl was popped, and excellent stuff, but tried to go for a pincer situation there. ZYJ still trying to go to a decent part here to not disrupt Cypher Rush, because JX was right there, and the leech will be hitting that Seer. That's actually a great trade-off. Like, sure, the Seer will be getting a hit, but then at least I can breathe just a little bit because I do not have that leech on me, and that's why Afu is on the case, and he wants to be able to leech the Seer. Looking at how the rest of the progresses are going, we did see over there at the tent, someone, it was JX that was pushing the Cyphers, the main rescuer of the team. And we see that Afu drops a patroller. So this will give some momentum towards Afu. Wait for that and goes for that swipe, and it was the main body hit. The main body is still intact, and he also has a leech on him, and the Seer does not have an anti-curse. Great early chase in under the 2-minute mark. So excellent aggression by Afu. So wow, this is actually a great placement of the chair in first stop, because definitely disrupting Cypher Rush. The mechanics doll is chased away. WW is a sitting duck there, wants to be able to move away while still positioning her doll in a great place.
Fantastic job, and now utilizing the leech to just protect, first of all, the Seer on the chair, and second of all, the Cypher machines that have been decoded. There we can see Mercenary is coming in, might get bit right here. But, oh, we have the 2 leeches right here, getting ready to... The terror shot did not happen. Very good job from the Mercenary right here, but will the Seer get away? Whoa! Was choking, but still taking that hit after getting out of there. And if we look at the Cypher progress, phenomenal Cypher progress, we can see the mechanic is on the ground, and therefore just providing Day4 with a lot of speed when it comes to bringing down these Cyphers. Mechanic is the doll working on the one in the middle of the haunted house, halfway down. We also can see the Wildling is coming in for a mix right here. Wildling is ready to harass and ready to support the teammates. As we can see right here in the corner, we have the Seer being down. Wildling is ready to stun the leech and maybe even buy enough time for the Seer to struggle free. There we go. Will it be a surprise?
Wow.
No.
Oh my god. Oh, that blade pick up. That was excellent play there. Excellent forethought by Afu. Like, did you see that? Knew that the Seer was, knew that the Wildling was gonna try to save the Seer by pushing him away. And excellent stuff. We see that the Mercenary is pushing that Cypher as well as the mechanic. And Upsy still trying to make the most out of the situation. Eats that hit. He'll gladly take that just to save his fellow comrade, to still pop some tide turner for him to move to a better spot. JX is now the priority here. Seems very interesting. Oh, wow. Couldn't get in time for that dash in. Got to hit him. Big trade-off there. At least the Mercenary doesn't have a leech, but that Mercenary will be falling down.
Wow, just that Wildling. First of all, the Wildling stun that almost happened right there.
So good.
Was perfectly timed. The Wildling perfectly timed dash right there, but the blink even a little bit better. Do we have the Cypher pop right here? I'm not sure. No, we don't. One Cypher remaining, but that was not... Oh, of course, the leech standing right in front of the
Cypher.
Mentioned Cypher. Yeah, that's definitely a spot that we have to mention yet again, how dangerous that Dream Witch is late game, especially when you are forced to go to a few specific Cypher machines, and the Dream Witch can kind of tell where you are. And here we see the first survivor, the Seer, who went out of the game. We now have Afu thinking about what the next target could be. What would be the next good target to to place on a rocket chair, and Wildling with the boar, definitely a little bit more difficult target to go for, so therefore trying to snipe out the mercenary or the mechanic, but not really able since we have the Wildling just harassing.
Yeah, the mechanic still has a little bit of that that doll, and I previously saw that doll was healing up the mercenary. So excellent job recuperating the resources they have. They just went for lives. You still see the Upsi on that boar, and Afu just waiting for the right time to leech him, because again he's trying to position these oh, he's already leeched. So yeah, he's trying to position him in a great way, just so that we can see that the Cypher is about to be popped. He knows that the end game is about to happen, so he wants to be able to down this mercenary, this Wildling.
Oh, Cypher Pop was almost happening. Had to go back to the we had to go back to the Cypher machine, but it happened just in time. Wildling got up, and we can now see WW. She needs to kite around for the rest of the team to make this a tie. And oh, Blink!
Wow.
WW would go now. The rest of the survivors really have to get out of here if they want to get the tie, if they want to get the 2-point game, but it's gonna be extremely difficult. We can see there is one leech following them to the exit gate.
Yes, it's the Wildling. Oh my gosh, you can eat that hit, but look at that. It's gonna be another 2-2 Grizzly. The timing on that Cypher Pop and the timing on that blink towards the end was definitely game-changing, but it was just enough for the survivors for them to get a tie in that game. So excellent wherewithal from all the players here.
Whew, just spreading out the Dream Witch late game to actually get an opening on that last Cypher machine. That was the right way to go, and we saw that the Dream Witch was trying to go for WW, which was priming said Cypher machine and which was also popping said Cypher machine. Whew, fantastic job. There's a lot of multitasking going on when you're playing a Dream Witch, and there's definitely a lot of multitasking going on when it comes to playing against the Dream Witch, and the coordination that we have seen right here on Do5's team was absolutely outstanding. Great teamwork. The Wildling right there, Wildling almost getting that rescue with the boar, perfect timing, but then we had the blink just happening in front of his eyes, avoiding the Seer from getting rescued by the boar. Great job from X-Rock. Really, everything is on the table right here, because next up we have Do5. Now the thing is, we have Do5, who was coming in with extremely powerful plays when it came on the Hunter side for survival elimination in round number 1, but you have to give it to Arfo too. He was doing the same for survival elimination in round 1. Now the question is, will X-Rock be able to pull off the same as Do5 by bringing out at least 2 survivors, maybe even 3, to decide that round for themselves?
Yeah, if he does get that 3, man, that's decided. It's gonna be Do5 to lead the charge heading into match number 3. So big question that you asked there, and I do think that it's still, everything is on the table, so not much pressure. The pressure is still the same on both sides, because if the survivors can last the wrath of DX, that would definitely be a vote of confidence coming into the next match, in match number 3, for Afu to be able to score some more points for his team, for them to be able to secure third. But as you mentioned, everything is still up in the air, and what an incredible match that was, because it was just a back and forth, if you would. Dream Witch in Moonlit River Park, again, a huge map, but you just saw the control of Afu. Wanted to snipe out that Seer at the start, made sure he was the most optimal target, and still stuck with him. Even though he had a bit of distractions here and there, he was still able to stay cool, calm, and collected. And one point to highlight was that blink pickup. He knew that the Wildling was going to charge at him. Blink pickup, man.
That blink
next
pickup
level stuff.
Extremely good, I can only agree. And there were a lot of things that you can highlight from X-Rock. For example, when the mercenary was coming in for the rescue, fantastic job just getting the patroller on the feet of the mercenary, and was really predicting, okay, when would the mercenary rescue? Can I give him a terror shock? But mercenary at the same time, just touching for a millisecond. The moment
Yes. Bam.
Greenwich hit, he was already off the chair and was able to rescue the seer. But then with the leeches, with the control, with the crowd control of these leeches all over the map, was able to switch to the leech right there, going for the seer yet again, bringing down the seer, really concentrating on that seer, on this one first target that you just want to bring down early in the match. Whew, did a fantastic job. X-Rock right here, Afu, great job getting 2 survivors out of the game. We saw that late game, there was definitely great conversation between the survivors, because you just saw how they were splitting up, how WW was able to get the attention of the hunter and get the attention for long enough for the rest of the team to actually jump out through the gate. Mercenary opening up that gate, Whiteling following out, and here we can see the stats. Again, Sears Kite really bought some time, especially for the mechanic with the doll who was on the ground, really pushing these Cypher machines.
Yeah, as well as the triple digits go to JX and Upsy. It was the Seer that was found out first, and excellent timing also, as you mentioned, on the Mercenary save, really waiting for the last possible second and not allowing it to even reach past the halfway mark. So great stuff on both sides. They really are leaving it all on the line for us to witness, and they are battling for third place. It's just a showing of no, we gotta stay hydrated, right? For
yeah,
sure.
You gotta stay hydrated.
Especially like it's day 4, like just big matches all throughout.
Just having an energy drink right here. There's you gotta need this. You gotta need the energy, especially when you see all these matches that are happening right here. You want, like, not only the players need the energy, also we need the energy, because I tell you, we're gonna scream, especially in round number in the final match where we have best out of 5. I'm gonna jump out of my chair and I'm gonna scream, especially if we see some hunters that we haven't seen before. Hopefully, let's just summon the feaster. How about that?
You want to summon him? All right. Okay. In the chat, summon the feaster.
All in the chat. Spam some feaster. Spam some What is the animal? The octopus emote.
The octopus, yeah, the octopus.
And the octopus emote, and maybe we can summon the feaster together.
Oh, I kind of feel it. It's coming. Wait, oh my god.
He's right behind you. Get out of there. Get out of
no, there's tentacles everywhere. I can't.
Okay, all right.
Now you can say that the feaster made it to Call of the Abyss. He's right here.
Call of the Abyss main hunter, always there. Woo.
Yes. I'm gonna leave this on. Yeah, it's all due to the chat. All due to the chat. I'm gonna leave this on here just for everyone's effort here. Oh, I thought the feaster tentacle was about to come out. I was like, watch out for Terror Shock.
I accidentally disconnected my headset and I didn't hear you anymore. And I was just like,
Oh, I was scared that a tentacle will pop out there and you get Terror Shocked. So, now it is DX's turn, and to bring it back to the match we saw against, was it BL? It was, DX seems to love this map. We saw his Dream Witch in this map. He also has a Sculptor. He also has an Ann, so that seems to be his lineup. I wonder what the respect ban is going to be coming into this, because we did see his Dream Witch in Ever Sleeping Town. That did get a 5-0. I wonder if that does merit the respect ban, but then also, you leave yourself open to that Sculptor.
You leave yourself very wide open to that Sculptor, which can be extremely powerful. But then at the same time, you already said it, we have a change in map. We are on Moonlit Park right here. So maybe it's absolutely fine to face the Sculptor right here, and maybe it's gonna be just another tie in round number 2 in the second half, which would mean we would have a tie in the first and second round. But at this point, everything is open for both teams to take the lead right here in round number 2. If X-Rock is actually able to get 3 survivors through the gate, they will take the lead for round number 2. If Day4 on the other side will get 3 or 4 survivors out of the gate, out of the game by eliminating them, they will take the lead. So that's definitely something that is that they have to keep in mind, but it's also, you can see that there is the pressure, and you can see the pressure is not shifting. On no side there is a relief or a bigger amount of pressure. The pressure is always the same, it's always going on, and we are right now jumping into the second half. Ban and picks when it comes to the survivor and hunter side. The players are getting ready. We are seeing X-Rock on the survivor side right now. Very, very curious to see what we can expect. Can we expect another respect ban when it comes to the priestess? Can we expect the respect ban when it comes to the Dream Witch? Maybe the sculptor, as you mentioned.
Something
it's gonna be...
Yeah, when it comes to respect ban, something I want to bring up is Billy being that pesky forward. We always see him use that forward, but he did use the Seer the last time. I wonder now if DX is going to have the same forethought as Afu, banning the said priestess as well as the forward. Definitely we're going to have to go for, with the first ban of which it's going to be. If he's going to go for the ban of the sculptor, then going to leave open that Dream Witch. But if the Dream Witch is out in play, I have a feeling if it's the Dream Witch, he's definitely going to go for Mechanic Mercenary, because if it's Sculptor, he'll be more than open to let the Mercenary run and play because of how well you can time those Sculptor hits as well as the regular hit and just chain them together. So that's my take on it. I really think that might be the case. Do you have any thoughts on what we might witness as of picks and bans?
I mean, you summarized it pretty well. In general, I would say we're gonna in general we're gonna see the meta picks and bans, right? Because that is we are in the final stages right here of this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. So you don't want to mess around, you don't want to play around, you really want to bring out your A game, and therefore can't really make a prediction yet about Hunter bans. It could be either Dream Witch or Sculptor, in my opinion. For the survivors, it's the same. You can't really make a prediction since it is such a big map. You might want to get rid of the decoding speed by banning the mechanic. You definitely might want to get rid of the priestess, which we have seen previously, especially on Moonriver Park, doing a lot of damage and really putting pressure on the hunter side. So there's everything on the table when it comes to pick and bans, but at the same time, when I say everything is on the table, I mean everything that is in the meta right now.
Yeah. With everything we've witnessed, and I'll answer this question as well, do you think the priestess is more dangerous in Ever Sleeping or Moonlit?
So we have definitely seen the priestess pulling off extremely powerful moves late game when it was on Moonriver Park, that's for sure. But I would say,
it's difficult, right? Because I'm also thinking we also saw a lot in Ever Sleeping Town. But I don't know, there just seems to be more structures in Ever Sleeping that she can use that can chain together. And it seems like DX seems to be very comfy having the priestess run around. And then you called it one of the halves that will be banned is that Dream Witch. So the sculptor will come out and play. So for me, maybe it's Ever Sleeping just because you can chain it. But Moonlit, it's just so hard, especially if the hunter doesn't have that much terrain to walk or that much movement speed. So yeah, that's my take on it.
That definitely a really good take on it. I can agree on that statement, but at the same time, we have seen the damage that the priestess can deal on the park as well. And yeah, thinking about it, yes, I would agree. Ever Sleeping Town definitely more dangerous to have a priestess running around, but we will see what will happen in this game. Sculptor is there on the X side. They need to get at least 2 survivors out of there. Will they be able to do that against a team of Wildling, Priestess, Seer, and Forward? We have seen this constellation many times before, but at the same time, you don't have to worry that much about the decoding speed. You have the mechanic out of the game, and the mercenary you could rescue and who could be extremely annoying when it comes to late game, and chasing is also out of the game. At the same time, Wildling. We have seen Wildling throughout this entire tournament performing very well. Might there be another blink dodge of the hit? Maybe. We will see. The speed of light push the pedal to the metal.
He's just being in that area. T is sneaking around, but you saw that, I believe, yeah, he is going to be spotted out and probably going to exhaust the owl right away because the statues are coming in. No hit just yet. Excellent movement from T, to be honest.
Very, very movement, really very, very good movement. Getting away from these statues, not taking a single hit, as you already mentioned, not in need to use that owl yet, but now using it to avoid that hit. And here we see the shift of the strategy, finding the Seer again, Seer being a very, very good target. And we can now see the Priestess right there was pushing away the Seer from the portal and was able to actually hit him with the statue and might be able to get another hit on him right here. Definitely.
Blink! Blink hit!
And that is very dangerous for the Seer. Fantastic job. Blink jump down hit, which is actually cancelling out the attack recovery and therefore being able to jump right into the chase again and utilizing the sculptures, statues. Whew, what a play on DX's side. And again,
so good.
Here we can see the shift from not going for the priestess first, from letting the priestess in the game, at least for now, and concentrating on the Seer. Fantastic job.
So good, and that cleanup of that portal was heavily I'm heavily emphasizing that because DX does not have teleport, so if that Seer's got away, he definitely has to change his target. Now we do see that the wildling was in the area, and I feel like he's just gonna be there to harass and give tinnitus and just keep him there, but he does have the option to try and go for that save, but he is past the halfway mark, and it seems like SXY is trying to figure out what to do in this situation, but also wanting to keep him there. Oh, but look at that, the chisel, I can't, the structures are kind of blocking the way for him not to be seen by SXY, so it seems like they are going to be giving up the Seer just to push some of these ciphers because they don't have the luxury of having a decoder on the team.
Exactly, that is what we have seen so many times before. Early game, Survivor Down might end up on the chair. We have the wildling harassing and we have the team giving up sad Survivor. Now you also have to take in consideration the bans right here. Mechanic is not on the ground, so there are still 3 Cypher machines remaining in the game. 2 of the survivors can definitely decode very well. They usually don't necessarily use the wildling to decode, so that makes it a little bit more difficult for X-Rock to finish all the Cypher machines, especially with, you already mentioned it, the weapon that she can just throw in and protect Cypher machines while she is on the run to find other survivors and to chase down other survivors. You can now see SXY is decoding on the Cypher machines, and definitely everyone is trying to be patient and trying to get away from the Cypher machines a little bit because everyone is scared that DX is coming for them. Now going for the forward.
Yeah, oh look at that, the forward using that football. Billy again, known for his containment time and his forward usage, dodges the statue hit, but it eats just one hit and uses the football again to just maximize the range. But look at that, the chisel able to be hit there, but Billy making his way across, and DX trying to gather his, just try to cut him off from there, but Billy making his way to 2-story at that haunted house that you mentioned. And I think someone is pushing the Cypher over there. It is SXY, this wildling, again, being such a harasser here in this part of the map. And we see is Billy trying to plan on using, oh my god, another blink and a terror shock? Are you kidding me? DX is on another level.
Fantastic job right there. That might be definitely game changing, really shortening this kite right here off the forward and putting more pressure on the Cypher machine. You can see the priestess, yes, decoding that Cypher machine. We can also see that the wildling almost finished the Cypher machine that is inside the building, but that still leaves them at one more Cypher machine. We can now see the global portal that might be the rescue factor in this game, but priestess got sniped out and the cancel of the global portal happened right here, so that is definitely something that we have to
Yes.
take in consideration.
Oh
that
my gosh, we gotta collect our breaths here because DX just bringing the heat to X-Rock, and you see that YJJ is gonna be found out at the tent area, eats that one hit, and SXY again just being so harassing here, just keeping DX at bay, and he did switch to teleport, ladies and gentlemen, so that's something to note, especially at late game. Pushing that Cypher is the Priestess here, still far from popping, and we do see that the Wildling is out of his bore, and he is gonna DX is gonna try to chain some statue hits to see what happens, and almost primed is the Cypher intent. Oh, eats that hit, and a rescue will ensue.
Just a few more moments until the Cypher machine is popped. We can see the last effort is coming in. We got what I think. Is the Cypher? Yes. No.
No, but he
Cypher's
chased them
ready.
out.
Oh.
He chased them out just so that Billy. Oh, then he goes for the pop. And look at that. Billy is already making his way towards a different part of this map, but keeping him in the first stop here, while you see that the Priestess is making her way towards the last exit, putting those holy keys, but DX finding his target again. Teleport, Grizzly, teleport. Will he go for it right away?
Yeah, that's gonna be very, yeah, sees that the Priestess right there, teleports immediately there, tries to get another down. Again, if we have Do5 DX right here, bringing down another survivor, bringing down another, bringing out another survivor through eliminating another survivor. That means that the second round goes to them, and that's definitely what they're working on. We can see Priestess trying to keep alive, to stay alive for as long as possible to get to that dungeon. But is she able to do so? Wildling is almost out. Wildling is almost out. Priestess, no portals left. Okay, Wildling is leaving right here. Wildling is
Oh, hits it, but the same animation's crawling to get it, but no DX able to time that hit away, and DX able to pull away and get the lead here with 3-1. Look at this guy. He is cool, calm, and collected. The crowd must be going wild for Do5, but he knows there's still more to be done. Wow. Wow, what an amazing match. The blinks. The blinks. Huh.
Blinks, yes, you said it. Especially, like, he only utilized the blink inside of the haunted house. Really, really well-timed blinks. First blink was going through the window, so he could have the attack recovery cancelled out and immediately throw down another statue on the seer. And we saw it when what was the forward?
The forward.
Watching the exact same window, but not this time jumping out the window with blink, but just getting into the room and terror shocking. Phenomenal game-changing moments that were saving a lot of time for the sculptor DX from Do5 right here. Fantastic job getting these 3 points, well deserved. Have to say that X-Rock was putting up a phenomenal fight, and I wouldn't have been surprised to see another tie right here, because especially this late game where you saw the Priestess trying to get into that dungeon could have been a complete different outcome. It could have been a tie, but at the end of the day, Do5 was able to deny that escape through the dungeon of the Priestess and just get that one more elimination that he needed to decide round number 2 for themselves. Now, we talked about pressure shifting, didn't shift so far, but now we can feel a little bit of a shake-up right here. Now we have a little bit more pressure on X-Rock's side, because they know we need to win this round number 3, and we need to get at least, just as before, a tie and the 3-point game before. Then we can at least get into round 4, or maybe even more points to decide it immediately for them. Or on the other side, if Do5 is able to get basically a tie in this round, they will win. And with win, I mean they will get the position 3 into the top 3 right here of this tournament. And then we will proceed to GG versus FPXCQ. But we are not talking about that match yet, because we are still in the fight for the 3rd place right here.
Yeah, you highlighted Do5's DX so well, but I also want to highlight X-Rock's just excellent communication. You saw that the Seer was moving over to Godkite and going to the haunted house. I was wondering again, but then again, the portal was there. It was just so well timed, but DX was 3 steps ahead. Knew he had to cancel out that portal before he continued the aggression, because the Seer was still pretty healthy. He didn't have that backdoor exit, because I believe that the Priestess at the time was over at tent. Looking at the stats stats here. The hit survivors, 15, 4 pallets destroyed, as well as 1 terror shock. I think that was like 2, I believe. Or no, the window hit was different. But yeah, 1 terror shock, but that terror shock was very highlighted by DX. But the survivors, 3 of them having the 3 digits in the decoding time. T having a lot of containment time when it came to the hunter. Again, X-Rock survivors, just very good, very well coordinated. But DX, he was really able to spread out his attention around the map, get his presence felt. Brought Blink because he knew he wanted to down a lot of those survivors. Switched to teleport, and I like the thing you pointed out there. He used the chisel first to check if the priestess was trying to open that exit gate. When he did, fully committed to that teleport, and that's all she wrote.
And I also want to highlight the decoding process of the priestess, 300%. And again, there we have this shift of the strategy when it comes to the hunter, really allowing the priestess on the map and allowing the priestess to basically do whatever she wants, but also acknowledging the danger, the late game danger, as well as, for example, rescue danger that we saw before when it comes to the priestess. And therefore, first of all, giving the priestess almost no attention, only seeking for her portals. And we saw that, as you already highlighted, Seer, perfect communication between Seer and priestess saying, hey, there's a portal, go there. Then we had an absolutely phenomenal statue pushing away the Seer from the portal, being allowing DX to just destroy said portal. And again, we really only saw DX interacting with the priestess late game. And when he was destroying the global portals, extremely clever place. We saw that the global portal was being started because, survivors needed to go in for a rescue. And at the same time, he was using his weapon to just cancel out the weapon, the portal
Chisel. Again, so good when it comes to that. But looking at the highlights of Afu's Dream Witch here, then moving over to DX. Again, Afu's Dream Witch, one to be very scared of. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do respect ban that. But this is the excellent wherewithal. We're going to see that blink. Look at that. Bam. Oh, just excellent sequence by DX. I hope we do see that blink hit here. Here it is, Grizzly. Ready? Boom. Hair shock. Right on the money. Ice in his veins is DX, handling the pressure like a champ, able to get his team more confidence coming into match number 3. Here's that excellent rescue on the side of X-Rock. And the final moments here, YJJ, so close crawling, but DX able to hit him just at an angle where he was so far from, he was far enough from crawling into that dungeon.
Really denying that dungeon escape. Fantastic job. And I mean, though 5 knew exactly, DX knew exactly what was on the line. It was either we're gonna get a tie or we even get the upper hand over X-Rock in round number 2. And that is something that was very, very, pressuring at the back of his head and was just like, hey, I gotta get that priestess. I gotta get that priestess.
Yeah.
And again, the strategy just behind this game that we just saw was absolutely outstanding. Really giving us another glimpse of how these players really adjust to their opponents. And again, yesterday, every time we saw a priestess, we repeated ourselves. We said either it's early game kite or it's late game pressure from the priestess. So they had to do either one. Now it's completely different. Now it's kiting early. That's not an option. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to concentrate on other survivors. And then late game, we definitely want to concentrate on the portal, but we have this in our minds. So we're going to either cancel it out or we're going to protect the portals or we're going to just, not deal with the late game pressure. So that's definitely a shift that we have seen in day 4 right here, and that we will hopefully see a little bit more later on, maybe in round number 3. Very excited to see what we can expect when it comes to bans, picks and bans, when it comes to the map. What do you... Man, when I look at you and I see that feaster behind you, it's just like...
Sorry, there you go.
My heart opens up twice, Like,
Here,
first of all, you...
I'll give the mic to the feaster. Hello! He's disappearing with it.
It's just such a pleasure. First of all, seeing you, then seeing the feaster. The perfect picture. It's just I could not imagine a better picture. And yeah,
Okay.
so we are getting into round number 3 right now. Day4 having a little bit of an upper hand. Nothing too dramatic. Nothing that couldn't be turned around. Nothing that couldn't, first of all, go into round 4 or to even end into X-Rock's favor.
Right.
But at the same time, we just have to wait and see. Round number 3. Okay, we talked about picks and bans.
This would definitely change the train of thought, especially on Day4's favor, because thinking about the survivor side, they want to tie, right? They don't want to just give points. They want to be able to do something like that. So that does probably change the lineup, change the strategy, maybe even give up a survivor on a chair, maybe go for the embalmer, go for someone that can kite really heavily, especially with 3 being banned. So I think what's interesting, aside from that, what's interesting to note also with X-Rock Survivor, with 3 being banned, which I have a feeling, depending on the map, if we're just going to go with a standard map, like a small one, like a arms or something, you're definitely going to look at the forward, the mechanic, and the mercenary being banned, right? So I wonder how they're going to be bringing in the meta of the 3rd round into the mix here.
My question is, do you think we might actually see a Leo's memory again?
Oh, okay. I thought Feaster. Oh, that's actually a good one. That's really, we haven't seen Leo's memory late game, right? It's always in the first part or the
and
first
lately,
match.
Not even. Lately, it's just again, it just completely disappeared in the later half of the tournament. So we saw Leo's memory very, very often. We saw especially the Priestess. Again, there were a lot of highlights when it came to the Priestess. As I mentioned it's literally the Priestess playground inside the Arms Factory on Leo's memory.
Yes.
So that might definitely something that we have to take in consideration, that there might be a Leo's memory and that this could also lead to a Priestess ban, because that's definitely something you don't want to deal with. But at the same time, again, we saw the shift of strategy when it comes to Priestess. So maybe Priestess just being allowed yet again in round number 3. We just have to wait and see. I'm gonna make some of my predictions as soon as I see what the map.
Let's see the map first. But yeah, Leo's memory. That's a good observation there. Because we talking about big maps. Leo's memory is like, I would say, the biggest. We don't see much of Asylum actually. So
yeah, I mean,
I didn't. Yeah, it was not my favorite. I always get lost. It's crazy.
You really think that Leo's memory is the biggest map? Like I have no real data if that is like the case, if that is really the biggest map. I always thought that Leo's map is definitely like a medium map, but compared to Lakeside Village, compared to River Park, compared to Ever Sleeping Town, definitely at least that's how I saw it, not as big. I thought Leo's memory is just a map that is between Arms Factory, between
So yeah, because I would say maybe. Well, you think Lakeside's the big? Because I think Lakeside might be the biggest, if ever, because it's so hard to transition. I guess Leo's big because of how spread out everything is in terms of transitioning, or maybe I'm just really bad on that map as a survivor. I feel like it takes me forever just to traverse it. But one thing you did highlight with Leo's is that the Priestess does shine in that factory part of that map, and definitely help in the late game part. And I wonder. Again, it's really hard to say these predictions because we don't know the map that we're coming into. So once we're able to see that, we're able to best judge what other hunters will come out and play. But I have a feeling though we're gonna see the standard ban of like that Sculptor and that Dream Witch, leaving Afu the question which hunter he's gonna go with, because we did see him bring out his legendary Axe Boy. But he just went up against a really formidable team in FPXZQ. He did make a lot of waves using that Axe Boy. And is it even merited to use that in a huge map? Yes, you can, but he really shines like in Red Church or those smaller maps, just so that all the survivors are contained. It's just a little struggle with those big maps, but leave it to Afu to bring it out. So That's definitely one thing to account for coming into this match, ladies and gentlemen, as you are supporting Day4 and X-Rock. Afu will be the one doing the hunting now, since Day4 is taking the stage for the Survivor side.
Yeah, X-Rock and X-Boy, I mean, makes a lot of sense right here. Maybe we're gonna see the X-Boy. I was actually, I'm so into these matches that I sometimes just forget about what we have seen in the past. And yeah, you're right, of course, we already saw the X-Boy today, and it could well be that we see another X-Boy. Very, very curious to see how that plays out, because he's definitely a hunter we haven't seen that often. So yeah, could be the pick. Definitely a dangerous hunter that we have seen in this tournament. But there are other hunters that I also want to highlight. There is an option for an N. We haven't seen a disciple yet, so at least not today. So there is still an opening for the disciple to come into this composition. And yeah, right now we are just waiting for the map to be picked. We are waiting for the Hunter and Survivor bands. These survivors are getting ready, and they are ready to get into the last fight. Again, they know what is on the line. It is round 3 already, and that means they both have to put everything they have on the table and just show the opponent's team what they are made of. But at the same time, the opponent will not make it easy. Not just giving them the victory. And here we are jumping into the red church.
Okay, so now that we know the map, bans, I think we said it time and time again. Yep, going with the standard bans, Dream Witch and Sculptor would definitely be a nightmare to deal with in Red Church, especially with round 3 bans of the survivors and the usual suspects. Oh, the Call of the Abyss 3 survivors, if you would. The Seer, the Mechanic, and the Mercenary. So yeah, because we have the meta hunters of this season, so leaving Afu with what, Bloody Queen. We still have his Axe Boy. We still have an Ann to come into the mix. But Afu has to be able to step it up and go into that next level, because he wants to be able to give his surviving his teammates less pressure coming into this map. Oh wow, a Priestess making to that mix. WW is so dangerous with that Priestess. Wildling is by Upshi. We see Day4's ZYJ with that forward, and a Gravekeeper. Great substitute for that Mercenary to eat a lot of those hits with those shovels. Now, all eyes are on Afu. Who will he be picking in this round number 3? Again, Grizzly mentioned the stakes of this situation. Afu going with the Axe Boy. Oh, wait, he can't.
He can't.
I think it's Axe Boy. It's for sure Axe Boy. Because again, it's like, oh wow, it's an Axe Boy cosplaying as a Dream Witch.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, very interesting to see the ban of the Dream Witch as well as the Dream Witch being played. But yeah,
you banned her leech. You didn't ban her main body.
Yes, right. You didn't say which part of the Dream Witch you're banning.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be an Axe Boy. If anything, so definitely not being the Dream Witch right here. So X-Boy definitely getting me excited as well, because X-Boy hasn't been utilized that often in this tournament. I think only Afu is the one who was utilizing the X-Boy. So therefore we have seen his X-Boy gameplays twice so far. We're gonna see a third time. Will this be the time to shine with the X-Boy? It definitely is his time to shine right here. He definitely wants to get all 4 survivors on this map, and it's for sure possible. It's for sure possible to go in with a 4 survivor elimination on the Red Church.
He's done it. He's done that excellent performance in IVL. Got a 4K. So he's gonna try to capture that lightning in a bottle once again. But here, the stakes are all the more higher, ladies and gentlemen, because this is Call of the Abyss 4, battle for 3rd place. We're already at day 4. Both these teams have, put in the work. What a journey we've experienced if you've been watching since day 1. But right now, it is possibly the last time Afu will be rocking the Hunter side, and going right away at Wedding Reception here. Afu making his way at top broken here, transitioning to bottom broken, using the speed boost just to find the most optimal target. The Priestess is in the area, uses that holy key just to get away from it, and Afu realizes that he has to do some cleanup when it comes to these portals.
And is doing that immediately, not necessary. Oh, trying, that was such a good snipe. Almost was able to hit WW, but is definitely going to hunt down and spend some time on hunting down WW's priestess. We will see if that is going to be the initial chase where we will end up with WW on the chair, or if Afu will at one point just change targets. We have seen this play out in different ways. Coming in with the speed boost, WW taking the first hit. She is transitioning out of this area right now. You have to take in on the right side, you can see that her portal is almost ready, but at the same time, you gotta be careful with these fireballs.
This is a good placement of where Afu, where the priestess is being hunted, because we see ZYJ is in the area, the forward. So waiting for the right timing for that stun, but Afu putting that restful road just so he gets a little more of a speed boost and cleaning up. Great down, but gets the stun early on, tries to go for the heal. Wow, look, monumental timing on that stun. Snipe of the flame, not quite yet. Another stun.
Gets up, priestess, get up. Fantastic job, was able to heal herself. What a teamwork right here, really coordinating when the forward would come in for another short stun, allowing the priestess to get away. Right here we can see that the attention is still on the priestess, is still the main target, doesn't want to deal with that priestess late in the game. We can see Afu really closing the gap right here. Wildling is in the area. What is going?
Wow! Through the wall! Just with the next level prediction there, but another battle here is gonna ensue because he has to chair the survivor. Puts the restful road down, but the wildling is ready for that push just so he'll be able to, utilizes the push right away, gets the hit in. WW already exhausted her self-heal, so she will be seeing the chair, but look at the Cypher. The Cyphers are being popped. The forward almost priming that Cypher already. Upsy is in the area trying to go for that save.
Fantastic job. We have seen this before, that the wildling is just staying there, is getting off the board, is trying to body block right here. Nobody is taking the hit. That might be an opening for the portal to get away right here. For the priest to get away with the portal.
Yes. WW now transitioning still here at the back exit. The wildling able to eat that hit. Drops the pallet right there, but be very careful because that snipe is going to give him that speed boost. No drop on that pallet, but the swipe will ensue. Afu gets the second round of this priestess on this chair. 2 Cyphers remaining, but you can bet that the Cyphers have been primed, and Afu has to be able to try to roll with the punches here as wanted order is on that forward. Is he gonna try to snipe for it? Uses the speed boost, but still chooses to just camp here. Gravekeeper is transitioning to make his way for that save though.
Wow, this looks really, really good for Day4 right here, because you have to take into consideration this was still the first survivor that is on the chair, the only survivor trying to take the hit. Gravekeeper body blocking, prolonging the life of the priestess right here, really giving her another chance to kite around, to buy time for the team. She has this one portal left. She should use it right now to get away, and was able to close.
Oh my gosh.
Get away right here. We have the forward. Trying to
body block. But not quite. Wasn't able to get it. We still see he has the stun. Grizzly. And pick him up. But the blink again. We've been seeing this, and the stun did not happen. 2 Cyphers still remaining. You see that the wildling is pushing the one at the church, and now we're gonna see a speed boost come out. Afu able to get that pesky priestess out of here. Gonna get that Cypher pop, and we see that the wildling is priming that last Cypher. Jumps on his board just in case because he feels his heart beating, and now Afu looking for his next target to down.
Wow, just showing. Don't fight.
Oh gosh, did you see that snipe? Got the Gravekeeper and not in time. Afu is a sniper with these flames.
Fantastic job, and what we just saw with the blink as well, I just want to point out X-Rock really
basement. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be all the more harder, and the Cypher is right above. ZYJ doesn't have that much options. Eats that flame hit and a terror shot. Grizzly gets the pop though. Was forced to do it, and we see the Gravekeeper utilize the shovel. Afu still wants to be able to down as much as possible with detention.
What a rescue right here. And we can see the Gravekeeper really getting away, really buying time for the team, getting away from both exit gates. And we can see Wildling already opening up the first one. And we can see that the forward is getting to the Wildling into the different direction that Arthur is predicting the survivors to go, which might end up in a tie right here in the final versus Doe 5. Woo! That is phenomenal team play. We can see it is going to be a tie. Forward is out. Wildling is out. We can see teleportation coming in, but a little bit too late because the Gravekeeper was able to buy enough time for the rest of the teammates to get out of here. So now we have a tie, and that also means X-Rock needs to get a 3 survivor escape in the next round, as Doe 5 will decide this match for themselves, this game against X-Rock's team for themselves. And wow, that blink, I want to highlight that blink. There was just, I wanted to highlight it, but there was just so much happening right after that blink happened.
So much to highlight. Let's start with that blink. Go for it.
That blink was really X-Rock's, Arfu's response to the blink that Doe 5 DK was pulling off earlier in the match between these two. And just telling them, hey, I am dangerous and I can do the same. If you blink and avoid the Wildling, I'm gonna blink and avoid the forward. Was a fantastic job. At the end of the day, was even able to bring down that Gravekeeper into the basement. But Doe 5...
Something to highlight with that Gravekeeper sequence was able to see him from afar at Shaq transitioning away from the church, able to snipe him from that far. Are you kidding me? These hunters are insane. No wonder. Again, they live up to their MVP names. But yeah, go for it. So that basement sequence, tell us about it.
Exactly. Putting him into the basement and really putting pressure on the Cypher machine, putting pressure on the survivors. But we saw the forward even with the terror shot. That was also, the forward went immediately down, so the hunter couldn't get up and, for example, use the drop down attack, recovery, animation, cancel. That is very, very used in the basement, and really was able to bring down the forward with a terror shock. But that Cypher machine just popped. And what was extremely good for Doe 5, and I would also say a game-changing moment, was that body block of the Gravekeeper as soon as he went into the underground. So fantastic job of Doe 5. Could have went a little bit different if he was able to get the fort, for example, down. But well-deserved tie right here on both sides. Again, X-Rock now really needs to get 3 survivors through the gate in round number 3, which could be a challenge against DK.
Yeah, Doe 5's DX definitely is. His stats just are very. The most he's done, the most survivors that escaped from him from today is 2. So for them to be able to pull that 3-1 is a feat on its own. But then again, X-Rock, known as the Purple Miracle, they can definitely do some work against the hunter of Doe 5, and just adding that much pressure. So a lot of pressure spread out through Doe 5 survivors, right? But you have to understand also that the X-Rock's hunter, X-Rock survivors, but you have to understand also that Doe 5's hunter, which is DX, has a lot of pressure as well, because this could be the game-winning half for him. He needs to get 2 survivors. He needs to tie at least, just for them to be able to call themselves the 3rd placers of Call of the Abyss 4. So pressure on pressure on pressure, under pressure.
Very, very well said. And here we can see the stats. Look at that, splitting up, and we can see that. Again, the strategy of chasing down the priestess early in the game was definitely paying off. But at the same time, look at that, 123 seconds when it comes to containing the hunter.
Holy smokes.
Just shows how difficult it is to hunt down the priestess in general. And that also shows us how the rest of the survivors can decode.
Something also to note was that sequence at the start when the priestess fell near the forward, and the forward going for 2 stuns for the priestess to get that that self-heal. So Doe 5, ladies and gentlemen, their coordination is so good, and the priestess coming through is one of the highlights of that we mentioned is Priestess, right? You have to admit, WW has definitely put a lot in the highlight reel for the Priestess, and I think that her, as well as YJJ and the other Priestess mains out there, are definitely repping that Priestess banner. And I'm telling you, stocks are gonna go up on Priestess. I hope that NetEase will just allow us to see the usage of Priestess. A lot of these people watching, they're gonna squat up. They're gonna be able to pair up with fours and be like, "Yo, we gotta try this strat out." I this late game portal, it's sick. Let's do it. Or these chain portals in Ever Sleeping Town. It's gonna be good. I'm gonna do that.
Same. I mean, it's definitely, as you already mentioned, it's definitely going to increase the usage of the Priestess, at least I think so, because I myself, when I was watching Call of the Abyss 2, I saw a lot of mechanic usage, and I haven't used the mechanic before. And then I started jumping in and, hey, let's try the mechanic, and I was a mechanic main for quite some time. So I think so too. We might see more Priestess players in the future when it comes to, normal gameplay, because a lot of people might try out that Priestess after seeing what she is capable of. But at the same time, I want to point something else because because you mentioned that Day4 was not having was not letting more than 2 survivors through the gate. That was actually not completely correct.
Right.
We had a match against FPX where they were able to exactly with the Dream Witch.
Right.
3-1.
My apologies. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So this is very capable.
Exactly. That is absolutely a chance that X-Rock still has right here. There was another team really being able to go against DK and escaping with 3 survivors. So now X-Rock just has to show that they can do it as well to get the number 3 spot. If they are not able to do that, the number 3 spot will go to Day4. Very, very exciting next match coming up, because it will be game deciding.
Yeah, it could be game deciding, or we could go with that overtime, Grizzly.
Oh, you're right.
If it's
you're right.
Right.
That's
crazy.
That's not even it for X-Rock. If they are getting the 3 survivors out, we still have to see a 4th round. You're right.
Oh my gosh. All right. Yeah, we gotta hydrate. Gotta get our water. I hope everyone's enjoying so far. This is only battle for 3rd. Can you imagine what's gonna happen in the battle for 1st place between GG and FPXZQ? If these two teams are taking each other to the limit, I can only imagine. But yeah, we'll let future Grizzly and future Potch Spice worry about that, because right now we have a lot on our plate, a lot to digest, because we know where we're headed. We know what DX is capable of. We know what the survivors of X-Rock are capable of. How do we make sense of, how do we discuss of what's about to ensue for everyone watching? Because they could go with the same bans as we mentioned, because in the 3rd round, since you are banning the Dream Witch and the Sculptor, you can definitely go for those different types of survivor comps, right? And when it comes to DX's hunters, we still haven't seen his Anne. So I'm quite interested to see if he'll be coming out, or Wu Chang.
Please.
On
ARM,
in Red Church, that doesn't seem like the case, right? There's a lot of more. I mean, I would love to see Wu Chang for sure.
Could absolutely be possible. I think it is more possible to actually see. The possibilities are higher to actually see the Disciple and on Red Church. I'm trying to think. There are a lot of other hunters that are also very, very good, especially on Red Church map. So we might see
on Bon even.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. But I would love to see a Disciple. I will place my bets on a Disciple just because I want to see her being utilized yet again. We have seen her in the tournament, and I think she's a very, very, very interesting hunter that I myself might actually try out a little bit. I got a new skin for her, which I really like.
There we go.
Mistress. And man, I can't wait for this potentially last match between X-Rock versus Day4 to begin. Everyone in the chat, who do you want to see to get that number 3 spot right here? Is it going to be X-Rock, or is it going to be Day4? Who are you supporting? And at the end of the day, I hope you're supporting all of these teams. But who would you rather want to see in spot number 3? Leave comments right now. This time we are not deciding with hearts. We are just deciding by the comments. Want to see how many of you guys want to see X-Rock. How many of you guys want to see Day4? If we would judge the performance of both teams, both of them definitely deserve that number 3 spot. maybe even higher. All of them definitely deserve to be where they are in these very, very high spots and fighting for the top 3 position right now. So everything is still on the table. Everything is still on the table.
Yeah, for sure. And just to add on what you mentioned with seeing Disciple, we've seen a lot of success of Disciple on Red Church. And DX, known for, he did bring out Disciple here and there and has been one of the breakout stars, if you would say, in Call of the Abyss 4, aside from the Wildling, aside from the Sculptor, which we've seen in qualifying match. But yeah, Anne has definitely made her presence be felt here. And we're transitioning over on the stage. You see that DX feeling this moment as well as the survivor of X-Rock. Again, win conditions for DX just needs to tie this game for them to be able to secure 3rd place in Call of the Abyss 4. But X-Rock again wants to be able to prolong this, wants to be able to actually even maybe secure themselves as the 3rd placers here in Call of the Abyss 4.
We are slowly getting into that second half of round number 3, and here you can see again the fans that are right there for their teams, and let's see what we can expect from Day4. Again, you already mentioned it has to be a tie for them to proceed into spot number 3, not to proceed there, but to take spot number 3 in this tournament. And at the same time, Day4 will not underestimate X-Rock's team, because it's just possible for them to definitely get 3 survivors through the gate. We will see picks and bans. We can assume very, very meta bans. As you already mentioned earlier, we have the Dream Witch and Sculptor ban. Will we see the same meta ban when it comes to survivors as we saw in the first half, which would be Mercenary, Mechanic? No Mechanic is allowed. We see Mercenary here, and instead of the Mechanic, we see the Forward band, because we just saw how dangerous the Forward is, so therefore it makes sense. But at the same time, you are allowing with the Forward band, you are allowing the Mechanic into the Red Church, and that is definitely the first target you want to go for. That is definitely the target you want to bring down, as you're gonna have to deal with a lot of decoding speed. We have a coordinator that can buy time early in the game if found. We also have the priestess that can, throughout the entire game, put pressure on DX, and then we're gonna see, we might expect the Mechanic again, because she will bring a lot of decoding speed to the ground. So that is definitely going to be a challenge for DX, but at the same time, DX only needs 2 survivors. That is something that he will keep at the back of his head. He knows he doesn't necessarily need to go for the 3. He doesn't necessarily need to go for the 4 survivor elimination to take that number 3 spot for them. No, he needs 2 survivors. So he might adjust his strategy to play it safe, to get this 2 survivor elimination and just take it. And see, we have a Bloody Queen coming in yet again. We didn't see a Bloody Queen that often yet, but now she's just, coming in every now and then in round number 3. Very, very excited to see what Day4 will do right here. Again, they need 2 survivors to win the position number 3.
Of course, the Queen blessing us with her presence here in this clutch game. And as you called it, the survivor comps, they had to take the Mechanic there, but she is a very juicy target for the Hunter to go after. As you mentioned, they just need to. He prioritized banning the Mercenary, long chase. He prioritized banning the Seer. Didn't want to deal with that out. He prioritized banning the Forward, because you saw how deadly the Forward could be in Day4 survivors, and now just has to worry about 1 stunner, in which is the coordinator. Also has to worry about those portals, but let's just watch the sequence as we head into potentially the final half.
That's gonna be a fight of giants yet again. Here we go. X-Rock versus Day4. Day4 on the Hunter side, and this is round number 3, the second half here on the Red Church map. As Bloody Queen, we can spectate DX right here going immediately into the direction of YJJ, and is trying to find these survivors, is trying to get a hold of them. We just saw that Billy was found. Billy is going to be the Gravekeeper. Definitely not necessarily the first survivor you want to go for, but already got rid of the first shovel. So that means now there is a cooldown of 10 seconds, which gives DX the time to actually deal damage to Billy or to force Billy to actually use that shovel so he can't use it later in the game.
Yeah, he definitely wants to get rid of those shovels so he doesn't have to worry about Billy able to eat any more hits. Uses the aqua mirror again. Excellent stuff and great timing. Now tries to gain as much a closeness as possible to Billy. Billy transferring, heading on over to the chapel here. And we see that the blink is going to be used. Excellent timing on that, just when the cooldown was done. Also, mind you, he did bring detention and trump cards, so we will be seeing possibly a late game struggle for the gate. But we are seeing DX trying to chase away the coordinator here. Has to worry about that shot. And look at that, excellent positioning here for that mirror. Cannot shoot that after image. Chasing him out, will have to go and try and teleport towards that.
Flare gun comes in, was waiting for the change of the mirror and the Bloody Queen. Fantastic job, buying so much time. Look at that. Billy was able to transition far away, and if we look at the left side, we finally got stats on the Cypher machines. And with that mechanic on the field, we already mentioned it before. Decoding is just a thing that is happening in a blink. And there we go. Finally gets the first target, the Gravekeeper, after quite some decoding has been done. So this is definitely in favor of X-Rock right here. They still can get out of here with 3 survivors if they play this right. So let's just see if DX is definitely going to utilize that mirror to put more pressure, as well as protecting the Gravekeeper on the chair at the same time.
DX has not much to worry about, actually, because the flare gun is already exhausted. It is the Gravekeeper, but if the Gravekeeper does rebound Kite, he can down him right away because there's no shovels left. It is T that is forced to try and make this rescue happen, since she is the most healthy out of all. Gets the rescue, and Tide Turner will be popped, but Billy, again, in the presence of this mirror, gets the last effort pop. 2 ciphers remaining, but Grizzly, they're already being primed and ready. A little at the 80 to 70% mark, and he's just waiting for Tide Turner to just fall so that he'll be able to chair this Gravekeeper once again. Now shifting on over to reception. Billy gaining a lot of distance, and they're really playing to the tempo of the Bloody Queen's mirror.
Gaining a lot of distance. If you look at the Cypher machine progress, almost the 2 Cypher machines that are remaining are primed, and this is going to be a tough fight because the Gravekeeper is on the rocket chair for the 2nd time, which still allows 1 survivor, and we can see SXY being there, the coordinator being ready to do exactly that, go in for the rest.
But look at that. We see that, SXY trying to get to the rescue here. You see the Priestess able to get that portal, gonna eat that hit, gets the rescue. And look at that. We are going to see DX shift priorities towards the X-Rocks T, and we see that the Priestess is trying to pop the Cypher just so she'll help up the teammate. And look at that. All survivors are still up, and the mirror, oh my gosh, the teleport is gonna be used.
We have, you mean the
portal. My bad, go.
The portal has been used, which is an extremely good sign that these survivors might actually get out of there with the amount of survivors they need to make it into a round 4, maybe even deciding that for themselves if they can get 4 survivors through the exit gate. It looks very, very promising for X-Rock right here to turn this around. DX is having Blink, so needs to get over there. Can utilize the mirror right now. Might do that to close in the gap to the gate a little bit and to scare off YJJ off that gate, who was not able to open up the gate. Yeah, Priest is down again. DX is still having the chance of a tie, but at the same time, X-Rock is having the chance of a 3-survivor escape. What is it going to be? They're opening up the exit gate. We can see Billy and T are making their way over here towards that exit gate, it could be well possible for them to get out of there.
Yeah, but Billy is on his way to the shack area, and he is gonna get this Aqua Mirror pop. Oh, wow, trying to snipe out this Gravekeeper. The mechanic and I believe the coordinator are already outside. Oh, wow, just has to go for it. And we see that Billy is using the Iron Dash, and he still has the blink, so this will help out. DX in the chase, not quite there, but Billy will get swiped down. The Priestess is still...
Yeah, as we can see SXY going to rescue the Priestess right here, but then at the same time, the mirror will be ready. Gravekeeper is already out of the game. So there's only, that's gonna be a chance for DX to actually get another survivor, but is going to the exit gate where they did not went. They went the long route. They're trying to get the front gate right here. It might be possible.
Grizzly,
we have
10 seconds before the mirror can cool down. DX has to walk there on foot. We see that T is trying to shorten it out. Can he get it though? Portals are helping him out. We see the Aqua Mirror being popped. He's gonna get that hit, not quite. Oh my gosh, we're tied.
Oh, that means we tied round number 3 because we said it over and over again. If anyone can get out of there with 3 survivors against DK, it is X-Rock. And they just did that, which means we are getting into overtime for the first time in this tournament. We're gonna see a 4th round, which also means we're gonna see 3 Hunter bans, which probably means we're gonna see an X-Boy ban when it comes to X-Rock's Hunter, and we're gonna probably see a Dream Witch ban because those are the favorite hunters for them in round number 3. And we're gonna see 1 more additional survivor ban. So we're gonna see a round 4 before we even jump into the best out of 5 in the final match. Woo, what a match, what a rebound, what a way to come back in this fight against Do5. It looked, I have to say, it looked extremely good for Do5. From time to time, I was like, all right, that's gonna be a tie. But X-Rock definitely did not give up right here. It was almost like the Gravekeeper, and that was probably the thought of them. Gravekeeper really transitioning away into an area where no other survivor was and saying like, hey, if she is coming for me, if the Bloody Queen is coming for me, I'm trying to kite around as long as possible. So you go and rescue the Priestess. And as soon as I'm going down, she wants me. She wants me because she knows I'm out of the game. So I want to buy as much time for you to rescue and then to get out of there with 3 survivors. And that was exactly what was happening. X-Rock getting the 3-point game. And again, that is pushing this into round number 4.
Whoa, unfamiliar territory for you and me. And you just explained it best. The coordination when it came down to the wire, it was so back and forth. And they were having there was moments of success also on DX's side when he was able to finally down that Gravekeeper, utilizing the shovels really well. But you just start to see how compared to the other hunters that the Bloody Queen really has to rely on that Aqua Mirror, able to just close out that distance. And when it was a foot race towards the end, the mirror was already popped, but that pesky Priestess once again with that exit strategy was just so hard to deal with, able to close out that distance really well, able to get the swipe in, but then again, the survivors were nowhere in that area. And wow, that match should just be clipped because that's just X-Rock. They're really living up to the name of Purple Miracle. Go.
I am just watching the live chat, and right now is the moment where I think everyone else can see that they're chasing, or that the survivors are going to the gate, and we had Do5 trying to chase these survivors, and the chat is just going absolutely crazy, just as we did, because that was not necessarily unexpected, but definitely a turn of, the tide right here for X-Rock, and now we're gonna jump into round number 4. It's gonna be very, very interesting. Round number 4 is the tiebreaker round. So that means we have a total tie when it comes to all points, when it comes to all matches.
Yes.
And therefore we are seeing another round number 4.
Okay.
You know what we're gonna see? Feaster. A different hunter. That's what different hunter. Yeah, Feaster. Hopefully Feaster.
So yes, I'll just read before that. Let's just check out this match data because it was just something to behold. The Gravekeeper being the one to be the only one to leave the game didn't touch ciphers, but got like 91 seconds containing this bloody queen. So excellent stuff on his side. The rest of the survivors went the triple digits when it came to decoding, as well as containment time. Very impressive on the side of T, as well as the side of that coordinator. The coordinator were just waiting. Again, they timed the rescues really well, waited for DX to pop up that Aqua Mirror just for them to be able to go for those safe rescues. And now, Grizzly, unfamiliar territory for you and me. We're going for a tiebreaker.
We are going for a tiebreaker, and you just mentioned you could go over the rules if you want to real quick, because we actually, as you said, we have never seen this before, and we got the rules on how it works. So I would just let you read out what we are going to expect from this tiebreaker match.
Okay, so here are the rules. So we've accumulated all the points, and all of them are the same. So we have to go in an extra time. So if one or more survivors escape, the match duration of both clubs will be. So this next match is going to be played out, and in the event of this tie, if they tie up again in points with this one, we're going to have to base it. Which is possible. Like, let's say next match is going to be played. We're going to add up the total of all the matches. Then if there's still a point parity and all that, here are the rules. So if one or more survivors escape, the match duration of both clubs will be used as a basis for deciding the winning club. The club with the fastest time wins. So think about it. They're going for a time rush now, if ever they go for a tie. So not only do you want to get survivors out of the game, you want to perform faster than your teammates if ever we push for another tie in this tiebreaker, because we will just be playing one match. So if neither club escapes while playing as survivors, the match duration when they played as hunters will be used as a basis in deciding the winning club. The club with the fastest time wins.
Here we see the blink again, and right after that we had the phenomenal rescue from the forward right here, who was allowing with two stuns the priestess to just get up in time. And wow, these phenomenal highlights right here. The terror shock, the cypher pop, the rescue out of the basement, as well as the block with the Gravekeeper's skill right here. And here we see that last strategy playing out, where we had the Gravekeeper being the sacrifice. Oh yes,
yes, so good. Again, it's well timed, these coordinator shots, and then we see that he was able to down that Gravekeeper, but not for too long. Gets the pops the Aqua Mirror just to harass, got the mechanic down, but the coordinator was ready to go and get that save. And also, just a heads up, ladies and gentlemen, we are just getting confirmation on the rules here. We still have 3 survivor bans and 2 hunter bans.
Oh, I was getting so hyped. I should have read the rules.
No, the rule says in case of a tie, we go for a feaster mirror match. I'm kidding. I hope so.
Oh, of course. Yeah. If it's gonna be another tie, oh man. Okay, so we're gonna see. I want to apologize to everyone that I hyped you up for potential survivors and hunters we haven't seen before. We're gonna see around number 4 right now, X-Rock versus Day4, but the bans and the picks, well, not the picks, but the bans will be the same as in round number 3, as Poch already mentioned, which I'm showing into the wrong direction. So we're gonna see 3 survivor bans as well as 2 hunter bans. So this could just play out the same way as it did before. We're gonna see probably Sculptor, probably Dreamwitch being banned, and then we have an opening again for the X-Boy, again for the Bloody Queen, but at the same time, maybe Day4, maybe X-Rock want to surprise their opponent and maybe bring out another hunter they haven't shown in this tournament so far.
Yeah. That's definitely the case, especially on the side. Maybe I think DX might be thinking that because of how X-Rock performed really well and went on just another level in that last match, and just had excellent coordination. They didn't buckle under pressure. They actually thrived under it. And maybe this would prompt, depending on the map also, maybe bring out the Disciple, maybe bring out the Bonbons, the one we've seen. It's just the meta has changed so much, because since if you base it off Call of the Abyss 3, you don't see Bloody Queens get the survivors escape that much against Bloody Queens back then. But now You got the well-coordinated survivors teams timing their rescues, timing when to heal based on the skill of that Bloody Queen. And it just shows that all these regions are leveling up and changing the meta. So it's an ever-growing and ever-changing thing that each and every one of you are witnessing here today. And wow, we are in a tie.
Wow. And we are just getting confirmation again. The bans will be the same amount. So after right here, we have best out of 3. We will have in game number 4 the same amount of bans, and as on the survivor side as well as on the hunter side as we had in game number 3. And in case, just for future reference, so I'm not messing that up, if we are going into a tiebreaker in the best of 5 when it comes to the finals, we will have a total of 4 hunter bans as well as 3 survivor bans, and in the case of a tie we will have the same, so it's gonna remain the same
for best of 3.
But it's still going to be very, very exciting, and as I already mentioned, maybe these hunters will pick a different hunter this time. The hunter players might pick something else just to surprise your opponent's team.
Yeah, I would actually promote that. I would actually support that if ever, because this is a tiebreaker, right? They've already seen the tricks you have with the known hunters, and now that we are going to see the same bans of the sculptor as well as the Dream Witch. We saw how Afu was able to hunt with his very scary Axe Boy, but then again, we haven't seen the Disciple, we haven't seen the Bonbon, we haven't seen who else? We haven't seen the Feaster.
Yes,
putting it out there. What a big
there are
shocker.
a lot of hunters that could come to the field. For example, the Violinist would be definitely a pick that we could expect. We haven't seen a photographer yet, which was definitely a hunter we have seen in past tournaments when it comes to Call of the Abyss. Not so much in this Call of the Abyss. Could still be, this little trick up their sleeve that they're pulling out right here. The photographer could also be, I actually wrote it down, I can't find it in all my papers. There it is. Could also be a Soul Weaver, for example. Soul Weaver, definitely a hunter that's very dangerous, but lost a little bit of her ability to maintain in the higher hunter ranks. So yeah, there are definitely hunters in the game that we haven't seen before that might come in to, switch up everything and to just surprise the opponent's team. But at the same time, question is, would you want to go for a little bit of a surprise with a hunter that you don't necessarily main as well, or would you rather go with, the X-Boy or the Bloody Queen, where okay, I have this hunter down and I will just try to get more points this time?
That's a good perspective, because maybe you just need to get a little warmed up with your Axe Boy or your Bloody Queens, right? But also you're giving that same luxury, of having them use the same cast of characters with the survivors, especially the survivors that faced said hunters of Axe Boy as well as Bloody Queen. So here we are again, Day4 now taking the stage. Again, we know these survivors, we know what they're capable of, and it is going to be Afu that will be doing the hunting first. So, question on the air tonight is, will he be going with that Axe Boy? Because it's safe to say the meta bans are definitely happening.
Yeah, the meta bans are definitely happening. And I would even say it doesn't matter which map we are expecting or which map it's going to be. So therefore, we're going to have the Sculptor and Dream Witch ban, as we have seen so many times before, plenty of times before. Is he going to utilize that X-Boy again? At the end of the day, he was able to get the tie with the X-Boy. So it is maybe the secure route to go. But do you want to go the secure route, or do you want to risk something and maybe bring out a hunter that could wipe out more survivors? But at the same time, if survivors know how to counter that hunter, it might be not the best solution. Or are you really, really concentrating on your skill with the hunters that you know, which would be, in Afu's case, the X-Boy, and just bring out that X-Boy yet again and step up your game compared to round number 3?
Yeah, that's the duality of the choice that Afu has, right? Either go with the one that got him this far. But then again, it was a tie, right? You want to be able to break out as much as possible in this tiebreaker or bring more to the table. And that begs the question, what other hunters are those hunters that have the X factor if the metas are already banned? You definitely have to bring something new to the table and something that the team might not be ready for. Or thinking about the hunters, I would say maybe a Bonbon is on that echelon, as well as an Anne. Axe Boy for sure can happen, but if we take into account the performance of Afu's Axe Boy today, even though he's very known for it, he did get that tie. So maybe he's ramping up to get to that 4K that he was known for in IVL. Because he did start with that one survivor down, then now 2, maybe ramping up to 3. But that would definitely be a vote of confidence as his teammates would take the stage in the second half. But for now, we see Xrox's Afu doing the hunting, as well as Do5 Survivor doing the surviving. Survivors doing Do5's team doing the surviving.
Survivors doing the hunting. It's also interesting to see which map we are playing on, because when it comes to the ban of the hunters, it's not necessarily interesting what map we are playing on, because we will see, at least in my opinion, the Dreamwitch as well as Sculptor bans. Yes. But at the same time, the map could actually decide when it comes to the survivor bans and when it comes to the survivor picks. We are going to be on Lakeside Village, and as already speculated, Dreamwitch and Sculptor is the meta ban when it comes to the hunters. So now we are just waiting to see what survivors will be banned, because that could definitely change the outcome of this match right here. At the same time, will we see X-Boy? Will we see X-Boy? X-Boy could be a good pick, especially with the restless road that he could put down, and with the fireballs that just bring him in that speed boost that could close the gap that he needs. The speed boost that he needs to actually move on such a big map. We can see very, very meta bans in general. So that allows the mechanic to come into the game. As you can see right here, WW. Ooh. But also allows a very, very strong decoding team. It allows the Gravekeeper. We don't have the Priestess this time, but the Coordinator and the Explorer. So that is definitely going to be a game that Do5 wants to rush, where they really want to step up the pace of this game. And Coordinator, please don't drop that.
Yeah, I know. I just please take care of your firearms. I know it's a flare gun, but still, you might put someone's eye out with that. And as you mentioned, a very strong decoding lineup. We'll see if Do5 will be locking in with this lineup, but it's going to be quite interesting. Oh, they do. So Afu has 2 targets to worry about for that Cypher Rush to happen. So question is, which hunter would Afu be comfortable hunting down this, I would say, sort of balanced team, because of how, you got decoders as well as survivors, rescuers in that sense. The Bloody Queen is coming out. So we're seeing Afu's Bloody Queen. Let's see how he'll be able to fare here. Again, a Bloody Queen is very good in terms of closing out the distance, but I'm sure that Do5 survivors are very good at timing and keeping up with the pace of the skill of Bloody Queen in her mirror.
Definitely a good choice. This time we are on Xrox's side, who was playing the X-Boy previously and now going for the Bloody Queen, which we haven't seen that often before. Again, we actually only have seen DK from Do5 utilizing that Bloody Queen, but now we are getting to see a different hunter player, Afu from Xrox utilizing this hunter. Very, very curious to see how this turns out. Again, you already said it. 2 main targets he has to worry about, especially when it comes to the decoding speed right here, which is the Explorer and which is the mechanic. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how fast-paced this will be. And we are jumping right into this while the Prospector is pushing the pedal to the metal. Here we go. First time we're going to jump into a tiebreaker match, round number 4.
Big statement there, because first time in Call of the Abyss 4 for that tiebreaker. going to Lakeside Village with a Bloody Queen spawned at the big boat here. Afu now making sure that he's going to be able to find the best possible target. He is rotating towards the big rock, and now over at the logs area, we do see that Upsy is has to hide because he is the explorer. We see that the hunter is carrying detention as well as trump cards, so you can best believe that Afu is accounting for the late game. Afu now trying to find the explorer. It was in the area, so he is alert that Upsy is over there, trying to looking at the ground to see if the explorer is hiding in the grassy patches, but Upsy is still there. Oh wow, finds the most optimal target, which is Upsy, and now just has to worry about downing it. The explorer, once in that state, gets a free hit and was able to save that mirror hit just for him to down this explorer. Great start in only 60 seconds. So this is excellent progress on Afu's side because the Cypher Rush still hasn't been too detrimental to his favor. And we see that over at the log side, that ZYJ is forced to stop decoding and go for that rescue. Now, mind you, ladies and gentlemen, ZYJ has that shot, that one shot to be able to make this rescue happen. And right in plain sight, oh, look at that, using the taunt just to try to bait out a hit. And we are seeing a great rescue. ZYJ making sure his shot is going to be lined up. And Afu realizing that Upshi trying to hide. And it seems like the rebound kite is going to happen without the shot of the coordinator.
Wow, fantastic job so far. Really putting pressure on these survivors so early in the game. Not a single Cypher machine has been popped, but they are about to pop. And here we can see Explorer is trying to get away, is getting caught in between the mirror image and the hunter herself and is getting downed. This will be the second time for the Explorer to be on the chair. Here we go. You can still expect that there will be someone who is coming in for the rescue. We can see what I think was the Gravekeeper, the Gravekeeper coming in for the rescue, still has the shovel left to, get a potential hit and even make distance closer to the Explorer and rescuing the Explorer. But
look at that. Oh, yeah. Wow. He's going to eat. I thought I was going to get that hit, but again, trying to play the mind games here. Ooh, gets that regular hit, and the rebound kite is going to happen for Upsy. And we see ZYJ coming back in. Was unable to try to get the shot in, but he's still going to wait for the Explorer to get picked up, but excellent blink hit here. Afu is on a mission. He wants to get as much survivors down as possible. We see that he is going to be using that mirror to try and stop the Cypher Rush from happening, because one Cypher was just popped and another one follows. 3 Cyphers remaining, and it seems like they're going to cut their losses with the Explorer because this is his last time on the rocket chair.
Absolutely, and we can see the prevention of the Cypher Rush right here, because again, there were 2 main decoders, the Explorer now out of the game, and we have the mechanic still in the game, but there are still only 2 Cypher machines popped, and the rest of the Cypher machines barely worked on. One of them will pop, but the 2 remaining. So that will be a little bit difficult for Day4, but at the end of the day, they can make it. We can see the Gravekeepers trying to get the attention of Afu and trying to get the attention away from his teammates, which could be the right decision here, which could be a defining factor when it comes to bringing down these last 2 Cypher machines. We can see Afu really getting into the chase when it comes to the Gravekeeper. There we have nice.
Uses the shovel just to make sure that he won't get that hit. Again, the Gravekeeper utilizing his last shovel, so he will be a blank slate once he gets out of this dig state. And we see that the mechanic has not received any damage as of yet and has been utilizing her doll. So that is definitely something that has been helping the Cypher progress, because all these Cyphers have been popped by that mechanic. WW is in the area of this Aquamirror, waiting for the right timing to pop it up just so he can get a regular hit on this mechanic, able to get it, and now WW is forced to retreat into a place where there is better kiting potential. But look at the teleport to the big boat.
Nice flare gun. This will definitely give distance to the coordinator right here and time for the coordinator to chase, to get away. But Afu does not play with that. Afu does not want to go for the coordinator, rather want to slow down the Cypher machine progress, and therefore still having an eye on the coordinator because she can potentially work on that cipher and is gonna hit now, maybe going for the coordinator after the flare gun is gone. But at the end of the day, again, you want to keep in mind how far the ciphers have been decoded, and you want to protect them as well. Trying to snipe out another survivor right here. Fantastic job so far from Day4. Look at this.
That. Yeah, the doll able to go up back onto the big boat, and now it's the doll that's pushing for it, but the juice isn't going to be that much. It's not going to be enough because we see that it's still halfway from popping, and we are seeing that the coordinator is being healed up. Oh, wow. Gravekeeper eats that hit, and look at that. Excellent heal just in time, but it is now the Gravekeeper that will be falling down.
Gravekeeper did fantastic. As you said, the heal was just done when the hit was coming in, which was allowing the survivors to split up with the attack recovery. But at the same time, the mirror was ready and the mirror brought down the Gravekeeper. Here we have him on the chair. We can see that the doll actually ran out or almost ran out, and therefore the mechanic herself has to go in. And since there was a long distance to cover, we have the crows. So now Afu knows exactly where the mechanic is, and she is still pushing for it. We can now see the first hit right here. Coordinator got healed and therefore is able to rescue the Gravekeeper before halfway, which is buying more time for the team.
Oh, but look at this. The mechanic realizes that she needs to stop in her tracks because teleport is ready. Now she's going to try to commit to go for, to push this cipher, but Afu has the luxury of just giving up on this and going for that mechanic. We are seeing the Aquamirror just being primed and ready for him to be able to use. JX is a very juicy target because that cipher is not close to completion just yet. About 80% done, and the Terror Shock, while the Gravekeeper was going for that pallet vault, and now WW still trying to prime that cipher, and you see the coordinator digging something in this chest.
Getting the perfume might be something that she could very well utilize to later on escape, and the teleportation you mentioned is coming in now. This also means if they are able to pop the cipher machine soon, was able to jump down here, which will definitely buy time for the team, because if you're in this area, it's a little bit more time consuming for Afu to actually bring the mechanic to that chair. But at the same time, survivors want to pop that last cipher machine, and Afu is pushing them away from exactly that cipher machine. It's pushing them away from all cipher machines, to be honest, and that's definitely gonna be a tough situation for Day4. They were doing absolutely amazing. I think Mechanic should be able to heal herself up again. That's definitely going to be a chance. The perfume has been used.
Wow.
There we go.
Okay, good discipline by Afu, not going for the full chase just yet, and we're going to see the teleport happen for her, and now the coordinator will be falling down as she did. The mechanic is back up, and she will try her best to make her way back up to the ship just to try and pop that cipher and get ready for the end game, because the Gravekeeper is slowly tiptoeing his way to try and make the save of this coordinator. So Afu, still less than 30 seconds before that teleport cooldown is going to happen. The mirror is ready for her to be able to use to try and find this Gravekeeper. Man, so far, is he able to find it? JX is forced to run away.
This is going to be very, very difficult. This is going to be very, very difficult. The rescue is most likely not going to happen. The cipher pop could happen if there is a little bit more time. Is inside of the pallet. Will the cipher pop help? No, it won't. The mechanic did not pop the cipher. Is now concentrating on potentially getting one survivor off the chair and popping the cipher machine after that. Is having the doll. Just a little bit of the doll is left.
Just
Look
a
at
little bit. Goes for the pop. Goes for
it.
the pop. Oh my gosh. JX now with the rebound kite, but Afu so close to him, able to get him down. And now WW making her way to ZYJ, but an excellent play there for the mechanic's doll. Oh my gosh. Using the teleport to close out that distance to defend the coordinator going back to the manor.
What a fantastic job. We can now see the dungeon is on the beach side, so therefore Mechanic trying to get to that dungeon definitely does not want to give 5 points to X-Rock right here, but it might seem that this is going to be a difficult task, especially with the tension on Afu, and there goes the Mechanic. We still have the Gravekeeper, but we have seen this play out many times before where survivors are going down and getting up and going down again because the hunter is just switching the targets back and forth without bringing the survivors actually to the rocket chair, because that is giving the hunters more time to hunt down the survivors while they are bleeding out. So this could be extremely difficult. We also have to mention Mechanic already got up once.
Yes.
So therefore, as soon as the Gravekeeper goes down, we might see the 5 points on X-Rock's side. And here goes the Gravekeeper. This is such a phenomenal job. We have 5 points on X-Rock. As we already said it, Do5 was having the upper hand when it came to the third round, at least when it came to the entry of the third round, because they were able to decide the second round for themselves. And if anyone can turn this around, it is X-Rock. And right now, with this 5 survivor elimination, X-Rock is really putting out a statement right there that they are not done and that they want that spot as top 3, as in position number 3. This might be difficult for DAO5 to actually come back from, but at the same time, we have seen DK coming in with 4 survivor eliminations over and over again during this tournament. So in case they are able to tie this round, which would mean DK needs a 5 survivor elimination, we would have a little bit of we would need a little bit of time. At least the team in the background would need a little bit of time to calculate the time needed for these matches. And very, very interesting, very interesting to see what is happening after the next half.
I'll let you know now, though. I was able to look at the time, and the time was 10 minutes, 29 seconds, around that mark. So just 10-minute mark, right? So if DX needs to put that in mind and hunt like crazy, because he knows the bar he has to set, not just get a 4 survivor down and out, but 4 survivor under 10 minutes.
Yeah,
that is crazy. That is a crazy task for him to prove. Just for you to call yourself third place champs, they're really pushing each other to that limit. And Afu's Bloody Queen was just so good. He just knew when to utilize the blink. He knew where everyone was at all times. The chases, the placements of those mirrors were just so on point that he was able to really put so much pressure on the survivor teams of Do5. And Do5, known to be very strong survivors, giving him 2 targets, mind you. And just to highlight, at the start, he did not use the mirror right away. He had to look for the Explorer. He looked for the Explorer just by himself. Then he propped it up, and he was able to get that. So here we see the Explorer wasn't even able to decode. So that was a great target from Afu. Had the patience still for the Explorer first, and now we see that the decoding time was just very impressive on the mechanic side, as well as the Gravekeeper, and a lot of containment time coming from the Coordinator as well as the Gravekeeper. But victory goes to Afu in this half.
Absolutely, and as you already mentioned, with 2 decoders, it is necessary to bring at least one decoder down. And this is still giving an opening for the second decoder. As you can see right here, almost 300% on the Cypher machines with the mechanic, which is outstanding and was really pushing the survivors to pop all 5 Cypher machines that they needed to activate the exit gates. But at the end of the day, Afu putting so much pressure on these survivors, back and forth on all survivors, and really getting these 5 points for his team. And you mentioned it, in a little bit more than 10 minutes. That is actually very impressive. We now have to see which hunter will Do5 select when it comes to the next round. Will it be the Bloody Queen as well, this time on Lakeside Village? We already saw his Bloody Queen on the Red Church map. And on the Red Church map, X-Rock was able to actually get out with 3 survivors. So that is something with 3 survivors. So that is something we have to keep in mind. That is something that Do5 wants to keep in mind, because if that's happening this time, there's no comeback. That's it. They need to get the 4 survivor elimination. It's funny how the tides have turned, how X-Rock was on the spot and they had to get 3 survivors out of there, and they were managing to do that. And now we have Do5 being on the spot, talking about pressure shifting. That's exactly what is happening right here. And Do5 knows it. So will DK bring in the Bloody Queen yet again as in round number 3? Or will they also try something new? Maybe they're gonna just switch the Hunter and this time they will bring in the X-Boy.
Yeah, that's a good assumption too. And another thing he could consider is also Disciple, because we saw, I believe it was the match of GG and AL. Swam's Disciple in Lakeside was just so good. That's definitely a factor that we have to take into consideration coming into this tiebreaker that hasn't happened all weekend. So definitely history in the making here. We're just waiting because X-Rock will be the ones doing the surviving. Can they duplicate the same success they did? Again, they just need to get one person out. One person is all they need. But then again, you're going up against DX. They were able to do it before, and now DX wants some vindication. He wants to be able to put his that statistic to the test again, where he's able to get 3.5 to 4 survivors out of the game. So can he duplicate that when the pressure is on and the lights are so bright for all these players? Do5's DX, ladies and gentlemen, still has not lost his smile. He is still very cheery, and and when his game face is on, you know that he's ready to hunt.
Wow, under that amount of pressure, the way he's just sitting there, being confident and really knowing that what is on the table right here, that this is literally the final match. There's no additional round, there's no overtime. This match will decide which position they will take in. Will it be position number 3 in this tournament or position number 4? And let's be honest, if you think about these odds, you definitely want to be in the top 3, right? Top 3 is just where you want to land up, where you want to end up in. And right now, Do5 getting ready right here to hunt down the survivors of X-Rock. We might expect the same bans when it comes to the Hunter side. We might expect the Dream Witch and the Sculptor bans, since those are just extremely powerful hunters. And on the survivor side, when it comes to bans, I'm very curious to see what we can expect, because we have seen so many different constellations on these big maps, and especially in Lakeside Village we have seen different constellations. We have seen the Priestess, we have seen now just in the recent match 2 decoders. We have seen very meta picks, so I assume we're gonna see meta bans, but at the same time, will we see Mechanic ban? Will we see Priestess ban? Could be very possible.
That's true. It was quite interesting, going for that double decoder lineup. Again, it's a very high risk, high reward, especially you're giving yourself 2 targets, even though those 2 targets can hide. One of them can hide really well, while the other one can leave a main body. So I have a feeling X-Rock, being the very meta survivors that they are, would hopefully, will definitely ban accordingly, especially when it comes to hunters. So I'm sure DX, knowing that, would not deviate away from the meta, would go for just probably, if going for a decoder ban, going for that mechanic, going for the mercenary, and probably that forward, just so he doesn't have to be that cautious when it comes to picking up survivors, as well as sharing survivors.
Yes, very true. And here we can see the Chinese casters. I have to be honest, I am jealous. I would love to be on stage right there and just, cast this huge tournament for the North American and European server region. But I mean, I have a lot of fun right here with you guys, so I wouldn't want. Okay, listen. I would love to be on the stage live in front of all of the people, but at the same time, if I would have to trade my casters with anyone else, I wouldn't want that. I would want you guys next to me. So I'm absolutely comfortable here in my home casting with you guys this final day of the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. And we can see Do5 right here getting ready to pick the survivors. We're gonna jump into picks and bans in just a few minutes. Whew. Man, the pressure. I almost can feel the pressure, but probably not. If I say that, that's probably far from
if we feel the pressure, what more do they feel, right? We're just watching them through the comfort of our home, through the screen. But they're just cool, calm, and collected. X-Rock, again, just being the one team to really turn the tables and turn the tides on any adversary. But then again, they have a huge a task ahead of them, and that is the hunter that is known as DX. Now that smile did turn into a game face, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Grizzly says this before, and I want to say it again. Just show your love and support and chat between these two, because they're leaving it all on the line. And we're not done yet, Grizzly. We still got to go to grand finals. Wow. And the match for third place is this competitive. I can't imagine how grand finals is going to be.
That was exactly my thought, when we can already see a best out of 3 going into overtime, going into a tiebreaker. What will happen in the best out of 5 when it comes to the finals? They won't give anything to each other. We had GG and we had FPX CQ competing in this tournament previously today. So we already saw what they are capable of, and they definitely deserve the spot right here in the final, and they definitely deserve to find it out, to figure out who will be the champion of the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. And I'm actually very curious to see what they will bring to the table. At the same time, I want to make my prediction right now that I think we will actually go into the 5th round, because from what we have seen so far, those are definitely 2 of the top teams right here, and they won't give each other anything. And yeah, as you mentioned, as we can see right now in this fight for the 3rd place, it's already so heated. I can only imagine that the grand finals will definitely get as heated and will definitely go into a round 5. Hopefully, I mean, we're gonna see more.
Yeah, one thing's for sure though, we gotta have our additions on point, our math on point, because there's a lot of numbers to be adding if we're gonna go the whole best of 5. But for now, heading on over to the match between X-Rock versus Day4. Again, tiebreaker, ladies and gentlemen. The first in Call of the Abyss 4 that we're witnessing over at Lakeside Village. So very interesting bans. Okay, does not want to deal with that Wildling and Priestess. Mechanic, standard ban, leaving open the Mercenary as well as the Forward. And as I say that, where you see a Barmaid. Okay, we've seen Barmaid here and there, but a Barmaid here would definitely help out. Barmaid Seer combination especially, that would definitely help out the kite of the Barmaid as well as the Seer as well.
And at this point, it is crucial to mention that X-Rock really only needs 1 survivor out of the gate. After being put on the spot in the previous round, they now have a huge gap, a huge advantage when it comes to the second half, because they really only need 1 survivor out. But at the same time, saying exactly that, only 1 survivor out, definitely not an easy task, considering we are facing DX from Day4 right here. We have the survivors picked, and it is going to be, as you said, it is going to be the Disciple. Will we see a 4 survivor elimination, a 5-point game from Day4, or will X-Rock decide this match between these 2 teams for themselves by bringing out at least 1 survivor or even more?
Yeah, so one of the questions was answered. So it's actually most of the questions. Now we have to head to the match to find out the results. This Anne, though, she really thrives in camping, but I have a feeling if DX wants all of them out of there, he needs to be proactive. He needs to have this semi-no camp strategy, if you would, because once he does camp 1 survivor, they would definitely not go for them, because again, as you mentioned, they just need 1 survivor out. So now let's check out this really good sequence, because just to get the hype going. And even in the chat, Norton again breaking the speed of light. Light is faster than the sound, right? Yeah, I mean, he's gonna get a ticket. I hope he's driving with a seatbelt.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, I hope DX is giving full speed, is driving faster as light right here in this last final match that we are spectating between X-Rock and Day4, where Day4 is put a little bit on the spot because he needs to get the 5-point game for his team, and he was already able to find the first survivor, which is the Forward, as we see him trying to get away from Anne, and the cats actually expired on him. So therefore, he gets the chance to kite around a little bit better, a little bit longer for the team. You can already see 3 Cypher machines are being decoded, and
But you see that he was able to disrupt the forward Cypher, but the forward being in that area can definitely harass. Now they want to be able to get as much Cypher progress as possible to put some pressure on DX, but DX again utilizing the cats just to gain a little bit of distance. But man, the mercenary in the area, he's real. The team is making it really hard for DX to commit to someone. Oh, using the quenching effect. How could I forget? Going for the barmaid here. Gonna get that cat going just to get that leap in, but the pallet drop will help the barmaid in this kite.
So now the question is the barmaid going to be the survivor that will be chased by DX? DX needs to bring down the first survivor quite soon. If we look at the left side, Cypher Machine progress is going pretty well for X-Rock right here, and again only one survivor needs to get out of there, and we can see that the barmaid is establishing distance by putting down these
wow,
was able to avoid the cat stun, but at the same time took the hit right here because with the cat the jump is just really closing the gap.
He was able to get that cat explosion, so she was not able to utilize her skill. She is now because it did run out. And now, if YJJ can last as long, would definitely be a huge problem for DX. And utilize. There's the Seer combination, the Seer barmaid combo, ladies and gentlemen. YJJ, look at that, almost done, and he's all healthy. It's gonna be harder for DX to down this barmaid.
That is such a good combination. You pointed it out before the game even started, and it happened just as you said it. Not only preventing damage from happening, but also helping healing up the barmaid right here, who is using the speed boost to get again a little bit more distance between herself and the XS Hunter. We can see there are already two Cypher. Oh, missed that swing right here, which allows X-Royd to really get away yet again on the boat, but the cat is active. Oh, predicted the jump down right here.
Yeah, uses the explosion just to be able to negate any of the skills of that barmaid. And now DX closed in on that barmaid for her to be falling down. But look, 3 minutes in already, and we are seeing 4 pop Cyphers, Grizzly. This is going to be really tough on the side of DX to try to defend here, because again, they could just not go for the rescue and just push for the end game for DX to just for DX to be forced to stay here and secure this one survivor to head back to the manor.
What a change of pace right here. Day4 really putting on the pressure early in this game between these two teams. But now, X-Rock, this might be the comeback, and we can see the teleportation because DX knows, hey, we need the 5 survival elimination. I can't wait until the barmaid is out of the game because the rest of the team will definitely work on Cypher machines, and as you mentioned, will definitely try to get out of this game with one survivor. But here you can see barmaid got rescued. They are still working on Cypher machines. It's extremely difficult for DX to prevent survivors from decoding right now because there are still all survivors on the map, and he is now chasing down Billy.
Yeah, so scattered are these survivors in these maps. You see that they were able to work on one Cypher, but then you see that the Seer is working one on Big Boat, and as the forwards turn to be falling down, again, all good on the side of X-Rock because, again, they're taking turns on this chair. Barmaid will utilize her skill already to try and mix up some drinks here, and we do see that the mercenary is in the area to try and go for that save. Eats that hit, but it's all good because trying to go for that save is this mercenary. Can he make it in time before the cat is able to get that stun?
Nice, was able to rescue and avoids the cat so far, but we also have to take into consideration Cypher machine has been primed, and as we can see, barmaid is already there we go. Barmaid is already on the exit gate. It's gonna get opened up. Teleport is ready in 17 seconds, but the barmaid will be able to open up the gate before that is even happening. Therefore, we can predict that there will be at least one survivor, the barmaid, getting out of this game. And this means that this entire match between X-Rock versus Day4 that went into overtime, that went into a tiebreaker, into a round 4 in the best out of 3, is decided by X-Rock. Barmaid immediately left, immediately took the chance, and there we can see it. 3 survivors getting out of here, granting 3 more points to X-Rock, and that means if you look at the points, if you look at the rounds, we have a winner, which is X-Rock. Congratulations! What a fight! What an up and what a down and what an up and what a down. Amazing matches that we have been spectating right here.
Yeah, but give your love to Day4 because they really took it to X-Rock. But just to highlight the victory of X-Rock, they did make it at the last qualifiers. They did beat Wolves to get here. They were the last ones to get into this stage. They took the longest journey, and man, did they have an amazing showing here at Call of the Abyss 3. The Purple Miracle lives up to its name, and that name is X-Rock, ladies and gentlemen. What an amazing showing. They were, as you mentioned, they were down at the early parts of this round. They did come back in round number 3, pushed for the tie, and they were able to win it in spectacular fashion. I was writing down the time because I really thought that they would tie up, but man, the survivors just denying that. And excellent stuff, but you got to give kudos to Day4. They are your 4th place champions. They did leave it all on the line. DX with the remaining team, with his members in the team, show them some loves, ladies and gentlemen, because what a way to cap off that 3rd place match, and we still got finals.
We still got more where the heat is probably even hotter, because if you think about it, this time it was a best out of 3, which meant overtime were only 3 survivor bans only, which is already a lot. 3 survivor bans and 2 hunter bans. But when we get into the best of 5, in match number 4, we will actually see 4 survivor bans and 3 hunter bans. And in match number 5, we will see the same 4 survivor bans and 3 hunter bans. So that is definitely something to look forward to. Very, very, very interesting, because we might see a new hunter, which could be a feaster, but at the same time, not necessarily has to be a feaster. It can also be a violinist. It can also be, again, another X-Boy or maybe even Bloody Queen. We haven't seen the photographer yet, so there are a lot of hunters that might come into the frame later in the finals. Here we will see the match stats, and wow, 3 survivors escaped against Day4's DX. Here we can see the decoding progress of the Seer, just phenomenal. And at the same time, as you already said, Seer and Priestess combination when it came to the Seer's Owl, while the barmaid is healing up. Did I say Priestess?
Barmaid. Yeah, it's barmaid.
Okay, my mind is still at the Priestess because we have so
much Priestess.
Yeah,
but yeah,
but again,
as you mentioned.
Barmaid was just being able to put up a fantastic height, since she was able to heal up and tank that hit with the Seer's Owl. Fantastic combination, and in general, fantastic coordination and communication on both sides. But X-Rock was able to decide this match for himself, this last match, this final match that they had to decide for themselves to win this. And yeah, here we are. So close to getting into the finals, and I'm very, very excited to see the upcoming teams compete against each other. I want to give a huge congratulations to, first of all, X-Rock, who was making it into the top 3 in position number 3. It's already decided. We have our first team that made it into the top 3. And also to Day4, because that is no joke, being one of the best 4 teams in the world during this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. Congratulations to that. That is a huge achievement, and I can't wait to see more from all of the teams that are participating here in COA. Not only the top 4, but also the top 16 that were coming into this tournament. Whew.
Big love and big shout outs going to all the teams there. But man, we were able to establish our 3rd placer and our 4th placer. And here we see the MVP, no contention asked, Afu. 3 MVP counts. How many hunters does this guy have in his back pocket? And he was able to bring out another one, which was the Bloody Queen. Getting that spot again. You know, the Queen is always fashionably late, right? To the Call of the Abyss. And she had to make her presence felt here in day number 4. And I'm sure she's still gonna, get invited to a couple parties here and there, especially in the grand finals. So congratulations to X-Rock's Afu getting the MVP award once again, 3 in total. So that is definitely no joke. And also big shout outs to Day4, their Hunter, DX, as well as their very formidable team. They put up a great fight But the night goes to, the third placer goes to X-Rock, and we are highlighting Afu.
And very, very well deserved third MVP for Afu, because again, we just saw it with his Bloody Queen match where he was able to get the 5 points for his team. That was definitely something that was extremely important for the team, and that was pushing them into the third place where they wanted to be. So congratulations to Afu, congratulations to X-Rock again, congratulations to Day4. But for now, we are jumping into a short break before we get into the final match of the day. I want to see some love in the chat real quick for GG and FPXCQ before they are clashing against each other, before they are fighting for the number 1 spot, which will be absolutely insane because it will be a best out of 5. And yeah, before we jump into this match, a short little break, and we will see you in a few minutes.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat. Let me hear you shriek.
You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
Happy Halloween!
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。啦啦啦！在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲。每场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？每个答案都会在寂寞。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。 雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次的划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。 Humanity's faith falls apart when the veins of civilization begin to flow in concrete and steel. Once the skyscrapers come tumbling down, judgment becomes a means to safeguard the faith of mankind. When the room goes silent, the will of God manifests through his emissaries, and justice prevails through their dissension. Alas, the weight that tips the scale of justice is a feather that falls from the heavens, like a bolt of lightning struck from ancient deities. Perhaps only a devil could sustain centuries of conflict with evil. 只有在这里，我才能感受到自由和快乐。端庄、得体、优雅，我好像只是母亲拙劣的仿制品。绚烂的鲜花，人群的赞赏，华美的裙摆，和那个看似完美的未婚夫，那繁华的表象，是充盈，还是束缚？像玩具一样欺骗、玩弄、丢弃。这精巧的空中楼阁，原来是那么不堪一击。但我还是相信着，相信着。孩子们的笑脸，小小的玩具商铺，披上轻巧的羽翼，我仿佛看到了新的曙光。
Anna, night, girls' school. To discover the truth about what happened to Anna, I disguised myself as a maid at the school. After the incident, someone was still the center of attention. Someone was still beloved. Someone seemed to be hiding something. And the odd thing, someone was trying to look for answers in those ancient legends. The truth may not be what it seems. Everyone is under suspicion. Things were not as simple as I imagined.
是一场神奇的运动会，获胜者将获得一次抹除人生遗憾的机会。比赛吸引了来自世界各地的选手。
比赛即将开始，请各位选手做好准备。
他们都曾经成名在望，却离至高荣誉只差一步之遥。若没有当初的遗憾，今后的景象又将会如何？从这里开始，便不复存在退路。决战的帷幕已经拉开，你准备好了吗？
愤怒让星火点燃，让黑烟飘散，也让绅士们明白，在化成灰之前，有足够多的时间可以体面的忏悔。爱、快乐、希望和尊严，都因为这个运动，我才能拥有它们。然而，被带到这里后，我明白，绅士们只是需要一个体面的玩具罢了。可笑的是，他们根本没有风度，永远只渴望更多的臣服。滚烫的巨浪似乎在告诫我，不要再对任何人好脸色。我需要一个新的身份，我想要回家。或许只有那个地方才能带来希望。
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you shriek. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is herself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
What is Halloween?
Happy Halloween! Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
啊，我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。可我们不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲，寡言的父亲，一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞静待期盼。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地划伤。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深求隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery when I was gone. Show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise
神坠、余生、大龙、卡梦、麦克、杨某人。欢迎 GG 战队枯草、仔仔、皮皮虾、445、纸笔、心安勿梦。决赛的选手们已经全部抵达了战场，让我们再次用热情和掌声为这两支战队加油助威。Are you ready for the COAIV Base4 Global Final？ 2021深渊的呼唤4全球总决赛决赛，现在开战 ，Let's enjoy it！
And we are back. Welcome back to the final match. The grand final is finally here. We have the two teams, GG and FPX-CQ, fighting against each other for this #1 spot. And right now, at this point, you can't say that one of the teams is getting eliminated. No, rather, you have to say that they are fighting for the top 2 spots, #1. And like the loser will get #2, which is just amazing too. So we are getting into the top 5. Just to go over the rules real quick before we jump into this, for everyone who just tuned in to only watch the finals, for example, the rules are pretty simple. You laugh, you lose. No, the rules are simple. You have a best out of 5.
Okay, best of 5.
Best out of 5, in which we are seeing 1 survivor ban in round #1, 2 survivor bans in round #2, 1 hunter ban in round #2. 3 survivor bans in round #3, 2 hunter bans in round #3, 4 survivor bans in round #4, 3 hunter bans in round #4. As soon as it goes into round #5, we're gonna have the same amount of bans on each side. And as soon as it's getting an overtime, because we have another tiebreaker after 5 rounds, we will still keep the 4 survivor bans and 3 hunter bans. So there's definitely some wiggling room when it comes to new hunters, new survivors that will be, displayed on the stage of the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament. Hopefully we're going to see some changes, a few shakeups when it comes to, we talked about the feast, so that would be beautiful. Very, very excited to get into this final match in this tournament on the final day. That's it. We got... What?
Exactly. It just I just blinked and it's already day 4, right? I just felt like yesterday was day 1 where we were having jitters of coming on stream, and we were like, oh, we got to do our research, we got to do this, that. But man, just leave it to I think time flies especially when you're having fun and watching these amazing matches. And just a shout out to everyone that's been watching us since day 1, since the start of the stream. You guys are real troopers, keeping us company and also sending the love on chat. But right now, we want you guys to send that love over to FPX-CQ as well as GG. They are the ones taking the stage. They need your support. They need your love. They need your respect, because they are going to leave it all on the line to battle it out, to call them, for someone to call themselves the champions of Call of the Abyss 4. Well, again, second place is still a great feat on its own, since Identity 5 is at a great place where it's just getting competitive globally. So again, we're witnessing history here, Grizzly.
We really are witnessing history. And at the same time, I would love, because you already said we're going to see the match against GG against FPX-CQ. I would love to see the support for both teams. But right now, let's go ahead and spam some green heart when it comes to GG, if you want to see GG win this tournament. And let's spam some red heart when it comes for you guys to see FPX-CQ. I definitely want to see a lot of hearts in the chat right now. Green for GG, FPX-CQ will get red. Let's see the love and the support.
And spam octopuses for our feaster here.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. I want to see the feaster. That would be so beautiful. We still hope for it. We really, really hope for it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you still have the background, and
He's not going away. He's not going. No. He's here to stay.
He's here to stay. He's not going away. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, definitely. We've took a long road to get here, and something to note, and what I wanted to bring up is these two teams are the two teams that had the auto bid. They did not go through the qualifiers. That's the last time these two teams competed was in IVL, so January. So it just shows how much prowess they have at survivors, that they were in surviving and hunting as well. And it just shows that they are the top teams as of this meta and as of now. And we're going to find out who's going to call themselves the champions of COAIV 4.
I am so excited to find out. And again, this will for sure go into round 3. Like, this is a given. It will go into round 3 because before that you can't decide a winner for a best of 5, right? You can't decide that without having 3 rounds played. At the same time, I think these two teams, from the performance that we have seen in the previous days and even today, I would say that these two teams definitely gonna go into round 5. They don't give each other anything, so we will most likely have to see the entire best of 5, if not even an additional tiebreaker. And here we have the competitors starting with FPX and going over GG. We already talked about this 4-4-5 being a cowboy main. Definitely one cowboy. That could be something we have to look out for when it comes into the later rounds, maybe round 3, 4, or 5. So very, very excited to see that. And in general, there are a lot of options on the table, especially when it comes to hunter picks, when it comes to survivor picks.
Something to note also with GG, they did give us a second round or first round Enchantress. They did bring out the Enchantress as well. So just be sure to take note of that, ladies and gentlemen, because you could be seeing that as we head deeper into the matches between these two. But again, FPX ZQ has survivors that are so well, AK being the MVP survivor in IVL. We have Iron that was able to use 3 owls, farm owls, you use 1 and farm 3 owls in the process of getting here. So they are more than capable survivors, and I'm just excited to see some excellent gameplay. And as Grizzly mentioned, you know what, I wouldn't be surprised if the first 2 matches go to ties.
Yeah, I think that is definitely something we have to watch out. And even if the first 2 matches are not going to ties, I think it will be a back and forth. So let's just say GG will win the first round. Second round could go to FPX CQ. So it will be a back and forth between these two. And we can see right now GG on the survivor side getting ready to get into this final match. They're getting their devices handed out so they can jump into the match, into the battle, into the fight against FPX CQ. We're gonna see Ken, it is, on the hunter side in this very, very first half of this very, very first round here in the finals.
I believe this is YMM, the FPX CQ. Yeah, they have 2 hunters also on the side of GG. They have those 2 hunters, so that's very interesting to point out. GG's hunters, though, they have the same roster. They have the same Bonbon builds, they have the same Ann builds, they have the same sculptors, so interesting to note. But we are highlighting GG's Zizai first, the priestess, the very scary priestess that we saw yesterday, that we saw that the playground that is Leo's memory. He was so good at just setting up portals, coordinating with his teammates, giving exit strategies, and the priestess is one of the highlighted survivors coming into here in Call of the Abyss 4. Moving over to 4-4-5, Grizzly did mention Cowboy main, but you know, within the meta, he does use that Seer. Excellent decoding time, but containment time, again, not that well, probably because the way he's been playing this year is usually the late game to the support, really going for that very impressive decoding time.
Can't wait to see 4-4-5 in action again. And here we have the next survivor, Kukao, who was playing forward, and we have seen how tremendously he can help his team with this forward gameplay, just giving them more time and coming in with the stuns. And also CB as mercenary main. Very, very excited to see the team composition right here, how it will play out. We are jumping into our first round, which means there will be only one ban when it comes to the survivor side. So therefore, there's a huge opening for the very, very meta picks when it comes to survivors. So we will see how this team will jump into the first match. We also have to wait and see which GG, it's the fans. I love the fans, but we also have to see which map will be played first. And here you were right, we have YMM coming in, very, very feared Dreamwitch, with an average elimination per rate per round at 3. We can see that here.
He's just staring with those lovely eyes, right?
I can hear you talk about me. I can hear you.
Right, when you said YMM, he was like, who's Gaming Grizzly? Yeah, we're facing your team, GG. I heard you, Gaming Grizzly, right there. You see the fans. That's definitely your team there. But then again, you know what? They are GG here. The survivors will be the ones trying to set the pace, or will it be YMM? As you mentioned, the Dreamwitch, very viable, and that is his preferred hunter. His stats, having that 3 average survivor takedown, can definitely set the pace of this match in FPX-ZQ's favor.
It also depends on which map we will see, since this is the first match of this best out of 5, but I assume that the map does not really matter when it comes to the Dreamwitch player right here, because right now this is round number 1, probably the only chance you get to utilize that Dreamwitch. So I am expecting to see a Dreamwitch on FPX CQ side. At the same time, here we have the 2 forwards of the teams, Kukao and CQ8K. In comparison, absolutely phenomenal stats. We can see the decoding progress on AK is a little bit higher, but therefore contained hunter time. Kukao is really going in and harassing the hunters and trying to buy time for the team, while AK is more in the background, decoding Cypher machines and getting in when needed. So very, very excited to see these 2 teams go against each other. Stats are very, very similar. And again, what we can look forward to is most likely a Dreamwitch map, Dreamwitch game, and the question is, what map will we start on? Will we see another ever sleeping that we have seen so many times before? Or
I just heard word that the map, GG is picking the map first. So GG is the one setting the pace of this match. So very telling to what they pick, since they are the survivors. They're starting this off pretty well. So the map that we're about to see, ladies and gentlemen, we'll definitely see what strengths do they have as survivors, if they like those big maps or those small maps. So quite interested to see what GG brings to the table when it comes to picking maps.
So when it comes to picking maps, I can already tell you what they bring to the table, and your heart will open up when I tell you what they will bring to the table.
What is it?
Because it is the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Okay.
I know that, first of all, I know that you like the Sacred Heart Hospital. You wanted to see it being brought into the matches more often, and I can only agree. I'm trying to remember if we have even seen this map. I mean, I guess we
Day
have.
1, I believe. Day 1.
Yeah.
Wait. I think it was we saw the brilliant stun of BL with the Prospector in Hospital, right?
Oh, you're right. You're very right. Yes.
Day4 versus BL. Great match.
I can remember that. Yes, getting the attention to him, and that's very, very, very right. But at the same time, see how difficult it was to just immediately say like, oh yeah, when did we see the hospital the last time? So jumping into a hospital map is definitely something that is a little bit mixing up the entire situation here on the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, especially in round number 1. So let's just see what the bans and picks are. Again, GG right here on the survivor side, getting ready, and FPX, CQ, YMM getting ready on the hunter side.
Yeah, so Hospital, they picked this. So interesting to note that they know that YMM would be doing the hunting first. So are they ready for the Dream Witch of YMM? Because Dream Witch in Hospital, it's a pretty compact map. You can definitely feel the presence of the Dream Witch. Going with the Seer ban to start off, maybe has another hunter up his pocket, but looking at the picks of the survivors, pretty standard, but leaving room for that Priestess since the Seer was banned, and we've seen how great the Priestess can be inside that hospital. So a great international pick, international team of survivors here on the side of GG. I would actually I would approve of this because it seems like a very standard first match pick.
Very, very excited to see what we can expect from this very first match. As you said, very, very meta pick right here. Didn't expect anything less. At the same time, if we look at YMM, we can still expect the Dream Witch. We have the survivors still to lock in their pick, but I assume that that will be the final lineup for this first half of this first round right here. I mean, you don't want to really stray away from the meta right now, because again, this is the first round and you need to set the pace. At the same time, you have to show your opponents that you are here to take home the crown, to take home the trophy, and therefore, as we have seen in so many matches before, you just want to go with the meta as long as you can, and that is also why YMM, at least in my opinion, will go with the Dream Witch as long as he can utilize it before she will get banned. And that will be the first match, the first half in the game between GG versus FPX CQ.
Gaming Grizzly looking to his crystal ball and predicting that Dream Witch coming out. Again, it's there. You have to be able to pick it now and not deviate from the meta too much, because you got to save that in the bag for this best of 5. Starting things out very standard, very known picks here, and we're gonna see some great Identity 5 action as we head on over to see the picks of FPX ZQ as well as GG. Very standard, very up to date, very it's this meta. We've seen this time and time again, and I want to see the stats actually after this, how the pick rate and all this, because they did not let the Seers through, which was quite interesting in YMM's part, because usually they prioritize the mechanic, they prioritize the mercenary more than the Seer ban. So I guess this is just preference, but we will definitely have to see how this goes as we head on over to the first game of the first half. It's finals, guys. It's grand finals. Tell all your family about this, because we're about to make history.
Definitely a very interesting point to point out right here, that we have the Seer ban and we are allowing, for example, the mechanic who can just bring so much decoding to the crown, but at the same time it is a little bit of a smaller map, so in case you are trying to find your first survivor to chase down, which is preferably the mechanic, you can still cross the map considerably fast if you consider that there would be an ever-sleeping counter where you cross way more distance if you found the wrong survivor first. So therefore, we're gonna jump into this match. The first round, first half, GG versus FPXCQ. FPXCQ, YMM as Dream Witch. Finding the Priestess first, definitely a survivor that you not necessarily want to go first. We have seen the strategy change a little bit, so that might be something you want to consider, but still trying to snipe out different survivors. Has the mercenary right there. Definitely not the find that YMM was hoping for, but now transitioning into the building and finding the mechanic working on the Cypher machine right here.
Okay, ZB now in the vicinity. Great hit there. Took some time, but then YMM wants the most optimum target, and that is ZB. Was able to drop the doll though, so that's definitely going to play into factor. And you see that the Priestess does have a portal happening there. YMM though leeches the mechanic, and now we see that the portal is over there. And basement also, to note, is in shack. Now we see YMM slowly rotating away because I believe it was taken. ZB now all the way over at statue, and now uses the pallet drop to gain a little bit more distance. ZB has to do all the kiting. 445 is over here and uses the portal once again, and the priest is trying to body block, but no, the after image will get hit and the mechanic is falling down.
Fantastic job, but again, this will give time for the priestess to help up the mechanic. We had a leech right there, so probably not necessarily able to actually get up the mechanic and bring the mechanic into the first rocket chair, transitioning with the mechanic into the direction of the cipher machine that is being decoded, forcing survivors to leave this area and to stop decoding on this specific cipher machine that is already halfway done. Phenomenal job. We have 3 leeches on the field right now, spreading out to put pressure on the survivors. Phenomenal job from YMM so far, but if we look at the left side, we can already see that cipher machine progress is going to work out very, very well, especially if you consider that they are working on different cipher machines.
Yes.
This is a crucial late game.
It's very spread out, and look at that. Forward committing to that save. Tide Turner will be popped, and you can bet that the mechanic was able to use her doll while she was on that chair. So this is not a sense of security for YMM, and last effort will be popped. It's okay because the forward was able to save before the half. The mechanic will be seeing that chair again, but the proactivity from YMM is still pretty good because he was still able to leech that forward, and that forward now, his priority is to get that leech off him just so that the hunter won't have that much presence in this map.
Wow, fantastic job. Got the leech off. So now there are only 2 leeches on the field. We can see the mercenary making his way in, really wants to rescue that mechanic right here before she gets sent back to the manor, because that is quick. Oh, yes, that is looking dangerous, but it still gives an opening for the mercenary to rescue in time.
There are 3 leeches right in front of this mercenary, the terror shock, but still gets the mechanic out of there. But yeah, the mercenary will be falling down as well as the mechanic. So a double down happening in this 3-minute mark of this game. 3 ciphers remaining and about to be 3 survivors remaining in this game.
Absolutely fantastic job. We can see that the mechanic is right here, will fall down, and actually went into a very, very good position because that is quite far away from all rocket chairs in the mirror, and we also have Ford right here buying time or trying a change to Blink and utilizing Blink, missing it though, and Ford is trying to buy more time for the mechanic to either get up or for the mechanic to get rescued by the Ford. Ford is transitioning in. Will he be able to get the stun? Most likely not. Most likely is just transitioning in to get the attention of the hunter or to go back on the cipher machine, as we see in the bottom left.
Yeah, the forward, I believe, is going to go to try to pop that cipher over at Shack, while the mercenary will be going to that rocket chair. So far, around 2 leeches around. So the main body leech and the mercenary leech. So the forward now is still trying to pop the one over at Shack, while you see the priestess up there in the hospital working on that cipher. Mercenary, again, takes a while to get chaired, and we do see just a slight pause in the action, ladies and gentlemen. But so far, so good. Back and forth they go.
Back and forth they go for real. If you just look at the mechanic going through the portal, back and forth they go, right? But here we saw yet again how dangerous the priestess is. First of all, early game was definitely giving the survivor side a little bit more time, since YMM was having not the best time finding survivors. Started with the priestess, followed by the mercenary, and then only found the mechanic, who was able to transition from the main building, from the hospital, into the shack area where she could go through the portal, which also allowed her to go back yet again before even going down for the first time, which just bought so much time for the team. And right now, we saw it before the pause happened, we only have 1 cipher machine left. Yes, the mechanic is out of the game, but the second cipher machine is about to be primed, and they already split up. From the very beginning, they split up to a total of 6 cipher machines, even if they only need 5 in total. But at the end of the day, we know Dreamwitch extremely scary hunter when it comes to the late game, especially when it comes to protecting the cipher machines that are still on the map, especially protecting the 1 cipher machine, if there's only 1 worked on, that the survivors want to pop, and to just put pressure on the survivors at the same time.
Yeah. as you mentioned, the Dream Witch is so deadly when it comes to defending those ciphers. So they had that plan of the future to just like have enough options covered, and they did also an excellent job when that forward was leached. He did prioritize getting that anti-curse away, just so there's less of the followers, the spawn followers roaming around the map. Because at one point there was 3, and that caused the terror shock of this mercenary, which is quite unfortunate on the survivor side, but real good on YMM for him to be able to have that wherewithal to really camp that mechanic. But it just shows that mercenary is just such a great survivor to have in your roster. Now, just I can understand now why the seer was banned, because again, in the early chase, the mechanic was down, but then if you add the Seer's Owl into that mix, that chase could have been longer, as well as the Seer Owl being able to block the after image of the hit when she goes through the portal. So great ban of that Seer, in my opinion, then.
Yes, absolutely. But at the same time, by banning the Seer, we are allowing the mechanic on the map, which will bring decoding, and also the Priestess, which was doing a fantastic job buying so much time. Now we can see the final cipher inside the building is being decoded, and we also have another cipher that is over 50% already. So in case which is just sitting on that one on this one cipher machine, survivors can split up, and we can see the forward trying to stun the leech, but was missing right here. Mercenary goes down after his life went down, because there was a nice beautiful blink coming through, and now we can see Priestess really putting down a few portals to have an exit strategy, and now working on the other cipher machine that is almost prime. This is putting YMM into the position of really getting the leeches back and forth between, first of all, the rocket chairs, but second of all, also the survivors.
Yeah. So Zizai again just had to play cleanup is this Dream Witch, because as you mentioned, the Priestess is dropping so much portals, and the forward will be falling down. 2 survivors down. Priestess is the only one that is out and about. Forward is the one that is leeched now. We do see the mercenary still have that self-heal going on. He's able to pick himself back up, utilize the elbow pads just to get a little more distance away, and he's the Dream Witch is probably considering sharing this forward just so that he can stop the endgame from happening, while this Priestess is still trying to rotate to a good position to Cypher Rush.
Fantastic job. At the same time, we have to mention Dream Witch. Again, they split up on both ciphers, but Dream Witch just really putting pressure on both ciphers, knows that these 2 cipher machines are the cipher machines they are working on, so you don't want to, close an eye on one of either, and therefore really utilizing these leeches to put pressure on the survivors. Now leeching the Priestess. We have almost all leeches possible on the field. We have a leech on the forward. Forward goes down, and that might be it. But we can see here we have an opening for the mercenary to decode. Blink comes in, but wasn't a hit. Phenomenal job. We can now see forward is getting back on the chair. The cipher machines are so close yet so far. It's extremely difficult for the survivors to get this going. Forward now on the rocket chair for the second time.
The defense on YMM is so good. He is guarding that cipher like an iron fortress, not allowing anyone in. Zizai, now having one holy key, that's great, but again, Zizai is just one hit from falling down, while this forward is a few seconds away from expiring. So they definitely have to try to move this cipher rush to another cipher, but it's just so close, Grizzly. Now shifting his attention, 445 is seen pushing that cipher, and the expiry time on that forward is done, and they go for the pop, but the detention hit on this mercenary will be making him fall down in just a few seconds. But the Priestess is on her way out of this compound. Can the mercenary try? Oh, he still has to open the gate though.
They are working on the gates. You can see Priestess is getting denied to open up that gate right here. Is now trying to buy time for the mercenary. Will the mercenary be able to open it up and get
Can he
out
and
of
crawl?
There?
He's got to crawl. He's got to crawl his way out. Oh my gosh.
very, very important moment right here, because you don't want to give your opponent 5 points. You don't want to allow them to actually eliminate all 4 survivors. So getting out with 1 survivor seems to be not the best outcome, but honestly, it really is.
Yeah, just denying that further lead. It's just a 2-point differential, but still, you gotta give it up to YMM for him to be able to secure that victory. I mean, 3-1 is better than 5-0, so that counts as a moral victory in itself for of GG, because the point differential again is going to be very drastic as we head into more of those rounds. But what an intense moment. Did you see that the site of the exit gate was so close to opening and the mercenary was so close to falling down? But
he was just standing right there in front of the gate. He didn't use most of his elbow pads. I believe as soon as he took the hit of detention, he utilized the elbow pads to really get to that gate and to start opening that gate. And that was a game-changing moment, saving these elbow pads to make it there in time. If he wouldn't have had the elbow pads, we won't know what would have happened. Maybe the exit gate would have been not like just a little bit before being opened, he would go down. That would have been for GG. But at the end of the day, he was able to open up that gate and crawl out of there and get the escape with 1 survivor for GG. So fantastic job from the survivor. Especially, I want to point this out again. Here we saw how dangerous it is to have a priestess. Yes, the seer was banned. So that means, let's just say Mechanic, who was the first chase, would have gotten that seer owl. But after that, it's fair game. You could get 2 hits on the Mechanic and she would be down. But with this priestess portal, what is the better trade right here? The priestess portal that was sending the survivor back as well as forth before you were able to bring her down, or maybe a CSR that would have allowed you to bring her down faster. Who knows? The only thing that matters is the outcome right here. Fantastic job from both teams. Great decoding speed on the survivor side. Also great crowd control, especially late game. Dreamwitch utilizing these leeches to put pressure on both Cypher machines, but at the same time, it is still difficult. So good thinking from GG to put the Cypher progress on 6 Cyphers in total.
Yeah, you got to give props to GG for trying to divide and conquer, right? But once the Dream Witch just gets going and had like 2 leeched survivors, even at the point, and we emphasized it during that pause break when the mercenaries trying to go for that save, it was so overwhelming because the crowd control, the Dream Witch became the crowd. At one point, it was dead even in terms of bodies that were on the map because of how much the Dream Witch leached these survivors. And you hit the nail on the head. With a defense, he was able to omit with the Cypher that was in the second story of the second floor of the hospital, as well as in the ruins area. Just great placement of the leeches, great defense on YMM side. Definitely merits a ban if he will be rocking that Dream Witch again.
Absolutely fantastic first half of the first round in this final match between these 2 giants. And here we can see the switch from GG's survivor side now going in as Hunter and FPX-CQ this time going in on the survivor side. Now we have to consider what are the options right here for GG. They definitely want to get the 3 survivor elimination as well, at least the 3 survivor elimination to get this tie in round number 1. But there is an opening right here to take the lead by eliminating 4 survivors, getting this 5-point going, and that is definitely something that FPX CQ wants to prevent from happening. So therefore, FPX CQ definitely wants to get out 1, maybe even 2 survivors to get the lead for themselves.
Yeah, that's true. That is what they want to go for. They want to be able to tie just to keep that lead. Gonna look at the stats here of Iron. Iron, ladies and gentlemen, no survivor to just take lightly, because aside from the Seer, who can farm 3 owls in total, he also has that very insane, I believe it was the Perfumer? He brought out the Perfumer and he became MVP, I believe. He was MVP today, and he's one of the survivors to definitely watch out for. Moving on over to the next one, we have Long, the Mechanic. definitely a survivor that you have to consider banning, especially in the early game. You can definitely hamper the Cypherish if you get the out here, but also consider that Long has an excellent containment time of that hunter as well as rescuing. Not much of a stunner, but you got to look at that decoding progress. It's more than 100%. So those are some stats to boast about.
Oh man, I'm excited to see what will happen right here, because usually we have, when we look at the first rounds, we always have a very, very similar outcome. Either we get a tie from both teams. Usually the first round really ties out in total, because either we have the tie on both teams or we have a 5-point game on both hunter sides, making round number one, turning round number one into the tie. But this time, this outcome might be different. We saw MK right here, the priestess main, which we already saw how dangerous she can be. Right here, we have the forward main AK, who I definitely want to see perform as forward again, because he's just performing extremely well throughout this entire tournament. So now the question is, after we saw how dangerous the priestess is, which character will we see as ban from FPX CQ's hunter side?
Yeah. Well, that's definitely going to be the case when it comes to the next match. But going to PP Jha. PP Jha will be the one doing the banning of the survivor here. Does have a guard 26. Does have a, I believe he has a dream. Oh no, he has a sculptor as well. I'm not sure if he'll bring out that sculptor initially, since the dream witch is also there. But either of the two would do. Or that guard 26. We've seen a lot of guard 26 do a lot of damage in these type of maps. Just as long as you keep the survivors away from the hospital, it should be all good. But PP Jha will be doing the hunting. There is some pressure coming into it, but it's not a 5-0 pressure. He needs to try to aim for that 3-1 just to still keep the round alive. But then again, if he wants to go for that 5-0, he's more than welcome to, on courtesy of his team.
Very, very exciting stuff that will happen in this next half. Whew. The question is right here, what happens if FPXCQ establishes a little bit of a lead right here? Will we see a back and forth that we had between X-Rock and Day4 before? Or will FPXCQ just use that lead and, you know, even expand the gap between the points when it comes to GG versus FPXCQ and secure the victory for them by getting more points? Or will the following happen? We will have ties, we will have round 5.
Here's the thing though, the first match that we're not seeing a tie, a 2-2 out of the whole day, because the whole day was all 2-2s. So that's quite impressive on its own. And yeah, the win condition, I mean, the questions you're posing is definitely one that people have to take into consideration when coming into this match, because a lot is on the line, especially for, it's very important for the momentum to be set by either the statement's already made by FPX ZQ's Hunter YMM. Wow, that's a lot of alphabets. That's a lot of letters I just said.
That is for sure. That is for sure.
Yeah. So it's now it is now PP Jha's turn to respond to that. Whew, again, just gotta be able to take breaths here, Grizzly. Even the crowd is trying to calm down from that hype match. But again, GG being very PP Jha being a very strong hunter can definitely do the job. And also, just to note that these are two of the best IVL teams that got that auto bid to get into Call of the Abyss 4. So it just shows that they have been doing their homework in preparation of this moment. From January to now, they have not seen that much competition because they didn't go to the qualifiers, but they have been preparing for this moment.
They do have been preparing for this moment indeed. And they definitely have been studying their opponent right here. And I mean, both sides have been studying the opponents, and this is definitely something that's crucial, because it's one thing to prepare to get into a tournament like this, but it's another thing to understand your opponent, to know how your opponent will act and what potential hunter he will bring later in the tournament. So therefore, we have to give kudos to all of the teams because they are not only practicing, they're really researching their opponents and they're trying to get into their head by, outplaying the strategies their opponents were coming up with, but at the same time have to come up with their own strategies. And right now, we are jumping into the bans. The question is, will we see another Seer ban or maybe a potential mechanic ban or maybe even a priestess ban here on Sacred Heart Hospital? No, it is the mechanic. We saw that the cipher speed, the decoding speed was extremely powerful when it came to the match on GG's side. The ciphers have been popping left and right and they were able to decode 6 cipher machines, almost completely 6 cipher machines, had to decide for 1 cipher machine late game. So that is something that will potentially slow down the game, end game, when it comes to GG's Hunter gameplay. And I would assume that we're gonna see the Dream Witch again, just because the Dream Witch will be...
I want to point something out really interesting here, that they're going for the Wildling more than the Mercenary in this change lineup, because usually you could actually switch out the Seer and the Mechanic and you'll have the same mix, but Wildling over Mercenary is quite interesting. They might opt to go for ties and try to be able to harass more than try to go for longevity. Interesting if they're going to lock in with this pick, because that's definitely a big game changer that GG PP Ja has to worry about, especially having 2 stunners and 2 harassers in this mix, as well as that priestess, as you mentioned, very dangerous in this map, especially when she's able to get her portals down in the ruins area as well as in the hospital. And the Seer is just a nightmare to chase, especially if he's able to farm those owls, and Iron has been known to do that.
Iron has been known to do that, yes. Just pointing it out yet again, Iron was coming through with a total of 4 Seers Owls yesterday in a match on the Ever Sleeping Town, really farming, getting up the rage for the Seers Owl. And that is something that only happened once during this tournament, so definitely a well-deserved MVP title for him in these matches. But now we're gonna just wait and see for the lock-in of these survivors. I'm pretty confident that we will see this survivor team right here happening, and we are now getting over to GG's Hunter side, where we will see which Hunter will be picked on the Sacred Heart Hospital. Will it be the Dream Witch, or not using the chance to utilize the Dream Witch, which will most likely getting the ban in future rounds? No, immediately going for Guard 26 on the Sacred Heart Hospital map, a smaller map out of the other bigger maps that are available in the game. So very, very curious to see if this will play out in the favor of FPX-CQ or in the favor of GG.
What's interesting to note as well is that PP Ja, you saw in his stats that he loves that Guard 26. So maybe even though that the meta is Dream Witch, he is more effective with this Hunter. And this is the only time he might actually use it in this type of map, because again, GG picked this map. GG wants to be able to bring the fight here. In the next match, it is going to be FPX-ZQ that's picking the map. So maybe they want to be able to take it a home court advantage for Guard 26. Is this the first Guard 26 we're seeing today?
This might be, yes it is, as far as I recall, it is Guard 26, and it is coming in round number 1 as well, but that's also probably the case because we see Sacred Heart Hospital, other first rounds were always going on to bigger maps, so therefore it might definitely depend on the map which Hunter we are seeing. Still very, very surprised that we won't see a Dream Witch or a Sculptor in round number 1, but that
we saw Dream Witch though, the first Dream Witch.
Yeah, the first Dream Witch, exactly, but on GG side, we
right, yeah.
Either of the meta Hunters we see Guard 26, but there will be a reason for that. There will be a reason for that, and we will find out that reason right now and see a most likely very, very strong game from GG is finding the first survivor, not the survivor that he wanted to see right here, the Wildling, not a survivor you want to go for early in the game. You definitely want to concentrate on the Seer, maybe the Priest, And
oh, look at this. Excellent utilization. Goes with peepers and also trump card just so that he's able to snipe out anyone that is over here at hospital. And we do see that the seer is up there. Pipija not wanting to play that game, still wanting to look for the most optimal target in this map. So he is, I guess, going to try to commit and just dropping another peeper just to make sure that this chase won't last too long in favor of Iron. But we have seen Iron do so much damage in terms of buying so much time for his teammates. Drops down to the ground floor. Pipija able to try and just close out that distance, forcing Iron to run away. Gets a half hit on that bomb, and now we see Iron running back to safe haven, which is the hospital.
Very, very good kite so far from Iron. Really utilizing the area right here. Now utilizing fantastic job. Steers out, blocked away or got hit away by the bomb, and now we can see Seer will go down if he is taking another bomb. We don't really know how far the progress on the Seer's second owl is. Could be close. We have seen Iron just accumulating the rage, accumulating the owl, but here comes the remote bomb. Immediately brings down there might be Ford is ready.
He's on the case though. AK again, really known to really harass hunters, but I think he's just gonna go for that save. Gets the stun while on the chair, and Iron is back for a rebound kite. And we see that AK is back for more. Gets the not the stun quite yet, but Iron is still in the vicinity, and we are gonna get a regular hit. Seer is down again, and the Ford is taking some hits in the process of stunning this hunter.
GG really knowing how dangerous this Seer is right here, and doesn't want to give him any chance to accumulate another owl, doesn't want to give him any chance to actually participate in this game anymore, puts him on the chair. We can now see the wildling is slowly moving into the direction of the hunter. Will he be there to harass and take time off GG so the rest of the survivors can decode, or will he actually try to go for the for the rescue? Probably not. Time will run out on the Seer right here. So now we look at the decoding progress. 2 Cypher machines will pop,
but you saw that Wanted Order was propped for the forward, and now Pipija going back into the hospital here because he knows that there is a Cypher that is being moved and wiggled, and dropping those peepers down for a better placement. And look at that, forcing AK to jump, and he was able to use the bombs to get AK into half, and one more bomb would do it. He's trying to snipe him, he sniped him through the wall!
No way, with the peeper utilization, just really getting the position right here and really forcing the forward to get into corners, but at the same time with another connected bomb, utilizing that corner to bring down the forward with 3 bombs in a row. Perfect utilization of the skill from GG, the Guard 26, and there we have it. There we can see why why GG wanted to go for the Guard 26 instead of the Dream Witch, because he knows this hunter by heart. He knows how to do it. We can see now.
For sure.
Have a global portal.
Exactly. You saw that the Priestess was going back and forth. The Priestess has been the one that has been popping 3 of the Cyphers. 2 remaining in this Seer is the Priestess is working on another one. We see that Long is on the area, but the forward is already past half. Long just probably harassing because, again, they just need they want to be able to tie it at least, but then you see that Long is off his boar. Forward is about to expire, and Pipija is going to destroy this portal just to clean up and give that Priestess less mobility around this map. We do see that the Peeper is being placed, and Pipija is rotating away, probably to the sights of MK now.
What an amazing job so far from the survivors, but also from GG, really putting pressure on the survivors. The question is, will they be able to decode 2 more Cyphers? I can see they are almost halfway done, but at the same time, you see these bombs, how they connect and how the damage is dealt to these survivors. At the same time, there comes the remote bomb, and this might be a very, very close call for MK right here. At the same time, we only have the wildling on the map, who does not really bring a lot of decoding to the ground. So that is really slowing down the progress on the survivor side. Will we see? Will we see the portal there anytime soon? Yes or no? It will be.
Not quite.
No.
He's gonna jump for the window, but look at that. Catches him while he was landing from that vault. MK is down. The peeper will be placed, and he is PPJA gonna go back to the hospital, trying to turn things around. He wants to go for the 5 points. Long is in that area because he will be dropping a peeper right there, as it was mentioned. And PPJA, again, so dominant, and we were wondering why he didn't pick that Dream Witch. This is why, Grizzly. He is so proficient with this hunter. His time bomb hits, his chain bombs have been such a threat, and Long, he is closing in on Long, but Long is jumping on his board.
That is now going to be a very interesting late game. Priestess will be able to get up one more time and might actually try to push the Cypher machines, but at the same time we saw this happening over and over in previous matches where we have the survivors going down, being able to get up again, but then the hunter just goes back and forth to bring down and force down these survivors, to force them to bleed out, but this is just giving him enough time to bring down the other survivor again, and then at one point they can't get up anymore, and this will be a 5-point game for GG. If this is going to happen, we will have to see, because right now we can see a global port is happening.
Oh, it was cancelled out. Look at that. So good. PPJA is just a sniper with these bombs. He just knows where to place them. And you see that Long is back in the second floor of that hospital. The board time is being counted down less than 40 seconds. And now this is PPJA's chance to be able to down this wildling. But the wildling is trying to hide, but the peepers will be placed, so he will get probably some vision of where he's at, but he is over there at the window area. He will be jumping down, but PPJA again wants to down this. Priestess is gonna bleed out, and PPJA did not carry detention. He did carry trump card, so that is definitely a late game strat, but Long doing a great job in trying to push for this Cypher over here at the hospital, but once it pops, he's gonna be found out by PPJA.
The question is, will the wildling will Long be able to hide long enough for the priestess to actually bleed out? Not quite able to hide for long enough, but at the same time with the board, this is definitely giving Long more time to hide around, more time to prepare for an escape through the dungeon, is slowly trying to get distance from GG and trying to get away from the hunter right here. And this, is this going to be a 3-1 game as well? Will there be one escape?
It might look that way, but PPJA again waiting for the board time to end. But Long again back to hiding. It's not the it's definitely a great strat, especially if you want to be able to get to the dungeon, because he is in a great position to drop down. PPJA again, able to I think he's able to find him. Long did fall down. 40 seconds left on the cooldown time for that board, so no one's gonna be able to assist him. I think PPJA sees him in his radar, and now 2 hits away. One time bomb. PPJA is timing his shot well. Oh, the boar was able to get on it, and we do see that the priestess is slowly bleeding out, still on that boar though, Grizzly. This is gonna be incredible if Long is able to kite for as long as he can, and for him to be able to get to that dungeon.
Oh my god, it is amazing what we can see right here. That might who was able to get away from that hit, and there might be a chance for him to actually
go to the dungeon
for long enough that the priestess is going down, taking that hit, running towards
the priestess. She wants to be able to save the priestess before she bleeds out. Excellent stuff, able to get her up, and now both of them are 1/2 hit away. Long is gonna be the one being kited now, going down, but he still has a self-heal. MK is the one out and about, and it seems like PPJA is done with this and wants to be able to chair along.
As you said, he can get up again, he can just buy a lot of time, but at the same time wants to bring down that priestess, and let's see how this will play out, because if Long can get up again, if the priestess buys enough time.
But she's so close to expiring. Actually, she's gonna expire in a few seconds. Long needs to heal now, and look at that. Lower left side, he's close to healing. PPJA needs to pick him up before the priestess expires, and he, gets the standard hit.
Oh my god, this is one of the most intense late games we had so far. That was such a close call, almost brought the wildling on the board, and that could have been the ticket for the wildling to get to the dungeon, but this did not happen, not at all. We had GG preventing this from happening, and therefore GG with a 5-point game, getting a little bit of distance when it comes to points, but also deciding round number 1 for themselves. Congratulations, what a phenomenal start into this grand final between GG and FPX CQ.
Gosh, that late game was so intense. We actually, I thought that you're waiting for the priestess to bleed out and jump to the dungeon, but the forethought of being able to pick up the priestess and the priestess trying to kite as long as possible and give Long that chance, since once he hits the priestess, she will be expiring soon, and giving Long that chance to get a safer passage to the dungeon was just insane. So this, again, best of the grand finals did not disappoint, and we're just at the first round, at the first match. Oh, good lord.
I can't believe what just happened. Like, this was such a good gameplay from the survivors. Again, survivors knew for sure they wanted to get one survivor out of there, and we talked about this over and over again. One survivor kinda sounds easy, but it absolutely isn't. As you can see right here, we saw the team celebrating this victory of round 1, but hopefully they are not celebrating too early, because this is the best out of 5. One round does not necessarily mean that you will win this grand final right here. We still have FPXCQ, who were performing extremely well in both of the rounds as well. They only did let one survivor escape, and that was the chance for GG to have this little bit of a lead right now. But again, we have seen this during this tournament. The tide can turn every moment, so we will see what will happen in round number 2. I'm trying to catch my breath right now, real quick, because that was...
I'm getting lightheaded talking.
Yeah.
It's like the action was just nonstop, and just trying to analyze the movements and the decisions. It's just so high level. And in grand finals like this, we did not expect any less, because these teams, they really want to be able to call themselves champions of Call of the Abyss 4, and they have definitely been pushing each other to that limit, and I hope that they can push each other even more, because again, best of 5, you got to bring your A game in each and every round. And you know what? Yeah, kudos to GG for winning round number 1, but we got more to go.
We got more to go, but as you said, GG's to GG for winning that round. Whew. Okay, I am hyped. I'm very excited, and I can see the chat right now seeing action, and I can see.
Look at this. Look at the graph, Chris. Look at that's insane. From one elimination to the next, that's wow. That was under the 4-minute mark, and then the next elimination was 10 minutes. So for 6 minutes straight, we were just seeing the kiting prowess of this amazing of Long, and also the back and forth of PP Zhao with a different survivor. I mean, the survivor that was the priestess, as well as the wildling. So intense stuff. The destruction on PP Zhao, just 28 survivor hits. Just this madman, PP Zhao.
Absolutely madman. That describes it very, very well. Whew. Very excited to see the second round right now. We can definitely expect a sculptor to come to play. I don't want to make any assumption when it comes to the map right here. We might see an Ever Sleeping Town, a bigger map when it comes to round number 2. We might see completely different maps. Again, I was mentioned it earlier, I would definitely love to see a Leo's Memory again. But who knows?
The thing is, it's now, since they have to switch sides, it is FPX-ZQ's turn to be able to pick the map. And you know what? Rightly so, GG picked that map perfectly for PP Zhao to set up his guard 26, because that was the perfect map to bring peepers to just exploit his excellent his time bomb hits, as well as his chain bombs. No one was safe from it, not even AK in the hospital. And usually you want to be able to go to that hospital for safe haven from the hunters, but everyone had to fear PPX's guard 26.
That wildling hiding in the hospital, like
so good. Like I'm
Making
gonna
it
use
so
I'm gonna
good.
use that strat.
that was such a good, like, hiding there twice to really buy time. And I remember because, as you said, it was a little bit surprising because we were waiting for the priestess to bleed out. I remember seeing this in Call of the Episode 3, where exactly that strategy was happening, that the survivor that was going to bleed out was held up, because then it would have been easier for the last survivor. Now let's just check out the highlights right here. The blink that was avoided by GG. Fantastic job. We can see the stun that was missed and the damage, but still the rescue happens.
Just incredible moment. Just watching this gets us even more energized to keep this match going. Kukao again, MVP of the day here when GG was faced. And look at that. Again, just, FPX, ZQ's YMM. So good on that Dream Wish, but PP Ja took some time to get his first target down. The Seer down in like the 2 to 3 minute mark, but still all paid off because of the great camping, the great wherewithal. Didn't even account for the end game. PP Ja knew that it wasn't even gonna go that far. Didn't even change traits. He just stuck with peepers. Didn't go for a blink. Didn't go for didn't go for teleport. He knew what he was doing with this build, with this hunter, and it showed in the relief of how he was able to get that victory for his team in round 1.
But we also have to give it, of course, we have to give it to FPXCQ, because that strat from the Wildling and the Priestess at the end
good.
Too, extremely good. And this could have been ended very differently. It was just this 1 millisecond, half of a second, that was the Wildling taking to actually get on this board that the Guard 26 was able to prevent. So if that would have been differently, if the Wildling was getting on the board like half a second longer and he would have been on the board, the hit wouldn't have damaged him at all, only the board halfway, and then he could take another hit on the board before actually going down. And I would assume that if that would have happened, we would have seen a 3-1 exactly, a 3-1 match where one survivor was able to escape through the dungeon, which would have been the Wildling. But again, that timing on that hit was so crucial, and it was allowing GG to get that 5-point match going. All right, we are jumping into our second round in a few minutes, and as I already mentioned, we can expect bigger maps, and as we have seen it before, Ever Sleeping Town being utilized very early in the rounds. Map number 2 will be the Ever Sleeping Town.
There we go. You're predicting that?
I'm saying that very
okay, yes.
Because I have some intel, like I have.
This just in. GNN, Grizzly News Network. What is it? What is the scoop?
It is Ever Sleeping Town. We have FPX survivors will go first on this map, and surprisingly, GG will then go as Hunter. And so, we will also see a change. We will see a change when it comes in the Hunters for both sides. For GG, we will see Swarm coming in, and for FPX, we will see Ken coming in.
This is the usual strategy that we've seen, right? The first round Hunters are PP Ja and YMM. Ken and Swam are the ones that come in the second round and possibly even the third round. So interesting to note how Swam is going to change the pace, because again, FPX ZQ's survivors kind of already got a taste of what PP Ja is all about. So having them swap out, let's see how it'll pay off. And again, as you mentioned, Ever Sleeping Town, a bigger map. Again, I just feel like we keep saying time and time again that it merits a Priestess ban, but all these Hunters seem to be kind of comfy with it, and they feel the wrath of it later on. I guess it's just that they don't want to overlook or look past the mechanic or the mercenary. But let's find out as we head into the picks and bans. Swam will be denied of the bonbon, which is rightly so because of how great that PP Ja was able to use that bonbon. And also, Seer and Priestess. Okay, Swam not a fan of Priestess in Ever Sleeping Town. I think he's listening to us, Grizzly. He's like, do not let the Priestess through. This Priestess is going to be... listen to us. We're from the future. This Priestess is going to give all the exit strategies for these survivors. And the Seer and Priestess being banned.
Exactly, and as you already said, Ever Sleeping Town, it seems like these hunters are getting more comfortable compared to day number 3, where we saw a lot of priestess action changing the entire game and the entire outcome of the game. And we can still see it. We can still see how the priestess is being utilized and really changing up the games right here. But at the same time, we can also see how these hunter players evolve their strategies and how they adapt to the survivor strategies and really are.
Coordinator just keeps dropping her gun. Like it's just, look at that. It's just really bad gun handling.
It really is. She should not be trusted with that gun. But again, we can see that the hunters are adapting to the survivors gameplay towards the priestess. But at the same time, even when you're adapting in such a good way, the priestess can still bring out extremely good moves. We saw that in the first match, FPXCQ versus GG, where we had the priestess really buying time for the survivors, early game for the mechanic, and that might definitely be enough time to actually get the outcome that they were actually achieving with one survivor through the exit gate, even when that mercenary was very close. Could also have been, see, like, this is so intense right here. It could have ended very differently if the mercenary was not getting out of this gate, which was just 2
inches,
seconds.
like tiddlywinks, just tiny, like just 2
seconds. And it's the same with the wildling. It was just half of a second that was missing for the wildling to get through the dungeon. So they are really head-to-head. But in favor of GG, they were able to get the 5-point game. And right now we can see the very meta picks for the Ever Sleeping Town, which is the coordinator, mercenary, mechanic, as well as AK's forward. And now this is very interesting.
I can see now, Anne, and I can see why he banned the priestess, because again, Anne doesn't really have the best when it comes to traversing maps, so he definitely wants to gimp the survivors into not having that same mobility, because this map is pretty huge. He doesn't have that chisel like the sculptor does. And seeing a second round Anne, we've seen this in Swam in round in day 1 against I believe that was RD. Did a lot of work, got a 3-1, but that was at Red Church. You were mentioning that the survivors are slowly learning, slowly adapting, and you see that they're getting more comfy in these big maps. And now we're going to see Ever Sleeping Town without a priestess. This is going to be a very interesting match as we head on over to the second game. It's still grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. We want to know who is going to take this one. Do send your support in chat. Is it FPXEQ or is it GG?
And here we jump right into that game, into the second round in this fight between GG and FPXCQ. Whew. Very exciting stuff. We're gonna jump into the Ever Sleeping Town. As we already mentioned, we have the priestess ban. What I think is very interesting to see is that we are facing, or that we are seeing, the disciple come out to play in round number 2. Definitely a hunter I was expecting to see in round
3,
number
right?
Exactly, but we are here in round number 2, and it makes sense. She can close the gaps with these cats, and she can move extremely fast when it comes to the cats and slow down survivors by stunning them. Is having a good find right here with the mechanics stall, which will give away the mechanics location as soon as it will go down, which will happen right here. Now looking out for the mechanic, Long transitioning away, now knowing that he is in danger, is putting down that another doll, but and Swarm might see the doll and go for it, and just reducing the decoding power of the team.
Another doll, okay. And like that, gonna gain a little more presence, and also has teleport, so she can use that to close out that distance. I believe she did also bring a confined space and detention. I think also a little bit of quenching effect to find out, because we are going to see the 50-second mark on this map, but we still see Swam rotating around this map, finding the most optimal target. I believe the cat bite will happen on AK. Yes, gets the cat bite on AK. And now let's see if she can close out that distance. No, she teleports all the way to AK, but no, AK moves away, and we see that the coordinator is also in this vicinity.
Oh, that's gonna be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Coordinator can buy a lot of time with that flare gun, and you also have to consider how these survivors are spread out and how, even if the mechanic was the first found survivor with the mechanic stall, and even if the mechanic stall is out of the game, not a single survivor was taking any damage yet. The first cipher pop is already happening, and now it might be time for the forward to take the first hit right here to transition out of this building.
He got a hit and a cap bite. Can he close down on AK and capitalize on this stun? Not quite. AK able to use the vaulted window here in Graveyard to his advantage, and we see that AK is transitioning away. Another cap bite is coming, so we are gonna see AK receive that. Nice jump. He doesn't have access to the other one because he doesn't have full presence just yet, and AK uses his football to gain more distance. We are seeing the plant down of that spike just so that AK has to get away from that area into this area of pallets.
Look at the decoding at the same time. Like, there are still 3 survivors on the map that are decoding currently and really pushing these ciphers, and that might be an extremely good play right here from FPXCQ. They definitely want to close the gap that was that exists right now.
Beautiful cat explosion for him to deny the football, and now Swam is closing on the forward. But as you mentioned, 3 ciphers have already been popped, and that was a 3-minute kite on the side of AK. Well, 3 minutes already, but that kite did buy so much time, and 2 ciphers are already being primed, going for the teleport. No camp, and
that teleport definitely necessary because there was a lot of time bought from the survivor side, and Anne right here, Swarm with the disciple, knows that there's no time to be wasted right now, and you have to protect the cipher machines, and you have to bring down other survivors as well, and now bringing down that mechanic. But at the same time, look at the cipher machines, bringing down 1 cipher machine right here, and they still have enough time to even start another one, because that is the first time on the chair for the mechanic. We can see Coordinator now transitioning in for the rescue. Coordinator still carrying the dangerous flare gun that she usually drops at least in the beginning of the picks, but here we can see it's extremely difficult for Anne to keep track of all the survivors at the same time because everyone is still alive.
Look at that, MK being denied usage of his elbow pads. We see that Swam is going for a no-cap strategy to try to defend these ciphers, but all these survivors have been taking time on these chairs, and now he's gonna get that hit on, not quite. Oh, gets that other hit. Oh, gets 1 hit. Again, no flare gun, so that's pretty good, but again, this cipher is being primed over a Graveyard. The forward is pushing that cipher as Swam is closing in on Iron. Are we gonna see it? Not quite.
I think we might see it. I think we might see it quite soon to get the time that the Coordinator needs to kite around to
I think once the ciphers pop, that's when it's gonna happen. But oh, is he gonna get it? Oh, he's saving the flare gun. Now switching. Oh, still going for Iron though. Very dangerous survivor to go after, but has the tension. He is gonna try to hug these walls to try to avoid the flare gun of this Coordinator. The stun, is it gonna happen? The flare gun will be denied.
What a change of pace right here. We can see Mechanic opening up the gate. We can see Forward slowly transitioning towards the dungeon. Might actually be able to attempt the rescue, but I don't think he will. He will most likely get to the dungeon. We also have the Mercenary right here who still has 3 elbow pads. We can also see Forward is having the First Officer's pocket watch, which could be very helpful when it comes to escaping.
Yeah, but he was denied that. Just again, they're so far, and Swam does have access to that teleport, so he can utilize it. But I think they might cut their losses here and go for a 3-1. MK is slowly making his way there. Can he get that teleport in? He's gonna go for the teleport. Might give. Oh, but it's the Mercenary. He will have that delayed hit. Oh, but unless he's able to get that cat in, we are gonna see, a 1 hit, and we're gonna see the MK make a mad dash towards the exit. Can he make it though? The tram was in the way, not able to make it, and he's gonna get that swipe in, but no, it is a 3-1.
3-1 for FPX right here. Fantastic comeback. Especially considering that we right now saw a 3 survivor escape, which is definitely putting GG's Hunter a little bit under pressure right here. but at the same time, what a phenomenal match. What an outstanding gameplay. What an an exclusive. No, I'm just. What an extremely intense match that we have just spectated, especially with the survivors being able to stretch out and get away, really get away from the scatter out and get away from the disciple early game and bring down Cypher machines, buying so much time for their team members to get the 3 points late game right here. Absolutely fantastic match.
Yeah, it shows that the coordination of these survivors and the excellent kiting that was shown on display. You did see that the teleport was being used constantly to add just pressure, and a lot of these survivors saw their rounds on the rocket chair, ending in a 3-1. Very consistent, if you ask me, in the side of FPX so far in terms of scoring. So the pressure is still on for the survivors now of GG, because at most they want to tie, right? They want to be able to tie this just to maintain their lead and deny the round going to FPX ZQ, because again, it's just really hard for you to be able to get 4 survivors out and get the 5 points, especially in this deep into this competition.
Absolutely, and here we can see a clear comeback, because in the first round we did see only one survivor escape, and that survivor was on the team side of GG. This time FPXCQ knows, all right, we lost round number 4, we have to make a comeback, we have to get survivors through the gate to give our hunter the chance to actually score this round number 2 for us. And there we have FPXCQ getting a little bit relaxed right here, getting something to drink, just as you did and just as everyone in the chat should do, because we are here for a very, very long time already. And this is the final match. So not the final match, but the final game between GG and FPXCQ. So here we can see the game progress. Look at that, 6 minutes, 11 seconds. That is what it took for the survivors to get out of there with 3 survivors. And again, this is putting a lot of pressure on GG right here to keep up the lead. And this is also giving an opening to FPXCQ to close the gap and to tie out round number 1 and round number 2. Very curious to see what will happen next.
You painted the picture really well with FPX ZQ giving their hunter a little more breathing room, a little more confidence coming in, because they know they're down 1 round, right? So they're just giving their hunter just that confidence boost, just probably get a tie. Best to get like 3-1 again so we can hamper the lead. Hey, if you even want to get 4 survivors down, go for it. Because again, you have to see these games as individual games as well, and then we'll collate them towards the end. See, you can see there that we're still starting things out now. Pressure, as you mentioned, is on GG survivors now, because they have to try to duplicate the same magic we saw. And what's interesting to note is that we just have 1 ban. Ken is coming in. He's known as he has that sculptor, and there's also that Dream Witch, if ever, and Dream Witches have been very very dominant so far. But Ken on that sculptor, I think the respect ban should happen on that sculptor.
Yeah, I think that is definitely something that we have to keep in mind. The sculptor play that we have seen before, very, very, very dangerous. Therefore, it might happen, the respect ban. We talked about this earlier. All teams, they really research, they really study the opponents, and therefore we can expect to see a respect ban like that. Here we can see the data between the hunters of GG and FPXCQ. Very, very similar stats. We have an average elimination per round of 2.75 and 2.57. So very, very similar stats, and in general, now that I'm looking at very, very similar stats, very close numbers. So these hunters do not give each other anything. That means that we have a very, very scary match ahead for GG, because GG on the survivor side right now facing Ken. So what can we expect from this match? We will find out in a few minutes when they are getting into the survivors and hunter bans as well as picks.
What we do know from the hunter pool of FPX ZQ, it is YMM that is really known as their Dream Witch. So I have a feeling that the ban for the sculptor will happen because Ken does favor the sculptor in big maps such as Ever Sleeping Town. But then again, you see the hunters on GG's side that they're able to bolster the same hunters that they have, PPJA and YMM. Ken can definitely, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see he does have a Dream Witch, and that Dream Witch can be so scary in Ever Sleeping Town. But we also have seen Dream Witch get countered in this map, especially if the survivors are able to spread out their Cypher rushes. So very interesting to see how GG is going to play this out on the survivor side.
Yes, very, 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 very interesting to see that. And we have seen this in round number 1, where it was really a head-to-head fight, where it was almost coming to the same outcome, and where really 2 seconds at the end of each match was changing the outcome for the opponent's team or for your own team. So very, very, very impressive performance from both sides. So we cannot expect any less from GG to then they are actually putting up the same fight. They're probably be able to tie this entire round number 2 right here, but at the same time you can't say that for sure. FPXCQ, such a dangerous hunter. Ken coming in, maybe with the, if he gets the chance to play the sculptor, I bet he will have a good time utilizing that sculptor right here on the Ever Sleeping Town. If we can see the Dream Witch ban, if we can see the respect ban of the sculptor, I am very, very curious to see which hunter he will pick. Might be the Dream Witch, might be a different one. This final day right here, especially the final 2 matches on the fight between X-Rock and Day4, where they were trying to get to the number 3 spot, which was decided by X-Rock after all. And also the fight between GG versus FPXCQ is just extremely intense, and this is what we were waiting for these entire 4 days. This is why we were here, to see the heat, to see the action, the challenge that these teams give against each other. And now we are jumping into the bans and picks. We are starting with the Hunter ban, which could be, as you already mentioned, the Sculptor ban, considering that Ken is so very well known for his dangerous Sculptor. And there you go. Very, very right prediction. Now we are getting into the Survivor bans. Could be a Priestess ban, could be a Mechanic ban. Mechanic ban is actually locked in. There we go. Bring down the coding speed a little bit more, as well as getting rid of the forward.
Quite interesting here that he's going to allow Zizai use that Priestess. Zizai, again, very known for his highlight Priestess plays. Again, GG needs to pull out all the stops for them to be able to hang in this round. They do have 1 round win, and as you mentioned, they could not celebrate just yet. And you did see that FPXZQ, when they went back to their respective room, they did not celebrate just yet because they know what's up ahead. They need to be able to bolster more points for them to secure this. And look at that, 4-4-5 going with the Explorer since the Mechanic was denied. We also have a Wildling in the mix and a typical Mercenary just to help the survivors last long in terms of getting those rescues, as well as late game Cypher pops if ever, so that they'll be able to eat. He'll be able to eat some damage. Now this looks like a very healthy lineup since the forward as well as the Mechanic was banned. I believe they're gonna lock this in. They seem to be. I mean, they're all known for these characters. Now going on over to Ken's side, who will he be hunting with in this round number 2?
Such a dangerous, such a scary lineup when it comes to survivors, especially since we have seen the Priestess working out that well previously on the Ever Sleeping Town. And it will be the X-Boy. I am very surprised to see these picks, Disciple as well as X-Boy, in round number 2 already. We are jumping into the action. Is a very well well understandable pick right here. With the X-Boy, you can really move fast. We already have seen this on different maps that are a little bit bigger. With the X-Boy, you can just close the gap between yourself and the survivors, and you can also utilize the fireballs to give them damage. So we will see how this will turn out. FPXCQ, this time on the Hunter side, definitely wants to get a tie at least to get the victory in this round, and definitely wants to go for more as well.
This is interesting because if we're seeing these hunters now, What hunters are we gonna see in round number 3, 4, and 5? Feaster, sorry, bless me. I sneezed right there, Grizzly. You got it. It's allergy.
I mean, should come. I mean, at this point, it should come in, right? The feast.
The dream sequence is still alive. You know what? Like, what is gonna be the last hunter that's gonna win it all for whoever team? Feaster is gonna be there. But we digress. We're gonna head on over again to Ever Sleeping Town to see Axe Boy, piloted by Ken. Ken was denied the sculptor. GG doing their homework. They are down in points of this round, but then again, they are leading in rounds. So let's see how they are gonna last against this very scary hunter known as Ken.
And we are jumping on the Ever Sleeping Town. This time it is already the second half of our second round right here. GG versus FPXCQ Ken right here as X-Boy. Very, very curious to see what is going on. We can see he is moving into the direction of 445.
Yes.
And that might be a very, very good find, especially since the Explorer, you want to get some decoding on the ground, but is not able to figure out where 445 is yet, was able to get away out of sight of Ken. And here we have now the mercenary on the kiting side of this action.
Gets that flame snipe just for that speed boost, but then Kuka was able to answer back with that elbow dash. Note that he does have teleport, so if this mercenary is going to give him a hard time, he will let quenching effect happen and go for that, hopefully that juicy explorer if he can. But then Kuka buying a lot of time. It denied the flame snipe, and look at that. Excellent dodge of that and utilization of the skill of this mercenary. Already 1 minute in the game. 445 is in the area. He did see some scratch marks. Oh my god, Grizzly, he's gonna find this explorer.
That is an extremely good find after taking a little bit of time on other survivors. Now finding the Explorer is definitely the right way to go. We can see Cypher machines have been halfway decoded, and we can see another one being started right here. But the Explorer really needs to put up a fight right here. Really puts up a fight right here. Might try to get away from... Juke hit right here. Fantastic job taking the hit after all, and now trying to transition away. Look at all these portals on the map. There we have the priestess again. Look at all these portals.
It's so much. Oh my god, forget the tram, ladies and gentlemen. Use the portals to get around all the way to the graveyard.
Pretending to be into to went into the... You see that? He pretended that he went into the portal, hiding, and now we can see...
Good highlight there, yeah.
Explorer is just available to go back to decoding.
Awesome stuff. Good find there and good highlight, because that was actually a great way for him to get the heat off him. And now the Explorer is free to just decode and find the maps, as this priestess will be using the holy keys to buy so much time for his teammates. But the flame snipe will be able to get her injured. And my goodness, this down priestess would be a huge momentum shift for Ken's side.
There we go, and still following the priestess, or are we going to see the Explorer being in the action? No, we will see another very good snipe when it comes to the flames, and we can see 445 right there in the near area. Look at the Cypher machine progress. 2 Cypher machines about to pop. That means we still need 2 Cypher machines for the survivors to actually get out of here, but at the same time, priestess for the first time on the chair right here. Fantastic job. Cypher pop happening, and now we can see that the mercenary is coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, Kuka. Able to hit him coming in. And look at that. Has to get another hit. Oh no, he was able to get a chair hit. Awesome stuff. So the mercenary got a clean save off of Zizai, and Zizai now trying to jump this. Oh wow, didn't get in time. Just when she jumped, she was able to find that. She was able to get that holy key, and Kukao is still in the vicinity to try and get that rebound kite and get that save. And look at that, just miles away from the graveyard now. We see 445 still in the vicinity trying to find these pages for that last pop. But look at that mercenary over at graveyard about to pop that last cipher. There's about to be 1 cipher remaining if they're able to pop these 2 primed ciphers.
And as you already said, Explorer has already 1 page. If he's finding another page, he will be able to pop off a Cypher machine immediately. Whichever Cypher machine he goes to, he can just pop it. And here we can see
Double rescue. Here we go.
Rescue.
Oh gosh, flame snipe though. Oh, mercenary eats that hit, but tries to escort the priestess, but the priestess
is taking that hit.
She did. And now the pursuit is on for this priestess because again, one more chair and she'll be going back. And we see that the explorer is still in tiny mode and still looking for that last cipher and that last page, I mean.
Oh, he just started finishing that one cipher machine, and it's very, very close to being finished. He's still looking for the page right here, but that is the end of the priestess after being on the chair for the third time. Great teamwork on the survivor side, but at this rate, FBXCQ can get another cipher, another survivor out of here. It might be even an.
Yeah, he got the last page, and look at that. The mercenary will be falling down. He did recover and goes for the pop right away to deny Ken of finding a target before they push for the gate war. ZB though is in the immediate vicinity here, but the tram will be blocking him off from the line of sight, and we do see Ken just trying to find his best target here, and it seems to be Kukao. Flame Snipe is gonna get utilized just for him to get that speed boost. 445 on the other side of this map, not committing to any gate yet because they do know that the teleport is ready.
Exactly, teleport is ready, so everything is on the table. If we have GG getting out of here with 3 survivors, this will be a tie for the second round, and FBXCQ definitely wants to secure the victory for the second round and therefore needs to get another survivor, and now found the Explorer, and that might be an extremely good find because Wildling can buy a lot of time with the Wildling Spore. We also have the Mercenary, but Explorer trying to get to that dungeon over there. You can also see Wildling is coming into...
Man, but the thing is, the Explorer hasn't seen the chair yet, so there is some time to try and wait out some detention if they want to be able to go for that. They do have the board, they have one elbow pad. Will they cut their losses? It seems like they will. It's gonna be a tie. Round number 2 goes to FPX ZQ.
Whew, what a fight they put up right here. We now have 1 point in round number 1 going to GG, 1 point in round number 2 going to FBXCQ. When it comes to the points, we still have GG in the lead right here. But when it comes to total points, we still have GG in the lead right here. But when it comes to the rounds, we are even. And now we for sure gonna see a round number 4. Very excited to see what is happening in round number 3 because we have already seen 2 hunters that are not being utilized that frequently in this tournament, which was the Disciple as well as Anne on the side of GG and FPX using the X-Boys. So very curious to see what we can expect in round number 3, if it's already getting that interesting in round number 2, and of course round number 4. Very excited to see what's happening there.
Let's talk about that match because you highlighted a brilliant moment where the Explorer was utilizing the portals of the Priestess. Then at one point, like just, all right, I'm just going to hide instead and just bait you to just destroying it. And he did lose track of that Explorer, and that Explorer was able to pop the last cipher in time for them to get that tie. Again, they could have gone for more, but then they want to cut their losses. They don't want a big detrimental lead. And just to highlight some of the game data here, ladies and gentlemen, Kukao getting some really good containment time as well as decoding progress. You could say that all across the board. Zizai, though, playing a lot of set plays with him because he really put a lot of portals for the escape strategies of these survivors, and it resulted in a 2-2. So excellent stuff all throughout. Even game, but the round goes to FPXCQ.
So interesting to see yet another strategy coming in from the Priestess, where we saw the Priestess setting up portals to go from one side to the other side and then having a global portal which is not being utilized because the first 2 portals give you enough time to actually get out of sight and also get out of the tinnitus radius, especially for the Explorer, who was able to get out of sight completely. And we saw that FPX-CQ was not finding that Explorer, and I would assume expected that the Explorer went through the portal, and that was just another way on how to utilize the Priestess, and that was just another reason why the priestess is so scary and why the priestess is so dangerous in the survivor teams. Next fight, we might see a few priestess bans after this action going on right here, but for now.
Yeah. I remember that question I asked you with where's the priestess more dangerous? It's no question. It's Ever Sleeping Town for me now. It's such a good escape plan for her to get there. Moonlit, yeah, true when it comes to escaping like in the bridge area, but if you're able to set up that you don't even take the train, you just got to use the portals. It's like a bullet train that is able to just go from coast to coast in that map. Excellent stuff on the side of the survivors, but you got to give it up to Ken. He was really very patient with his axe boy. He knew his flame snipes. We're going to see that in just a bit, but let's check out Swam's handiwork here as he was hunting with his Anne. Had a hard time getting things going. Did end up with a 3-1. Pushed for the end game. The survivors of FPX ZQ were just so coordinated and so well in tune with this map that it was a tough battle for Swam.
It really was a tough battle, and that was extremely good comeback from round number 1 where we saw GG winning most of the points. Now we can see the exploit from FPX CQ who was securing the tie. You can see the exploit Chuk, fantastic job, but still taking the hit after that. And there we can see the escape route where we went through several portals, or maybe at least that one wasn't that one, but definitely amazing stuff. I'm gonna predict that terror shot right here. I'm gonna predict that we will see the exit route. No, we won't. They didn't show the exit route as well as hiding spot from the explorer. I was betting that we would see it.
Can someone in the chat like clip that moment or like put it in the comment section, because I want to see that. I want to know the placements of that, and I want to be able to practice it. So excellent stuff. Again, I feel like aside from enjoying matches, we're also learning a lot about this game and the prowess and the dangerous potential of this priestess. Look at that! They even have face masks of the players. That's insane.
You're right. Very. The crowd is just getting ready because this is the final match, right? The final day and the round number 3 already. Round number 3 where we can see GG versus FPX CQ competing against each other. And just as in round number 1 where they were not giving each other anything, and it was really just milliseconds to seconds where the game was decided how many points would go to which team. We could say the same thing about round number 2. Both teams were not giving each other anything, especially FPX CQ stepping up their game as survivors and really getting 3 survivors through the gate, which is extremely good for a survivor side and extremely difficult for the survivors that will follow up after that to actually catch up on. So really good matches that we have seen so far, and very excited to see what will happen in round number 3.
Yeah, especially now that the hunter pool and the survivor pool are slowly dwindling down. We've seen I feel like the race for third place was definitely a warm up to what we're gonna witness now, because I have a feeling this will go the whole 5. And we see that GG will be doing the surviving now, and it seems like FPX GG picks Arms Factory. Just in.
That's absolutely phenomenal. We wanted to see the Arms Factory a little bit more often because we haven't seen these smaller maps like Sacred Heart and Arms Factory that often. Very exciting, especially I'm curious to see how they will utilize this map as here in round number 3 when we have a lot of survivor bans, and if they will utilize the Arms Factory in advantage. Maybe you're gonna see, for example, an answer which we have seen previously being utilized on this map inside of the shack, or maybe inside of the Arms Factory itself. Very good locations for that. And GG will actually go as survivor first, and since they picked the map, I assume they have a very specific strategy that they want to go, and maybe they're gonna switch out a few of these main survivors to come in with, for example, just mentioned the female dancer, and we can also see Chi is swapping out Swarm as Hunter and going for PP Xia. I have problems pronouncing names, but
PP Xia. I say PP Xia. That's what that's interesting to know, especially when GG will be doing the hunting. But it seems like Ken will be. So there's no swap out for YMM. Ken, do you think this would merit a ban of the Axe Boy, or are we just gonna ban the metas?
That is a very, very good question, especially on the Arms Factory Dream, which can be so dangerous. So I would really assume that we can expect a Sculptor ban for sure, and most likely a Dream Witch ban. That's my guess right here, because Dream Witch on Arms Factory has been proven to be extremely dangerous, on top of how dangerous she is already.
Yeah, I actually want to double down on that prediction, because to add to that, he'll be able to ban 3 survivors. So Dream Witch again, without the main 3 of Mechanic, Mercenary, and Forward, is definitely a tough battle. So even though Ken not really known for his Dream Witch in this tournament, banning the Dream Witch is just a precaution, and let's go again with the Axe Boy, because they did get that tie. So okay, a Bon. Having confidence that Ken won't be bringing out the Dream Witch might bring out the Axe Boy again. Or
I mean,
Dream Witch.
Might bring out the Dream Witch, but having the confidence to say, hey, we can counter that Dream Witch of Ken. We know how to counter a Dream Witch on Arms Factory. And I mean, they in general, they have a very high confidence on countering Hunters in general, but you definitely don't want to deal with a Sculptor, and you can clearly see GG doesn't want to deal with Guard 26 either. We're gonna get to the Survivor bans in a few seconds. Let's just see and wait.
Yeah, I do have a feeling that, I did mention before that their Dream Witch is YMM, so they're having that much confidence in knowing that hopefully Ken doesn't have a Dream Witch and it's just YMM. But again, as you mentioned, they might even have confidence if Ken does bring out that Dream Witch. So interesting bans here. We are swapping out the Mechanic with the Explorer, but standard ban of the Mercenary and that Forward. So I have a feeling, the Wilding will come into that mix. Seer as well. Oh, Gravekeeper. That's actually a good substitute for the Mercenary, as we always mention. Oh, and yes, the Mechanic is allowed to play in the Arms Factory. Pretty solid lineup.
Yes, definitely a character you want to bring out here, as long as you have the Mechanic on the field. As long as the Mechanic is not banned, we have seen her in most cases being utilized. I think there were a few small moments where the Mechanic wasn't banned and she wasn't utilized, but in the main matches, almost like, let's just say 95% of the matches, I don't have the exact number, but roughly 95% of the matches we saw, as soon as there was an opening for the Mechanic, we saw the Mechanic on the field. And we see this team combination very, very meta. We have the Seer, we have the Wildling, and we have the Gravekeeper in combination.
Can I just say that Kukao, usually known as the Forward, now that that's banned, going with the Mechanic. So he just has a great plethora of characters that he's able to boast, because I mean the Mechanic and Forward play so differently. I mean all survivors kind of play differently, but man, the objectives of the Mechanic to hide, decode, compared to the Forward to harass, stun, and save. So it just shows that all these players here definitely have a lot to offer when it comes to survivors. And now shifting attention over to Ken, who will he be hunting with?
Very, very curious to see that as well. And we can see it is an Anne. We're gonna see another Disciple right here. Disciple can be extremely dangerous as well, especially on Arms Factory and in general. I am very, very surprised that we will most likely, it feels like we won't even see the Dream Witch at all anymore. And really, really curious to see how Ken will utilize Anne and how Ken will utilize the cats to bring down the survivors right here on this map, Arms Factory. We're gonna jump into our first half of game number 3 in the fight between GG versus FPX CQ. And this is the final fight. Game number 3 already. They're fighting for the trophy.
Yeah, so this round is really important because, again, you could set that momentum. You can break away and still maintain the lead. Will it be GG? Will it be FPX-ZQ? It could actually be dead even if that helps, but I have a feeling if the Survivor and Hunter pool whittle down, we will have more decisive halves, and that could happen here with Ken's Anne, but we have to find out as we head to the arms factory.
Here we have the Prospector getting away yet again from that gamekeeper that we have never seen in the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament so far.
Not yet.
I mean, Prospector is just getting away. No wonder we never seen the gamekeeper, right? Okay, there we go. GG versus FPX-ZQ. Whew. There we have the Disciple going in for the hunt, and we can see going into the right direction, but not necessarily our screen. My screen just froze.
Same.
I can't really predict what is happening, so
There we go. All right, just a little technical difficulties on our end, ladies and gentlemen, but just a little freezing here, but man, we're gonna find out what will happen in just a bit. But we did see that Anne was making her way towards the factory. I couldn't find out who was there. I did see the Seer's Owl. Based on game sounds, let's try to predict. I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding. Let's do it.
Based on feeling on how the spawns should come out in this match. No, but we saw that the mechanic was doing a fantastic job just utilizing the doll and getting away from that area and knowing that this is not the area that the hunter will go to, not necessarily immediately, so therefore being very confident and getting to 2 Cypher machines. And now we're gonna jump back into the match, hopefully seeing what is going on right here. And as you mentioned, Seer is near the arms factory and getting prepared to kite around. Ori threw down the pellet to get the attention of the hunter in. Guarded, completely guarded. Will we see
Wow, it's good. Yeah, so again, with Zizai getting that early hit, still has that owl and a confined space and detention, mind you, ladies and gentlemen. So that is something that to take note of. But can't jump it. Forced to use the owl to bait out that hit. Going to go to the 3 pallets in the center, and we are seeing ZB in that area. Will he be able to? Yes, get the. Oh, but the terror shock. Before he was able to get into his, before he was able to push, the terror shock was ready. And look at that, one chaired survivor.
Wow, great job right here. And we can see that the terror shock was giving more presence to Anne, really pushing her skill up. And what we can see right now is Seer is on the chair and is getting harassed by the wildling right here, the Disciple, and trying to rescue in time. Will it happen? Oh, dodged the nice job taking the hit and rescuing the Seer off the chair. Seer was almost at blocking the way right here.
Look at that, and look at that. The Seer was trying to get more owl. Oh, it's at getting more yeah, just farming that owl. Oh my gosh. How quick was this match? Already in the 3-minute mark? Again, if you just let that mechanic through, it just caught us off guard. Oh gosh, and look at that. Zizai again has an owl. Oh my god, the stun was able to happen, but Zizai getting out of dodge here, utilizing the jump through the window, but not quite gets the stun. Oh good lord, this match, holy smokes.
The Cypher pop right there within 3 minutes and 30 seconds, even less. We have the Seer on the chair right now who will take off, so that will be 1 survivor being eliminated, but the exit gates are open. We can see Blink is still getting ready, and that is it. We will have a 3-point match for the survivors of GG this time, making this comeback. What? I need a moment.
I need a moment too, because how fast was that? That was Do5 levels of fast. Can I just say that caught us? That was like surprising. That pop was surprising.
3 minutes and not even 30 seconds? How is that even possible?
I don't know. Again, like, well, again, there was a little technical difficulties on our end for us to be able to cast that, but goodness gracious. Holy smokes.
What a match, really putting up a fight. And again, this is a back and forth right here. This was a 3 survivor escape for GG. And now we have, GG on the spot to hunt. And that is putting FPX CQ into the situation where they have to get either 3 survivors out as well, or they will risk to get to give another point to GG. And this might be the second point for GG, but at the same time, if they are able to tie this, both of them will have same amount of points when it comes to rounds. But if they're getting the 5-point game right here, that might still give them the point.
Hey, look at that.
There's everything on the table right here, and we can definitely see GG celebrating that victory, that fast victory from the survivor side. Wow.
Yeah, just how do we even break that down? That was really fast. All I could say was the seer was able to kite a lot. The blink was utilized, but then yeah, let's check this out. Just look at that. Not even at the 3-minute mark. That's insane. How do you do that?
The acceleration? No, we don't need accelerated decoding. That's fine. Thank you very much.
That's insane. How incredible was that? That GG again. Just when I thought I saw everything this weekend, I would have to say this has to be one of the fastest matches out there, and I would want to know, like, if we have the stats for it, which team did that, because I think it was GG.
Yeah, definitely. That was absolutely amazing. I don't think that I cannot recall seeing a match like that in a tournament competition, especially on the last day, the last final match, going against the other top team that is fighting for the number 1 spot, just coming out there clutch with such a fast cipher rush, and we saw it. Most of the decoding was done by the mechanic, and also the Wildling helping a little bit with the decoding before going in for the rescue and the harassment of the seer, or the rescue of the seer, harassment of the hunter, and at the same time seer just buying so much time early game.
This merits now a respect ban of that mechanic, because FPX-ZQ cannot get caught like that again with that Cypher Rush strat of GG, because allow the mechanic, be able to ban like the mercenary, ban the forward, ban those guys, sure, but leave the mechanic? Oh, wow, we're just having examples of how dangerous the meta survivors can be. And now it's shifting gears. PPJA back in the mix. PPJA known as the Sculptor, the Bonbon. I wonder who he will bring to that mix now as we head on over to the survivors of FPX ZQ.
Here we are, and they are getting ready for another match against GG. And as you already said, very, very excited to see what hunter they will bring out. And again, GG was changing out the hunter. We have PP Shah right now in the mix. Will this bring something to the table we haven't seen before? Will this be a hunter that might surprise not only us, but also GG? Because that is exactly what they need right now. They need to surprise GG by either tying this match or... They need to...
They need to get 3-1. Yeah,
yes,
to tie it.
Yes, you're right. Will this be a surprise yet again for FPX? And that's gonna be... we're gonna see that in a few minutes when the Survivor and Hunter bans will start. Here we have the crowd getting ready to show their support after we can see the teammates of FPX CQ again.
So something to note about PPJA, he does have a guard. I mean, we did see his guard 26, right? Mm-hmm. We've seen his sculptor in against RD. I'm wondering because him and Swam have the same bonbon, so I wonder if he also has an An to bring out. Again, or I'm sure, because I'm very sure they're gonna ban the guard 26. They're gonna ban the sculptor, leaving the Dream Witch, which I have a feeling he might even have as well.
Yeah, that sounds like a strategy that I could get behind, seeing a Dream Witch right here. But then the question is, will they necessarily ban the Guard 26 and the Sculptor might be a different ban. It might be a ban of Dreamwitch and Sculptor, for example. So don't know yet what the bans will be.
I see what you're saying. I just have a feeling that they've faced the Bonbon already in a red shirt. Again, I see also that because it's so dangerous to have a Dreamwitch run free. Again, just showing both sides of the coin here. But again, we can't leave it up to our speculations. We're just gonna find out as we head on over to the picks and bans. PP Ja getting switched out for a Swam now. Gonna ban some hunters first. Going with the Dreamwitch. Oh, the Sculptor's free.
Yeah, going for the Guard 20. So we were both right.
Yes.
With one of our hunters. So we have the Dreamwitch right here. And we have the Guard 26 being banned. Giving an opening, as you already said, for the Sculptor on the Arms Factory. And that could actually be the ban that PP Shah is going for. And let's see what he will ban. Will he go for the meta ban? Most likely, yes. We might expect a mechanic ban, since we just saw how destructive the mechanic can be with the fastest match I've ever seen in the tournament. But not coming in. Seer, Forward, Mercenary. These three survivors are banned, which means mechanic is free.
Oh my gosh. Again, time it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if FPXEQ can beat GG's time with one of the fastest matches that we witnessed. MK going with that Gravekeeper. Pros? No, I'm not gonna say it. Okay, there we go. See, we don't have to say it. Oh God, coordinator, please. Can
you get it up and just like put it away, please?
just careful where you point it. Oh gosh, there's a crowd over there, and this you might accidentally stun someone. So, pretty solid lineup if you ask me. With considering the bans that we have on the plate with a Seer, Forward, and Mercenary, especially having the mechanic run wild and free. That sounds like a song. It's gonna be a very juicy target for PP Ja to go for that mechanic right away, because he doesn't want that same thing to happen to him what happened to Ken.
Yeah, that is for sure. Definitely want to take care of the mechanic. And as you already mentioned, a pretty solid lineup that we can see right here, that we have already seen previously during this tournament, with the coordinator coming in, and she can just buy so much time when it comes to utilizing her flare gun, and this can help rescuing survivor, this can help prolonging her own kite to get more decoding for the team going, especially if she is kiting, if she is the kiting one, and she can buy more time for the mechanic to decode. That's exactly what the coordinator wants to do. Just like, maybe drop the flare gun and accidentally hit the hunter or something like that.
I feel like she should just not spin it. Just pose with it or something, or look at it. Yeah. Like, if she's gonna end up dropping it, it's so...
For example, the thing is, like, every other survivor could play with their item. Like, imagine, right, Forward, you play with your football. That doesn't really matter if you drop it, or Doctor with the syringe, or maybe mechanic with the control. Why does it have to be the flare gun that you are playing with, girl?
I know. Actually, you know what? I wish the entomologist would come out, because I would love to see her animation. Like, what is she gonna send the bees to the crowd? That would be dope.
You're just saying that would be dope because you're not there.
No, obviously it's going to be special effects, and they're not hunters, so they won't get affected. They won't get pushed.
You're right. I mean, they might get pushed, but like obviously in a good way, right? Because in a supporting way.
Oh my God.
All right, we're gonna see PP Shah utilizing an
yet again. Sculptor not coming in. Very interesting. No sculptors so far in this grand finals.
Very, very, very interesting to see that. But of course, both sides have been studying each other, and we are jumping right into the match. So there is definitely a reason why we see these bans and picks, because they know how to play against each other, and they know how to give a hard time to their opponent. Here we have GG yet again coming in as Disciple, and on the Survivor side we can see FPX as Coordinator, Wildling, as well as Gravekeeper and Mechanic. We already mentioned it, Mechanic, and we already saw it just now. Mechanic extremely dangerous with the decoding speed, so that is definitely something the Disciple wants to look out for, because we saw Disciple ignoring, or not necessarily ignoring, but not finding the Mechanic early game, and we saw how this can change the entire outcome of the game within less than 3 minutes 30.
Exactly. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we can tell you now is don't blink. Don't move away from the screen here. The Cypher Rush is real. And mind you, Grizzly, this is the same hunter that Ken used. So let's see the difference in strategy here when it comes to the Cypher Rushes of both these teams. The Seer was banned, so will that help in any way? Because the Gravekeeper can eat a lot of those hits when he uses that shovel and has two. We are seeing PP Ja rotating towards Shaq, using the cats right away to try and get that jump. Oh, did he spot out the Mechanic's doll right away? Is that the Mechanic's doll? Oh, wow,
Yes,
that's a good
he
find.
did. This is a very different story to be told right here, finding the Mechanic's doll, and this is definitely slowing down compared to the previous match. Definitely slowing down the decoding speed of the Survivor team. We can see the doll has been placed again, and PP Shah really putting the eyes on AK, which is the Mechanic right here. So very, very good find. Look at that jump around the corner and hitting the Mechanic that early in the game. Fantastic job. And now just keeping up. We can see the Wildling right here, probably jumping.
Yeah, this was the same. This was the same sequence, right? But not bring Blink. Oh, he did bring Blink. Okay, so it wasn't timed well while he was going there, but gets another bite on AK. The long though, getting the push, but then it actually helped out in the long run because he was right there. Oh my gosh, PP Ja making the most out of that situation.
What a call to move immediately into that direction and to jump towards AK with the blink through that pallet right here. Fantastic job bringing the Mechanic on the chair. And look at the Cypher machines. This time we can actually see the progress. It's not just gone within a blink. So here we see that PP Shah is playing a different game by bringing down the Mechanic earlier in this match, and we can now see that the Wildling is coming in.
Oh, for that save, he was able to get that hit. No, not quite. Where we go? We do see the Coordinator in that area. Long now. Oh, gets the save. AK. Oh, Flare Gun couldn't hug the wall. Gets the full stun. AK is roaming free, and PP Ja is having to go on foot to try and down AK. We see the AK transitions over to the factory, and look at this, Grizz. The cat is right there for that bite. The blink isn't ready yet for PP Ja to use.
Was stunned, so it was making it more difficult for AK to transition to a different kiting area, but might not need to use it because this area right here is still having pallets, but slowly getting destroyed. You can see the pallet being used to bait PP Shah right here, but now with the cats, it's going to be different. Can see Mechanic is going down, was already utilizing the doll, so the doll would code the Cypher machine while the Mechanic is getting on the rocket chair, was getting into that corner to buy more time for the survivors, but ending up on the rocket chair for the second time.
So now this is very intense. We see that the Coordinator does have wanted order. Again, she's a blank slate. We do see that the Gravekeeper is trying to make his way towards the rocket chair. MK has a lot of ground to cover because PP Ja is trying to keep him there and just utilize that spike just to bring back her cats. And we do see that the Mechanic is close to expiring, and I believe that the Gravekeeper has to make a big commit here. Will he be able to make it? Not quite. He is in that area, and PP Ja is on his way to his next target.
PP Shah just being such a controlled hunter saw that the Mechanic will expire right there, and the Gravekeeper couldn't go in there in time and just ignored the Gravekeeper because Gravekeeper can be a problem. Coordinator now the preferred survivor to hunt down because the flare gun already was used and is now having...
I got so scared I thought I was going to use Blink. Yeah, the Coordinator is definitely the most viable survivor to chair and hunt right now. But look at that excellent drop on Iron there with that pallet. We are going to see some cats being utilized, and Long is pushing those ciphers. close to popping actually, and Long jumping back on his board, not able to decode anything, and uses the cat explosion for him to be denied to do anything else, but he's already on his board. We are seeing the Gravekeeper push a Cypher in the lower left part of your screen, so 2 Cyphers remaining, but both of them are primed and ready.
Both of them are very primed, and we can see the Gravekeeper popping that Cypher Machine. 3 survivors are in the area, are still in the game, and we can see Long getting to the Cypher Machine that is primed. What can we expect right here? Will we see a hit and then a Cypher pop from Long, or will he just try to get Anne's attention and get her away from said Cypher Machine?
Wow, look at that. The Gravekeeper gonna go for another Cypher just in case. We do see that the coordinator was able to she was able to find elbow pads, and now we're gonna see another hit on Iron, but then again, she is looking pretty healthy. We are going to see PPJA just zone in on this coordinator. But look at that!
Wildling is about to pop the Cypher. Wildling is about to Cypher.
Oh, but look at that!
Was using Blink, so now it has no trade left for the late game right here. Fantastic job. Wildling was in the background, just rotating back to the Cypher Machine.
Look at that!
Timing before, and there we go. Fantastic cat usage, fantastic jump to Iron. Really cheering Iron yet again. Now we have the Gravekeeper, who still has 1 shovel yet left. Opening up the gate, and Wildling, who's now on the board, which will make it extremely difficult to get him off that board and on the chair before he is able to actually reach the exit gate. And we can also see Gravekeeper coming in.
Oh, wow, but no, again, he's gonna eat that hit, but he's gonna try to go for more survivors. She does have a cat coming back, uses the spike. Long is in the area. Oh my gosh, she's gonna get that swipe in, and the Gravekeeper is gonna go for that coordinator save because Long will be the one who is chaired next.
Fantastic job, and now we can see Long was not on the rocket chair before, so now it is kind of PPJA is kind of in a difficult situation because you want to protect the Wildling. If they get the Wildling off the chair, they can just go through the gate that has been opened. So now we can see, oh my
gosh, going after MK? Oh no, look at that. The cat was not in the way. Now it seems like Iron is the one going to try to save Long. Can she make it in time? No tide turner here, so this is going to be definitely very dangerous for them to be able to survive. And it seems like he has his sights set on Long. Terror shock, but he wants to get Iron. The cats are ready. Is he going to go and try to get more survivors back to the manor? It seems like Iron is going to be getting the skill get checked. Oh, not quite. Excellent juke there.
Fantastic job so far. The survivors are really fighting to get the 2 survivors, maybe even 3 survivors out of there, but 3 survivors seems to be very difficult, especially considering how PPJA is playing it right here and placing the Wildling further away from the rocket chair, making it more difficult to rescue and get out of the gate at the same time. So therefore we have a 2-2 when it comes to the survivors and to the hunters, and that is it. That means we have GG expanding their lead right here, and they get the second point when it comes to rounds. That also means if GG is winning round number 4, we already will see a winner. But
oh my gosh, you're right.
FPXCQ knows that and will definitely do anything that they can do to prevent this from happening.
Hey, can I just say that it was excellent that PPJA was trying to go for more points, but then again, the win condition for him, just go for that tie because he was granted that gift of that quick match by his survivor teammates with that 3-minute 3-1. So the point differential is getting, the points and round differentials are getting exponentially more, and we are seeing, oh man, like this could be a potential set round for GG. And what an incredible Anne play. Just finding the doll in the early seconds of that match was just a great moment for PPJA to be able to just snowball his offense and really deny the Cypher rush that we saw in the previous match.
Exactly. It's just such a different outcome from the entire game when you see how they were able to bring down these Cypher machines so fast. It was just allowing them to get off there with 3 survivors. And on the other side, this time finding the mechanic earlier in the game. And here we can see this match also below the 8-minute mark. Very, very fast match considered that we have seen matches that go well over the 10-minute mark. And here we can also see the decoding had to be spread out since mechanic was immediately found, and we saw that the Gravekeeper was doing most of the Cypher Machine progress. AK was able to utilize the doll to almost decode one Cypher Machine as well, so helping out the team in popping these ciphers while being the first sacrifice of the game. Fantastic job from the survivors, really putting up a fantastic fight. but also we saw PP Shah just really coming in with the N and getting
I'm maining
the time.
I'm maining N now. That's so good. Like the cat placements, he was able to use the jumps to the cats as a secondary blink, if you think about it. Like he was able to close out that distance. Excellent cat placement, controlled aggression, as you pointed out. He's able to camp, but he still wasn't contented. He wanted to be able to harass as much as possible. Great that wherewithal and calculated aggression when it came to when the rebound kite came in. And I was able to do a little math here, Grizz, and the point differential is 11-4 so far.
4.
So 11-14. 11-14.
Okay, all right,
so
perfect.
Yeah, so 3-point difference. 2 round. So it's 2 rounds in the hole for GG. FPX ZQ needs to play catch up here.
What I also want to point out about the previous match was the blink usage. Blink usage extremely powerful. Maybe we're gonna see it in the recap. Let's just
hey, this is the 3-minute one.
Yes. Let's just, there we go. Blink hit goes in and brings down the Seer. We can see that last effort kicks in with the Seer here. And yeah, there we can see 2 Cypher Machine remaining. 2 Cypher Machine, 1 Cypher Machine. Jeez. And that was the extremely fast one. Here we see GG celebrating their fight on the survivor side. Now we have GG on the hunter side. There we have the blink that I was talking about. And I want to highlight the second blink as well as Cypher Pop. Let's see if it's going to happen. Nice stun on the
good
end
call
right
there. Here, this is the one you're talking about.
Yes.
Waiting for it. Bang.
We had the wildling rotating. We could really tell how these teams are communicating and how they transition from one position to another. Wildling was just getting chased away from that Cypher Machine, but while the attention was transferred to the coordinator, Wildling went all the way back to that Cypher Machine and was just in time there to pop the Cypher when Blink was being utilized to bring down the coordinator. What an absolutely fantastic play right here from both sides. But at the end of the day, GG is taking the points home right here in round number 3. Next match, round number 4, will be a very, very exciting match for all of us. Because we will see for the first time 3 hunter bands as well as 4 survivor bands. So this is definitely giving us the chance to spectate new strategies, new survivors, new hunters that will come to the game. Hopefully, new hunters and survivors we haven't seen before, new constellations when it comes to the survivor team. And yeah, very, very excited to jump into that round 4. And as you already mentioned, this could be the match that decides who will be the winner. This could be the match ball for GG if they're deciding this round for themselves as well.
Ooh, okay, this just in Grizzly News Network. We do know that the next map is going to be picked by FPX, and GG will be the first survivors. And get this, we're going to Moonlit. This is going to be. Imagine this. Imagine how we saw a big map. You have the band Dream Witch, the band Sculptor. We're going to see, I don't know, band Bloody Queen, band Wu Chang. What's going to happen, Grizzly? I need answers.
And we have so many survivors that can be banned. So, Priestess, do you think we're going to see a Priestess?
I don't think so, because there's 4. I mean, yeah, there's 4 survivor bands.
Let's just try to predict what survivors will be banned. I say Mechanic immediately off the chart. Mechanic
I agree.
Mechanic, then Priestess on the big map like that. We have seen the
Yeah, we
damage.
cannot allow. That's a
So
negative on
now
that Priestess.
we have a few more options. We have the Wildling who can harass. We have the Mercenary, the Seer, as well as the Forward. At least those are my survivors that I would think will be taking a ban right here as well.
So you go with Mechanic and Priestess. Who are the other two again? Because I agree with you in the first two.
I'm trying to think because it could be Forward, Wildling, it could be Mercenary, and the Seer. These 4 characters are still on the table, which I think will be with the Mechanic and Priestess. I think those 2 are definitely out. And then I still have like these 4 survivors. Let's just, I say Mercenary and Seer.
Mercenary Seer. And chat, please help us also. If you guys have any predictions with the bans, yeah, please help us out. For me, I think I would. We definitely agree with Mechanic and Priestess, right? Because that's already rounding out your early game and late game. I would say Forward, and I would say Wildling.
Okay, those are so we actually have the mix of all the survivors that we.
Yeah, for me, I just think that you got your bases covered, and you want an early chase, and the Mechanic and Seer, Mercenary Seer, sure, but then. Just the Forward, it's for me. That's just what I'm assuming. I just don't want any stunners in the lineup, or if I'll be hunting. That's just my preference. But yeah, we covered it all. Now flipping the script. What about hunter bans?
Okay, so see, we saw Disciple being utilized on both sides. So I'm trying to think.
But in big maps though, right?
Yeah, on big maps. Yeah, on big maps. We have seen her on Ever Sleeping Town. Sure, on big maps. But
I mean. But you're gonna let a Wu Chang come through? You're gonna let a Bloody Queen come through? Because obviously we're agreeing with the Dream Witch and the Sculptor, right?
Yes, Dream Witch and Sculptor.
That's where we agree.
Dream Witch and Sculptor. Okay. Dream Witch and Sculptor. Let me. I need a moment. Okay. I can't just slightly say this. What are you going for?
I might actually consider the Bloody Queen. I think the Bloody Queen's gonna be banned. And Feaster's coming out.
We also that's what we are all hoping for. But at the same time, we have this God 26 that we have seen before.
Not on Moonlit though, right? So
yeah, not on Moonlit. You're right. I mean, just in the teams, we have seen God 26 before on GG's side. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go with Disciple just because we saw how.
Okay, that's a solid one because again, you're going with the data we saw. We did see a very good.
I'm making it easy for myself.
Huh?
Just going with what we saw all the time.
No, but you're going with a logical thing here. Bloody Queen, I'm going with what we saw like 2 matches ago. So I mean, with Do5, shoutouts to Do5 versus X-Rock. That was a great match. You guys should watch that. But the Bloody Queen may be just the Traverse. Oh man! But the thing is, though.
You're right.
Do you think that they'll let the Dream Witch through because these teams aren't known for that Dream Witch?
I was thinking the same.
Right.
But maybe right now.
Oh, okay. Okay. The map has changed, I believe. Like this just in.
Yeah. So, oh man, all of our data.
Throw it out the window.
Based on this map.
Erase the whiteboard. We gotta come up with a new bar room here.
Didn't say anything. I will stick to my picks. It doesn't matter which map. Let's see the map. Same map, same bands. We don't know the bands yet, but we have the same map. So
okay, that's cool. All right, cool.
We can keep our predictions.
All right, cool.
GG
Control Z. Put it back. Undo.
GG will go first though.
Okay, GG will go first. GG is gonna go first in Hunter or Survivor?
Hunter. GG is Hunter first. Okay. Map. Okay, you know what? Let's just not talk about this until we see it on screen. I'm getting information on a few different things right here, so I just
overload.
Let's just wait and see what will come to the match when we actually see the Survivor and Hunter picks, and when we actually can see the locked-in map that we will be playing on in this 4th round again. I want to mention
Yeah, I just wanted to finish my thought because we did see the Dream Witch. Not really. The sculptor was through the.
Sculptor wasn't really being utilized. Dream Witch wasn't really. But we.
The Dream Witch was. I think you pointed it out that the Dream Witch was respect band, right? Dream Witch was respect band along with Guard 26 in Arms Factory because again, you do not want to have a Dream Witch there. But Sculptor, it was so weird that Anne went through. So I'm quite interested to see. I guess they like Anne in that close range. So again, FPX did pick Moonlit. GG will do the hunting first. So I believe PP Jha is back on.
PP Jha is back on. I'm still trying to think. Okay, we are on this map. We will keep our
we'll give it back later. But
and let's see. Should we get like a point for every pick that we got right? And see who
got sure. I get, but what if we both get the mechanic and the priestess wrong?
I mean that's not if we get it right, we get a point. If not,
that's true. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
And then we will just see, and you know what? I'm gonna buy you an A-tier skin in
Whoa!
If you get more points than I do.
Okay, I can't say the same for you, but I will thank you for that if ever. I will.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. I'm just very, very confident in my pick right here.
All right. Okay. Cool. I'm not too confident. All right. Cool. Forward. Okay. I'm not too confident with my forward as well as wildling for me, and you are mercenary and seer, right? But we have the same priestess and. Okay. Yes. Cool. We're not including the hunters, just for survivors, I'm guessing.
No. All of the bands.
All of them. Okay.
Yeah. So that's basically just a fight between the Disciple and Bloody Queen because we can.
Okay.
Basically, we don't have to count the points for Dream Witch and Sculptor
Okay, I'm gonna shake it up. Check it out. Okay, we're gonna take out Dream Witch. I'm gonna take out Dream Witch. I'm gonna put a ban of Guard 26.
Oh man!
We're shaking it up.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I see.
You want to change yours? You could still change yours.
No, I would change. That was like the only thing that I was thinking as well. That Guard 26 might come into the ban screen, so therefore I was thinking about it too. But if I would do that right now, it wouldn't really be a shake-up, right? Because we.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
Just keep it that way, so we have a little bit of a different pick. So we can.
I really think your survivors are pretty solid, though. Mine very situational.
Yeah, but the situation right here is 4th round of the grand finals, and we have seen in this very situation a variation of hunters that we haven't expected. At least not in round number 2. Did not expect to see.
If I may add, I'm having so much fun with these predictions. I hope everyone in chat is also giving their predictions with how much points you're gonna get, how much points I'm gonna get. Do help us out here, and I think that's the great thing about these in between rounds, right? We're able to discuss, we're able to plot out predictions, able to really break down what we're about to witness here. And unfamiliar territory. We did see a round 4, but that was a tiebreaker. It didn't really count because same number of bans, same number of bans for hunters and survivors. But here, whole other ball game. How happy would you be if Feaster comes out? How happy would you be?
I would say I would get 10 points just as soon as the feast starts. I'm getting an additional 10 points for that. Probably not going to happen though.
It could.
I mean, I told you before that you should just imagine the last half, and when the feaster is getting picked and the crowd is going crazy, and then this last hit of the feaster, slow motion of the tentacle arm
charge
reaches out over 10 meters because he has such a huge hit range.
He does.
Bam, bringing down 3 survivor with 1 just going crazy. And I think that would be a very, very nice end of this Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, but at the same time, highly unlikely.
Hey, I remember that you were bringing this up with Articuno. You were saying, like, you know what, the tiers keep changing. We're seeing the hunters being represented like Anne as well as Bon. Feaster might have his time. I have a feeling that, you know what, we haven't seen that much Feaster. We could get some changes, maybe multiple tentacle hit changes. Ooh.
Yeah, right.
Pow,
One
pow,
tentacle comes
pow.
down, 3 damage. I mean, I wouldn't. But I honestly, I am enjoying Feaster because he is not necessarily as complicated as a lot of other hunters like Dreamwitch. If you start the game and you're new to the game, it's definitely easier to start to understand the Feaster than it is to the Dreamwitch. So I definitely understand why the Dreamwitch is getting the upper hand, because it definitely needs more practice to actually become an extremely good Dreamwitch. It also needs a lot of practice to become a really good Feaster, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, if you have the Dreamwitch down, she's definitely a better hunter. And I think, in my opinion, if you look at the Feaster, he's quite balanced. Like he's not in the meta, that's for sure. He's not the most powerful hunter, but he's also, I think he's a valid option when you just want to play the game and you don't want to, you don't want to be super dominant, but you still want to have fun and win, obviously.
Oh yeah.
And I think Feaster currently is very balanced, and I am not mad that we don't see the Feaster in the lineup right here in the Call of the Abyss 4 tournament, because you have to consider how many hunters there are already in the game. And there are a lot of other hunters that didn't see the Call of the Abyss 4 global finals right here. For example, we have Ripper, which has been utilized in previous Call of the Abyss. We have seen, Wu Cheng was there once, but Photographer, Smiley Face, Sovi,
Evil Reptilian.
Evil Reptilian, yes, Gamekeeper, we have Geisha, there are plenty of other hunters that haven't been utilized during this tournament. So it doesn't mean that the Feaster is bad, but in the end of the day, I'm playing this game for fun, and I think Feaster is really
super
enjoyable.
Fun. Yeah, I'm pretty sure all the Feaster mains out there, there's a lot of love going out in chat. And also just, I don't know, I have a hard time with every hunter, but Feaster, whenever I go quick match or like rank, I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy's a Feaster. He's really good, because he's doing, again, the Feaster mains are just, there's this loyalty they have to them that I'm feeling for you, a lot of passion. So again, I think Persuadable said it, like, play whoever you want to play. I know in competitive there's this certain meta, but then if you play, you got to play what you want to play at the end of the day, because this game is for fun, especially if you're enjoying it either competitively, like watching it, or just playing with your friends. Just play whoever you want.
I can imagine Persuadable was saying a different thing, like play whatever you want to play as long as you have fun, but don't play Feaster. Because
oh my god!
I remember I was at the Call of the Abyss 2 tournament on site with Persuadable, and the Feaster was being utilized, and I was just in awe. I was screaming,
he's here!
And Persuadable was like extremely angry just seeing the hunter, because Feaster, who's playing Feaster?
You did a good Persuadable voice.
Yeah, so he's also, if you haven't checked out Persuadable's YouTube, he's making very, very funny videos about
he is
about the tournament. Have you seen the tournament videos he had put out?
Oh no, I just saw those quick like 30-second skits he does.
Yeah. He had
that one,
skits. He has 2 skits after before you was losing, because it is his team, after they lost in the very early round against who was it? X-Rock, right? Exactly. Yeah. And Persuadable just putting out the most funny content about it. Definitely make sure to watch it on YouTube. It's a 30-second clip. Make sure to check it out after the stream, after we have get into the match. So there seems to be a little bit of a technical difficulty. So therefore,
you know what? I have the feeling they're listening to this and they're like, oh man, they have us figured out. They know the picks and bans. Oh, okay.
Okay, Easter will give Grizzly 10 points. Okay.
So you're saying, sorry.
I just want to take this moment right here, because why not? If you guys haven't already, make sure to follow Poch Spice on Twitter. Where are you? I only know you on Twitter, and I think I have seen you on Instagram as well, right?
Yeah, it's just _Poch Spice, if ever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Make sure to follow him on the social medias. And for me, it's YouTube Gaming Dash Grizzly. If you haven't already, I would appreciate it if you could check out my YouTube channel. I'm also on Twitch, but mostly on YouTube.
Yeah, all right. Same. Thank you so much for that plugin. Yeah, again, I'm getting more confident in coming out with more content. helping out the Filipino, the scene here in the Philippines, if ever. But yeah, much appreciated and feel much the love. So thank you so much for all the greetings yesterday and all of that. So thank you again. And I'm really excited for this next match. I really think they were listening to us. We were having way too much fun. And they're like, these guys, we got to prove them wrong.
They should actually play the game, but they are like, wait, they are talking. We are playing in a minute. We just want to see what the predictions are. Yeah, I mean, why not? That could be the case, but at the end of the day, we should jump into the bans and picks in a few minutes. We already talked about the map that will be utilized, and we already talked about the hunter that will go first. It will be GG going in on...
Okay, I just thought of something. Right? The rounds that FPX win, or GG won, were the rounds that they picked the map. FPX picked this map, right? So, in that sense, they are preparing for something. Ken or YMM? I don't know what they're preparing.
Thinking, but like...
Yeah, I know, the train of thought, right?
What's the conclusion? Like, we got to this point now. What does this mean?
I was hoping I'd get there while I was talking to you, but it didn't come about. But ladies and gentlemen, again, there is a pretty there's a long wait, so we're gonna figure out what's gonna happen, and you know we want to be able to see your predictions as well. So we'll be monitoring the chat, but for now we'll be taking a very short break, I believe. So please don't go anywhere. More of the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, when we return. Don't go anywhere. COAIV will be back in just a bit.
Did you get the invitation? Up for a transaction, trick, or treat? A zombie, a witch, a vampire. You can be whoever you want to be. Are you ready for the dance?
Here's the deal, it's Halloween. You can choose to be anyone you see. Laugh or scream or dance with glee. It will cost your life, nothing comes for free.
You can impersonate the disguise you seek for a trick or treat.
Let me hear you scream. You can trade your soul just for a thrill, chasing down a kill till midnight, ready for a celebration filled with ghosts and ghouls. No one is theirself now.
That's our only, listen closely, most importantly, one and only.
But remember, every wish comes with a price.
August Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Are you ready for the dance?
Oh, 我亲爱的孩子，欢迎来到理想世界。在这里，金钱、权力、爱情，就像缤纷的糖果，唾手可得，满是甜蜜。
请问，你们见到过我的朋友吗？
朋友，在这里，你才能找到真正的友谊。这啦啦，这啦啦，在这个世上，又有谁能够拒绝这热烈又甜美的芬芳呢？
清醒一点，不要沉溺于假象。
啊，我亲爱的孩子，瞧瞧你都在说些什么？这里难道不是世界上最美妙的地方吗？
帷幕拉开，舞台之上，我们是老妪，是孩童，是国王，有默契驾驭着各种古怪的体态。畸形的狼狈终究不容于大雅之堂，只会被打落街头。不再是无人可依的弃儿，戏谑的孩子，卑躬的母亲， 寡言的父亲。一场呈现家庭破碎的剧目，只求一个答案作为回报。你见过我们的父母吗？而每个答案都会在寂寞里静待形态。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地画上。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery. When I was gone, show me the faintest clue to see this new worldview. The curiosity can disguise
Here we go. Oh, okay. Here. Oh, you got the Anne. You got the Anne.
And you got the guard.
Okay, so that's 1 point for me. We had no sculptor though.
So we in general everyone has like 2 points. I got the Anne and I got the Dream Witch, and you got the Bonbon, the guard 26, and you got the Dream Witch too. No, wait.
No, you got 2 points because I took away the Dream Witch as the shake-up. You have 2 points. I took away the Dream Witch and put in the sculptor. So you have 2 points. I have 1 point.
And
oh, here we go. Oh!
Mechanic for both.
Okay, mechanic for both. Check.
Mercenary for me, forward for you.
But you got the seer. You got it. Boom.
I'm very confident in my picks right here. But I am actually, that's going to be interesting. That means we have a potential priestess right here.
Yes. How dangerous is that in Moonlit? Oh gosh. Okay. So I have a feeling the teams were listening to us and like, these guys are totally wrong. Watch this. And then they just completely take our... So in number of points, how much do you have? Because I have 3. My predictions.
So I had 2 points with the hunters, and then I had, let me see, mechanic 1, I had seer 1, I had mercenary 1, so I have 3, 5.
Boom. Okay, so 2-point differential, and Grizzly wins. Character bingo, ladies and gentlemen. All right, I hope you guys were also... Yeah, I hope you guys are also checking in chat, like if you guys got your predictions. Let us know as we head here. Iron, thinking about the next one, but the priestess coming out in Moonlit is gonna be very scary. But I like the Pipija though, having the mix of right. I had stunners in the lineup. This is a mix of stunners as well as decoders and kiters. So really wants just the best of all worlds here and banning the survivors. Oh wow, explorer in Moonlit.
All right, so we actually see survivors that we have seen before so far. So we're gonna see the decoder, which is the explorer who brings a lot of decoding to the ground and a lot of surprise decoding when it comes to popping the cipher machines with the book. Then we have the priestess, who is an extremely good all-around survivor for everything. With the I really can't put her into any career at this point because she's just so good for everything. Then we have the harasser, the wildling, and we have the gravekeeper, who could come in for a potential rescue. Now the question is, what will we see? We have an opening for an eventual Bloody Queen that you wanted to see banned. We also have an opening for the Sculptor that hasn't been banned. So we gotta see.
Oh my god! Are you serious?
Oh,
you gotta be kidding me! Wait a minute! Gamekeeper? Don't play with our hearts, Pipija.
The face of Call of the App. It could.
It is. It's a lock-in. It's a lock-in, Grizz. It's a lock-in.
Could have been a feaster, my guy. But it's
actually it could have been a feaster. It's not Lakeside. Wait. Oh gosh. Here we go. Game number 4. Settling it with the man himself that was chasing down all these survivors in the video package. Gamekeeper.
Gamekeeper is coming to the ground, the main character of the Call of the Abyss 4. We see the face of the Call of the Abyss 4 in Identity 5. The Gamekeeper right here, PP Shah, as well as the Explorer, Wildling, Priestess, and Gravekeeper. Oh, I can already tell you, I will mix this up. Gravekeeper, Gamekeeper.
Oh man, okay.
I'm gonna mix it up. I know that already.
Okay. All right, so this is quite interesting. Again, a lot to traverse, but he does have that hook to help him close out the distance as well as bring survivors to him. So, and has that slowdown too. So, I'm excited. This is a surge of energy that we needed, Grizzly. So let's head on over to Moonlit River Park, where a Gamekeeper will be doing the hunting for Pipija.
Gamekeeper. I just have to say it a few times because I still cannot believe that we're gonna see a Gamekeeper right here. Whew. All right.
Installing those traps again, using that hook just to go to God kiting. You see the transition of Pipija. I gotta recall again. I haven't seen a Gamekeeper in a while, so I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. This is amazing. Has detention, does have teleport as well as quenching effect. So Pipija is accounting for the late game chase as well as not finding an early chase. MK already installing a lot of those portals just to close out, but you see that the Gamekeeper is setting up these traps just in case. We are seeing PP making his way to the last stop. Still hasn't found anyone quite yet for his to his liking. Actually hasn't found any survivors. So they're doing a great job actually just keeping away from the gamekeeper. But you know what? The hunter is definitely going to try to find a target as quenching effect is about to take place, and he is going to try to go for that teleport to try and find the most suitable target to hunt.
And Gravekeeper's position when it comes to the look at that. See, I mixed it up. Nice try right here. Gamekeeper's position for the traps very well placed in advance to the actual kiting. So I'm very curious to see how this will play out. We can see the Gravekeeper got smacked out of his ability. We now see the teleport coming in, and we have not the best find wildling right here, but definitely a find that you need to consider right now, because the survivors were really rotating across the entire map, wasting a lot of time off PP right here, and at one point you just need to settle for one survivor that you can bring down, and wildling might not necessarily be the worst the worst pick, because if you think about it, as soon as he's off, which he is right now, he is not very fast. He is indeed one of the slowest survivors at all, and therefore now an easy target for PP Shah.
PP Shah again, just really good at kiting, waiting for the cooldown to happen. He is gonna go for those hooks. Terror shock! Wow, from max distance from that slide. Excellent stuff from PP Shah. Again, they can try to go for ties here since they're winning in rounds if they want to take it to round number 5 and still be able to be in the lead here. This is definitely a viable strat, but you did leave room for the Explorer to just go around and find those pages, pop in these ciphers, and also having some pages. We see that AK is already in the area. It did get him out of that dig state, and he will have to worry about Gamekeeper's hook here. Gets it!
And brings him back and puts down was not able to put down that trap and to make him walk into that trap, but at the same time we can see Priestess right here coming in, really trying to get that survivor, and we can also see 2 Cypher machines remaining. One is about to get up, and here we can see the pressure that GG is putting on the survivor right now, really sticking here, really wants to get the eliminations, really want to get the points for his team, and that's the exact same thing that PPX wants to do as well. Really wants to get the points and slowing down the survivors with the effect of the explosion.
Oh my gosh, this is smart, but look at that. The Wildling will come out free. Is he able to go on that board? It's just a frenzy right now, and the Wildling will get body blocked by the Gravekeeper, and we are seeing the exit strategy of this Priestess come into play. Explorer already on the case here, does have some pages to work with, and he is just priming this last Cypher because one Cypher just remains, installing another trap, again, wanting to go after. They're all just here in the slide, and AK is in this trap. AK will be falling down, and look, the Priestess is trying to body block. They're putting a barrier. Oh my gosh.
They're protecting the Wildling and making the Cypher pop almost happening. Look at that. Will the Cypher pop happen right now?
There are 2 survivors that are down. Oh my gosh, again, with Gamekeeper just utilizing the hook to try and slow down these survivors, but again, you have to be able to time this well. Gets him out of his board, gets the hit. Another down Wildling. Wildling, again, has expired already in the halfway mark for that chair, so this is huge for PP Shah.
Will that be enough? Will it be enough?
Teleport.
Oh gosh. He's on the chair. You can't teleport, but the gate is open.
He has the hook. He has the hook. He's gonna get one. He got one. He got the Priestess
down. Just right there at the gate.
Holy smoke.
This is a tie for GG right here. What?
Are you kidding me?
That was so close.
The Priestess was there, but then just like the intro video of Call of the Abyss 4, Gamekeeper with that hook, so close to the finish line. Let's go.
Fantastic job. The survivors utilizing all assets they had, every single survivor on that slide right there to just protect the wild. Oh my god, that was really playing.
They got information. Did you see how they were just protecting that Wildling? Because you saw that he installed the trap in the slide. got the Gravekeeper, down the Gravekeeper, down 2 survivors just to get to that wildling. Wow.
Oh my god, what a phenomenal job right here from PP Shah really coming in with the Gamekeeper, and it looked, we have to be honest.
Yes, let's be honest.
Extremely dire, especially late game when the wildling. Yes, wild. Look at them.
Look at that. Oh,
And again, it looked extremely difficult for the Gamekeeper to get more than 1 survivor. Yes, the 1 survivor, which was the wildling, was dead on chair, and that was just, you had to really time that. Bring that survivor on the chair and don't even waste time. Immediately teleport to the gate, and the gate was already open. I saw them all there. They were all at the escape line. Priestess got hooked. Priestess got hooked.
So good, man. It makes me miss that. See, oh gosh.
See,
so
this
good.
is what we are living for the mix-ups, for seeing Gamekeepers being utilized, for seeing Hunters that haven't been utilized throughout the entire tournament, and now just coming in as Clutch, the face of the Call of the Abyss tournament. And keep in mind, if FPX is not able to at least tie the next round, this would
you're
be
right.
a victory for GG, and that would be the victory for GG with the face of the Call of the Abyss 4 character, the Gamekeeper that we have seen for the first time. And here you can see the Cypher machines. Pop, 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 pop. Not a single survivor was eliminated.
Here,
but then,
though,
late game, you can see.
That's the logic behind PP Ja's Gamekeeper, though. He was really relying on that end game. He had that hook ready. He knew once he downed the Seer, once he downed the Wildling, he would actually get his threat. And just, can I just say, the quickness in finding a target once he's able to teleport, because you're able to, okay, I have to make out who's the most optimal one. Swung it right away, instant swing, just to get that Priestess, and we tied things up here. Game 4. Wow. Okay, so it seems like all bets are off. If a Gamekeeper is coming this late, I'm not gonna joke around. A Feaster could come out.
I know, that's what I said. It could have been a Feaster.
My guy, it could have been a Feaster.
It could have been a Feaster, my guy. If you look at the Gamekeeper, come on. Let's be real. Like, Gamekeeper, he was good. He was extremely good. Let's not gonna lie. But at the end of the day, I think he was not able to trap a single survivor with his traps that he was placing.
I think it was just Gravekeeper, but Gravekeeper wanted to get trapped because he was blocking, right?
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Traps,
you're right.
Yeah, but the traps that were set were just, go for it.
And at the same time, you have to see how good FPX CQ was coordinated early game, really getting away from the Gamekeeper. The coordination and transition, the rotation on this map was really making it difficult for GG to find the first target. But then once he had the first target, was still having difficulties getting that first target, which was the Gravekeeper. But with the hook, immediately bringing down the Wildling off his core, and then bringing him down. He's a little bit slower. Fantastic job. And in general, that was just, wow. What a match. What a round number 4 first half that we are witnessing right here. Can't wait to see what FPX CQ is wiping out.
Oh man, Ken with maybe a possible Gamekeeper? I don't mind, but I have to ask, are we still keeping